What's going on, guys? And we're here to see the HCS Open #2 Louis V Titan watch party. We're back. Halo is back, and we're just having a crazy time. I don't know if you guys knew this. 512 teams have entered this tournament today. That is the biggest tournament in Halo history, okay? We had 400 last week. I thought the number was going down. It only went up, which is insane to me. We're back. Halo's back. Hashtag Halo's back in the chat. Let's take a look at the format. We got a long tournament ahead of us today. I'm very excited. Of course, we've got the HCS rank settings. BR starts, no radar. Friendly fire enabled. Yeah, I have a problem with that one. And of course, cash prizes. And a big one here, the HCS Pro points. I'm going to take a look at the points here because we've got a leaderboard of the highest points in the game, in the tournament, right? These guys are playing for seeding. They're playing for points. This is what this is all about. If you go to hcs.eg, you'll see them. APG at the top, 3,000 points for him. Look at these. Look at these points here. All the top players on your screen right now. APG, Pistola, Lucid, Trippy, of course, on Optic. If you guys didn't see that tournament last week, you missed out. Go check it out right after this. Go check it out. It was a great tournament. Go to the next page. We'll see Druck at the top with 1,080 points as well. So these guys are playing for points. They're playing for cash prizes. Of course, the points are the biggest part here. We've got a lot of changes being made as well. Inconceivable last week. They had to bow out, okay? Snipedown had to play in the Apex tournament. He wasn't able to play, so I'm excited to see what they do. Of course, we got Space Station Gaming. They've got freaking Formal on the squad. I'm really excited about that. But guys, I've got two guys with me here that are going to do some casting with me today. Some beautiful people, and I want them to introduce themselves. We've got Proper and Infinity. How you guys doing, man? Are you excited for this or what?
I honestly, I couldn't be more excited, right? I mean, this has been a long-awaited turning point. Especially, I can speak for Brody about this as well. Like you said at the beginning of the broadcast, Halo was back, baby, and it's better than ever. We have so many great teams, so many great personalities competing throughout the entirety of this weekend active. I couldn't be happier to be here.
Now, yeah. I want you guys to introduce yourselves, okay? I want everyone to know who you guys are. Honestly, this is the biggest part, right? You guys have a different side. There's a lot of COD players coming into the scene, right? So I'd like you to introduce yourself, starting with Infinity. Tell the people who you are.
All right, well, I'm a caster. I've been casting video games for about 5 years now. I've absolutely loved the hell out of every step of my journey, and I thought now was a great time to sort of come over and cast some Halo. I've been loving playing this game over the last couple of weeks. It's just been non-stop. Andy can kind of attest to this as well. Me and this guy have been playing Halo non-stop over the last couple of weeks. It's been one of the most enjoyable FPS experiences in quite some time, and I'm just ready for an awesome HS season.
Much like Brody himself, I mean, commentating video games, playing video games for a long time. I used to compete back in Halo 3, way back in the day, and Halo 2 as well, with my brother, who I'm sure is watching this at this very moment of time as well. Yeah, I have a long history. I'm an old head when it comes to video games. So when Halo Infinite came out and I got to play a little bit of those flight tests, it felt like home to me. I have literally not put down this game. Every single day that I've spent on my PC has either spent studying games, watching scrimmages, or just playing it myself. Like Brody said, it's just such a good time to be a Halo fan.
Honestly, dude, my entire timeline, my entire Twitter timeline has been all Halo, and I've never seen that before in my life. I mean, Halo 3, we weren't really on Twitter, a long time ago. I knew this was going to happen. I called it. I'm a fortune teller, apparently. But we've got a lot of action ahead of us today. A very long tournament. Of course, Louis V Titan bringing you the action. And this stream is sponsored by the competitive Halo Reddit. And that's going to be something you guys got to join. If you want to get into the competitive scene and learn about competitive Halo, maybe you're new to the scene, the competitive Halo Reddit is a great place to be, so make sure you hop on there and subscribe to that. But of course, I want to go to the series layout. Let's see where we're at in terms of maps, in terms of game types. Let's see what we're looking at for that. Of course, game one, winners bracket round one, we're starting with Aquarius CTF, my absolute favorite map. Such a good map, dude. This map it just pays homage to Midship and Onslaught, and it just gives me those feels inside, like controlling the top center, being a nuisance up top. And then game two, of course, Live Fire Slayer. And then game 3 is Streets Oddball. So this is the first winners bracket. We're going to follow one team, though, that I want to talk about, Oxygen Esports. And we got Common, Its Name, Swish Fives, and Haynes. You guys might recognize some of these names, okay? Swish and Its Name, big players in Halo 5. Okay, these guys grinded Halo 5. You saw we did a lot of Halo 5 coverage here on LVT. And then Common and Haynes, they're from my neck of the woods, okay? They played Halo 3. And this is a good mix, right? Because Halo Infinite is literally a mix, in my opinion, of course, of Halo 3 and Halo 5. So I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table. We're going to be watching them first, of course, but they're playing against Perception on the bracket here. Perception is All-Star FPS, Bazers, I'm Feltz, and It's Reborn. So they're going to be playing them first. But guys, I want to talk a little bit about Halo Infinite in general. I just want to get your opinions, okay? Like, what would you guys say, starting with Infinity, what would you say is your absolute favorite map in Halo Infinite so far?
I feel this might be a controversial pick, and I've said this to Andy before, and he says I'm an idiot for saying it, but I'm going to say Bazaar. I actually really love Bazaar.
Okay.
I think it's just the aesthetic of the map. Like, I love it so much, the way it plays as well. You know, I feel like, obviously, I know all Halo maps have this kind of 3-layer design. That's why they work so well, but Bazaar particularly, it works so well. And I will say I probably have the most success on it. Probably why it's up there as my favorite map in the game. But yeah, that's the map I love. I think it plays so well for Slayer specifically.
I'm a big fan of Streets myself. Much like how Brody said, maybe it's the aesthetic of it all, but it just plays so well. Whether you're playing Slayer, whether you're playing Strongholds, or whether you are also playing Oddball on that map, I think that it just flows so well together. There doesn't really seem like a bad part of that map when you are just either getting belittled in your ranked matches or in scrims. I just think that every little bit of that map, including what you can get out of the Bullfrog and the rocket launcher as well, can bring a lot of team success. It's so fun to play.
Honestly, I love Streets as well. And the big thing is, no offense to IGN, I'm so sorry to bring this up, but I watched the IGN gameplay, our very first look at Streets. And to be honest, my first impressions, I hated it. I was like, what is this? I don't really like the aesthetic of it. But after playing it, dude, it's got to be my number 2 map after Aquarius, honestly. Aquarius being my number 1, but Streets, it's just so good, especially I'm an M&K player. And you see right there on your screen, I mean, holding that Stalker rifle up top on that attic is so strong to be able to, you know, a lot of people are saying, buff the Stalker rifle. That gun does not need to get buffed. It is absolutely insane. It's a 3-shot perfect. You're accurate with it, you'll get kills like crazy. We saw Mint Blitz had a clip recently. That guy, we all know him and his clips, but he popped off with it. The gun does not need to get buffed. But like, I love Streets as well. I think it's just a great map to be able to hold different lanes, and Oddball works so well on it. So definitely one of my favorite maps as well. I honestly think that Aquarius is definitely the best because, like I said, I'm that old school player who kind of like, you know, the midship. You guys remember midship, right? Halo 2, Halo 3. I'm the old school player who enjoys a midship map or an onslaught map, and that kind of brings those vibes to me personally. But just excited for this tournament. Now, guys, I want to see another section of this, okay? You guys are coming from the COD scene, right? What are you looking for? Like, I don't know if there's any teams that you know that are in this tournament, like that, you know, that are trying to make their name for themselves. I'm really excited to say that there's a lot of players from different scenes that are coming into this. But starting with proper, like, are there any teams that you know of that you're kind of looking forward to see how they place in this tournament?
Well, a lot of them are hidden under a lot of different team names per se. I mean, browsing through a lot of the TL, just trying to see who everybody is going to be teaming with. There is one thing that already sticks out. If you are flipping through the entirety of the bracket, is that it is the COD team, right? And that's going to be Big Money Cheen playing with Fire 40 and Silly. If you're unfamiliar with those, I don't blame you. Quite frankly, if you are new and you don't even know anything about the Call of Duty community, we love Money Cheen. Cheen is probably one of the most humbling personalities that we have coming out of the Warzone and the multiplayer community, is teaming along with Fire 40, who did have their time in the small stint inside of the Call of Duty League. Is absolutely twisted. He had a great year through Challengers, which is the tier 2 side of Call of Duty, and they're partnered along with Silly, who's probably been one of the more mainstay ARs in Call of Duty for a long time. They know what it means to be able to play together as a team, to work off of one another. They've been grinding the game since its launch as well active. I expect them to do quite well this weekend.
Dude, it's so exciting to hear, like, all of these players kind of going hard. I've seen Scum play. I mean, I don't know much of the COD scene. Okay, I only know the big names. I'm sorry that I'm a little bit, I don't know that side of things, but I've been seeing Scum playing Halo Infinite. He's so into it. A lot of players are saying like they're not playing Vanguard, instead they're playing Halo Infinite. As a Halo fan, I am so excited to hear this stuff, honestly. It's just so cool to see everyone so interested in Halo. But for me, I'm watching out for a couple teams here, okay? My big one is definitely going to be SSG. Okay, they've got Formal on their squad. I've watched a little bit of their scrims, coming up, and their comms are amazing, and the way they kind of break down their games is just incredible to see. And then you've got Elamite, who is literally by their side in their comms telling them, hey, you should have done this better. He constantly brings up the small talk, so I'm really hoping that that's a factor that they bring into their gameplay. Small talk being a huge factor in Halo in general, letting your teammates know where you are, letting them know you have their back, being able to push certain areas and break setups and all of that. And I'm sure that's definitely a thing in COD as well. But SSG, definitely a squad with Formal, the seeding, Ace, and Talonol. That squad's going to do real well, I hope, today. I mean, I think they're going to do real well today. They've got everything on paper to do well. What are some Halo squads that you're kind of looking for in terms of placing well today, Infinity? What would you say is a Halo squad that you kind of see rising up?
I gotta say, inconceivable here. I think that's absolutely the answer that anybody should be saying at this point, right? I mean, they're a squad that last weekend, I don't think we got to see their peak, just because of the fact, obviously, we had the whole situation with Snipe Down, where unfortunately, they weren't able to finish up their tournament. I want to see what they're able to do this time around, right? I mean, they're certainly a talented squad, some of the most well-known names in Halo esports history. These guys absolutely have the power to go all the way. Honestly, I feel like at the top of their game, at the best day, they could absolutely go all the way. That's what I'm really excited to see today. Because as I said, last week kind of got cut short, right? Kind of sad start of the season. Hopefully this week is a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, and something I want to mention about, like, watching them come up with Snipe Down is in the beginning, in my opinion, they seemed very uncomfortable with each other. And that's to be said. A lot of, like, big names coming together, trying to meld their play styles. Watching them yesterday versus Sentinels, these guys were put together. They put in the work. They were very comfortable with each other. Their comms were really solid. They were. I think they broke even in the scrim, and that's great to say against a squad like Sentinels, a squad that is dominated in multiple titles and just dominated in Halo 5 in general. It's good to see. Of course, last week Sentinels did not have the best of tournaments, but hopefully this week they come roaring back. I'd like to see them place really well. I really like the leader style in Snakebite. So I'd like to see them kind of come through and place well this tournament. Of course, like I said, SSG is the one I'm looking out for. Talonol, I don't know if you guys have seen this guy play, dude. He is disgusting. And he was disgusting in Halo 3, and he's already bringing that to Infinite. To me, this guy's going to break through. I'm excited to see that.
I'm right there with you with Space Station Gaming. I mean, I'll go ahead and I'll throw myself out there too. The first skin that I ended up buying out of every single one of for the HCS teams was Space Station Gaming. Been an Elamite Warrior fan for a long time, since the old straight ripping days, baby. I miss seeing that guy compete, and when Halo Infinite first came out, that was the first stream that I went to, and then being able to see what he's also able to bring to the table with Space Station Gaming, like you were saying, the addition to Formal has only made this team better. Watching their scrimmages, listening to their comms, just produce so many different results. I mean, Formal is just an overall slayer, and then like you were saying with Elamite in the back of their ear, their team play when it comes down to Strongholds in Oddball has just continuously been skyrocketing for many days to come.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Elamite, like he's veteran, like you said, straight ripping. Like this guy is placed in championships. He's calling himself the U.S. champion. He is the U.S. champion. Kyle's got a lot to bring to the table. We're of course gonna get into our game here shortly. On your screen, you do see SSG right there. They're preparing. Dude, this tournament is I'm excited. There's so much gameplay to cover, but honestly, like I'm ready for the whole thing. I'm absolutely ready to just sit in and watch everything. The cool thing about this, guys, is the meta evolving, right? We've got the very start of Halo Infinite. We're going to see the meta evolve, as you see on your screen. Aquarius V1. These are the V1 settings. I remember the V1 settings in Halo 3. We were playing on isolation, okay? So to see where this game goes over the years, it is going to be so fun to watch. And the best thing about it is, I don't know if you guys know, but like Halo is split, okay? We had the guys on MCC, we had the guys on Halo 5, and there was a split community there. Like the Halo 3 people didn't want to really get off PC and go play Halo 5 because of, heavy aim and all of that. but now we're all in the same game, and then we're bringing people from other games like Call of Duty and stuff, bringing them onto the scene too. Halo's never been in a better spot. We sold out all the team passes. Raleigh's going to be a disgustingly amazing event. I'm so excited for that. Are you guys going to Raleigh, by the way? Proper, are you going to Raleigh?
Oh, absolutely. That's only like 2 hours away from me, my man. I'll definitely see you there.
Let's go. Let's go. That's awesome. Raleigh's going to be, I can just see and feel the energy right now. Like the energy of Halo being down bad for so many years. We were in the trenches. Like it was rough, right? Halo was in a rough spot for so many years. And now to feel that energy of everything just coming together and everyone just getting into one event, I can't say. I haven't been to an event since like 2007 or something, 2006. I don't even know. I don't remember. It was so long ago. I'm an old man. I don't have a good memory, but very, very excited to see what happens here. Of course, like I said, we're going to be watching Oxygen Esports. We're in the lobby right now, guys, so we'll be getting into that soon, very, very shortly here. And make sure, like I said, guys, make sure you join that Halo competitive Reddit. A link will be in the chat. One of the mods will link you to the Reddit. Make sure you go in there, subscribe, and learn about Halo. But yeah, the meta, guys, I want to talk about meta evolving. You guys have probably been through many CODs and like the meta, just going through the meta and seeing it evolve over the years. That's just a fun, interesting thing to watch, right? And it all comes down to what team can make the meta, right? Like what team can come up with the meta first. Like Infinity, what would you say is the most important thing as a team in the beginning of a video game, the very beginning of like Halo Infinite, for instance? What would you say is the most important thing to be able to do in terms of evolving the meta? Like, do you stretch and do things that are crazy, or do you kind of stick to the normal things and just kind of do a little bit of spin-off?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like what's really unique to Halo Infinite, right, and just Halo generally speaking, is the fact that on the maps you have these power weapons, right? You have these power-ups that you have to kind of work around, which obviously, those kind of things are not present when it comes to the things that Andy and I may be used to over in Call of Duty land, right? And I think for teams specifically at this point in the game, you really need to be trying to be holding the maps together, making sure you're playing the spawns correctly and such, and obviously, as I say, play around the power weapons. If you get your team fights, perfectly, if you're playing the maps together as a roster, rotating correctly around each and every one of the maps, I think that gives you such a massive head start over the rest of the teams. If you get that down 100%, you'll be in such a great spot. And that is really integral to a game such as Halo as well. You need to make sure you play as a team correctly.
I think Aquarius is a good pick just to talk about the meta in general too, right? Because when we first hopped into Halo, everybody was kind of veering away from just the heat wave in general, which spawns down in P1. But once players started to understand the verticality change that you can do with that weapon, it became a nuisance. So a lot more teams are starting to focus a lot more on the left-hand side of the map. And the things about that as well is that the right-hand side, they give you the dynamo grenades as well, which a lot of individuals are finding so much success with. And I'm glad that you brought up the discrepancy as far as what players were playing in between Isolation or MCC, wherever they came from. A lot of players can find a lot of success, whether it's even with the sidekick, with the heat wave, or just the classic VR. It's awesome to be able to see a lot of different teams manipulate their own little twists on the meta and be able to find so much dominance on the map. It's been a very awesome turn of events over the past week and a half.
Agreed. Well, we're going to hop on board. I'm going to give you Proper and Infinity. They're going to cast your first game. Take it away, guys.
Oh, Andy, I'm so excited to get in our first game of Halo Infinite. We're getting straight on board with Aquarius for game number one. Andy, it's been a long time coming. Halo Infinite, it's finally here, man. I'm so excited.
Yeah, and we get to spend, we spent so much time playing in ranked together, just going over different maps and different opening breakoffs, and now we get to be able to see what it's looking like here at the competitive meta here in ACS Open number 2. A very early flagpole is actually ensuing, and this is automatically going to be run straight through Hydro. A little bit of a mishap coming through and trying to flag hop it, but we should be on our merry way back through Blue Utility, and it doesn't look like this one's going to be stopped anytime soon.
Oh, would you look at this? Straight away, we're starting to see why Oxygen are pretty good. It would seem, obviously, top 6 last weekend, and now this weekend, starting pretty good here on Aquarius CTF. Now, I will say, I think, generally speaking, this early on in the tournament, we shouldn't see any crazy surprises, right, in terms of seeding, especially just given how good Oxygen are as a roster. This should, technically speaking, be a best of 3 weeks to end up with.
It should, yeah, absolutely, and you're just starting to see exactly why. I mean, Common is one of those folks as well. If you're unfamiliar, has been probably one of the most highly rated amateurs coming from H2A and Halo 3. It definitely has what it takes to be at the pro level, dropping a certain amount of numbers, and like Active was saying, between Swish and Name. and all of their tenure that we got to see through Halo 5. This is truly a team that you want to keep your eyes on through the rest of the day, and that's why they're finding a lot of success here in their Winners Round 1 match of just camping out the enemy spawn and just being able to keep them trapped over inside of top pink for the time being, and they're just continuously running the flag back and forth.
Yeah, I was going to say at the moment, this Oxygen roster are doing such a great job of just zoning the map, making sure they've got control of utility, got control of Hydro, and just continue pulling the flag down this route over and over again. It's working out every single time, and this is just experience coming in from this roster. They know exactly how to zone the map the way they want to, and off the back of that as well, you're seeing these little bits of movement differentials between them and the opposition here. Able to get that flag in pretty much uncontested, and, well, straight in map control once again. Here's another flag, Andy. Would you believe it? They're back on it once again.
Yeah, I mean, they're just continuously keeping a player, whether that's in top pink, just revolving in between their refrigeration side to the enemy refrigeration. I don't think that there's been a single power-up that's been dropped so far for this Oxygen Esports roster, as you see just another beatdown by way of the camo, just lying in wake. And they're just doing a great job of just playing off of each other. I mean, this is Halo in its prime. You can only do so much as an individual, and even right there, catching one out in the open inside of Hydro, but the trade comes through automatically. Map positioning and control is everything on Aquarius CTF, and Oxygen are playing that to a high degree.
Here we go once again. Name going to bring that flag to the middle of the map, and now it's going to be a job for the rest of the team to try and pick it up and put a closer on this one as... Well, we're on board now with Common. We'll see what he's able to do in the mid-map. Shouldn't be that much of a problem to try and grab this flag, at the very least to get a touch to stop it from being returned. And, well, at this point, really, Andy, it is just a case of... Oh, that's disgusting. It's just a case of trying to put a closer on this game, trying to get this one done and dusted as fast as possible, because we have a rather large bracket going on today. 512 teams. I believe it's the largest Halo tournament in history. And, yeah... We're in for a great treat ahead of us, but that's a pretty good start, I would say, for Oxygen Esports. 5-0 on Aquarius. We've had that. We've gone on the receiving end of that. And, well, can't imagine that was the best start for the opposition there. But, again, it's not all that surprising at the end of the day. They do come in here as a top 6 seed overall off their top 6 finish last week.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of these mismatches early, right? I mean, when you have those 512 teams, that's over 2,000 individuals competing on this very day in Winners Round 1, barring, you know, they all wake up and they play their matches, right? But that being said, you're going to get a lot of these in the early stages of things, as you can take a look at a couple of the stats. Again, it was just all blitzkrieg. Nobody actually breaking into double digits for eliminations, but regardless, it was just all map control for Oxygen. And like you said, this is the start that we're mostly going to be expecting against any opposition. Much like you said, coming in, placing top 6 from HCS Open number 1. This is what you're going to expect as they prepare themselves for live fire coming up.
Yeah, for sure, right? And I think if you're opposition here, I mean, we say this on Call of Duty pretty often, right, Andy? If you're on the receiving end of that kind of wall ping for the first game of the day, you kind of need to just take a step back, hit the mental regain, and try to go again here for map number 2. Now, we're going over towards live fire here for map number 2. It's going to be Slayer. I'm very excited to see how they're going to try and play this, because obviously, as I said, when it comes to Slayer, you really need to make sure you're playing the map as a roster, try and win your ones, and if you can, actually try and force those 2-on-1 situations as much as possible. For the opposition here, I'm really excited to see kind of the difference between these rosters. What is Oxygen going to do to try and force the advantage as much as humanly possible in their favor?
Kind of terrifying, right? I mean, Aquarius capture the flag. Lasted less than 4 minutes. 3 minutes, 49 seconds. Yeah, put him on the speed run for that one, I suppose. But yeah, live fire for Slayer. This is where things might get a little bit hairy, given where you can be looking for a different positioning. So you can already see right off the rip. Trying to contest down low in this basement area. The heat wave is just such a powerful weapon to be able to control for either of these two teams. Plasma nades on at least the cutout side, but even still, when you're thinking about it from a power weapon standpoint, getting them is the first step. Finding success with them is another.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, if you're Oxygen, I think you will probably more likely than not find success with those nades very easily. As there we go. Oh, those crouch shots coming on through. That is why those are deadly. And Swish, of course, was a player that we did manage to highlight before we got into this game, saying he is definitely a player and a name to watch here in this game number 1. And here's something that I highlighted, Andy, as we got into this one. You need to make sure you control those power-ups, and it is immediately going to be Oxygen Esports in control of that camo. We'll see what they're able to do with it as now, moving forward. Starting off this game, I'd say this has been a pretty good start overall.
Yeah, you know, well, one could certainly say that. I mean, it's currently 6-1 as it stands right now. Currently fishing out people inside of this house. They will find it. Is Oxygen Esports, and now it's just about reading spawns, which, especially for this map of live fire, it becomes rather linear. Nice little clapback actually comes there for Reborn's just lying in wake down low on that sandbag window, but Not a whole lot of map position to speak of. You can see Name still holding onto the sniper, misses just a bit on the outside, but still has 2 players inside of this house to communicate to their team to collapse.
One here is that heat wave that we were talking about. You know, I kind of view this a little bit as a shotgun in a sense, but it can also do that, and it's very nice when it's in the hands of a pretty talented player such as Name, as he's able to get that one. Now the sniper in hand, surely not, will get the hit, but not enough for a headshot, not enough for a kill. He's got all the weapons at the moment sitting in his hands, looking to find some more kills here to try and press the advantage that Oxygen Esports have gained early on here. But even at this point, what we're kind of seeing from Oxygen is them just kind of running around the map and trying to play off the back of their skill alone. And while looking at a player like Name at the moment, I'm not at all surprised that's what they're doing.
Oh, he's on 6 straight. Looking to continue on with this. Again, it's just been bouncing between a multitude of power weapons. You saw drop the sniper immediately for the Mangler, and another weapon that deserves its own very special conversation. Reading players up top nest, and Name's going to be able to complete this flank, but the heat wave runs out. But the commando is right there for them to be able to pick up that secondary, and it's just a continuous track around the entirety of this map of live fire for Oxygen thus far. Just reading the spawns, forcing them in positions, and then just cleaning it up. You can see right there what this position for Ness is able to do once they read that they're spawning all on C plat. You have a little bit of a pinch that comes through from that C ramp and inside of Secret. Oxygen are just showcasing why they're such a dominant team.
Yeah, just continually going for the flank here or Oxygen Esports. I mean, it felt like a little bit of a moment of reprieve for their opposition here for just a moment, but it doesn't feel like that's any longer the case as we switch over once again here to Reborns to see what he's able to do. Able to get 1 kill. Now fighting for the second here. I mean, the shots are there. Can he get the finish? Yes, he can. And that's going to help bring them back. But again, at this point, it is just really tough to find yourself back into a game with this kind of scoreline, 24-12. It is absolutely possible for this comeback to happen, but it's going to be tough.
26-12. I mean, at this point going forward, if you are Perception, you're basically looking at it. Where are we spawning? How can we regroup ourselves? It's about overwhelming all of these Oxygen players with whatever numbers you possibly can. Team shots are everything in a game like Halo Infinite, especially coming through a multitude of titles. That if you could try to quickly burst down individuals while keeping your teammate alive, well, that's just about what Slayer is all about now, isn't it? 29v14 as they're reading more players spawning inside a nest. These nades are just absolutely bombarding them. 1 more player down low will be able to escape with their life for the time being. But the question is, against this Oxygen team, as they're going up to about 31 total kills, here's 32, surely 33 as well, is how long will they stay alive?
How long will they stay alive, indeed? We're edging close to that 50 kill mark, aren't we? As, well, Oxygen Esports just running about the map, having a hell of a time here. We have the OS here in hand for a swish. What can you do with it? We're going to switch over to the Mangler, go for the kill and gets it as well. Nice reversal coming in there from Swish. It's not really surprising at this point, is it? And throwing nades over towards the nest. He does recognize that somebody is over there, but he's going to sit tight for a second and wait for his team to spawn up here, as they do want to make sure they finish this one without any more mistakes. And just what we're seeing from this team at the moment, individually speaking, as a roster, it's pretty sublime. We're seeing just a lot of what we expect from a top roster in Halo.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can see what Common and Name are able to do off of just the electric start, especially from that 9 spree that they were able to get, a collective 26 eliminations between both Common and Name. The way that they're just commanding throughout the entirety of this map, they're reading the spawns, but they're also doing a great job of forcing out the split spawns. And it's from this position right here, especially for Common, that if you can continuously put yourself towards the middle of the map, these be pillars, you can try to split them on the backside of C and over inside of dummies, never giving them an option to regroup.
Well, just 3 kills away now. Our Oxygen Esports. 19 is the score, it would seem, for their opposition. It really is just a case of just getting this game over and done with. You've got to remember, there is a lower bracket, I believe, for this tournament, so not all is over for the opposition here, but as far as Oxygen Esports are concerned, they have got round 1 out of the way. Now they move on to round number 2. They don't have to go to Streets Oddball to get that one done, Andy.
Yeah, you know, at this point, especially for a lot of these mismatches that you will end up seeing, again, you know, finishing top 6 in HCS Open number 1, we always welcome whatever teams can possibly be put together to be able to compete throughout these open tournaments here for the Halo Championship Series, but you will see a lot of this in winners round 1, whether you're going up against this Oxygen squad, whether you have to go up against Inconceivable, or even the team that seems to be the one to beat on the weekend will be Optic Gaming. But regardless of the matter, gotta be keeping that gunny warm, gotta be looking towards these upcoming matchups, because it only gets tougher from here.
Yep, indeed it does. Now, I've been told the round 2 matchup that we might well have might just be spicy. Oxygen are apparently playing Antimatter, who they might have some history with, and apparently Saintly from that Antimatter squad has previously played with both Common and Haynes, winning a few Halo 3 HCS Cups together. So we have some storylines going on in round number 2, and of course, as we get further on to this tournament, it feels crazy to say we're even getting these storylines this early on into a 512-team bracket. These storylines will pop up more and more, and we'll be getting to talk about more of these storylines as the day goes on.
Yeah, and that Antimatter roster, there's going to be one player that sticks out more for me, and that's going to be Neighbor, of course, a straight ripping representative, an OG, if you will. Again, a lot of individuals on that team that have a lot of success through Halo 3, like you were talking about between Common and Haynes on this Oxygen Esports roster, of what they were able to do throughout the entirety of that game's tenure. Now going up against their former teammate, as you take a look at a couple of the highlights from the CTF map. Again, I mean, if you blinked, you probably missed the CTF match. It ended in about 3 minutes and 49 seconds. But yeah, that round 2 matchup is just what the seeding is all about. You never really know what it could end up amounting to going in towards a round 2 matchup. And honestly speaking, with that said, that might be where we might see a little bit of a shift coming through. Maybe a little bit of upsets depending on how the rest of the bracket all plays out.
Yeah, it will be a bit of a culture shock, wouldn't it, going from that round number 1 match to a rather tougher round number 2. But, you know, going back to this one real quick before we move on, this CTF was something else, right? I mean, they just zoned the map so well, got a whole lane effectively to themselves, and were able to run flags off the back of that, no stopping them once they got started. But for me, this was the moment when this game kind of went away from their opposition here. Oxygen Esports did such a great job. It was its name. It was a 9 spree to kick things off. Common also up there as well, having a great start to the game overall. But, you know, we were hyping up its name, right? We were told he is the player to be watching here, one of the players to be watching on this Oxygen Esports roster. Now I know why. Now I know why, Andy. You had a hell of a game here.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, all 4 of these players from Oxygen definitely have what it takes to be the best team on the day. It just comes down to their overall chemistry and teamwork, which has progressively been getting a whole lot better, as I believe that we're going to actually be bringing in Active before we hop into that matchup here, because I believe that, like we were talking about for Antimatter, they are going up against the team that we just saw, Active. How do you feel about that speedrun we just saw?
What happened? It was really fast.
Did you blink? Did you blink?
Yeah, I did, and I didn't catch it. Honestly, that team is probably a team coming in. They're new to Halo. This is where you kind of like see the evolving storyline, right? Do they quit? Are they done now? Like they played their first round. They've got to go into the losers bracket, obviously, but they had a really rough first round. Maybe they have a rough losers bracket. Do they quit and just quit the game, or do they get better? Does that set a fire underneath them so that they can keep going and get really good at the game? Maybe we see them in like a year and a half. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
absolutely.
like, why would you be unmotivated at that point? I mean, that's fire for me, right? I mean, you got to see what the enemy team just did to you. I want to be that good. I want to be able to surround myself with another 3 players that can do that. Whether, like you said, maybe it's 3 years, maybe it's 2 years. It could honestly be a month's time, because I mean, we got to see some pretty quality shots, some really good centering, some good fundamentals coming through a couple of those players from that Perception roster. It's just about building that chemistry, finding yourself a bunch of teammates that have that same like mind, and hey, who's to say in the HCS Open number 3 Active that we probably won't see them clap back?
That's what I like to see. I like to see them come through, get better at the game, watch their film, and just evolve. And those are the storylines we like to watch as this game progresses, you know, being in its infancy, of course. But of course, the next matchup we have, like you guys had mentioned, it's going to be Oxygen, you know, the team you just watched dominate against Antimatter. And we got, you know, Neighbor, of course, like you mentioned, we got Fantasy, Saintly, and Realize. Saintly is the big one here for me. Okay, this guy, I love Saintly. He's just such a good guy, so wholesome, but his shot is incredible. When he's really zoned in, you can watch his stream, you'll see, like, there's a difference between him when he's zoned in and him when he's relaxing. When he's zoned in, this guy is leaning forward, elbows on the knees like a true Halo player. And when we see him like that, we're going to see his shot just be insane. This guy has an incredible shot, an incredible mind. I'm excited to see this team play. And like you guys had mentioned, this is going to be a little bit more difficult coming up like into round 2. Their round 1 was cake, right? Now round 2, they've got a little bit of opposition here. So I'm excited to see how this pans out.
Yeah, for sure. I think this would be crazy, wouldn't it, early on? You know, I'm going to throw the possibility out there that, you know, we might have an upset early on. I mean, it's crazy, right? We're in the round of 256, I want to say at this point, round number 2 of the bracket. But it would be crazy. You know, we love seeing that over in Call of Duty whenever there are early upsets going on in any given bracket. You know, last weekend, there were a few, but now this time around, there is potential here for an upset going on for Oxygen. We'll see what goes on. But that is, I think, for me, the big storyline here is, you know, can Saintly take down his former teammates? That would be quite something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely would. But guys, I'm a little biased, okay? EXO just advanced to round number 2 as well. And you guys are like, who's EXO? Well, they've got Dog7, the legend, okay? This guy, now listen, guys, I'm a mouse and keyboard player, okay? We're on thin ice here, all right? We don't got much room to stand on. Dog7 is the player to watch when it comes to M&K Halo. I get comments all day. Is M&K or controller better? I don't want to get into this discussion here. It's going to be an ugly one, okay? But Dog7 on Team EXO with Bejesus, Obnoxious as well, and Han. These guys are great players. I'm excited to see where they go. Another storyline we get to see develop, and we've got many of them because there's 512 teams. I can't get over it. It's insane.
I think the conversation that will definitely boast, right? I mean, when we were watching the NA side for HCS Open number 1 with Bravo and Onset, they were also sitting there asking themselves, like, I want to see some mouse and keyboard to be able to creep their way forward into the scene, right? We were also talking in the digital green room, if you will, before we actually went live with this stream as well. I mean, how cool would that be? It's an opportunity that could present itself, and you got to think that Dog7 would definitely put themselves at the forefront. I mean, I'm in between both sides of the fences. We won't go deep inside the conversation between controller and mouse and keyboard. I think both can be viable for a lot of different situations, but it definitely adds a wrench into the system because going up against those players on controller close range, you might feel a little bit scared. You miss one burst, you're probably dead. But when you're taking those long range engagements, that's when you have to almost tiptoe around, especially when these winners round 2 matches, when you're thinking about live fire strongholds, when you're thinking about that long cross from Nest all the way to the commando inside of the garage, or even Street Slayer, how long those lanes are on the side of Arcade and on the side of Neon. There's a lot of opportunities for mouse and keyboards to really show their dominance here.
100% agree, and I will always stand by this, okay? Like, you had said, like, mid-year, that I agree that could definitely happen, where we see some mouse and keyboard players kind of come through. My prediction is maybe a year from now, maybe like season 3 or so, we would see, you know, some mouse and keyboard players maybe break into the top 8. And I do want to get into this now because the can has been opened. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm very passionate about this side of things. All right, like I talked to Clutch about this, and one of the things that he said is like mouse and keyboard has to play completely different. It's like almost playing a hero shooter, right? You've got to have a different play style. You can't watch 2007 Halo or even 2015, 16, 17 Halo and say, I'm going to play like that on mouse and keyboard. It doesn't work like that. I've got over 2,200 hours on MCC on mouse and keyboard. I've got a lot of hours on Halo Infinite, and I can say that skill floor is very, very high, and it takes a lot to get there. But guys, we're loading into the next match here. I'm gonna let you guys take this away. Of course, we've got Antimatter versus Oxygen. This is gonna be an exciting series. Guys, take it away.
Yep, very excited for this one. Of course, we already kind of mentioned the stakes going into this one, Andy, how things are very different to round number 1, where maybe Oxygen had a bit of an easy time. It might not be the case here. Once again, there is a tiny bit of history going on between these two teams, so there is a bit of blood left on the battlefield here.
And what I'm being told as well in the back end is that Neighbor has the most wins in Halo Infinite rank playlist. The most wins. This man has been grinding. There's a couple streams I've been bouncing around with, and ever since day number 1, I got the pleasure to be able to see the OG straight rip and play together, including T-Squared and Elamite Warrior. Then, of course, that includes Neighbor. I mean, it all started right there. I mean, ever since then, whether it's solo duo or the open queue, dude's just been grinding the hell out of the game. He's a multiple MLG event winner, both in Halo 2 and Halo 3. You know, there's a certain amount of veteranship and experience that they bring to the table. When you're coupling along with that, what Saintly like Active was talking about, well, it could be a very tough roster for Oxygen to go up against.
Yeah, and before we get right into the swing of things here with this map, I kind of want to talk very briefly about how Livewire works a bit different in terms of this map, in terms of strongholds on this map, right? Because we spoke about this quite significantly. Generally speaking, we had a bit of a disagreement a few nights ago on how to play this map, and I will happily admit that I was wrong, because this is pretty different in terms of the way that you're supposed to play the map. You're not supposed to really hold on to 2 points and try and spawn trap people in. You're supposed to try and rotate as much as possible.
Yeah, there's two different ways that I've seen success here on Strongholds. I mean, you can try to go for the CB hold, and with the CB hold, of course, you can see, especially from this perspective, with the sniper in hand, it gets you a lot of power positions to be able to overlook inside of that commando, right inside a garage. But the most successful that I've seen any teams just playing this map mode combo, Brody, is the rotating style, right? I mean, you're just reading where spawns are coming from, and then you counter rotate. Almost like a chess game, you want to just always put yourself on the counter rotation, making sure that you keep 2 flags within your name, and from there on out, just keep on creeping up that scoreline.
Well, so far, I said this might be a close game. It hasn't been right off the bat. Look at this, 70-0. Not a single point given away to their opposition. This has been a solid start overall here for Oxygen Esports. And I think just generally speaking here, when you're kind of down bad this early on in the game, again, I say this very often, but you will need to kind of hit a mental regain, if you will, just take a step back, even in the middle of the game, which is very hard to do, to try and grab some points and just start playing as a team.
Realize it's going to see one that drops down low. Tries to chase for the elimination, though. Haynes on the opposite side for C ramp will be cleaning them up, but yeah, I mean, it's just about hitting the regain going forward, right? Because so far, especially for Antimatter, you're only really working off of this A stronghold, which you're about to be losing. Overshield will end up being picked up by Realize, and, well, this has got to be the go time going forward. You got to be able to find a lot of value just off of this power-up alone. Looks like that they want to go back through this top middle side and seeing if they can catch a couple players off guard. And it definitely begs the conversation of what you're seeing in discrepancies between these two teams. Oxygen, obviously spending a lot of time playing together since Halo Infinite's launch. I would almost assume that Antimatter going forward might be closer to a pickup roster, although very decorative between a lot of the individuals that are representing this team right now, Brody. They're going to have their work cut out for them versus the teamwork of Oxygen.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're seeing already here, right out the gate, it seems like Oxygen are a little bit well put together in comparison to what Antimatter are able to do. We'll see if Antimatter can get something going here, but it doesn't look like it'll happen at game number 1, short of an incredible comeback. This might well just be a good Oxygen start here in this best of 3. We'll stick on board over towards Swish here as he has a teammate in tow. Nice nade, well played from Common as well, as that's a nice 2-piece to kick off that push towards B. And all 3 strongholds in favor. This tick will go further and further up. Map control fully in favor of Oxygen as they continue to dominate here.
Yep, they're just isolating players, just split spawning them on every single side of the map. Power weapons have been absolutely grabbed on all different accounts. And you can see right here, especially for Common with that sniper rifle, we got to see what they were able to do back on Livefire Slayer with it. And now they're just continuing on with that rampage. Up to about 9-3, 12-2 for Swish. Tough engagement versus the Heat Wave. We'll end up losing that battle. A tough one up close unless you land that very tasty no-scope headshot, but it doesn't come through. But 208-0, 2 strongholds to the 1. Not even an opportunity to potentially get yourself on the board here if you are Antimatter. It's just really good teamwork that's coming through from Oxygen. I mean, even when they lost that initial stronghold, the moment that you get back on it, it stops the score versus the team with the 2 caps. Just 24 points needed here, Brody, before we go to game 2.
Yeah, that seems to be the problem, doesn't it, Andy? I mean, every time that Antimatter get these guys off one of their points, so well, guess what? They're popping up elsewhere and causing more and more problems as well. Take a look over towards what could be the final few moments of this game. Antimatter trying to get control over towards B. Gunfight coming in here for a neighbor. Will now actually capture B, and how about this for a flip of events? They will finally get some points on the board. They'll grab every single stronghold, and, well, how about this for a situation? It would be one hell of a miracle, wouldn't it, Andy, if this happened?
I mean, this would be definitely a come. Look, I mean, Halo Infinite's still in its baby phase right now, and as far as multiplayer is concerned, we're all very much so excited to be here, but this would definitely be one for the books. If they can make this comeback happen, players' top nest will end up being looked at and slightly dealt with. Saintly trying to double on down. Common will put them to rest as the rest of Oxygen shift their focus back over towards this B side.
Yeah, it didn't last that long, it would seem, as B has now been lost to Common and another player there over from Oxygen. We're going to see Realize try to go for C, and, well, he will successfully capture it. And they now go for B as well. Remember, this is all about those all-important rotations. Can this happen? It's going to be a player right in front of him. from Oxygen, just wasting time away. And it's going to be Squish even winning that fight. Brilliantly done from him, as now C will look to go the way of Oxygen Esports. But there has actually been a significant chunk of points here given away to Antimatter. They've done well to kind of climb even back into this game even slightly.
Like I said, come back at the century, but you're seeing a very stark difference from the beginning of the map for Antimatter, and now they're just doubling up together, trying to deal with the opposition as a team. Presence on B so far for Oxygen is actually going to be dealt with. Look at this pinch that's about to be coming through. Name on the backside will end up finding one. Very frustrating experience, I'm sure, so far for Antimatter, but at least they don't get completely blown out so far. A triple capture might just come through. No, C will get flipped. And that should just be the final nail in the coffin, barring some minor bit of heroics. Just 8 points needed here before Oxygen will send us towards a Street Slayer, and it looks like that it might just come through, barring any heroics that happen here on B. But there are some presence over here for Antimatter on B. They're staying in it, Brody. I mean, by the skin on or the hairs on their chinny chin, they're just barely staying within this game.
Yeah, again, it is just about rotating. Just rotate as quickly as you possibly can and stay in this game at this point if you're Antimatter. I mean, they're 6 points shy of a loss here in game number 1. Slapdown coming on through there as a player will fall on A, and now looking to capture B is going to be its name. Points now coming on through. All they got to do is go for A here, unless somebody can go on to B and C, and that will not happen. So, finishing out game number 1 will be Oxygen Esports 252-81, and well, a solid victory for them there. It was a little bit concerning for Antimatter right out the gate. I thought it might be more of a stomping, but it doesn't happen. And actually, I will say, fair play to them to even manage to get that amount of points to stabilize in the manner that they did, but it was ultimately too low.
Yeah, I mean, once they ended up finding those 3 down, they were able to stabilize, whether that was on top nets. It all started from that C control side, right? Once they got from that C stronghold, it was just about pushing their way over towards B and enforcing those rotations, like you were talking about, Brody, through that 7 minutes and 15 seconds that we had on live fire strongholds. It was a blitzkrieg. I mean, 81 points is definitely better looking than 0, I would definitely say, but we got to see a little bit of resurgence come through, but that's also some of the most annoyance that can come through, especially on a map like live fire, and what Oxygen were able to exploit so wonderfully were those very key rotations, not necessarily always outplaying their opponents. Yeah, there were a lot of ones that I'm sure that a lot of these Antimatter players were very frustrated that they couldn't end up winning, but what it mostly comes down to, and you'll see it in some of these highlights, it was just overall just teamwork, chemistry, working together through these rotations, pinching together on one another. It all started from the sniper rifle started. C. Haynes was just a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, just Dome's fantasy right out the gate there. You gotta feel the fantasy. He just sat in the corner like, yeah, I'll be safe here. Don't worry about me. Leave me alone. I'm all good, guys. I'm not doing anything to harm you. And then, well, snipe straight to the head coming in there. So sometimes that do just be the way it is. As right at the gate again, you saw it. 244 to 88. Kicker goes up towards the end for Antimatter, but it was just too little too late. They just got themselves going way too late into the game, and they do end up taking an L there at the end of game number 1. But as I said, that comeback towards the end, it was important. It's good for the mental health towards the end of the game to make sure that your head is in the right place, because you know that it is absolutely possible for you to at least have a good few moments against a squad like Oxygen. And if you can just do that for a little bit longer, say, what, an entire game here of Slayer? Hey, who knows what could happen, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, like, we got our homeboy of active in the back of our ears right now. I'm sure that he is just smiling from cheek to cheek, ear to ear, just waiting to see if anybody picks up that stalker rifle and finds a lot of value with it if you do start on that Charlie side. But even still, this weapon is mostly just controlled and dictated just through the middle of the map to begin with. That M41 Spanker is everything when it comes up in rotation as we start here on Street Slayer. It needs to be a big showing here for Antimatter to force it to that Aquarius CTF.
Indeed it does. We're going to ask questions of them, Andy. Can they make this one happen? Can they really pull their fingers out here in this game and push this to a game number 3, which of course would be Aquarius CTF? Well, we shall find out as we get right into this one. We're on for Slayer, and I'm very intrigued here as a first look against a more capable squad. How do Oxygen play this? Do they try and play as a team? Do they try and play for these power weapons, more accurately these rockets? Well, Got the answer to that one, as its name did grab those rockets off the ground, but nice nade coming in from Fantasy. Also gets the kill for the second as well. And it's not a terrible start here for Antimatter. They're doing well.
No, it's not, and you're going to be able to communicate that the Spanker is currently down in ATM. You also have the Bulldog being commanded by Fantasy. Actually is working with the Bulldog and the Spanker as well, trying to push for one more. Can they find it? Very tough to be able to lock down Haynes. The movement is insane, as I believe that we actually lost one player for Oxygen, but even still, like you said, I mean, it's not a bad start for Antimatter by any stretch of the imagination. You started off on that Charlie Stronghold side. They immediately pushed over towards that Arcade Street, as we're going to have a little bit of a reset here. Again, competitive integrity is everything when it comes down to the Halo Championship Series, but even still, if you can try to replicate that start, continue on through the middle of the map. This is also, given that they started on the Charlie side, that overlook on that C balcony is everything. Again, with that Stalker rifle, you can lock down that entire middle lane, making it an absolute nuisance for the team that starts on the PD side, Brody, to even think about getting whether that's top A or to work their way down the middle of the street to try to grab the M41 Spanker.
Yeah, that Spanker is really important in any game of Streets, right? As soon as you're able to grab that, you know, you're in such a great position. Of course, you've got two opportunities to wipe a couple of players off the map. And, well, we've seen players do damage with it quite significantly, of course, over the last HGS Open last weekend. And now in this one already, we're starting to see these players pick it up and make good use of it. But that, to me, is going to be one of the difference makers, actually, I think, going forward. Again, I kind of did talk about it earlier on, is how well these teams are able to play around these power weapons and these power-ups on all of the maps. And specifically on this one, it is very important to see how these guys play the break-offs and how they play around that Spanker and just generally speaking around the map right out the gate. And of course, as you say, Andy, you know, we'd see a great start really for both teams there. They seem to know what they were doing right out of the gate. It was just unfortunate that we had to lose a player. But I'm happy that these guys are playing really well. You know, they're being nice to one another. The sportsmanship is there, I should say. The e-sportsmanship is there between these guys, and they're going to give this one a good start. So I'm very excited to see what happens here in game number 2. Going back to Streets for that Slayer game once more. And, you know, I'm kind of pulling for game number 3 here, Andy. I want to see it. I can't lie. It would just be nice, wouldn't it?
It absolutely would. Let us know what you guys think, whether it's inside the Twitch chat or, again, our main sponsor for the day is r/competitive Halo. Go ahead and start a post over there. Let us know how you're feeling about the entirety of the Open, the 2,000 plus players that are competing on the weekend. We want to know your thoughts. We'll end up talking about that in a very juicy way throughout the entirety of this day. It's going to be a long one. Strap yourselves in for the restart here on Street Slayer. Again, should be Antimatter starting off on that Charlie Stronghold side, which again, you're going to be looking at that Stalker rifle up on that C balcony. Neighbor was the one to pick it up and find value with it, just locking down the middle of that entirety of the streets to try to work your way for that M41 Spanker while also getting B Street control.
All right, well, it seems that we're going for a restart once again here. Something must have gone wrong. Not sure if a player, once again, did crash out of the lobby. Of course, that can happen every so often. So we'll hit the regain once again, and we'll go for a third time lucky here on Streets. Now, yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm really excited to see sort of how these games do go underway. I just want to kind of take a step back quickly and just talk about the state that Halo Infinite is in right out the gate, because you and I, we've been loving it so much, Andy. We've been spending pretty much every waking hour of the day just playing Halo Infinite. Yeah, sometimes I'm just sitting there thinking I'm playing Halo when I'm asleep. But it's just in such a good spot at the moment, and it's crazy to see kind of this incredible resurgence of Halo to the point where today we have 512 teams competing in the bracket.
And that's only North America, keep in mind, you. I mean, we're talking like closer to about like 50 teams for
right?
AZN, over 100 teams for EU. That's how I started my day. I literally rolled out of bed at about 7 o'clock in the morning, went to go hit the treadmill one time, and I pulled up Navi's perspective, Jimbo's perspective, just to be able to start the entirety of the day, just trying to soak in as much as humanly possible. How I went to bed last night, I was watching, what was the Sentinel scrimmage as well, as I believe that we're going to be bringing in Active here, just to hear his thoughts. Again, homie, I brought up the idea, especially for that Stalker rifle. Got to see Neighbor find a little bit of value with it, but how you feeling about the series so far, man?
Antimatter's got to clutch up here, okay? We're going to see a game 3. That first map, they were just trying to get some rust off a little bit, maybe trying to like figure each other out, and then they started to come back. They started to get some more points towards the end. It was too little too late. But I got to see these guys come back. Stanley did not have even close to a performance that I'm usually, seeing out of him. So I'd like to see him perform in this next map. I'd like to see Neighbor come through and bring a little bit of that veteran knowledge to the game. Like, calm these players down, maybe like reset, like Infinity had said, reset their brain, kind of come back and take this next map. I think they're gonna do it. I just have a feeling, and we're gonna go to a game 3. I really hope.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's gonna have to come by through, like, you would think, from everything that you just said, yeah, like, in full circumference of just overall team play, right? Because one thing that I did bring up, especially during that live fire, is that it's a very potential for this pickup squad, more or less, for this antimatter roster going up against Oxygen, that you do need that veteranship from Neighbor to be able to calm these players down. You got to see a lot of that at the end of the Strongholds, when we got to see them just being able to work away with a lot of those power-ups. We got to see them control a little bit more of the middle of the map and focus on some of those key rotations. A lot of that does have to come through. You would hope so. 4 Streets to force out that Aquarius CTF as we're going back through some highlights there on map number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, the Slayer, that's another thing you said, like the pickup squad. Like, a Slayer is a map that they can take, you know, and then they can build off that momentum going into the Aquarius map. I think that this Slayer is obviously important to just keep them in the winner's bracket, but not only that, it's important for momentum in game number 3. I really do feel like Oxygen Esports is a better objective team just based off of what we saw the first game, but in a Slayer, it's kind of a toss-up. You know, Slayer is one of those game types that a lot of these top players want to take out. Honestly, it's been a big conversation in you know, competitive Halo. Of course, definitely go to the competitive Halo Reddit and check out some of the conversations we're having. But yeah, like a lot of pro players want to take out the Slayer. They want to get it out of the map rotation and maybe have it for only a game 5 or only, you know, a last game in a series. But for me, I like the Slayer. You know, maybe the last game would be a good spot for it, but it's really a toss-up, and it gives teams a chance. Like, and it's better for, in terms of being in the audience, it's better for an observer to watch, like, you know, that toss-up kind of game and just frags going back and forth. It's much easier to understand, and I think they take this map, they just pull it together a little bit. They've got a really great squad here. Hopefully we'll see that coming up next. Guys, I think we're hopping into the game. Hopefully we have no disconnects here. Take it away.
All right, third time lucky, Annie. This time, we're not going to have any disconnects. I'm telling you, this is going to be it. Now, you talk about the break-off right from the off. Who is going to grab that power weapon right off the bat?
Well, it immediately is going to be grabbed. You can see the Spanker will end up being utilized through the middle of the map, and beating to the punch so far is going to be Oxygen. But even still, I believe that the different sides had been flipped on us just to be able to start this map all over again. But regardless of the matter, middle of the map presence was already there for Oxygen. You can see Haynes and Common starting off on 2 kills themselves, working with a lot of different power weapons, trying to work their way on the backside of tires and bricks, seeing if they can get Beach Streets control.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I rate this play coming in from Realize. He wants to get the kill with the Sentinel Beam, and I don't blame him for this whatsoever. Can he get it done, though? We'll have to switch towards the BR to make sure he finishes that gunfight against 1. So big kill coming actually from Swish, who actually does have this Sentinel Beam, and well, there it is. He's able to get a kill with this one as well. This is what you love to see, a nice little bit of vigor coming out of play early on here from Oxygen Esports, as they will start this one in a good stead. 9-4 so far, and may now make it 11-5. The tick keeps on going up now in favor of Oxygen. They're playing well as a team early on.
And this is what Active was talking about. When things start going a little bit of awry, I mean, we're starting to see about double the score. I know it's still early, 12v5 as it currently stands so far, but even still, this is when Neighbor needs to come into the comms, calm these boys down, start grouping back up together, look at what power weapons are going to be playing with next, and try to take some power positions away from the enemy team. You can see Common finding one player down low inside of Charlie. That's actually Neighbor. Has to force their way back up through driveway. So far, the Arcade Streets is in possession for Antimatter. They're not holding on to it for too long. They're trying to zone away through the middle of the map as the M41 Spanker comes up in 5.
Spanker's up in 5, and we're going to see Neighbor try and play for this one. Is he alone, though? That's the question. He does have a couple of players around him who will need to take down to grab it. There is Name for the first. The Spanker now up, and he will go for the grab. And, well, Spanker in hand now. This should enable him to have some power on the map at the very least. And the first one, well, will actually be wasted. I think a teammate actually grabbed that kill there. Saintly going to grab that one away from him. So just one more rocket now in the magazine as the player's now going to spawn up over towards Arcade. The best chance for him at the moment is to just try and play the map, hold that rocket away for the moment until he finds more app time to use it.
Players inside of PD on the backside of A will find the connection on the rocket. One more just around the corner, though Neighbor was already weak. But whether the rocket was wasted or not doesn't necessarily matter to me personally. It's just about burning the rockets and finding just as little or as much value as you possibly can. You can see what that map position was able to do for all of Antimatter. They were able to work their way back up to about a total of 15 kills, just down by 2. Stalker rifle in the hands of Name. can't really lock things down as much. Again, a 3-shot perfect is what you're mostly looking for. All those headshots can be really annoying to take when you are on that C balcony. Always getting B-scope from eating a whole bunch of shots, but nobody read that name and ended up pushing all the way through these B pillars up on that balcony. Finds themselves a nice little 2-piece, and there's the perfect to come through on driveway.
We do love these perfects coming in here from its name. He proved himself earlier on that live fire. Now looking to once again do it here.
Cobra team halfway to victory.
Just hold himself steady for the moment as the rest of his team fly out towards the middle of the map. Just going to be zoning, and this is the best idea. Don't just fire yourself at the other team. Put yourself in any potential 1v2 situations, and holding onto this driveway LOS. Perfect to try and grab these kills with the carbine.
Just raiding. And you can see there's actually zoning that's happening over on the neon side, over by the purple streets, right outside of Cafe. This is going to continuously force all of antimatter to spawn inside of that station. And this is why you're just holding down these long angles. The blind trust coming through from Oxygen just to look down towards that neon sign. You got players up on top of B Street just zoning away the middle of the map. Neighbor got the last rockets, though Oxygen do not want to lose this spawn this time around.
Yeah, I really like this from Oxygen, actually. They're playing the map so well. Now going to pick up the Spanker. Is going to be Name, is now playing over towards the train station. Look at this coming in here from Oxygen. Turns around. Oh, that would have been nice if he could catch it. The second attempt will connect this time around. A player will be down for the count. I believe that was going to be Neighbor. They get caught up in that rocket splash. And well, would you look at that? Oxygen now starting to pick up the tempo and the pace here in this game as we switch our attention over towards Common. Sees one potential victim in the middle of the map. We'll have to play around the oddball spawn for it. Give it easily enough. Bring around the Rosie we go. Common going for it. The slap will finish off Saintly, but gets traded off. Common took a while to finish that gunfight, but at the end of the day here, Andy, not much is changing. The score differential between these two teams at the moment hasn't shifted that much.
Yeah, that 2 discrepancy quickly built itself back up to 10 just through the middle of the map pressure. They were able to then work their way inside of C, and that forced them to spawn all of Antimatter over by Cafe. And reading spawns so far of what we see from Oxygen has been an all-time high. We saw that early in their Winners Round 1 match versus Perception. There on Live Fire, and here on Streets, it's just as linear. Nice little 2-piece does come through there for Fantasy. Got to be able to build off momentum. Just 38 eliminations that currently hold for Oxygen. Just 12 to win, 10 behind currently for Antimatter.
12 to win, and Oxygen have been able to set the pace of this game pretty much however they like it at their leisure in this one so far. Can Fantasy do anything about it? Not when you're taking a 1-on-2 like that. We're going to see from another POV. I believe that's going to be a 2-piece coming in there from whoever was up. Common will end up falling foul to that player, and that was a nice way to try and build some momentum, but it might well be too late in this game. Again, this 10-point differential just hasn't changed all that much. The way the Oxygen have played has been sublime. See whether or not Saintly can change the situation up here. We'll push a player into Fancy over towards Arcade. Actually going to get a double kill there, and against Name as well. That is a great start to any potential comeback, but gets taken right back down, and well, still 6 kills away from victory or Oxygen.
Yeah, Spanker will be dropped down in the middle of the map, and we'll kind of try to drop and contest this. We'll go for the trade. Haynes is 20-8, by the way. Just very casual stuff. Just about half the team's eliminations. 3 more eliminations are all that is needed here for Oxygen to close out this series into maps. Don't want to go to Aquarius CTF here. Just want to go ahead and put themselves into winners round 3.
Haynes on 20 kills at the moment. Would you
Casual.
freaking believe it? This guy, just casual 20 kills. Don't you worry about it. Common also not that far behind at 14 as the game is going to finish. Haynes with 21 kills. That's a possible 50, by the way, guys. 21 frags to his name at the end of the game. An insane performance by Haynes to close out game number 2 and round number 2 there, therefore, for Oxygen Esports. Silly me. You know, I was talking about the possibility of Antimatter coming out here and causing an early upset in round 2. What do I know, hey? As Oxygen Esports come out and they put a stop to any of those Chinese whispers.
Plus 15, 21, and 8 there for Haynes was an absolute phenom on the map. And a lot of that was brought to you by the battle rifle. Again, you can see what they were able to bring to the table, just locking down the lanes, just always rotating, finding those team shots with their teammates. I mean, there was only really one chance or one time that I saw Antimatter being able to really dictate the pace of that Streets Slayer Brody, and that mostly came through when Neighbor was playing inside of ATM, was able to get those rockets. Although they only found 1 elimination, once they all ended up getting wiped off the map, they immediately all got spawn trapped inside of that train station. Not the most fun place to be at. You almost have to battle yourself out from 2 different sides. But the way that Oxygen are playing these Slayer maps, just controlling the spawns, dictating both of the side lanes and looking through the middle of the map, know exactly where they're going to be forcing all of Antimatter to spawn in. The collapse was brilliant, and overall, the eliminations to follow through were even prettier.
Yeah, this is just cheeky, by the way. Swish early on using that Sentinel beam to really partake in the early advantage for Oxygen Esports. The fact that he even held onto it for as long as he did, confidently so, is really, I think, a statement of just how good Oxygen are feeling early on here in this tournament. And why wouldn't you be at the kind of performances they've played here early in round number 1 and 2? They should be extremely happy with themselves. But now, while we're watching this replays, I do want to talk about the fact that Antimatter, they definitely made Oxygen thinking about it. Comparing that round number 1 to round number 2, I think that round number 1 victory for Oxygen was a little bit more, I would say, mindless in a way. They were kind of just running around the map doing what they do best, getting the kills and therefore the objectives off the back of that. But in this one, you could definitely feel the map control and kind of the thought process going through Oxygen's heads.
I mean, all the thought process is just coming through, just slay the hell out. Get these power weapons, work off these power positions, and in this power position right here, I mean, the Stalker Rifle all the way over by C, I don't think anybody was fully aware what Name was able to do, pushing their way through this B pillar side and then getting themselves up on top of this balcony. It was this position right here that I think was the end goal for Oxygen, just to be able to get on this A Stronghold side, back PD, and then just controlling the Neon and Cafe Street side. By doing so, again, forcing all of Antimatter to spawn on that C side, it's just so hard to be able to combat and back from. That's exactly why when you do play Streets on Strongholds, you much prefer to be on this side of the map, because you can really dictate the pace. You're almost given a lot of high ground, minus the balcony that you can play with over by the train station. But as far as their thought process was concerned, you got to see it just come through in spades here.
Just incredible coming out of Oxygen at the end of round number 2. This highlight reel, one of the longest we've seen today, is, just a great game, I think, overall. And, I don't think we can talk about this game without talking about the fact that Haynes managed to get 21 frags at the end of the game. Just played so well. And I'm going to ask Active here what Keith thought about Haynes' performance and overall there, Oxygen in total, because just what an incredible performance there, round number 2 for Oxygen.
I'm very disappointed in Antimatter. They could perform so much better. I hope to see them come through the losers bracket and fight through. They're a great group of players, and they didn't perform. Obviously, we saw that there. There's a couple things I want to point out of that series that I was able to kind of notice. Unfortunately, I was able to be a pilot in the 343 Halo Infinite program, so I was able to play Halo Infinite early on this year in February. And one thing I noticed and one thing I've learned is that 343 is really trying to make us utilize the sandbox. And a lot of these players are not doing that. And you saw that Oxygen Esports, they were always with the Sentinel beam, they were always with the Stalker Rifle, they were always utilizing the weapons on the map. Whereas, Antimatter is kind of going the old school style, just using the BR. And as strong as the BR is, it's not as strong as some of these other weapons. That Sentinel beam melts, okay? That Stalker Rifle melts. Like, these guns are really good. The thruster on the map, I mean, the wall, the players are going to learn as time goes on that these things need to be utilized. The sandbox needs to be utilized in order to win these games.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think, we discussed this before we even got into the entire thing, right? Before we even got into the broadcast, the fact that there are just so many different things on the map that you absolutely need to be utilizing. And you're absolutely right to point out the fact that Antimatter there maybe weren't utilizing them as well. I will say, I think the Sentinel beam adds a little bit of style to gameplay that maybe we don't see regularly with the BR. So it's nice to see it being used there in gameplay. But I think as we go further on throughout the tournament, throughout today, we will be seeing more and more usage of these weapons. And as you point out, actually, the thrusters, really important when it comes to these gunfights. You can absolutely juke your opposition out, especially when it comes down to these precision. You've got to make sure you land your headshots with these BRs. These thrusters can be incredibly important to make sure those fights go your way.
Yeah, they definitely can be.
The barricades even, like the barricade, essentially, yeah. we didn't see too much of it, but like you got to think, especially for these high-level players, that when it comes down to BR play in that medium range, you're almost going to be force shooting at everybody that you go up against, especially at the high level. What that barricade gives you is the sanctuary of not getting hit with that first shot as well. So yeah, it's an awesome point to bring up, especially between all the equipment and all the different power weapons that we have to see manipulated rather than just standard BR play.
Well, on your screen right now, you see Inconceivable. They're going to be next right here. We're going to fill some time. Inconceivable against Cyberbullies. So I'm going to let you guys take this away. We're watching Bound's POV right now.
Alrighty, well, let's take a look over at Inconceivable. This is a roster that I kind of highlighted before we got into the entire thing. Again, last week, their run was kind of cut short, Andy, unfortunately. And, this week, early on, we're going to see what they're able to do.
Yep. Again, Inconceivable, because their round was cut short. Snipe Down had to go fulfill their day playing in an Apex tournament. Now they are sitting here in this weekend in a full stride, currently playing through this Strongholds on live fire. Going to be looking at least to see what they can potentially do. Sniper will be popping up here, and we know what a lot of these players, almost everybody on this inconceivable roster, could find value with either of these power weapons.
Absolutely, that sniper is up. Bound's going to go grab this now, and we'll see what snazzy plays he's able to produce off the back of it at the moment. In control on both the C and B setup, and I love this play now coming on through from Bound. Instead of going straight towards A to help out his teammates, he's actually going to transfer himself over towards C, gets one of the snipes off, and now we'll have to switch over. He's going to actually switch a couple of settings here to sort himself out. But as far as Bound's concerned, that's a nice little play. Will help maintain control of the map for the rest of the
Like, his audio was down to 2 out of 10 right there. I mean, like, look, the audio can be quite loud when it comes down to a lot of these bassy shots, especially when you are holding the actual battle rifle itself. But yeah, you definitely want to be able to hear some of the footsteps. Power weapons in possession as well. We saw the heat wave pop up inside of the kill feed as well. Looking for back green control. And they're looking to get themselves back on a handful of these strongholds. Not too big of a lead to speak of, but if they can continue to dictate all of this from the A and B side, as you can see, Bound trying to get these players off of A, has one of them weak, will get picked up by Snipe down in the middle of the map that finds a two-piece to cap this A stronghold.
Yeah, things going well early on here for Inconceivable. They're doing a pretty good job of controlling the map, but as it currently stands, they don't have control of 2 of these strongholds, and therefore are not the ones scoring. Now looking to change that onto C. Oh, Bound almost gets a turn on onto 1 there. It won't happen, as the rest of his team are going to have to clean up shop, and they will end up therefore grabbing C. But once again, the game of rotations will continue here in just a moment on live fire as, well, the opposition goes to grab B. So once again, these guys just going to try and out-rotate their opponent as quickly as they possibly can, and they might just have done it as the kill feed will be in there.
Yeah, you saw immediately they had camo, heat wave, playing for the middle of the map for Sniper. Bound will find one more trying to escape through the basement. A little slide challenge, crouch spam. Won't be able to keep you safe. Wasn't a perfect, but it was still pretty. Coming through from Bound, finding themselves yet another elimination. Now just controlling this field side just outside of the training dummies. Being able to read where these players might potentially be spawning in at all of the power weapons, including the Mangler, is just such a force to be reckoned with. Clearing out the backside of A as well. Where have these players gone? Well, they're just getting wiped off the map as soon as they spawn, it seems.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see out of Inconceivable. Now all 3 strongholds in their favor. Look at Bound getting a lot more confident with his shots now, looking towards the top of tower to get this kill. And well, going to be switching to the Mangler. Anybody can be good with this, but Bound will especially make it look nice as he picks up yet another kill. Map control now absolutely in favor of Inconceivable, and you do not want to let a roster like this start to run around and do what they want. But that's the kind of attitude they're showing at the moment, Andy. Basically, all the kills going in their favor. Nice kill coming in from Bound once again with the Mangler. The kill feed is theirs. The power weapons are theirs. And, well, they had 3 strongholds for a very long period of time. Back now to 2.
Yep, they're over that 200-point threshold very, very quickly, just to the 46 of their enemies. One more player in this garage side will end up being dealt with, but the second player will end up finding them. But the pickup was right there from Voodoo, and honestly speaking, this is just going to be falling by the wayside very quickly, because like you said, Brody, once you get these players of Inconceivable any inch to run, well, they're going to start sprinting all the way through into your spawn, forcing you to spawn in a way that you don't necessarily want to be in. Split spawns here on Strongholds is never fun, and it makes it even less fun when you're having to deal with these pro players.
Yeah, the way they're setting pace at the moment, it's pretty much inconceivable to try and stop it. That's the last time I will say anything like that. I do apologize to everybody at home. But, yeah, this is pretty much what you kind of expect early on from a roster like Inconceivable. The names they have on this team, you absolutely expect this kind of outcome. And it's a good start for game number 1, 250-246. But early on, they did face some resistance there, Randy. It was just kind of like, halfway through, they really started to find their own pace. And as soon as you start letting a team like that run around the map and set their pace, well, there's not much you can do.
So early in the day as well. I mean, maybe just trying to test the waters a little bit, see how much they could possibly get away with there for that Inconceivable roster. But much like you said, I mean, yeah, it wasn't exactly the blitzkrieg start that maybe we were almost expecting out from Inconceivable, as we can take a look at least as far as what bounce stats were. 17-8 for them. This entire team of Boo Boo Doo Boo, Falcated and Snipe Down being added into this roster is just a force to be continuously wrecked with as they're working their way through their winners round 2 matches. Still have that Street Slayer to play with there in winners round 2, but regardless of the matter, once they started finding themselves in situations where they were just always finding the power weapons, whether it's the sniper, even the mangler, they were always making sure that they were working for that active camo as well, just making sure that their enemy team just had no inch to breathe.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you kind of ask the question of how things are going to go over as we switch to Streets Slayer, right? I mean, as we said in the prior series, if there's ever going to be a map that you take away from one of these top-level teams, it will be Slayer, right? I mean, it's the one that is easiest, I'll say in air quotes, to take away, to play, individually speaking, and just try and win on one-on-one gunfights. But even against a roster such as Inconceivable, I think the problem when it comes to these high-level teams is that once they set their pace, once they start rotating around the map and they've got everything in sync, it's really, really hard to break that rhythm. And for roster like Cyber Buddies, I think really the key to victory here going into Street Slayer is early on, you just need to make sure you get map control, get these power positions, make sure you get these power-ups and the power weapons, and control the map as best as you humanly possibly can. Because, we'll see how it goes. Inconceivable, they're looking pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, we saw how quickly it got out of hand. I mean, even for a notable team like Antimatter, that team just has so many just stacked individuals to be able to combat it again what Oxygen was bringing to the table. But even still, once Oxygen had all of those power positions, once they got all of the power weapons as well, it was honestly just completely out of their hand. I mean, we saw it got very close. It was a very early lead that was built by Oxygen, but once they got all of those power positions, once they got themselves on that A Stronghold side, over by the arcade streets, and on the Neon side as well, they were always dictating the pace of the map. So you're right to bring up that one point, Brody, that once you can get some of these power weapons, that's great, but map positioning alone here, especially for Street Slayer, means so much more.
Now look at Snipe down with the new Samurai armor there. He's already got it going. He knows what's up here in Halo Infinite with some of the nice new armors available in this game. And the rest of the squad, of course, racking some of these new esports camos. But for now, let's take a look at the start of this game. Going straight for the Spanker is going to be player on our screen's Bound. Looking for it. Snipe Down's actually going to grab it. And immediately right off the back here, Andy, we're seeing this mid-map control going in favor of Inconceivable. They're doing incredibly well. And not a single kill given away at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they started off on the favorite side over on this A Stronghold side, right? So you're going to be able to take a look at a lot of these players trying to work their way up through Driveway, whether that's on Arcade Street or up through the C stairs. We'll end up slipping the net, at least as one player. 2 players actually on the backside of this A Stronghold will make their presence felt. So not exactly the lockout that we got to see early on, or what you were more or less hoping. So they will spawn out closer towards this Driveway side. Some team shots coming through over by these PD stairs, just looking to get this side of the map back in their favor.
Well, a good start here as best as you can get. And here's those repulsors that we were talking about, the thrusters that we were talking about. Sorry, Bound's going to fly himself towards one gunfight. Unfortunately, it won't work out here as he does get taken down in the process, as his team now going to have to start to pick up slack for all those mistakes. And now Bound going straight towards the opposition once again. Finds himself in a 1 versus 2. One up high, one down low. Can't kill both of them at once. Going to have to regain for a second. The rest of his team will now be coming in from that A Stronghold side. And, well, there's the teamwork coming in here. Bound able to get one. And, well, just like that, the team playing the map so well. Rotating around now. And this is that rhythm that you want to stop early on here if you're Cyber Buddies.
And you can see Bound seeing one of their teammates spawn inside of Red Room is going to be fully aware that they are still spawning inside the C side over by the C stairs and all the way down by that neon sign. Actually just completely pushes the envelope. The Stalker Rifle was actually brought in once the entire team of Inconceivable spawned on this side of the map, brought all the way over to that power position that we saw Haynes go absolutely nutty with just a few moments ago. But even still, pushing this far down means that you're going to have a lot of blind trust that your teammates are going to find all of the eliminations. I mean, it's not exactly an encroaching deficit that the opposition currently is looking at, just down by about 7 or so. But the map positioning was kind of given up. But as soon as the M41 Spanker comes back into play, will be picked up by Bound. Does fine too with it, but unfortunately takes their own life away too.
I swear to grenades in this game.
Sometimes that does happen, doesn't it? You miscalculate with the Spanker. Even the best of the best can do it, and well, that does happen there. As a little bit of overconfidence will force them out of that personal one-on-one victory. Now once again on board with Bound here from his POV. Remember, this is his Twitch link we're watching right now. Well, unfortunately for the rest of the team, going to have to pick that one up over towards the cut. Shotgun now coming on through. That Bulldog can be good in the right hands. It won't win that gunfight just yet, though, as Snipe Down only able to pick up one. These guys at the moment just trying to hold on to their lead as much as humanly possible. Over towards PD. Looks like a 2-on-1 situation that seems to be pulling together. Bound, and once again, going to win that gunfight with this Bulldog, and now I'm excited to see some Bulldog gameplay on our screens.
That's going to be the one that picks it back up. There's that barricade will be thrown down, but as soon as it does pop up, the player will flank through inside of Arcades. Quickly dealt with, though, by the teammates here of Inconceivable, but map positioning is still being held quite well from their oppositions at this current juncture of time. Still spawning down here by the train side. You can see just at least through Bound's perspective, Snipe Down is more or less trapped there on the outside of Tires. One more player inside of Arcades will be weak enough for Bound to be able to challenge, thrust forward. We'll find the beatdown, and we'll be able to find the trade there on B stairs as well.
Now, Bound doing very well at the rest of the squad at the moment as they hit their way onto 30 kills in this one. They've got themselves a lead. We're going to grow it even further here as they find their way over towards purple side. Bound looking for two. Will only find one over towards the oddball spool, and that player goes. And, well, immediately see Allocated trade that one on out, but see Snipe Down making his way over towards Useless. Bound now off the respawn, though. Spanker is up. Bound will now be looking for that, or at least for his teammate to grab it at least. Snipe Down has done so. So this team now in control of the map. Bound looking for a two. Will find it there with ease. A couple of shots missed, but that's not a problem for Bound as he wins the gunfight regardless. And now going to be looking for the third. Also there in the ground. Bound will want to use that if he possibly can. Now, it's actually going to be a drop wall that will be there for Bound to grab. The rest of the team working the map perfectly here as Bound finds his way into PD. Yet another gunfight. They're nearing victory here in this game. Halo's telling them it's happening. We're going to say it's happening as well. Bound doing a great job with the rest of the squad here.
41-28, just looking back through the middle of the map, reading again more players spawning over by the train station will be dealt with very kindly. One player at least trying to chase one of Bound's teammates, but it only lasts for so long there as Bound will be able to look over top of their shoulders. And now they're just clearing out all of this train station side, pushing too far forward, though. I mean, it's going to force a spawn out, though. If you are looking at this from Inconceivable's perspective, I don't really think they care too much, Brody. They're just finding the last two eliminations needed to end this series at a 2-0.
Yeah, couple of frags, and this one will be done and dusted. That's not the best of nades to close this one out. Is it Bound? He's actually going to damage himself. Will walk away. Snipe Down puts himself on the penultimate point, and Bound, well, Evereager will go for this final frag. Snipe Down going to grab it, and that's it. GG's in game number 2. It wasn't a walloping, as 50-31 will be how Street Slayer closes things out. And once again there, I feel like what we're just watching out of this Inconceivable roster is just a roster that's setting their own pace, just running just around the map, just doing what they want to do, and it works out perfectly for this roster. And I'm excited to see kind of what they're able to do as we get further on in this tournament and the action starts ramping up against them.
A bunch of hard workers. I'm sure that it was hard to hear in the back end, but Active, you also brought up this point just at the top of the broadcast as well. We were talking about this. The overall communication, the hard-working individuals that is currently represented by Inconceivable have progressively been getting better since bringing Snipe Down on.
Yeah, they're definitely getting better. This is a squad, they just played against that, is not going to give them too much of a challenge. When the better you get as a squad, the more you can punish mistakes and mistakes are more visible. A team like this, on the other end, not as experienced, so they don't really capitalize on the mistakes that Inconceivable is making. But overall, a great series. I mean, they showed that they're a better team, obviously. Inconceivable, I see going, at least, they're going to make it towards the end of the bracket, definitely. This squad has got a lot of potential. Snipe Down being a player who's just so good, like, at every Halo he plays, goes into Apex, gets on TSM. This guy's insane. He's also a great streamer as well, so this guy's crushing it in every single way possible. But something I want to bring up that's actually kind of funny is Bound is on 120 FOV. I have not seen any professional player on 120 FOV, Bound being someone we haven't even seen his face yet. I hope he wears some sort of a mask at like Raleigh, you know what I mean? Like he's just like hiding his face at Raleigh too. Like everyone wants to see what Bound looks like. He has not shown his face. So I'm excited to kind of see if he actually does that when he gets to Raleigh. But playing 120 FOV to me is just absolutely insane. And the crazy part is he was able to hit all his shots on 120 FOV on players that are across the map without even zooming in. So For me, I play on 100 FOV. I don't know about you guys. I'm on mouse and keyboard, so I need the enemies to be as big as possible. But I mean, 120 FOV is crazy, honestly.
I play on 104, but I mean, speaking of shots too, this is I mean, Snipedown just beat their own record as far as what anybody's concerned. He did put out one YouTube video playing on streets where he got 70% accuracy, and yeah, beat their own record. A whopping 80% accuracy from Snipedown. Say what you will. Old man still playing. Thumb still hanging. Yeah, I mean, the dude can absolutely just game as hard as anybody else, and showcasing exactly why, surrounding themselves with all this inconceivable roster. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't think it really matters whatever FOV you play on, so long as you can see the enemies, and Snipedown certainly can, apparently.
I mean, apparently, yeah. I mean, for me, Snipedown has just always been this player that just kind of adapts to every single game. I remember playing with him in the beginning of Apex. He caught on so much quicker. Like, I had so many more hours. He came in and just played so much better than me. He's a very smart individual. I'm excited to see how he does on this squad. Hopefully, they get picked up by an org that I will not name, but hopefully they get picked up by them very soon, and they announce that very soon, because I do think this squad can go very, very far. I did take a look at the bracket, which we're looking at right now. EXO, of course, making it to round number 3. Come on, dog. You got to get further, dude. I need you to show out for the mouse and keyboard players, but no upsets on this bracket so far. It's a large bracket to look at, but I didn't see any upsets, from what I saw. Pretty much the same teams that you'd expect to make it to round 3 have made it to round 3. But I will say, shout out to the admin team. We're getting through this bracket really quickly. And shout out to you guys. Just an incredible job casting, honestly.
Appreciate it. We love casting Halo, man. It's awesome to be here for the first time. And yeah, talking about this 512 team bracket, it isn't that much of a surprise, I will say. Even over in the world of Call of Duty, it doesn't happen that often where these early round losses, the early round shocks do come on through. I think when we get to round 4, maybe round number 5, that is when we're going to start to see some maybe shocks coming on through. Flicking through the gaps. That is what I'm kind of expecting. But at this point in the game, if you're a high seed, you should be winning these early rounds.
Definitely, 100% agreed. These teams have put in so much work. And again, Klein made a post on Twitter. He's the HCS producer, and he made a really good point. I'm excited to see what happens this week, because we've had, that first tournament last week, we had everyone, they practiced for about a week. They've got some things down, but now we've got 2 weeks of practice, and some of these guys probably have over 120 hours, I would imagine, in the game right now. So to see how these top players have evolved over time, it's a little bit difficult to see. I think you guys would agree against these other teams, but to see how these teams have evolved from last week to this week, and of course, all the weeks and months ahead, it's just going to be exciting. I'm really looking forward to it. Of course, SSG did move on as well. I'm excited to see them. This is just such a great, it's just so great to be here. And to you guys, welcome home, okay? This is where you belong the entire time. And I'm glad you finally realized it. Welcome to Halo, and I hope you stick around. You've been a pleasure to watch and stuff. But great job out of Oxygen Esports. They're going to be playing in round number 3, waiting for the Agency versus Trocity, of course. You see that on your bracket on screen. But once again, guys, make sure that you stay tuned with all the news on r/competitive Halo, and get in that Reddit and make posts, make some conversations here. Of course, the mouse and keyboard versus controller debate is on there right now. I believe there's a post on there about accuracy. I think they're saying that most mouse and keyboard players, and of course, I love talking about mouse and keyboard, I'm sorry, but most mouse and keyboard players are in the bottom 47% accuracy range. Me personally, I'm the best mouse and keyboard player in the world. I'm at 53% accuracy average. So it's really cool to see that kind of that little statistic, to see kind of where we are in terms of accuracy. But you guys know just as well as I know that accuracy isn't everything, okay? There's so much more to Halo. There's so much more to COD than just being a good shot, okay? There's so much more to it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it does help when one of your teammates is having an 80% accuracy. That is, that does put the game in your favor quite a bit. But absolutely, there is more to the game than just accuracy, of course, and we've spoken about it quite a lot already. And we will see, I think, more layers developing to this game as time goes on, as we get through the bracket, I think, as well. Just in terms of the way that teams are playing the maps, playing all the utility that is available on these maps, I'm really excited to see those additional layers really start to come through. Because at this point in the bracket, early on, it is going to be about these teams just setting pace. on one another, really. This is just how it is in esports generally. It's how it is in Halo specifically. You know, so I want to get to those matches. When we get to like round 4, round 5, when these guys start to have to pull out their strategies out, you know, getting the strat book out for these matches, that is what I am super excited for, because that is where the tactical depth really lies.
Exactly, yeah, and that's where we're going to kind of see the meta shift, and again from last week to this week, and see how teams have kind of evolved in terms of like, you know, I was listening to SSG Scrim yesterday, and they were kind of talking about like how, you know, on Streets, for instance, Street Strongholds, you don't really want to push that other stronghold. You don't really want to push A or C. You want to kind of keep them spawned on there, and if there's like a player like left, like you kill 3, there's a player left on C, you want to back off that spawn, keep them there, and trap them there so they all spawn there. You guys have a full setup. I mean, this is simple stuff, but you know, players that are coming into Halo need to know this stuff. You need to know, you know, things like that, little strategies like that that'll evolve over time. You know, do you keep that guy alive at sea, or do you kill him? Like a lot of players, you know, that are new to Halo just kind of shoot. They just run and gun, right? And that's all they do. And unfortunately, the ranking system, don't get me started on the ranking system, dude. I am upset, okay? One game, I'm playing with a guy that's like 12 and 50, and then the next game, I'm playing with Lucid. It just makes no sense. But some of these new guys need to learn some of these strategies, and hopefully they're watching this right now. They're gonna like kind of study what these players are doing. I mean, Proper, what have you kind of seen? I mean, these guys are playing like, you know, they're playing teams that are, you know, no offense to these teams. I know Prani's a good player. I hope they continue through the losers bracket. What have you seen from these teams in terms of strategy? Anything new that you've seen? I know it's kind of a difficult question, but anything new that you've seen from these like top echelon teams like Inconceivables that you didn't see last week?
I mean, it's progressively been getting better, but like not so much to speak of. I mean, the manipulation of the maps that you were already highlighting, Active, has gotten so much better. Like you were already talking about just on Streets on Stronghold alone, just being able to recognize like, hey, we might end up eliminating too many players down in C. We have to die here so that we can spawn back A. The manipulation of the maps have only gotten so much better, but there haven't been too many groundbreaking things. The rotation and the idea of what we saw from Inconceivables on that Strongholds live fire was exactly where I had that mentality from. Watching them scrim almost religiously at this point through the past couple of days is where that entire mentality has come from, and a lot of teams have been slowly adapting that. I mean, this is something that we've already been taking in part in, whether you're looking at your ranked matches, solo duo, or the open queue of just knowing how to rotate through the maps. But what I've been seeing probably at a higher level, not necessarily that's been so much as a stark difference from last week into this week, it's just how teams are getting better with manipulating each one of these lanes, forcing a lot of teams to spawn in very obvious situations, so that way the collapse on top of those teams when they are respawning into the game never have a chance to work back to the middle of the map.
That's such a good point. And a very simple point I want to bring up as well that you see from these really good teams opposed to these other teams they're playing is the fact that one great man once said, a good player will win a 1v1. A great player will not take a 1v1. And you saw tons, and you guys had mentioned it during your cast, you saw tons of 2v1 situations where a player from Antimatter would jump in by himself and just get bombarded by 2 other players. And that's this kind of stuff that you got to kind of learn, like the bait and switch. This is all like fundamental stuff, right? But to put it into your game is a big thing. And we can't hear comms right now. We'll probably get some listen-ins in the future of the tournament, but that's a big thing for me too. It's just how these players are communicating. Small talk being a very vital thing to have in Halo. You got to tell and everyone just kind of calls out, one shot over there, one shot. Like you can't use that as communication all the time. You got to tell your teammates where you're going. Do you have their back? Do you not? Should we push that? Should we not? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But yes, I agree. I'm excited to see where this all goes as these players get more comfortable. Sentinels, do they come back? Do they become the best Halo Infinite team in like 2 or 3 months? You know, for Raleigh, just for instance, for Raleigh, 1 month down the road, are they the best team at Raleigh? It's going to be interesting. I'm really excited for that. But like, I actually kind of want to ask you guys, as we're kind of waiting for the next match, what is your favorite team in Halo Infinite? Proper, I'm starting with you. What's your favorite team?
So I'm super biased. Again, I've been watching Snipe Downs for so many years. I mean, meeting Snipe Down and T Squared going back to like MLG. Like,
oh man,
I don't even remember the event. I don't even remember the year. All I can tell you is that I was probably about like maybe like 4 foot tall at the time, and like at that point in time, like that was honestly groundbreaking for me. Their energy, it was just so infectious, and from there on out, I've just been following them entirely. So I'm super biased when it comes down to it. I'm absolutely in love with this Inconceivable roster, though. I would tell you, like at the beginning of the show, I already bought that SSG skin for the same reason I just told you, because Yellow Might Warrior is their coach. I'm probably split between those 2 teams for sure.
Okay.
Oh boy, my answer. Yeah, so I'm gonna upset some people here. You know, from the Call of Duty days. I know that Andy's gonna laugh at me here as well. I'm actually gonna say Optic Gaming, and the reason I'm gonna say Optic Gaming, I know it's a cop out, right? I know that they won last week. All right, I get it, guys. Okay, but the reason I say that is because when Optic Gaming does well, all esports does well. You know, there's a huge wall of Optic fans that, you know, will always support that team regardless of what esport they're playing, regardless of what game they're playing. And, you know, if Optic can continue to do well, if they're able to repeat that in week number 2, well, I think their entire fan base is going to be pretty happy, and that'll be good for esports.
Oh my goodness, we got to talk about that, dude. 2 game 5s to reset, like 1 to reset, and then the game 5 at the end. Like, I was blown away at that series, and to come back into Halo and have that. And you're right, the Green Wall support, it's just so incredible. Anyone that's part of the Green Wall, man, they come through, and we had 70,000 viewers on just the main Halo stream during those finals, and that is absolutely mind-boggling. Actually, another thing that I just got from Tashi on Twitter, 772 total teams in this tournament. 772. That is absolutely insane. I'm an old man, okay, I'm a boomer, but I've never seen anything like that in my life, and it's just so cool to see. I'm so glad Halo is in this position right now. I really am. My favorite team, first of all, Fnatic, can you freaking pick up a roster, please? Like, Cartel is literally one of the best teams out there right now. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Just go get them. Like, please listen to me. Like, go get Cartel, please. These guys are absolutely insane. You see Tashi's tweet on screen right there. But, like, my favorite team as of right now, it has to be SSG. I think this squad has so much potential in Tylenol. I'm a big Tylenol fanboy. He knows it, and he loves me. He calls me, I forgot what he called me. He called me I forgot the freaking name. But anyway, a good voice in the movie industry, and he called me that for the caster. I don't know. But anyway, I'm really excited about what he can do. And then, of course, they brought Formal on. That guy's got a lot of knowledge and a lot of talent. And to me, it's crazy that these guys can just, you know, jump from your scene in Call of Duty all the way to Halo and back and forth and just do incredible things. Shotzzy, Formal, like it's crazy to me, honestly.
Yeah. For sure. It's crazy you say that, right? Because we've had Halo players coming over to Call of Duty for years, right? Some of the most successful Halo players all time, right? I mean, you're talking about players like Cuke. He was started in Call of Duty, transferred himself over towards Halo, and then came back to Call of Duty. The ability to do that for me, you know, me and Andy actually had a kind of deep conversation about this the other day. It's like, it's crazy that you can just do this based on your only skill with controller, just off that, and immediately use that transferable skill in a brand new esport. I am really excited, I think, just generally speaking, to see what these Call of Duty players and even players from other esports are able to do with this new revolution of Halo. You know, how are these players going to be able to compete in North America, in Europe? I'm not too sure if there are any ANZ teams or Mexican teams competing from Call of Duty, but I do know that there are absolutely a ton of teams and a ton of players competing over from Call of Duty this time around. While we got the chance to talk about it, European teams, right? I know that's not what we're watching today, but, talk about the fact that, Josh, Dave, and co, brilliant European players in Call of Duty. They've seen a ton of success, ex-professional Call of Duty players. First tournament of the weekend, top 6. Brilliant performance right out the gate. And you kind of begs the question, right? What are these players going to be able to do when they learn how to play Halo? Because it is a dramatically different.
It's so different. I 100% agree with you. And gosh, guys, you got to stop me, okay? I'm going on the mouse and keyboard thing again. Like the players that are on mouse and keyboard that are absolutely cracked, there's another example of that. What will they be able to do once they learn the game in a year or so? Like you said, Halo's completely different than any other game. Like it's a difficult game to learn. There's a lot that goes into it. Oh, and on your screen, I think we're watching a G2 play. They're gonna launch their next game. So why don't you guys take that away?
Righty, well, let's take a look at G2. Not sure who they're playing at the moment, but this will be a good look into a roster that placed top 8 last weekend. Of course, one of the partner teams coming into this HCS season, Andy. I am super excited to see what G2 are able to do.
Yeah, going into their winners round 3 match is going to be Live Fire Oddball. So a map that also, again, calls for a lot of rotations. Very hard to lock things down. There's not a lot of places where you could just gotta camp around. It's not like your ranked matches at home. You're not just going up to top third and just camping there with the oddball and never getting broken. These players have better nades than I'm sure a lot of your teammates. We will start off here. We are watching this from Gilkey's perspective, and much like you said here, for G2 Esports, placing top 8 last weekend, looking for a resurgence to break their way into the top 4 this week.
Yeah, indeed they are. G2 Esports, this would be a good opportunity for them to come back and make a statement here in week number 2, especially as we are fastly approaching that rally weekend. It is only a few weeks away now. But starting on board here with Gilkey, just going to see it from his POV. I believe Arctic has the oddball in hand, and they're going to bring that one all the way back to Garage. It's not all that surprising, their strategy.
Just looking to zone away from the inside of Garage, and this is going to be the initial setup if you're keeping the oddball over here. I mean, overshield plus the sniper as well. Great help coming through here from Gilkey as they're just zoning away these players from the green side. Again, holding this side of the map more or less should actually force them to continue to spawn on that C plat and on the nest side. It is being looked at wonderfully so far for G2 Esports.
Gilkey now got the Mangler in hand, also going to switch to the BR for this kill on Garage. Oddball will be down for the moment, but it's okay as Gilkey looking to zone the map away for the rest of his team. As long as nobody else is touching it, that clock on the timer will go down, and the rest of the team will be more than happy with that one. But sooner rather than later, they will pick up that oddball, bring it back into Garage, and start playing off the back of it. Gilkey now once again with the Mangler looking for it. Will have to go for the melee to finish it off. Switches over to the BR for the second kill as Abel comes in from behind. Gilkey not out of the danger zone just yet, and the rest of his team starting to feel the heat in this one.
They're going to start getting overrun here inside of the house, and that's going to be the ball just swiftly in transition for the enemy team. Now looking to recollect themselves. I mean, Sick through the middle of the map is left one shot, but they end up finding at least one. Sniper into the hands of the opposition. With the heat wave down low, it had just respawned, so this could be the breaking point now for G2 Esports, looking to work their way in from the field side, and there's the first going to be able to work their way towards the basement side. That player had absolutely no chance. Maybe could have possibly gotten off the Megler in the melee combo, but there was help right around the corner. Now we're starting to zone away for the power-up, and that's going to be caught up. Nope, Sab actually goes down, so an opportunity might present itself if the power-up is able to be picked up, and it sure will. So for the enemy team versus G2 Esports here, might be able to find themselves a way to work their way in if they could just somehow cut through the middle of the map.
Yeah, you're actually going to see them now rotate away from that garage. They know that they lost the overshield. They know they can't stay for long, and they're going to have to fight against that. And here is that OS in action. Gilkey, though, with a heatwave might just be better. Takes 4 heatwave shots. It won't be enough to take him down, but I believe the nade from Sab will be, as that overshield doesn't amount to that much, unfortunately, for the opposition here. It's been a great start overall for this G2 side. Ball has now been pushed over towards green, and again, they'll be more than happy to just sit and camp inside green. They do not need to move. The time is going up for every single second. They do hold on to this oddball. Now, sniper up for Gilkey as well. Go on, give us some nice clips, Gilkey. Why the hell not?
Yeah, put on the montage. Why not? I mean, you're basically just running away with this first round, and this also has to come up in conversation at certain points in time as well. I'm a big fan, again, playing this game mode for many, many different years, for many different titles as well. The different round base, that way it's not too snowball heavy is awesome, but something that is rolling down the hill that's not made of snow will be that player's head. Just immediately gets cut clean off by a sniper shot out of Gilkey, but still gets overrun from the garage side. This is going to force all of G2 to spawn themselves out by that nest. Enemy team just trying to reset themselves on back green. Can't get the oddball over top of the edge, but it's still in a precarious spot where it could be tough to recollect.
He's made the ball here. It's good. There's a guy close to you guys' garage. Watch out.
G2.
Way together.
Just 20 points or so shy of victory here in this round number 1. Remember, folks, this is a best of 3 overall here in Oddball now. So we'll need to win another round if they want to take the 1-0 series advantage. Actually, for now, as far as Cyberstorm are concerned, they've got the ball in hand. They've also got OS. Can Gilkey do anything about it? It would seem not. The OS will be burned for now. Gilkey going to be happy with that one. You have to imagine he was in a 1 versus 2. There's not really much you can do in that situation. They've even removed the oddball from the grubby mix of Cyberstorm here. So G2 happy with this position. Again, 2 minutes 30 left on the clock here, Andy, and they are in the much, much more powerful position.
Yep. Ball reset down towards the bottom basement side, and the zoning is just coming all the way through. You can see the pings coming through on the test dummy side will end up being dealt with ever so wonderfully. So now you can go collect the ball in bottom basement. Gilkey up in top third on this tower. Just going to be trying to read where the players are coming from. One over by Ness. You just need 10 more seconds to hold on towards that skull, and you're going to be looking at a 1-round lead going in towards the second. A break has to come through here for Cyberstorm, working their way through the middle of the map, just on top of that sniper spawn and on the backside, but they couldn't get to the ball carrier in time, so the first round will heavily go in the favor for G2 Esports.
Yeah, a great start coming out there of G2 in round number 1. We saw it all from Gilkey's POV, and I really love the adaptation coming out there in round number 3 to try and take the advantage early on live fire oddball. Again, you know, they held in Garage for pretty much the longest time there in round number 1, but, you know, towards the end, they recognized, hey, we lost OS, we need to rotate over towards green. They did it, and even from there on out, they were just playing adaptation, not really much that Cyberstorm could do, and, well, it's going to be round number 1 in favor 2 here. We're going to switch our attention over towards round number 2, though. It's not over just yet. Cyberstorm could well come back.
Yeah, they could. Brandon shine down shots, and Ablet tried to do here, contesting through the middle of the map in bottom basement. What is going on here? A little crouch spam going back and forth will finally go with the way of Arctic, but not a whole lot of map position to really speak of here. Spawning over on the OV side of things, looking towards the opposite side of the map. Tough engagement, but Gilkey will walk away with it. So now the oddball will be collected here for G2. Looking like they want to bring this back over towards the sniper tower, as that's exactly where Arctic is located at.
They're going to be there like waiting for you, Connor. Right?
Heat wave now in hands here. Gilkey. Sit in the mid-map at the moment, zoning away while the rest of his team push that oddball over towards the tower. Of course, I believe 2 players have got control of Nest, so this is all on Gilkey for the mid-mappy, and even for that OS spawn as well. But this heat wave should be good enough to control the map well. Nade's going out to try and finish off this player over towards dummies. We'll get the first one. You have to imagine there won't be any, there will be more players not far behind as well. And while all this is going on, Andy, this ticker is going up and up. It's continuing to rise now at 35 points here in round number 2. And this control over towards tower for G2 doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon.
No, it's not. You can see Sab is actually pushing through sandbag side. This control over by the green side of live fire is going to force them to spawn over by the window inside a garage. But this could more or less be an opening here for Cyberstorm, because you saw when Overshield was popping up, it should be active now. But the problem with it all is, much like you said, the time is just ticking all the way up. The time to make a play is starting to dwindle down, and Cyberstorm couldn't capitalize off the Overshield timing. Will end up being collected here by Gilkey. Do they have time to pop it? Yes, they sure will. Teammates will be coming through in tow. Through secret, they will fly as they see the enemy team of Cyberstorm just trying to hold on to that ball back of C.
It's a bit unfair, isn't it, when Gilkey has an OS, always gets a second there, will get taken down, but does enough damage to take out 1 from the equation. Now it's going to be Straight Swick, able to pick up 1, looking for a second over towards C Strongholds, and, well, won't get it. There's a denial in place. So they have reached that 50-point marker. They're halfway through the necessary amount of points to close out this one 2-0. But it is now going to be Cyberstorm in control of the ball. In the exact same position that G2 found themselves in previously, over towards the tower. You can't let them slay out. Arctic and Sab going to grab a couple of kills, and that will force the reset, but Gilkey ready for it. This is smart. This is what you love to see out of G2. They knew how to play that reset perfectly, and I'm getting a bit of deja vu here. Straight over towards tower, these two go once again.
Yep, just going to go ahead and keep this back on the C pillar side. It's being pressured out from dummies, but again, the zoning and the overall dictation of the pace for G2 is at an all-time high. They're not being overwhelmed by a lot of different angles. Reading that more players are going to be from this dummy side will eat a nade is Gilkey. Has to continue to play their life. Does have the Mangler, so at least they might be able to go 1-for-1 here if it ends up coming towards the light, but will end up just picking up the oddball, trying to rotate back over towards their teammate. You can see Arctic up on top of Nest will be in a prime position to be able to overlook their teammate here of Gilkey as they are just locking down the time. Just 20 seconds that's needed, and we're going to have a 2-0 here on the oddball.
Yeah, this is prime positioning here coming in from Gilkey and G2 generally. They've got players dotted out across the map. Gilkey's just going to hold on this oddball while the timer ticks down. They are just a few moments away here from closing out game number 1, where they will look towards that map number 2. It will be Bizarre Slayer, and there it is. Gilkey going to throw himself out on the map for the last couple of seconds. Doesn't really matter that much when you close it out that easily, and really, for me there, the story at the end of game number 1 was just, or say round number 2 specifically, was just down to the fact that G2 were able to hold on to that tower spawn, not once, but twice as well, in consecutive holds of about 40 to 50 seconds. Both occasions, they did perfectly with it as well. Brilliantly played there, coming in from G2 Esports.
Oh, casual 5.4k damage out there from Sab. Yeah, very casual stuff. 16 and 10 there for Gilkey, but I mean, even still, what you got to see there in round number 1, some just stark differences in between round number 1 and 2 to that 240 live fire oddball out of G2 Esports is that their continuous communication. I know it's probably very hard for you all to hear at home, but even still, the small talk was at an all-time high for G2 Esports, just always communicating on where the enemy team was trying to push, whether it was 1, 2, or the 3 flood that we got to see out from Cyberstorm GG on the backside of C Pillars. It just immediately got snuffed out. And G2 Esports, another thing you got to see there from that second round of live fire oddball was how well they played the reset as well. I mean, the reset over top of the C ledge and being able to hold their own life and then going immediately back towards the middle of the map for the reset, just to go back to the mischievous ways of getting that oddball on the backside of C down by those pillars and just forcing Cyberstorm into very bottleneck situations. And speaking of bottleneck situations, now we go over to Bazaar Slayer, and this is a map, especially in the Slayer game mode, that can quite frankly get away from you, especially when you're talking about the overshield spawn. The grapple hook that spawns right in front of the Spanker and the Spanker itself. Down by the sewers, you will find that Bulldog to be able to play with. If a team like G2 Esports gets a lot of mid-map control off the rip, this is going to be really hard to be able to battle your way back through from either of the 2 bases.
Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, right? I mean, once you're in control of this game, especially on a game mode such as Slayer, you know, if you cut the map correctly, it is very hard to win the game. You know, and a team like G2, I don't think they're going to let this one get away from them. You know, they're very experienced, even with a couple of weeks of infinite game time under their wings. They should be okay here to play the map correctly, and as you already point out, you know, play those weapons, make sure they grab that Bulldog when it is available. You know, grab those power weapons, grab the overshield when it is up. Also, for me, I said, I guess we said it, you know, a couple of times today, you know, when it comes to these games number 2s, you need to win the Slayer if you're the underdogs in this situation. It's much harder to win these objective game modes where obviously the teamwork is much more crucial. It is somewhat, I say somewhat because ever so slightly, not that much more easier to win these kind of Slayer game modes, win these game 2s and force a game number 3, which of course, if we were to go the distance, would be Recharge Strongholds. And just a quick reminder for everybody at home, we can see Louis in the chat reminding everybody anyway, but I'll tell you now, this week's coverage is sponsored by r/competitive Halo. Make sure you guys go check it out over there. If you have a topic you want to talk about regarding this week's events over in the North American Open Series, make sure you go talk about it over there because that is the place to go talk about Halo esports at the moment. Things are looking up for Halo. Make sure you're subscribed early on so you can call yourself an early adopter. And Andy, see the overview of Bazaar. We're getting into it in any second now. I said earlier, Bazaar is my favorite map in the game. I know people in the chat were calling me all kinds of names for it. No, they weren't really. I'm just going to make that up. But I love it. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, it's the aesthetic of the map that really does it for me. It's how linear it is on both sides. So you get just as equal as an opportunity spawning on the red side as you do on the blue side. And I think that creates for a lot of fun games. And across the 2 different modes that we get here on this map itself, whether it's you're playing CTF or here of what we have for Slayer, it can create for a lot of awesome opportunities when you're thinking about, you know, controlling that power position that is up on top lockers or on the top side of the tree room. That can get you a cross angle, and like Active was talking about, those team shots, and that trust has to be there for a team like G2, especially through this opening break.
Well, G2, let's see what they're able to do here in game number 2. Game number 1 was, well, it wasn't a walk in the park, let's say. They definitely faced some resistance, but it was nonetheless a big win for them in game number 1. We're going over towards Bazaar Slayer, and I believe that we can get in board with a listening with G2. Let's see what the comms are like for this one, Andy. I'm so excited to hear what they have to say.
Nice. I'm bottom middle.
They're gonna spawn
They're tree weak, Brandon.
we go closet?
I got a shock nade there.
Yo, rock. Okay.
Watch out at blue alley. Watch blue alley. I'm hitting one with a nade in their tree.
I got one.
Shot that guy. Nice. I'm on their window right here. You right?
Alright.
Tree weak.
The rocket's killing me.
I'm coming.
Brandon's one.
I have to live, yeah. Their rocket's up.
I'm waiting on
They're
shot.
spawning behind us. I feel like they're gonna spawn behind us.
Yeah, they could. They could.
Push out. There's still one there
Alright,
cafe.
okay.
And their top rocket. Dude, hiding their rockets in the vent. Fuck.
He went window. Sitting right here, guys.
Watch it behind us.
And our window.
Should
Little
be
jumped
back.
up on me.
Yeah, live.
Nice.
Across.
Blue alley, I'm dead. Shotty on my axe, I got it. Nice shot, Uriah. Shotty blue alley going up blue
It's on
rocket and
Brandon.
everything. I'm gonna go for the grapple, Uriah.
Sit there.
Good job.
Do we
Nice.
have grapple?
They're
I
closet.
have grapple. I got it like 3 seconds though.
Closet 2 seconds in. They're gonna
Dude,
spawn over our
I
side.
got nades closet. Might be weak. Go closet. I'm watching his exit.
We're living
Go
for
sit there.
soon, guys. Nice.
Living for overshield.
Big door,
Look
one
at
shot
that.
said.
My fucking god, where?
Above you, above
Get
you.
the nades.
I'm going for the dynamites.
Alright. They're gonna spawn behind
Watch
us, I
them
think.
being behind us.
Come on.
That one's on me, I'm okay.
I'm with Seb. I'm on red cafe. Uriah. I'm looking.
Yeah,
I
to the
thought
tree,
you
to
were
the tree.
there. I can blink you guys, shoot guys.
Yeah,
Pause
they're
it,
both
red tree. Pause it,
Yeah,
one
can I
hit.
put-
I'm hitting him with nades and tree.
I hear
Yeah,
it.
Here, actually, I got one.
Oh, I
Kids
said
one
5.
shot.
I'm playing, bro.
Dying from rocket side. Absolute on my X and closet. Got a melee. 2 guys on my
I'm
X.
trying to help you, Seb.
I got a
Rocket
last
side here.
Bridge, one
Weak
shot,
the
Brandon.
rocket side.
Super weak for you, Seb.
Really weak the
Grapple
rocket
side.
side. I hear one blue.
I hear you. I don't see. I just fell when I was gonna.
I traded. Blue
Last
bird.
guy's he's your cafe, Chris.
He's one hit.
He's absolutely running away. Got him.
Good.
What should be up also?
Dude, I'm fucking
I
disgusted.
got grapple 40.
Shotty's out. They're tree, they're tree.
Tree, one hit.
Nade it, watch out.
The bunch.
Do one shot to me.
I'm good.
That was a
Red
money.
cafe.
And
Shotty out
Shotty.
big door. On the middle weak. Brandon.
In the tree.
Watch out.
I'm dynamite. Yeah, got him.
Is there
Try
grapple
should be
down
up.
red jump?
I'll go for Shotty.
Oh my god, that shit was stuck to his forehead.
There's still a grapple there on the floor, red jump.
One's getting
Yeah.
shocked again.
Oh,
right there.
nice. Yeah, we can ping that.
I'll get it. I'll get it.
Cafe. Oh fuck. One shot.
Gonna be on me. They're tree.
There could be
Yeah,
more
go.
inside here.
Tree weak.
Grab.
This
Back of their alley, Seb.
guy's a demon with the noob combo, bro.
Get rockets, get rockets.
Rockets really soon, 3 seconds.
Victory.
I just killed you on I'm not accident, I sure. think.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that's so annoying.
You're good at
Trying to watch.
I spawn closet.
I'm at back thrust a bunch of them.
They might split.
I'm
Tree
gonna
weak.
go rock.
Able to tweak the tree?
Weak,
Oh.
I got him. Oh, wait.
Grappling 5.
You hit me.
I'm like, when is there hit markers?
2 weak the tree. Oh, one's under me or something.
What
I
should be
think.
up?
I'm pushing cafe. Give me a
Are you
second.
pretty on turning around?
Grapple
I don't
should
know.
be
I
up.
heard a
It
shield.
could be to your left. It could be
Recharge.
to your left.
Under you, jumping up, Literally, bottom middle, shine down, weak.
Where?
2 on my tree.
Wait, Watch out on him.
He's swinging.
The-
One big door, I got him.
Grapple could still be up.
I
Got
didn't,
it.
I didn't pinch those kids. They're gonna maybe split behind
Two
us.
on my tree.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're gonna split behind me, I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna help Corey then. You guys
Still
should push
tree,
them in
still
and push them in the tree.
We
Got
can't.
it.
We can't.
I'll
We
help
can't.
the tree.
We can't.
Okay, just stay alive then.
Press them soon. Did we get
Yeah,
grapple?
just
or no?
watch my back for me, Uriah. I'm watching.
Alright.
Oh, that's good.
Sitting here in the tree.
I'm good.
Still tree.
5 seconds, OS.
I have grapple to grab OS if you guys want to just bait.
These guys are
Yeah,
just.
that's all you. That's all you.
Grapples. OS now.
Overshield available.
I'm the
Fuck.
BR, blue BR. And red BR, both BRs.
And then there.
That nigga's gonna kill me, dude. He threw that on accident.
Crazy.
Window, window. Watch. We're going tree house. Watch that tree.
And their tree. Here's Shotty.
Fucking Spider-Man over here. Okay.
Good hope.
Oh.
Bye, Felicia.
Their tree again.
These are back flag right now. Shine down.
Just saying to your left. Oh shit.
I'm coming, Chad. What up? Give me a second.
God. Oh.
2 on my
Good
side.
job,
Brandon's
man.
one shot.
Yeah, that's all you.
Let's go.
They're in the shotgun. It's in tree. Yeet.
Yo, our pillars. I'm dead. Our pillars?
I'm shotgun the fuck out of someone
Your
right here.
grapple's up now.
He's alright. I just got shot through a wall, dude.
Come tree on me. Fucking
I
1v2.
can try and help you Back from a up this cafe way. right now. Oh
Your
shit,
grapple's
I'm
still
dead. I got one.
Spawn blue alley, right?
You're hiding tree on that core.
Pause it.
Warning.
I hear you, bro.
I got grapple 50.
Watching you,
I
bro.
got
I'm
you.
watching you.
I'm going around.
Good
Going
above
up,
us.
you're right.
It's gonna be above us, cafe, probably.
Fucking tree.
Grapple. There's a oh, you
Tree to closet.
Hey, you
Tree
went
to-
closet.
Everything up in 25.
Yeah, watch on the tree with thrust.
Closet and tree.
I just spawned on their side.
I saw thrust.
One shot top rockets, absolute. He's
One shot.
just sitting in the vent. Nice.
Kill.
That's my better. Could've gone over there.
Are you spawning?
Everything in 20, everything.
They're gonna spawn on you, Chris.
Yeah,
I'm,
I'm playing bottom right now. I'm playing bottom.
With the shotty.
Nah, they might
Alright.
spawn on me also, yeah.
I'm gonna go to Cat. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go to Cat.
help him, yeah, help him, yeah.
Two
Play
on
for
my
us.
X, one's on the.
I'm playing for OS. I'm playing for OS.
Or you can just play
Bitch,
hidden.
this
You can play hidden until it comes up if you want.
Rockets as well. There's
fuck.
rockets also.
Yeah, I'm playing
I'm
rockets.
literally just chilling here. On middle on it.
Power items now available.
And you guys' tree.
Oh, he got me. OS
Where's
is
yours?
down. He's on it. He's on it.
I
He's
know
on
last
it.
week.
Nice.
Nice, he's still up there. Still there. Oh no, you
We
got
have
it.
it. We have
There's
it.
spawn to your left and shit. On there.
Oh, yeah, grapple's been up by the way.
The guy their side rockets
Playing
or
it.
something. I heard him.
Give him one kill.
Let's see it.
Where'd he go? He just ran. Double doors, the bottom mid. Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, I dropped 20 kills like every Bizarre player. I swear.
Yeah, what's going on here?
What's
Good
going
job.
on?
Watch
Bro,
it.
I literally like 1v3
Spider-Man.
them one time, like the craziest shit. I was like one shot.
Yeah, seen. I'm like the pillars.
Yeah, like the tree pillars. Or no, wait, it was pillars. Yeah.
GG's.
Of course, as I thought, great comps. Great job, communicating. Great job with the small talk. But guys, what'd you think of that? Let me bring on board my two guys here. What'd you guys think about that match? I thought, in terms of like my opinion, I thought they did a really good job of being aware of dynamic spawns. Something that's like really difficult, especially when, people are not on this, you don't kill all four at the same time. So you gotta be aware of like who's spawning where in terms of like if you kill them separately. And they did a really good job of that.
Yeah, you highlighted the one thing that I brought up, especially coming off of their oddball on Strongholds, is that their small talk is at an all-time high. And if you're new to just competitive esports in general, what do I mean by small talk? It's literally just these smaller bits of the conversation that they're having, not just calling out what we always hear inside of our ranked matches. Not everybody's one shot, not everybody's two shots, right? But they're actually communicating about where their position on the map, what power weapons are coming up, and where those spawns could potentially be at. There wasn't a single moment of time they're active that I saw G2 just not being able to dictate at least one lane, whether that's from the double doors to market, or down by sewers, or over by lockers and library. They played that map to a high degree.
Yeah, and I mean, Gilkey, 44%. Gilkey, what are you doing, bro? Come on, Gilkey, come on, man. No, he looked like he was doing well. I mean, he played well with his team. Straight Stick, another guy, a veteran. That guy's been around for so long, and he's still holding his own in a brand new game. It's just so cool to see. But they did a really good job of staying alive. Unfortunately, the other team was outclassed, as we already know. But it's just really good to see them kind of like take every game seriously. They weren't like fooling around in that game. You heard the comms. The comms were very serious. They were having fun, which is very important, but they take every game seriously and kind of use that to refine their play style and refine their strategies going into these later rounds. And I'm excited to see what they do come some better teams like in their bracket. I'm not sure where their bracket will go, but this is gonna be a good one. Exo Dog 7, he's in round 3. He better make it to round 4, okay? Mouse and keyboard, he got to do it for the mouse and keyboard squad. But we'll see how this bracket kind of turns out. But again, great casting by you guys. We'll be following Oxygen Esports, of course, as time goes on, waiting for their next game to start here. But some things I wanted to point out is again, just being able to transition. Straight Stick and Gilkey, both just all-star Halo 3 players, okay? These guys are the sickest Halo 3 players you'll see. Gilkey being one of the best snipers in Halo 3 towards the tail end of it. The guy was insane. Like, I call the sniper Betty, okay? I don't mean to make the show about me, it's not. But I call the sniper Betty. I gave her a name because I love the sniper. As a mouse keyboard player, it's my favorite weapon. And, in games, I gave it to him every time if we matched each other. He's like, dude, I got to get Betty. I was like, okay, man, I guess you could have her. He was just sick. You got to give it to the player that's good. And in Infinite, we got a drop weapon, keybind that we can do. So that's kind of cool too. But, I don't know. I'm excited to see how this bracket kind of unfolds. Of course, don't forget to check out r/competitive Halo. Get in there, hit the subscribe button on that so you can stay up to date with all the crazy posts that people post and stay up to date with the competitive scene, because when you have 512 teams, it's a little difficult to stay on top of things. Would you guys agree? So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how this turns out. I'm excited to see, like I said, SSG. I want to see these brackets evolve. If we see an upset, I mean, that would be exciting, right? I mean, an upset online is not as good as an upset on LAN, where we see, the crowds involved and all that. You guys remember, like, the side stations, people are screaming their heads off. You're like, what's going on over there? And then you run over and see that there was a huge upset. But we'll see if upsets happen. Right now, well, I think, like Infinity said, it's a little early to see because you kind of have to let the bracket evolve. But we'll see what happens. What did you guys take away from that game? Starting with Infinity, what did you guys take away from that series in terms of G2, in terms of their strengths or weaknesses?
Well, they're pretty good at oddball. You know, that much is very clear. They played live fire very well in terms of the map control, and this is what I really wanted to see out of some of these high-level teams, and I'd love to see it out of G2 specifically. Again, have to put an asterisk on it. It is early on in the tournament. You do expect them to do this to teams such as Cyberstorm, and it will be much less easier to do versus teams later on during the tournament. But you love to see the control of the map from oddball. I mean, that second round specifically, you know, able to grab the ball. And actually, it was kind of interesting. We had two separate kind of strategies coming out from G2 in round number 1 and round number 2. In round number 1, they pulled the ball back to Garage. They held it there for pretty much the entirety of the time before, of course, the Cyberstorm player, Cheeky One, came in with the overshield and tried to wreck their day. But in response, we saw G2, they adapted pretty well. They made their way over towards green, and off the back of that, ended up winning round number 1. But round number 2, completely different story from G2. And again, this is what I love to see, the adaptation and the change in strategy. They pulled the oddball straight away back off spawn towards tower. They held it there in that position, which I will say, pretty powerful position to hold the oddball in round number 2. Held it there for what was a solid 50 seconds or so, and then of course, even after losing it, even then regaining it for, I think was that 20 seconds, they gave away the oddball for, straight back in the same position. They didn't give up whatsoever. They held control of the map for the majority of the time, and really well played, I think, from G2. But again, I know we keep on hitting on this point, but I mean, Active, I need to see this against teams later on during the tournament. I need to see these strats come out to play, because how it works against those teams later on down the line, when you start to see these matches such as G2 versus Inconceivable, for example, that's the kind of match I want to see those kind of strats come out to play.
100% and proper. I know this is a very lopsided series, and this question's it's difficult, you know, because you got to really nitpick at this point when you look at the lopsided teams. But what would you say was like a strength or a weakness for G2 in terms of either their comms or their oddball match? I want to bring up something. They did hold it green for a little while, and honestly, last week when this first started, I thought green was a pretty good spot to hold it. I know that Garage is really solid because you've got the window, you got 3 lanes, and you can kind of watch them really easily. But I liked green just because of the ability to play the ball off the map.
Yeah, I honestly would agree with that. I mean, that's exactly why you do see a lot of teams typically bring it back to the back Charlie Stronghold side up on top third, is because it's very easy to reset the ball right there. And if you can stay alive, then you do have the easy access for the ball reset of what we saw in round number 2, actually, from G2. But if there's one thing that I could probably be nitpicky with, it could be some of the overextensions. I mean, there were certain points in time, specifically on the oddball and even on the Slayer, that there's one player maybe feeling the hot hand. I mean, again, in these earlier rounds, you could probably end up taking 1v2s, 1v3s, because you'll probably have better set nades than them, and probably better positional awareness, and overall better team chemistry to be able to collapse on a lot of these individuals. But going back to what Brody also said as well, with those core fundamentals that were being exemplified by G2, I want to see that in the later round. I want to be able to see them pull themselves back a little bit to when we're going up against other top 8 teams, top 6 teams, like maybe even an Oxygen Esports or even KC Pioneers later on down the road, before they actually get to, say, your Optics or your Inconceivables per se, to be able to showcase what they truly have, and when they cannot overextend, when they are forced to play as that 4-player squad, when they are forced to play those lockdown type situations of holding each other's lanes and going for the full resets and playing for the spawns, because in these earlier rounds, we probably won't see too much of it. And it's a very small nitpick to say that one player was always overextending, because there was always a second trade or another double kill that ended up coming through for G2 to be able to rectify that little bit of an overextension. Those things won't happen once you get up to your top 8 teams, once you start facing your Sentinels, your Cloud9, so on and so forth.
100% agree, and really good points there. I do want to bring up, we're watching the bracket right now. The very first team to get to round 4, and a team I kind of want to look out for here, is Triggers Down. Hysteria did take on the Triggers Down name. You guys might remember them from way back in the day, but it's Hunter JJX, Triton, Rob the Turtle, and Hysteria, and they were the first team to make it to round 4, just flowing through the bracket. So, I mean, I know you guys have watched some of these guys, but like that, I mean, getting to round 4 that quickly, they're going to be against Durage Activity, I think that's how you say their name, next, but I kind of want to watch out for this team and kind of make sure that, you know, see how they're doing as the bracket rolls on. There's a lot of different teams. Like you see, Inconceivables already made it to round 4 as well. This bracket is complete. It's going so fast. This is so good to see. A lot of work going on the back end for the admins. So thank you guys again for doing such a great job. But crowd pleasers, we're seeing so many different teams. Do you guys recognize any COD teams? I know it's hard to see by the name, but like any COD teams that have made it towards the later rounds, Infinity? Anything you see here so far?
I don't know. Again, it's these names.
I
COD
don't see
teams
any.
are always infamous for their
Right.
names in brackets. So I've no doubt they've come up with some funny ones. So if there's a funny name that you guys think this is not a Halo team, it probably isn't a Halo team. That being, I mean, there's not Halo players there, so that might be a COD team. But honestly, at this point, I mean, we're getting to the point in the bracket where those COD players might start to be filtered out now at this point. I know last weekend, the best placement we saw was a top 32 finish for Pentagram and Co, I believe, might have been the case. So yeah, I think at this point, we're going to start to see those COD players filtered out, which is sad for Andy and I. Obviously, we're going to stand those COD players all day long. Of course. But yeah, at this point, don't be surprised if those COD players do end up losing.
I'd like to see.
I think the COD players, the one team that I was talking about, that they ended up losing out in round number 2, I believe that was to Exile Gaming. And then there was also another team that was called We Play COD, and I don't know any of these players. I mean, maybe their Faceit ID is very different from their actual in-game handle, but I don't recognize any of those players. As I'm pulling up the lower bracket now, I think that the COD players are slowly working their way through the lower bracket. Yeah, that team with Sheen, in Silly and Fire 40, they lost in winners round number 2 to Exile, and they are currently waiting for their lower round 3 match. So need a little bit of a slight dream and a half for this COD squad to be able to make that lower round run happen. But hey, they know what it takes. I'm sure that a lot of them have been knocked down the lower brackets in their Call of Duty tenure. They're not shy to be able to make those types of runs happen.
And definitely, and one team I'm kind of like looking out for is my man, it's Hopping Lizards. My man Spokey, his name is Dave. He's a guy that comes by the stream. He's a great friend of mine. Actually lives not too far away from me, but they just played Sentinels, unfortunately. What a horrible team to come up against, and they ended up losing 2-0. Oh man, shout out to you guys for making it that far. I think they made it to round number 4, I believe, or 3. But that's the story of this whole thing, right? Players that are able to come through and go as far as playing a team like Sentinels. If you're playing a team like Sentinels, you made it real far in the bracket, and if you play them and you get 2-0'd, go on the losers bracket, give it a little more time, try to push your way through. But guys, you got to believe in your COD players, okay? Don't lose faith in those guys. There's got to be a team that comes through in COD. I was playing against Karma in the ranked the other day. He's got some intelligence already. His shot's real good. Like, these guys are transferring. To be honest, okay, don't hate me here, okay? To be honest, I thought the transition from COD to Halo would have been difficult, a little more difficult than from Halo to COD. I don't know COD too much, so I can't really speak on that. This is just kind of what I've seen. But Karma proved me wrong. The guy's just disgusting, and I don't know what team he's on exactly, but regardless, I think that I hope they go far. I hope they go decently far, and I hope they have fun, because last week that's what they were saying. They're having a great time.
Yeah, Damon's teaming with Enable, actually.
That's
name
awesome.
through a multi-FPS champion is Enable. And with Karma is also playing with King J and Aperture. So he's teaming himself with people that understand Halo. And the thing that you got to understand about Karma through a lot of his Call of Duty tenure is that the roles that he was fulfilling actually plays quite well to transition into Halo, being able to anchor down situations, being able to get aggressive when he needs to do as well. And the thing that makes Karma really different from other, say, FPS controller players is that he's willing to put in the time to learn whatever game. I mean, there was at certain points of time when he didn't have anything to play, but the dude became nasty at Rust on mouse and keyboard. And then he moved over to when Halo Infinite came out, and now he's an absolute phenom. I've run into him in open queue before, and it is not a fun time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're gonna get into the next match here. I believe the lobby did fill up, but I'll let you continue on real quick on Infinity and say what you wanted to say.
Yeah, I think the thing is with Karma as well is I'm actually so happy that he's given Halo a go. I really hope that he is super successful in Halo, and I don't mean that from a bias point of view, because Karma, when he is on one, when he is like at the top level of any given esport, he can be super, super successful. I mean, Andy, you talk about his career in Call of Duty, right? I mean, he is undoubtedly one of the best Call of Duty players of all time. Just imagine that kind of power on a Halo roster, right? I mean, in a way, you're kind of... For Halo players, I think, who maybe don't understand who Karma is, he is actually pretty comparable to Formal, I would say, and maybe even better in terms of just success that they've had in their respective esports and such. He is a name that you absolutely want in your squad, and he is a name that you will want to look out for in this open bracket. And, to kind of attest to your point here very quickly, Andy, about that, something that really separates Karma apart from other players, he is willing to do the dirty work. He is willing to play as a team player. He doesn't play for stats. He's not that kind of guy, and that is a very, very, very valuable thing to have in Halo.
We're moving back. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to say good job.
I'm happy you're here. Thank you.
I wanted to say good job because we're moving into the next game. You're going to be taking a little break, but thank you so much for hopping in, and you've got a lot of skill in this, and I can't wait to see more of you as the tournament goes on. So thank you, man. Looks like we do have a false start. So Andy, did you have something to say to finish off there?
No, I was going to segue into you guys just taking away and absolutely killing this upcoming match, because now we're finally hopping back into Oxygen versus this Team Trocity. And you know, we saw Oxygen earlier on, and we were kind of just putting it in perspective that this antimatter roster might be the pushback. Again, that was a team that have former teammates, have former straight ripping members of Neighbor on it, but they kind of fell short a little bit. So, I mean, going forward off this Team Trocity, which is represented by Elderly, Amar, and Nate Bacon, as well as Takika, you almost have to hope that maybe they can bring a little bit more power. But I mean, going forward off of this active, do you honestly think that anybody's going to stop Oxygen until maybe round 6?
Absolutely not. There's no way. I mean, Switch 5s needs to change his name, okay? I know he was a Halo 5 player, but his name is Switch 5s. We're no longer working with 5 shots here, okay? You got to switch your name to Switch 4s because his accuracy in one of those, all of those games was above 55%. The guy's sick, okay? Switch is a great player, and then you got Common, Haynes, and Name. Name was another player that I watched in the HCS. We switched it on screen. Let's go, dude. That's awesome. But yeah, he's a player that we kind of watched come through the tail end of Halo 5, and I had mentioned many times that these guys really have to come through, and they've got to, go through the end of Halo 5 as dark as it was for Halo, okay? Go through the end of Halo 5, get those reps in, because reps are all that matters in everything you do in life. Whether you're working out or whether you're a caster or whether you're a player, reps are what matter. And these guys have put in the reps. Can Team Trocity come through? I don't know. The only player I know on Team Trocity, to be honest, is Elderly Chef, because I play him on matchmaking sometimes. But here we go, hopping on board proper. We'll see in a little bit. We've got AMR pushing down bottom center, and he gets a kill right away. Great job by him to get that first pick.
Yeah, we discussed before we got into this one, will anybody be able to put a stop to Oxygen this early on in the bracket? Well, I mean, here we'll have an opportunity here for Team Trocity to do that. They're going to grab the oddball early on, and I'm very intrigued where they want to take this one. Do they try and push through and bring this one to tower?
Yeah, it looks like Nathan Bacon did have the ball for a second there. It looks like ball is on top of tower. They've got 9 seconds so far on the Elderly Chef side of things, Team Trocity. And of course, great use of that power weapon. The Heat Wave is such a disgusting weapon in the right hands. We've seen tons of players at a high level use that weapon so effectively. And that little setup they had, it's going to be broken instantly, Infinity.
Yep, indeed it is. Ball now in hands for Oxygen Esports, and they're going to start to do what we just saw from G2 on this very map. I kind of brought it up. I was kind of hinting at it. Is this team going to take it towards tower? Well, that's exactly what they've done. They've got control of it, and sniper in hand now for Haynes also. You do not want to let this guy snipe you out of the map, and well, he was going to get one there onto the player coming in from behind. There is still an opportunity for do that, as actually the match is going to be ended. Something seems to be wrong. Actually, one player's left. That's why one player seems to have disappeared, so we'll be hitting the reset here for game number 1.
They did that on purpose. They saw that they were getting Oxygen Esports was getting too much time, so they're like, we're just gonna quit out and just reset the game. Maybe we can get a better start. No, but the great start from them. That was a great break. They got 3 dead instantly. Were able to take over tower. Such a power position on the map. We talked about it many times. I like green on the opposite side of things. I don't really like holding it in garage. Same thing as on recharge. A lot of people like to hold the ball in pipes. I hate it. Maybe it's because I'm a mouse and keyboard player, but I get so claustrophobic in there, man. Like, there's just nowhere to go. So I'm all about holding it in like an open area. You can get some crossfire down, but I like green on the opposite side. But a lot of the pros know better than me. I'm sitting here on the desk. I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, right? They hold it in garage, but we'll see. That start was really good. They were able to get like 10 seconds. I know it's not a lot, but if they can get that start again, maybe hold the setup, maybe potentially we'll see more time on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing, I think, for a number of these teams. We've seen moments of excellence from a number of rosters going up against some of the higher seeded teams. It is just making those moments last a little bit more consistently and, of course, longer as well. Again, if they can get that right out the gate, they can grab the oddball, bring it towards their side of the map, bring it towards tower, and hold it in the position that, teams have been held against for this tournament. We see it for G2 again. Now we saw it there momentarily from Oxygen. If they can do that themselves and hold the map properly, it would be huge. Of course, grabbing the sniper rifle will be an important part of that play also. If they can get that, they can hold it over towards Nest, they can hold it over to top tower. It's all about holding all of these power positions for Team Trocity at the moment. But a solid start for them. They're showing promise. at the moment here active. I want to see more of it.
Definitely. We are loading into our next match. Of course, if they don't make it through this one, they still have another chance on Bazaar Slayer. But I would say Bazaar is arguably even more favorable towards a very good team, just due to the fact that the dynamic spawns, being able to trap players on each end of the map. But here we go. Hopping on board once again. The sniper rifle up top. We're going to be on board with Tekika.
All right, well, let's see what Tekika can do. Obviously, has the support around from Elderly Chef. See what he can cook up over towards green. Unfortunately, he won't be able to get that fight as Haynes in its name going to grab a couple of frags to their name. And, well, the oddball now in control for Oxygen Esports right out the gate. And, well, I'm going to give you one guess as to where they've taken it.
Right over to tower, of course. And, of course, you see that camo is coming up here shortly. The sniper in the hands of Haynes. Going to get the shot off. No, he does not. Actually gets taken out. And that player is going to stay alive on bottom tower and force the play ball right away. Great job right there to get that kill on the sniper. Unfortunately, the player top tower did not see, them getting pushed and ended up going down.
Well, it's actually good force coming out there from this Team Trocity side. They're able to force that ball away now and straight away trying to gain control of the tower to make sure they can get the ball in their favor. But history seems to be repeating itself. Doesn't take long here for Oxygen to regain control of that ball and bring it over towards tower. And the worst bit about all of this here active is that there is a sniper rifle in control for Common. What he can do with it, he can be nutty if he hits his shots.
Yeah, sniper's a little bit difficult this game, but not for him. The no-scope comes through. Great shot. He's also got the heat wave, too, and he's going to make use of that. Decides not to shoot it until late. He gets the killing spree here as well. That ball is going to be down bottom. It looks like they're going to grab that right off the bat here and rotate it towards the garage side of the map. So let's see if they're able to hold this a little longer. Those B-spawns coming up potentially. Here comes the push.
Here comes the push, too. Kind of push garage side. Swish ready for it. Of course, he's going to face this wave of Trocity players any second now. And, well, it's just the one that's needed to take him down. Chef will end up with that engagement in his favor. Its name looking to pick up the slack. We'll have a couple of fights to take on here. The first switches to the mangle for the second. There's surely no way. There is. Its name wins the fights and the ball once again in control here for Oxygen Esports. They look to transfer it over towards the back of garage, holding on to this one.
I believe that was Nathan Bagan right there. A really good job by him to stay alive in that situation. He had a teammate up top center. I believe it was AMR, and he was able to stay alive for a little while there. His teammate did get a couple shots in, but unfortunately they were wiped. The awareness is not there. There's another kill for Haynes. Trying to clear out the garage side. Here's a player who's weak. Gets the double. Can he get the triple? No, he gets taken out. Tekika with a great kill to shut him down.
And once again, back to this position. Our Oxygen Esports, they just can't afford to stay away from it. They've got all those BR shots going down towards where that overshield will spawn. Right now, just going to hold on to it as the oddball in control. Why would they need to move? That's going to be the question, as Common will end up falling. Haynes and Swish now the last players left up as name will fall. And, well, it's a good push coming in here from Trocity. They're able to push this oddball away and hit it for the reset.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, 70-4 is a really rough start to the game. Unfortunately, they're going to go down again. There's going to be some kills on the board here, but 2 dead right now for Trocity. Staying alive on your screen is Nathan Bacon. Good job to get his shields back. Angler not up for him to utilize here. He's going to push to top center. Ball is in front, gets some shots onto the ball. Good pressure there, but has to stay alive. He's got to watch out for his shortcut on his right. They could be pushing through to that, but he's taking a lot of damage right now, and this is one of those factors where taking that damage is going to cause you to die, and there it is.
Nice knock coming in from Common as well, as he able to take down one. Once again, just 10 seconds shy of victory. Our Oxygen Esports holding on to this oddball. They've got control of the map also. And actually, it's going to be Haynes falling with the ball. Pressure now coming in from dummies. The sniper is there, though. It's just a body shot. Not the finish just yet. We'll have to go for the BR to get this one done. The killing spree does come through. But the matter really hasn't changed as Common picks up 3. Brilliantly done from Common. He is dominating around this tower at the moment.
Yeah, just a great job with the sniper here to get multiple kills, holding the tower on his own. I would not recommend you do this at home. Always have a teammate around you, but Common doesn't need anybody. His snipe is on point here. They're going to get some more time and close this out. They only need 3 more seconds to win this round.
Well, there were flashes of brilliance there from Team Trocity. They're able to make Oxygen uncomfortable at various points, but not enough to really make all that much of a dramatic difference to the scoreboard there at the end of round number 1. That is by far a solid victory for Oxygen Esports. So now the question is, can they do it again here, as they're now going to spawn on Garage side? Does that change things?
Here's the fight. Bottom center. Name's going to go down there. The ball is going to get taken by Elderly Chef's team. He's also got a heat wave in hand. You can utilize this. There could be some kills on the board for him. Very early in the game. Only 2 seconds in there. Gets the shot. Gets the beatdown. Or misses the beatdown, but the camo's coming up. And because of that kill, they could secure it. But great kills by Swish and Haynes. They're going to secure camo here. And they've also, I believe, got a sniper in hand too.
He's going to get that kill there. Swish also in for it. The oddball will now reset here as it's going to be Trocity for the first few points in this game. Haven't managed to get control just yet, and here we go. This is what you love to see from Oxygen. Right back in it, we're going to see Haynes POV gets yet another one, a back for the killing spree, and now would you look at this, it is once again Oxygen in control. They are going to lead the ball alone for a second here, just to kind of switch weapons, it would seem, but at the moment it is tower control once again from Oxygen.
And Haynes once again making his life difficult there. Gets a kill. Can he get the second? He does not get the trade, but again, such a vital play right there, regardless of who they're playing against. Being able to play his life that long, be a nuisance, and just stay alive, will let his team put the shots in. He's going to play the ball here on your screen. The ball is going to be played. 18 seconds to 5 is the score right now. Mangler up top tower. And maybe a potential push on the bottom, and it looks like they are going to go for this garage setup.
Yeah, it's not a bad play whatsoever, especially if you can get it going, of course. We will be asking questions about whether or not they'll be going for the push towards green. If it is necessary, of course, they might well be forced out that way sooner rather than later, and it seems like that might actually be the play. Active, you're getting your wish.
Yeah, I would love to see the green setup. They're holding it outside on the pillars here, which is actually fine, but there's no cross shot. Elderly Chef with a beautiful double kill, and they've now acquired the repulsor. I love the repulsor in this map to break setups on tower. I think it's just a vital equipment in order to break that tower setup. You have a couple guys pushing on outer brute side, and then you repulsor to the top from the bottom nest side of the map. They're holding it on green. They're getting a lot of time. Maybe this is the new meta. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe this is the meta at the moment, but this is overall a pretty close game, I would say, here in round number 2. Team Trocity have done so much of a better job at applying the pressure to Oxygen. They haven't been able to find much of a response, to be honest, but now when you have a sniper player in hand, the active camo also there, well, what can your rears you can do? The BR shot's coming in for the mid. There it is coming in from Oxygen, where I'm sure we're watching on the board at the moment, but whoever it is, in such a great position with this duo, the camo and the sniper.
And these brutes can provide so much cover for the sniper as well. A little bit difficult to get away with the slight desync in the game, but killing spree comes through. Snipe still in hand, the new sniper up. That's going to be a lot of bullets to work with. My goodness, I'm excited to see if he can pop off with this weapon. Going to opt to stay alive as the double push comes through to top mid. But there's 2 players on top tower. It looks like Swish ends up getting 1. And they're trying to look for the next. There's the second kill. Got a full wipe here, and now they're just waiting for the spawns.
Indeed, they are once again in this power position. Will surely get about 10 seconds or so off the back of this at the very least, and that's discounting the potential for a wave of kills to come through. The sniper rifle will help zone away the dummies and the camo spawn without a shadow of a doubt, and every single second that ticks by is another point that ticks closer for these guys to win this game. Snipe zone coming through, and there it is, nicely done. A double kill for the player on your screen. Took it for another 3. That would have been a lovely no-scope, but it doesn't happen. Still, I mean, that is a lot of points that is going the way of Oxygen at the moment. They are just continuing to rack it up.
This tower setup is absolutely insane, and like the ability to be able to watch camo there is just massive. Honestly, like you can watch everything from every angle. You've got top center control. You've got control of the camo. You can even see nest if you overextend your body towards the front of tower. But let me rack up these seconds here. Only 5 more to go, and this will be game number 1 in favor of Oxygen Esports.
Well, there it is, Oxygen Esports. There was definitely more play coming out of Team Trocity there in game number 2. That much is for sure. Round number 2, I should say. That much is for sure. They played it much, much better in terms of applying the pressure correctly. But it was, again, once Oxygen stabilized, once they get control of that tower setup, it is just so hard to break, especially, to be fair, when there is a sniper player zoning you off.
Yeah, and then to be honest, when you're playing teams like this, and no offense to this team, again, I don't want to, say that they're bad or anything like that. But when you're playing a team that you're kind of dominating in the first round, in that second round, you're gonna save a little bit of energy, right? You're gonna kind of like relax a little bit. This is gonna be a long tournament. You've got to kind of conserve your energy. Having the energy to go throughout this entire tournament is difficult. And when you have a game like this, at least for me, sometimes you got to conserve a little bit of energy and then come back and just kind of close it out. And they did a great job regardless. They had, oh my goodness, that no scope was absolutely insane. Look at it in slow motion. Flicks to the left like he's on mouse and keyboard. Hits that shot. Common has not missed a beat. This player is absolutely insane. Was in Halo 3, and I hope he can make a name for himself in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, it's just insane what some of these players can do with a sniper rifle. I'm always surprised when I pick up a sniper rifle that doesn't seem to work the same way. But nonetheless, I mean, Common playing so well there in that. I think it was like four spree from what we saw. That was just the last kill of it. But there were some crazy plays coming out from really both teams, to be honest, over in that live fire oddball. And it is going to equate to a 234 victory in favor of Oxygen Esports. Now, we're going to move over towards Bazaar Slayer for game number 2 active. We saw G2 play this one, say pretty well in their matchup prior to this one. Should we expect more of the same here, realistically speaking, from Oxygen?
I would assume so. Yeah, if they're aware of dynamic spawns and they're kind of aware of how many are dead, they'll definitely take this map. I wouldn't see it any other way, honestly. But we are on board with AMR VA right now, and he's going to take this rocket side, putting some shots into the closet, trying to stay alive. But Haynes with a great kill.
Yeah, Haynes starting strong here with a 2-0 start. Overall, Rockets now in favor for him as well. He's looking for a third, and this is the kind of start you want. You get these power weapons going, things can definitely start to snowball in your favor. If you can get more than one kill with it, hey, you're even in a better position right now. We'll just be looking to zone off Cafe. There is one. It will be a double as well. Surely not number 3, Haynes. Oh my goodness me.
My gosh, Haynes is just popping off. You just mentioned it, getting the value out of the Rockets. He had 2 and then got a third as well with the beatdown. Just a great overall job. And as you can see, look at them being in control of these dynamic spawns. The 10-3 is the lead right now, and they're pressuring so incredibly. How do you get out of this grip?
I have no idea how you do this, to be honest. I mean, when you have that good of a start, there's not really much that you can do in the opposition court, right? It's just so demoralizing when a play like that comes to pass. Well, if you're Oxygen, I'm pretty sure you're elated at that kind of start. Now it is about just rolling that snowball all the way down the hill, just continuing in this game with that breeze of momentum. As now you're seeing these players from Atrocity trying to take control of Rocket Spawn. It's not going to happen when Swish and Name are over there, though.
And something I want to see, I got to be nitpicky here, right? Infinity, I mean, you got to be nitpicky when you're trying to watch a game like this, but they have not picked up the Dynamo nades yet. I at least haven't seen anybody pick them up. Do they need them? Maybe not, but it's probably a good habit to get into to get those nades. They're literally a power drain from Halo 3 in your hands, multiple of them in your hands at a time. Nathan Bacon's going to go down. Tekika, it's really difficult to say your name, sir, but he's going to stay alive inside of this VR and doing a good job of playing his life here. Maybe waiting for his teammates. This is a good play. I like this play out of him. He's got the call. He gets the kill on Haynes. Great job by him to stay alive. Pay attention to angles and listen to callouts.
Yeah, he shut down the OS as well, which I think is huge. Again, you don't want to let a player like Haynes go off with the overshield at any point, really, in the game. So well played by him to get that one done. Unfortunately, he has been spotted out inside BR and will get taken down. So now, well, his effectiveness has been cut short here as the rest of Oxygen now will look to zone the map once more. New dynamo grenades to Halo Infinite will be used to zone players away into Cafe. Now looking towards Name to shoot forward, and well, there is a nice first kill coming in from him, has some help with the teammates, and again, kills just snowballing in Oxygen's favor. I mean, if you're a Dynamo, or if you're Atrocity here, sorry, what do you actually do to kind of stop the bleeding?
You gotta stop being alone in palms. Like right there, that player was alone in palms. He got double pushed. You got to kind of play back. Unfortunately, what we talked about earlier. Look at this collapse here. They're collapsing on one player, forcing the other players to spawn on the opposite end of the map, and just leaving that player in a 2-3v1 situation. There's not too much you can do besides stay alive and stall. That's really all. You spawn up, stay alive. It's kind of like Onslaught. I don't know if you played that, but in Halo 3 Onslaught, there's a very, very strong, slay map where you kind of just slay people on spawns. It's just, you can continuously chain. You know they're going to spawn. If they spawn B, you know they're going to spawn on the opposite side of the map on A. You can continuously spawn trap. And that's something that, in that map, you have to stay alive. You got to play your life. And that's what they have to do here. They got to play their life, stay alive, wait for their teammates to be there to help them, and try to, get in those 2v2 situations or the 2v1 situations if Oxygen pushes up too aggressive.
Oxygen definitely putting on that aggression, rising the heat here in this one. Thrusters in hand for a name. He's already used in the dipper dive away from Cafe once. Might need to do it again if he finds himself in hot water. We'll use it to try and win this gunfight, and that's what we were talking about earlier on Active. The thrusters can help you win those engagements if you're pretty good, if you have a nice shot like Name does, and he is having a hell of a game at the moment. 12-2. What a solid performance here.
Wow, incredible. Killing Frenzy out of Swish 5s. Just an incredible job out of all of these players. Swish is 10-1. He's only died one time, and I don't know what that was, but but regardless, he's got powers that we don't know about apparently. But comment on your screen right now. I'm gonna do some more spawn trapping here. Gets one player, and as you see right there, he pushed one player. That player got killed, and his teammate wasn't quick enough to be aware to turn and help. That's where the small talk comes into play. Okay, when you see a player, an enemy player that's pushing you in that situation, you've got to kind of sit back and be like, okay, this guy's pushing me. I'm gonna need help here, and that's when your teammate's able to turn and kind of help out there. Of course, this is observer mode, Bugs. This is the second week of Infinite, so this is to be expected. But regardless, we're gonna see some more 2v1s and a Steak-tacular coming through. 50-13. That is a medium rare steak right there, and I want a piece of that because I'm hungry.
Yeah, that's our most dominant scoreline today, I think, in Slayer, right off the bat. What an awesome performance coming out there from Oxygen. Just map control, everything, individual performances. They had it all, and Oxygen worked back to victory perfectly. And I feel like just right off the start there from Oxygen, as soon as they got the ball rolling, especially with the free piece coming out, I think it was Haynes who managed to get it done with the rocket launcher. I mean, as soon as that happens, it is just so damaging to your mental state. There's not really much that you can do there if you're Trusty in game number 2. But they put up a good enough fight, you gotta say it. They had some cool moments there throughout game number 1 and 2. It just wasn't enough.
Name, like you had mentioned Name. I want to see some accuracy stats. We look at, okay, here we go. So we got 56% out of Elderly Chef. My man, popping off. That's some good accuracy. Not too many shots fired. Only 218. They weren't able to get much damage in on the map, but regardless, good accuracy out of him. All 50%. And of course, Swish 4s. I'm changing your name, Swish. I'm sorry. Swish 4s with 57.99% accuracy. That is a very high accuracy, especially for these competitive matches. We're in winners bracket round 3, I believe, right now. So being this far and being able to shoot that well, it's only going to get better, right? As your hands warm up, it's only going to get better for these guys. I'm excited to see what Oxygen Esports does. I'm really glad we're following them throughout this bracket. These guys have played phenomenally, and on your screen, you're going to see some replays here. The Rockets coming through. This was a big play, right? You talked about it. The double kill comes through, gets the beat down, and then the triple reversal killing spree as well. This is called Rocket value right here.
It's just such a nice play. I think overall, the fact he didn't get it there, I kind of feel like it was robbed of the kill alone with the rocket launcher. But regardless, to turn around and even get this kill onto Tekata, it's kind of horrible in a way. I do feel bad for Tekata to die in that position, to be honest. But still, a great play from Haynes overall coming in. And then, of course, you're seeing Name here get that nice backslap against the player inside Pine. And yeah, you know what? I just think overall here, this has just been such an incredible map from Oxygen. It really does show the value that these guys bring to Halo Esports. Just the skill on this team, just from all of these individual plays you're seeing here in this replay reel, incredible.
Definitely. I mean, just great plays overall, but again, and I'm going to keep repeating this because I want to, and I'm here and I can talk, okay? We've got to see how these guys do against the better teams. All right, this team, hey, don't hang your heads. You got losers bracket. You can make it through there. But I want to see what Oxygen Esports can do against the likes of maybe a Sentinels or I don't know who is in their bracket. I'd have to look, but regardless, I want to see them go against even like a top tier team, a higher tier team than the ones they've been facing, and see if they're able to continue this on. I mean, they're all playing phenomenal right now. I haven't seen many mistakes in general, but again, like those mistakes are completely focused on when you're playing a really good team. They will point those mistakes out and they will take advantage of them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Oxygen at this point, I think they are absolutely picking holes in teams here in the lower side of our bracket. It is, as we say, I know we keep bringing it up, but it is, as we say, as we get further into this bracket, there'll be less and less mistakes for them to pick up on, and these matches will get more and more challenging progressively. It does happen, right? This will happen in any bracket, in any esport, and of course it will happen here in Halo esports. I am just kind of questioning, how far did Oxygen go here? Last week, it was a top 6 finish for this roster. I wonder if they can go higher, right? I mean, when it comes to those big names here in Halo, how much damage can they do?
Yeah, and I mean, that top six was also partly due to Inconceivable having to bow out, but regardless, top 6 is a really good placing especially for the first Open Infinite event. I hope they can do better than that. I hope they can. They've got to come through. Get the naysayers out of here. Regardless if Snipe Down and Inconceivable bowed out, we got top 6, period. And they're going to try and do better this round. But guess what? I have to update you guys, man. I'm sad. Infinity, I'm sad. Proper, I'm sad. Okay? We're bringing Proper back on, by the way. But I'm sad, guys. EXO is in the losers bracket.
Dang it.
I felt that I actually saw that update happen on the bracket, and I was like, oh, man, Active's having a baller cast right now. He's going to come away from that Bazaar Slayer high, but then he's going to read the bracket, and he's going to get down to a very steep low. But hey, they're still in the lower bracket. They're still in the tournament, Active. It's still possible.
Yeah, I know. I need him. I need them to come through though. They didn't really have that difficult of a bracket. Gutter, who's on Gutter Gang? Let's see. So Gutter Gang was Bunnies, Champion AM, a BCAP. I don't know. I don't recognize those names. Right. So that's not a good sign. I was hoping for them to go further, but regardless, we're gonna watch them. I will keep you guys updated for all you mouse and keyboard fans out there. Dog7 on EXO, of course. I'll keep you guys updated and let you know where they're headed. But regardless, I want to get some thoughts from you on that previous series. I mean, Oxygen Esports looking real good right now.
I don't know what shook me more, whether it was common sniper play on the oddball or on the Bazaar Slayer out of Haynes. Both are equally shaking me to a point of where I never want to see them in matchmaking ever again. Though, to be quite candid with you, I probably will later on this evening. But regardless, Brody brought up an awesome point. That is actually the biggest discrepancy for a Slayer that we've seen all day. And they actually beat their own record going back to winners round number 1 versus Perception. That was a 50-18 on Live Fire Slayer. And there on Bazaar Slayer, it was played to such a high degree for a lot of different points that was brought up between all of us on the broadcast so far. Specifically, what you brought up, Active, is the understanding of dynamic spawns, the way the Bazaar plays out, depending on the positioning that Oxygen Esports were holding for themselves, they were forcing all of Atrocity into positions where they had to take 1v multiple situations. There weren't any opportunities for them to slow it down because you guys kept on going back and forth asking each other, what do they got to do to get out of this pinch? What do they got to do to be able to get out of this bind? And honestly speaking, it was never really presented for itself. You have to go hero mode in certain situations. You have to be able to win those 1v1s to be able to then collect yourself, whether it's on the back flag spawn or whether you're recollecting yourself down in sewers. They just never really had an opportunity to be able to do that. I mean, the chances were there, but they just had to be able to win those crucial ones and then be able to regroup with maybe one other teammate so that way the shields could get fully regened up and then proceed all the way forward. That was never an option for them, just of what we saw between all 4 members of Oxygen Esports, just absolutely belittling all of Atrocity Esports to such a high degree. I mean, they have an understanding of the dynamic spawns, but we got to go back to that 1 point, Active. They need to do it versus other top 6 teams. They need to do it versus your G2s. They got to be able to showcase that versus your Sentinels and so on and so forth if they want to be a top contender coming in for the rest of these HCS Opens.
And that's something that I want to bring up too. The timing was impeccable, okay? If you push that base too fast, that alley spawn is happening. And that means that guy's going to stay alive. He's going to go into shotgun. He's going to play his life. But you're right. They were able to push right when one spawned. Boom. They're in red base or whatever. They're pushing that player. He's dead. But if they pushed a little sooner than later, that player's going to spawn on alleyway on the opposite side of the map regardless. But like they've got the timing down. They have those players unlocked. And that's hard to do, but you're right. Against better teams, they're not going to... I feel like, honestly, if you get like a thruster spawn there, you kind of jump over to flag and sit behind a pillar and just maybe wait for a teammate to spawn. But I agree with you. I think that the push from them was too strong on Oxygen Esports, and that just forced the spawn on the other end of the map. And that's what's really weird about dynamic spawns. I like it, but at the same time, like there's no opportunity for you to... you kind of like outplay your opponent in terms of staying alive and maybe working with a teammate that spawns alley on that side. So I just think both teams, Oxygen did a really good job, but you're right. I don't see an opportunity for the other team to make a move there. So, I mean, Infinity, what did you think, dude? You're right. We talked about it, dude. There was nothing they could do there. So what did they do going into the losers bracket? Like, how did they kind of come through and beat the next team they face against? Like, what are they going to do? I don't feel like their teamwork was on point. I would give it a 5 out of 10 in terms of like bait and switching. I didn't hear their comms, but it just didn't look good.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's very hard again to gauge just how good they are as a roster when it comes to the teams they're facing being just much, much better than them.
Right.
But I think, going into that losers bracket, things are going to get easier. You will have a moment to pause and say, look, this is where we're going wrong. We're not playing as twos at the moment. We're not playing together. Let's start to team up here and start to take these 2-on-1 fights where we can. And that definitely needs to improve this player, because you're absolutely right. When it came to that Bazaar, although they were being forced into those situations, they definitely were not taking fights together. So that definitely needs to change going forward. And, specifically talking to the oddball as well, they need to be more consistent with their map control also. You got to make sure you push it stuff as a team, as a roster. So yeah, that's what I want out of those guys moving forward.
Proper, thanks again for your thoughts, man. We're hopping into this Sentinels game in the middle here. It looks like they're playing Bazaar CTF. And of course, we're on board with APG. Dude, Optic Gaming is so good. They're so good at, they won last tournament, but even before they won, their mental is just so solid. Everyone on that team has such a strong mental. You hear them after the games they lose. You hear them during their games. They're always talking about what they can do better, but in a positive way. And I love to see that. They've already got 2 caps in this game. Let's go to a listening and see what these guys are talking about.
Box again, their side. Top box, their side. Might be shoddy. Oh, he's still top box, top box. Alley again. Shut their alley. Blitzkrieg. Shut their cubby. Shut their cubby. Sitting there. Absolute. He's challenging BR room. He's challenging. Nice.
Alley weak.
Yep.
Two shot.
Wow. They're rockets weak. Drop behind you.
Oh my god, let's go.
In their palms. And then one was a thrust.
Yeah.
Tree.
Yeah, two their thrust.
Tree weak. Blitzkrieg.
There's a guy alley still, I think, right?
Yeah, he's got a shot. He's got 1 shot.
I'm pushing Bulldog.
Everything's coming up in 45
Got
seconds.
him. I got 2 somehow.
I'm just pushing up the tree. They're BR him. Hit him 3 times. 1 shot there.
And they're BR and in their palms still.
I push up.
God. They're needing me out in BR.
Probably in there, should be hiding here.
Probably in corners. Check your corners.
They're BR room. Tell me.
1 shot.
Nice.
Nice.
No one's in their tree.
I'm pushing flag. The back flag.
I'm with you, Brad. I'm with you.
I'm gonna fly it, Ola.
Wow, what the
3
fuck?
dead. 3
He's
dead.
He's 1 shot. They're from base. I got him.
Everything's
They're
up
dead.
in
They're
20 seconds.
block cubby,
20
block
seconds.
cubby.
Oh,
shit.
Oh, great.
Oh, good. You guys can get kills.
Headshot's that guy.
Their alley, our pillars killed me. Our pillars.
That live. Don't die.
Rockets and
Shut our
OS
pillars.
coming
Shut our
up.
pillars. Nice.
Yeah, Rockets OS coming up in 5.
Yeah. It's either a cat.
Alright, flag's gonna re here soon. Don't worry about it.
They're gonna probably have Rockets and OS.
I'm gonna try to get an angle on Overshield. Throwing a nade at it. I have a god nade on Overshield. You grabbed it.
Yo, alley guys.
Or jump up. Oh, what the fuck?
Our BR room weak.
I got Overshield out. He's out of Overshield. 1 shot nerve.
Oh, dude. I think
He's weak. They're bottom mid on shocks. 2 are jump up.
Guard bridge going straight to our flag.
They're just flying.
One's going our BR and one's going the other way. I'm gonna get the shotgun. I have shotty. I'm pushing to their side. I don't even give a fuck.
I spawned our cubby. I'm staying here.
I'm literally flying into their
Yeah, go for pull. Just go for pull, Justin. So they go for pull.
no. I have shotgun. I want to get thrust.
They're baiting it. On flag in our tree. Flag is weak on our tree. Nice. Go in alley with it. Our tree weak. We'll get him.
You want double door, I think?
Tree. Kill our tree.
Cubby.
Give me a second. He's just sitting our cubby.
Where'd the flag guy go?
He was in
Flag guy's-
Bulldog.
I'm not
On the
sure.
flag here, Joey. He's weak on alley.
I got you.
I tried to kill him.
That's him.
2 dead.
Too dead.
They're alley. 2 of them.
They're running it alley.
Like
Weak running
shit.
it. Two there.
They have help.
Nice.
Too dead. They're spawning their flag, looking alley on Ola.
Naded deep in there.
1 shot. Oh my god. Absolute on flag. To their alley also weak.
You guys
Like
are
nice.
there.
To them.
Go get
Alright,
him.
we
Get
can
up tree.
probably
Go get
stop
up
this.
tree. Go get up tree.
He's coming big door. They're coming big door.
I'm
I'm
bad.
just trying to hold them off
in there.
again. Joey's coming.
Yeah, I can't
Joey's
really.
coming.
It's fine if they get that. It's fine if they get it.
I'm out of it.
The flag's 1.
So they're 2 1
You get a
shots.
counter.
One
Stay
shot.
right on. You got shots.
One shot the flag.
Three.
This guy's not
Yeah,
dying.
too dead.
Tree weak.
They're thrust in the tree.
He's hiding bottom tree.
You guys are tree pushing out middle.
On the west.
West is up in 20, guys. We need to get this
Shot the bottom mid. Fuck. Thought I got him. Shot bottom mid on shocks. I'm shot on shocks. Mud shot.
West is up in 15.
Dude, what are these nades? Good God.
Overshield.
Our tree, 2 of them here.
In our cubby.
One shot our cubby.
Nade, he jumps out.
Mud shot.
They might get this
I got one our cubby. I got one our cubby. They're going for a west. The cubby. The cubby weak. They have it. They have it. Cubby and our cubby with the west.
Getting shot. He's getting shot.
Almost out. He's almost out.
I'm gonna OE.
Our cubby. Yeah, go do it, Joey. Go do it. It's a good one.
Their cubby. Their cubby's weak.
And the tree bridge. The tree bridge and our cubby just jumped out. Our tree. Our tree.
Just not moving.
Nice.
Only got one.
Sitting our cubby. Still sitting our cubby.
No one's their bottom.
There's 2 there. 2 on that side. Joey, watch out for spawner. Watch out for spawner.
Dude, okay. He's just sitting top truck. Yeah,
I'm looking.
Milk. There you go.
Our big door or something. I hear him. Our tree. Our tree.
Yeah,
Our tree.
Rockets are up in 20, guys.
Top rock. Top rock.
Their BR room.
Alley. They're alley. Pushing their BR room.
Take this flag if we can get rockets.
Yeah, I'm waiting for rocks. Our alley.
Called bulldog.
Fucking alley.
Two dead.
Two dead. Try and get into their base now so they get
Oh my
rockets.
god.
I'm blinding rocks. Their alley right now on me. Hold up.
Alley's dead. That was 3. There's 2 spawning right now.
The flag. The flag. Oh my god. We need it so bad.
Tree.
I'm trying to get the main.
Got one. I'm here, Brad.
Our alley's one shot. Our alley's one shot.
Got right there.
Get me on bulldog now. Get me on bulldog.
Back right.
Coming.
One shot their back right flag.
Oh, he got me. Switch out the back right. I shouldn't challenge.
All right, Tommy.
Bulldog down tree. Bulldog down there, Tommy. And that tree.
Hear that?
They're 3 and they're maybe in their cubby.
Nice.
I'm looking Justin above you.
I'm weak in here. That nade actually hits me.
Still in there, Cubby.
The tree still.
I'm hitting him with god nades.
He's still in there. I'll have a nade.
I'm watching tree behind you. Nice.
2 dead, guys. OS is up in 20.
He's still weak in there unless that's
I'm gonna wait for OS, dude. I'm
Yeah,
waiting
do
for
it.
OS.
He came out.
Down
Joey.
the front door, he came back.
I got him. Grapple's down in the tree.
See that?
Grapple's down in the tree.
And
Our
Josh is
alley?
there, too.
Yeah, our alley to BR room. Our BR room. Last guy.
I'm right here with you, Overshield.
He's our BR room.
I'm looking at it. You can get it. I'm just shooting.
Our
The
BR
guy-
window.
You can get it. There,
I'm gonna push our BR.
I'm gonna go
2
to
minutes
dark.
left. 2 minutes left, guys.
I'm going to double
I'm
door.
throwing some stickies. I'm doing a.
He's in there though.
Still behind me on there. Jump
I'm
up.
gonna get a trade. One shot our BR room. Fuck. I choked that. Go on our flag. One shot. Go on our flag. Right there. Right there.
Bottom middle.
Our flag. Oh, it might
He's
be
moving
going.
fast.
Dead.
There's a guy in the middle of the map somewhere. I don't know where.
To their alley on me, guys. Both weak.
You don't really have much help right now,
I
Joey.
can't.
Now we're
do much.
coming.
I'm trying to push Joey. Their alley going to BR.
BR room. One shot. BR room. Absolute.
Dude, our bridge and the top truck. Top truck. We need
Their
to,
BR room.
yeah, we need to still think in the middle of the map.
On a mid on grapple weak. That's the guy from BR room. These guys are
Stay
crazy.
Stay alive, I'll spawn.
On rockets. On rockets.
Nothing's coming up for a little bit, so.
Nice. Good kill. Good kill.
Kills.
You're running flag alley.
I'm going behind him. I'm going behind him.
I'll die, Tommy. I'm coming to help you. Just stay
Oh,
alive. Dude, it's just fucking sitting on the rocks. Here, gather that grapple. Go grapple. Grab it and just get behind him.
They're tree. They're tree.
Flags
somewhere.
one shot. Flags one.
Dude, the guy come rocket.
Shut their big door. Oh, there's 2 on flag. 2 on
Step it
flag.
up, boys.
We don't need to desperate.
Yeah, we're good. We're still up by 1.
Don't desperate.
Alright, there's 50 seconds left, and everything's gonna come up
Here.
in this 50th minute. If we
Joey's
get a
gonna get
pull, we're
behind them.
trying to
Stay
get one.
alive. We can make plays.
Oh, top rocks, guys. Top rocks.
I Brock
Their
shooting
side.
me. You guys can kill him.
Weak. Weak.
want
Watch
to
out.
do-
They're tree. They're cubby. They're cubby. They're cubby.
I think there
That's
was
him,
gonna
that's
be
him.
R12.
The tree.
We get their tree. We're pushing through alley right now. We're pushing through alley.
Still their tree.
Got one.
Little.
Nice.
Okay,
I spawned our
everything
tree.
is coming up in 25. We
They're
can win the
trying-
game with a flag pull.
Yeah.
Something. They're top
Weak
flag.
their
They're top
tree.
flag.
Weak their tree. He's a bulldog. Dude.
I
He's
have
weak
shots
on the
my
bar.
guy,
On the bar.
Yeah, he's
You
just
got
sitting,
one.
sitting tree.
Weapons are up soon. Weapons up. With tree still.
Jump is weak. There's 2 guys.
They're going back.
Other
OS and
flag.
rockets, guys. We need OS and rockets. We should just
To their
We
alley.
need
To
to
their alley.
pull
Their
as
alley.
well. We need to pull as well.
To their alley. To their alley. They
do it all the
can't.
time. Yeah, it
They
does.
will, but
It does.
just-
I'm gonna shut the
Tree on me.
back.
Their alley.
Yeah, these guys aren't bad players. We can't just be like 3 stacking a corner of the map while they're walking through
I
middle.
don't think what
getting
we were,
stuff.
what we were doing there necessarily was wrong. You just can't die.
They have a good
That
start.
was the play before that.
Oh wow. That's
Terrible, man. I just
rubber
lagged, dude. I
band.
literally just lagged.
Damn.
Yeah,
Alright, keep an eye on OS.
To their BR room. There's 3 down in mid. I cannot go for that.
just stand this.
Nate OS.
I'm good
Yeah,
right
we
now.
got he's on him.
He's
I'll
one
be
dead.
dead.
Yeah,
I'm
good job. They're cubby, and then there's no one on it.
shooting the guy. They're cubby. I tried to
But it's for the Rockets.
Two bottom mid. They have a west on the Rockets or on the west. On the west to our pillars, our big door, two of them.
Our big door. Yeah. They have Rockets there? Okay.
He's out of rocks, I believe.
One's in our base.
He's our cubby. Going our tree.
We guard cubby. Our cubby. Another guy BR room. Pushing our tree.
Bottom middle.
Yo, I'm flanking for.
Do that.
Be looking for us here. There's a guy at our tree.
Our cubby still.
We just need kills.
Our BR room, two of them. One shot right here, our bridge. To our bridge, one shot. Another guy, one shot.
Our BR as well. Yeah, he jumped out on the left.
He's weak. Melee didn't count or something. The guy there BR, Joey. He's just sitting our alley. I don't know what happened.
In the back.
What the fuck? He's just sitting our alley, not moving.
What the hell? He's teabagging you?
I left flag.
I got him. He's not playing, but fuck it. Finish this. Two dead. Last two, bottom mid. Bottom mid, go. Whoa. What the fuck?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea, brother. I don't understand.
Bro.
I almost shit on him kinda, and then he stopped moving. I don't know if he like panicked because the fight was crazy. I don't know if he panicked because I like hit him with some crazy movement and thrust and shit, and then he like unplugged his controller or something. I don't know, but something happened there for him. I had that happen in their BR. Was it the Blitzkrieg guy?
Yeah, he just like
missed a melee going top BR, and they just stopped moving.
But he just.
What were you talking about? Maybe no, it was a play where I think I walked out to our BR, and I think Joey got a flagpole, and then both of you guys were sitting like their trench, in like bulldog.
I was not sitting trench. I was top rocket.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were just kind of clustered in that area.
I was trying to get to the BR.
We were punching alley.
Hold on, do you guys mute for a second?
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I was trying to get their BR, but they were like pushing middle map, and I was shooting them.
Welcome back to the LVT watch party. Of course, you saw on your screen there, Optic, a little bit of gameplay from APG. But next, we're going to be watching Sentinels versus not Halo players. That's the next round coming up in just a little bit. Of course, I've got to add somebody to this little casting roster on my screen here. Someone that you guys might know about. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yo, what's up, guys? This is Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting, and I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. And man, am I excited to be here.
We're excited to have you, man. Your energy is infectious. Of course, congratulations on the HCS stuff. You've been killing it out there, and thank you for joining us here. This is a Great tournament. It's been a really fun time so far. Tony, I got to bring you into the mix. I know you've been watching. I've been seeing you in the chat being social as usual. I'm not a social person at all, but you've done a great job of being social in the chat. I got to get your thoughts on the series that we've watched so far. You know, what have you seen, you know, out of the teams you liked, out of the teams you didn't like? What have you seen so far?
Well, I mean, you know me. I love me an underdog story, and sadly, we haven't gotten that. I mean, but what we have seen is great fundamentals, a lot more polishing than I saw from last week. Teams last week were obviously had a high amount of firepower. They won their gunfights. We knew who were the best of the best when it came to that raw skill. But what we're seeing right now, in my opinion, is a lot more coordination, a lot more freedom moving around the map, but also watching each other's angles at the same time. And those collapses have been beautiful. They've been neat. They've been oriented. And clearly these teams have been scrimming and putting in that work, and it shows.
Yeah, I agree. They look a lot more comfortable, Tony. That's like one of the biggest things I can take away from these series is everyone just looks more comfortable, especially these top partner teams. They've been putting in the work because they're on contract. I mean, they've got some big orgs behind them. They've got to put in that work, right? And I imagine some of them, like I said earlier, probably have 120 hours in Infinite right now. I think I've got like 80, and I thought that was a lot. These guys probably double me. But regardless, I'm excited to see how the bracket kind of moves forward. It's great to have you with us again. I appreciate you stopping in here. We're going to have fun. Halo Infinite's back. Tony, what do you think about 512 teams, dude? This tournament's capped. Like, there's no way in my mind that I see a tournament online like this being capped at 512 teams and every single slot being filled.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Somebody asked me, you know, on my stream, you know, how many teams do I think are going to sign up? And I told him, I said, hey, look, there was 406 teams last week in NA alone, and I expected there to be a drop off. To be honest, I said, you know that everybody kind of went in and thinking, hey, maybe I can win, maybe I can do this and whatnot, maybe I'm the next big thing, and maybe, you know, they got their dreams shattered, getting a little double first round. And so I was like, hey, there's going to be a few teams that might want to go out with the kids or something, might want to do something else this weekend. They get crushed by Optic or Inferno. And I'm sorry, now Oxygen Esports now. But no, 512 teams. And let me tell you something, Tim. So first of all, let me take the foot out of my mouth so that I can say it clearly. I am so confident in saying that Halo is back and we are live right now. Are you? I mean, I know you come from the Call of Duty world and whatnot. And, you know, I was always jealous. You guys got all these CMG, UMG, all these online tournaments running every single day, and I have been jealous. And finally, we have that here in Halo, and it is beautiful. I played in the tournament yesterday. I actually got second place. I played in 2 tournaments yesterday, simultaneously online. Like this is it right here. If you guys want to make a name for yourself, do it right here. Do it right now.
I am so excited. I honestly, like, Halo is back. I talked about it multiple times. The fact that we're all on one game now, no more split community. Of course, there's an inner split community, keyboard and mouse and controller, but I'm trying to work on that, okay?
We cool.
But just, you know, it's just great to see everyone here. We are going to hop on board Infinity. I'll see you in a little bit, brother. Me and my man, Tony. I'm so excited to have you back, bro. You and I are going to be taking this next match here. It's going to be Sentinels versus not Halo players. And honestly, dude, to me, those teams just right off the bat, Sentinels got this right.
And it's funny because you talked about the mouse and keyboard and controller, and I want to talk about more about the barrier to enter Halo Esports has been lower than ever. You have a free-to-play game. You can, no matter what you play on console, you play on PC. Sure, jump into our tournament. Mouse and keyboard control, it doesn't matter. Jump in, have fun, enjoy Halo with us. We need to stop judging. Our controller players need to stop judging our new mouse and keyboard players. Our old school Halo players need to stop judging the Halo 5 movement gods and even the Call of Duty gods. And we just have to welcome everybody with open arms and just be happy that Halo is at an all-time high. We are not only competing with some of the best first-person shooters, but we are competing with some of the best games, the Apexes of the world, the Fortnites of the world. Halo is here and Halo is live, and I want it to stay that way.
Oh, it will. It will. I agree with you. I thought the drop-off was going to happen from last week, but it didn't. We are in the game right now. Winners bracket, round number 4, and we're starting with Bizarre CTF on your screen. We've got Lethal, and they've got a little bit of control of the map. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on this. They see the other players on the spawns.
Glad to see Lethal playing with Sentinels once again. We saw 3/4 of that roster playing Halo 5 for quite a bit, but Lethal was running things over in Halo 3, and glad to see them playing together, and man, did they look good. I think they finished out 3rd place last weekend, and, you know, for anybody else, that's amazing. For anybody else, they're hanging their heads high. Not for Sentinels. These are champions. It's 1st place or bust, so I know they're going to be coming out better and ever. Frosty right now currently sitting at 5-2. He's going off. Lethal has the flag in hands, making his way across the map here, and we might see early 1-0 lead in favor of Sentinels.
And Tony, unfortunately, there's a little bit of drama going on right now. None of the top teams are allowing Sentinels to scrim them, and that's been kind of the drama in the competitive scene. If you want to stick with the drama and stay up to date with the drama in the competitive scene, make sure you join r/competitive Halo to stay up to date with all the news and details. But that's kind of a big factor here. They're not able to play to scrim these top tier teams because there's a lot of maybe bad blood going on. I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning is, but that's going to play a factor here. And you know what would be crazy? If they're able to win this tournament with all of that going on and say, you know what? Excuse my French, F you other teams, okay? We're still the best.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I mean, it's been well known that Sentinels would get a little, for what I consider a little disrespectful in some of the scrims and whatnot. They rub a little salt in the wound by shooting bodies when they were up. And again, you know, obviously, you know, all fun, all competition, but some teams might have taken that a little bit the wrong way in the past and maybe got a little offended, you know, kicking somebody when they're down. You know, me personally, I love seeing, I'm happy to see it. And then there's also another reason behind, I mean, you don't want to give Sentinels practice. We know what a well-practiced Sentinels team look like. So there's 2 reasons why teams are kind of not wanting to scrim as much. But I think I've seen Snipe Down scrimming them. I think I actually had some scrims with E United. So clearly they've talked things out, and Sentinels have looked better than ever right now. Bulldog in the hands of Snakebite, already controlling the opposing team's palm trees right now, and multiple players going down for not Halo kits.
Yeah, they did control the palm trees, and unfortunately that's going to allow the opposing team to spawn an alley. Are they going to be able to make it through? I'm not sure, but the kills come through from Snakebite. He gets another assist there. Rockets are up, and I believe Sentinels does have control of that as well. And the pressure is just overwhelming right now. They've got that Snakebite grip going on in this palm trees base, and the 3rd flag is coming through. They're going to return this one with ease.
That they are Sentinels looking hot right now, and against a pretty solid squad. I mean, I know I've seen Finicky around. I know for a fact I've seen Jax around. He was a dominant player for quite some time. I know he's actually messed me up personally in game battles tournaments back in Halo 5. So this is a good squad that they're doing against, but they're making them look like pure amateurs. Frosty currently 10-2, 9 kills apiece coming out of Lethal and Royal 2. And here comes Snakebite coming in for the weak side flank.
Yeah, they're going to try and pull this flag. They've got to get a couple more kills. It looks like only 1 down right now. Great nade is going to send Snakebite back to the respawn screen. And a 3-0 lead so far. Looks like Overshield as well in the hands of Sentinels, which is going to provide them even more potential here to pull this next flag.
Lethal already making it to opposing team's base, but he already loses about half of that overshield. He's looking for that play. He's sniffing somebody around. Finally gets the kill on one player, but he's still feeling the pressure coming out from Big Door. There he goes. Finally finds that player over toward the palm trees. Gets a couple of shots, but his overshield is gone at the moment. He's at the challenge of half shields. Goes in for the challenge, but still ends up pulling off the perfect reversal. Lethal is on fire.
Perfy Reversey. Of course, that thruster playing such a ginormous part in this game, Tony. The ability to have a thruster, something you had all the time in Halo 5 off spawn. In this game, you have a thruster, the opposing team might not have one, and that's an easy win in a 1v1 fight. Another kill comes through for Lethal here, and he's pushing through. The awareness not there. He's going to get a double kill, looking to try and pull this flag through. The only player to defend is that player on alley.
And we are back on board with Lethal, looking for the overextenders while Snakebite having that flag already over here. We are about to have a 4-0 lead in favor of Sentinel, and this is looking like a rout and going in for the challenge right after capping that flag. So not only Snakebite running the objective, but his shot is absolutely on point. Meanwhile, Overshield should be coming up very soon here.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of controlling that. Another reversal, perfect. My goodness, Snakebite with the great shots there. It looks like 4-0 is the score. And this is looking real grim, unfortunately, if you're not Halo players. Maybe they should become Halo players so that next tournament this doesn't happen. The killing spree on Finicky. Great shots there. That's going to be 2 dead. Trying to clean up this last kill on Palms. and they might be able to push through off that.
Yeah, I mean, they made it all the way to winners bracket round 4, so clearly they know what they're doing a bit here as the Rockets coming in from Frosty, also utilizing that grapple, upping the tempo, getting the double kill, now going in for the triple. Oh, baby, a triple coming out of Frosty, and he's trying to grapple that flag off of the base, but just not close enough, not close enough just yet.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I don't think you can grab it, go directly off the base. I think it has to come off, but that grapple, Tony, is so fun. Like, look at him. He just pulled it into palms. He's able to get it halfway across the map before the other team even knows it's gone. And they're just doing a really good job of pressuring, staying alive, and putting pressure on the base. But right there, we had Jax in the enemy team base putting some pressure in and of his own.
And we're back on board with Ven at the moment, making his way over towards the enemy team jump up, so showing some life here. And excellent shots coming from the player trying to flank over towards his corner, not able to get the kill, but it looks like he's on the prowl, wants to hunt that player down. You can't let somebody just roam around in your base. Luckily, Jack's able to get the cleanup kill. There's one more player in the enemy team base. If they can get the slay, that'll be 3 down for Sentinels, and maybe not Halo players, or not Halo kids, I should say, can mount a comeback here, at least put a cap on the board, which, hey, if I can get 1 cap on Sentinels, I'm tweeting it.
Yeah, definitely. A perfect comes through for Sutton. Great shots out of him, but that's going to be 2 dead momentarily. And Sentinels gets control back of their base. You see constantly, Tony, I bring this up all the time. Lethal making sure that he sees that thruster on the floor, he picks it up. It's only got 1 charge, but guess what? That's 1 W. That's what that is right there in his pocket. And he's going to use that to push in a little aggressively here and maybe even get their thruster that's actually on spawn, as they're going to spawn an alleyway.
Yeah, if you're not controlling the resources here in Halo Infinite, you're doing yourself a big disservice. The sandbox that 343 and HCS have allotted to us has been absolutely incredible, and you can really utilize it to gain the advantage, whether it's movement, whether it's that advantage in a gunfight that you need. You mentioned the thrust. The moment I pick up a thrust, I usually burn it for the extra movement, but then I save 2 for those individual gunfights, because if you're in a gunfight with thrust, for me, that's an automatic win in my opinion. Overshield in the hands of Lethal was about to put in this 5th and final flag gap.
Yeah, this will be the 5th and final flag. But Tony, I actually want to talk about something, brother. They have a feature on this game like they did in Halo 5. I was actually watching your gameplay the other day on stream. I was taking a little food break and I was watching you, and you were popping off. It was on Behemoth. But yeah, it's just another feature for players that are, you said it's all inclusive, right? Everyone can come and compete. You said it yourself. This is another feature for players to get better. Put these guys in your friends list, watch their gameplay, get better, learn what they're doing, and maybe you watch their streams and support them that way. Regardless of how you want to do it, you've got all the tools out there for you to succeed. Anyone can do it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I mean, I'm an avid Twitch watcher myself. I'm always watching the pro gameplay, and not only on top of that, I'll add a little bit of icing on the cake. Watch your own gameplay. It may feel a little bit cringe at first, but man, doing film review and finding out what you're doing well, what some of the opportunities that you can capitalize on is huge for your development as a player. So I would definitely say not only watching players that are better than you, but also doing film review on yourself, even getting a 3rd person in there. I know Coach Callis always offering to do film reviews with players and making players better day by day. If you can understand what the meta that's being played right now, and obviously being a meta defining player is great, but if you can understand the meta and take advantage of it, you can become a much better player. So I would say watching players that are better than you, and then on top of that, also watching your own gameplay can be huge for your development as a player.
All the pieces of the pie to success. Callis, a shout out to him. Getting onto G2 Esports, doing he deserves it, right? He absolutely deserves it. That guy's got the brain. If you want a Halo brain, you got to talk to Callis. That guy has the brain right there. This is so sick. Wait, can we rewind this real quick? That was such a disgusting triple right there. You know how hard it is to get the triple with a mangler, dude? I have such a hard time. He grapples in, gets the rocket on 1, turns, gets the double, and then the triple for the perfect with a mangler. Oh my word, such sick plays out of these guys.
Yeah, to be honest with you, coming from the Halo 5 world, the Mangler is probably one of the closest weapons that we have to that H5 pistol. Just being like a single fire weapon, hitting your shots will be deadly. You have that one-shot melee capability with it. Like I'm not gonna lie, I love the Mangler, and when you get and that's what we kind of talked about before. You mentioned it, Active. every weapon has a place in the sandbox. So, you know, when you grab that Mangler or that Heat Wave or even that Bulldog, know that you have that one-shot melee capability in those close-range engagements. Although the BR might be king from mid to long range, you want to take advantage of every utility on the map, and normally the team that does that best are going to win. Sentinels up 5-0 in that first game, and now we're moving into Recharge Slayer, and maybe, just maybe, not so Halo kids can jump out on top. We know from these series, whether it's Halo 5, Halo 3, or now Halo Infinite, if there's any game type where an underdog can come out on top, it's usually going to be Slayer.
Yeah, and Tony, they want to remove him. All the pro community wants to remove the Slayer. I'm like, no, like give these guys a chance. Like let's have some let's have a little bit of a show here. I want to see some game 3s today. Like, don't take away my Slayer. But Recharge, I love Recharge. Honestly, it's one of my favorite maps. You know what? I played the Flight. And I did play a lot of hours on there. It was an incredible time, just, you know, streaming it both weekends. But something I realized is, like, in the beginning on these maps, I didn't really enjoy them too much. And I played in February, and even in February, I didn't really enjoy these maps too much, like Live Fire, Recharge. But now, after playing them a little bit, after seeing the pros play them, I love every map that is in this game right now, and that is cool to say. What's your favorite map, Tony?
My favorite map is Streets, is where I was born and raised. I'm all day on Streets. Let me tell you, I don't care if it's Slayer, Oddball, Strongholds, give me VIP, Juggernaut. I do not care. See me on Streets. I will put you down.
We got to play together, Tony. We got to find some time, man. I know we're both busy, but oh gosh, Streets, that's another one. I talked about it earlier on the stream. IGN. Tony, it wasn't very good gameplay, right? Unfortunately, I'm sorry to the IGN guy, but like, you know, after actually playing it myself, then I was like, okay, this is really fun. Like, I love the soccer rifle in the sandbox, and you can tell 343 did a lot of work to place all these weapons in individual places to be a power in that position, right? They place these weapons like almost perfectly.
Yeah, you're going to notice that most of the weapons, especially the more powerful they are going to be purposely put in a more vulnerable position. You have to fight and earn these weapons. That's kind of always been the core of Halo, no matter what, you know, with Narrows on Halo 3. Those rockets, where are they? Dead center, the middle of the map. Same with Pit. Where's that rocket launcher? Dead center, the middle of the map. When we move over to Streets or even a map like Recharge, if you want to take advantage of that camouflage, where is it? Dead center in the middle of the map. If you just fly out for it and go for the burn, good luck with that, buddy, because most likely there's going to be 2 players hunting you down, and before you even touch it, you will be melted. You have to gain that full map control before you can gain access to those resources, and that's one of the things that kind of make Halo Halo.
Yeah, essentially, you're right. And I want to add to that point. I just want to update you guys real fast. We are getting into the next game, but there is currently an observer bug where if there's an observer in your custom game, it like swaps teams around. So like everyone could be on like different teams, and like it'd be kind of interesting to see that play out. But we're going to reset the game. We'll get into the game shortly. But something I want to mention, Tony, you had mentioned like taking map control, right? And getting the power-ups. Like let's say camo on Live Fire, right? It's out in the middle. It's on a pedestal, right? But like a lot of teams, I don't see them like picking that up and pocketing it at all. Like I don't see anyone pocketing things. They just use it, boom, right away. And I think like 6 months down the road, maybe even longer, we're going to see teams like, you know, full wipe a team, get 4 dead, and then pocket the camo and use it in a more advantageous position to potentially like completely break another setup off spawn.
You know, it's actually funny you mentioned that, because I've been watching scrims myself. I've been casting scrims a lot. I've been doing more casting scrims than actually been playing the actual game.
That's
awesome. Most of the time they're going to be picking up that overshield and slapping it on like Iron Man. Unless there's a 3 or 4 down situation. That is the only time that I've seen them actually get pocketed, and I think there's a good reason for that. You know, if you try to get in a 1 or 2 down and you happen to get burnt, that is a huge resource to swap with other teams. So unless you have that full map control, or at least full knowledge on where everybody is on the map and there is no threat to you dying, I think you have to put that on right away. But like you said, that meta might evolve, especially because that camouflage doesn't last as long as it used to. Neither does that overshield. So if you want to take advantage of every second, maybe we might see that meta evolve, where maybe the pings happen where you ping 3 players on the map and they're nowhere near the power up. Or you know what? Maybe we get pocketed. We'll see how that meta gets defined here as World 2. And let me tell you something. He just has an advanced understanding of the BR, starting off with a beautiful double kill immediately and earning himself a Mangler.
Oh, dude, Royal 2 shot just impresses me all the time. Like, you hear him, he'll talk, he'll complain a lot in scrims and stuff like that. But when he's in these tournament games, that guy, like, he almost doesn't talk. He will just for everybody. His shot is so disgusting. He's going to start off this game already 3-1. And of course, you saw Frosty on your screen ends up going down. But now we're on board with Jax. They've got to step this up. They're only down by 2, but they can make this happen. Slayer, like you said, this is a toss-up.
Jax having 2 of his team's 3 kills at the moment, now making his way right behind enemy lines, but little did he know that player having the sword, putting him on the black screen immediately, and 2 down go not Halo kids. I'm struggling trying to say that team name. They are Halo kids. I mean, they're good. They're winners back in round 4. I want to give them some respect.
Agreed. Yeah, winners bracket round 4 is really difficult. I remember I played one tournament with one of my mods, and we got like winners bracket round 2, and then we made it to losers bracket round 4. But it's actually really difficult to get to this point. You know, you run into a lot of decent teams at this point in the bracket, and you know, running into Sentinels, it's not so good. But look, they're only down by 2 kills here. They're playing pretty smart. Royal 2 though, look at his cross map shots. Look at the teamwork. There's nowhere for Jax to go.
And I love what he's doing right now, controlling top control room right now. This is a beautiful place to be, especially if you actually have that sword, because not only can you have all those angles to everybody on the map towards attic, you could drop down towards C, you could see towards that A hallway. If anybody tries to get close quarters, you have that sword, you could put them down immediately. Control room is a power position, and obviously Royal 2 is well aware of it.
Definitely is. You see the collapse here. He gets 1, knows there's another player, gets the double there. Another spawner on top. Cat, you saw him there. Snakebite gonna play a little slow, throws a sprint in the mix. He has a teammate there. That's why he was playing aggressive. You always got to know where your team is. If you look on the screen, guys, you can see these little dots. I mean, obviously the red dots are the only thing that Snakebite's gonna see, but looking at those dots and seeing where your team is, getting a general idea is really good strategy if you're trying to get better at Halo.
I agree 100%. It kind of goes what Bravo was saying during the multiplayer reveal, or the competitive settings reveal, excuse me, that information is earned, not given. So there's no radar in here. If you want to know that your teammate is by you, you have to small talk to him and say, hey, look, I'm pushing towards you. Hey, let's work that little 1-2 combo, bait and switch. Yeah, the competitive radar was nice back in Halo 5 where you can see your teammates on the map, but it was free information that should be earned based on your communication and your awareness as well. So getting the first kill, ends up turning around, getting a beautiful double kill. Now gonna go after the triple, just barely missing that stick, but the triple is here, and so are Sentinels.
Oh, that Mangler is so good. If you pass a Mangler in game, make sure you pick it up. That thing is a 1-shot beatdown, 3-shot perfect. And we got Frosty on your screen with another weapon, Tony, that is one of the best weapons in the sandbox if used correctly. How have you done with this weapon so far?
Terrible. I'm the absolute worst. I don't know what it is. I need to hop in the training mode, or I need to figure it out, because I'm absolutely god awful. But some of these other players like Frosty, some of these players like Royal 2 can earn easy killing sprees with it, because it is absolutely deadly as he shoots a little bit of his teammate right there. A little bit of miscommunication, but still looking good. 26-17 in favor of Team Sentinels.
Tony, I gotta add something real quick, brother. The fact that you can see when your team, oh my goodness, the fact that you can see when your teammate shoots you now tilts me so hard. In every other Halo game, I couldn't see because there was no, but now you get like a blue marker and you know, oh, my teammate just shot me 3 times. It's just so infuriating. There comes Frosty with a shot. He's gonna miss just barely there. There's 4 alive for both teams. Frosty playing his life. Another thing that a lot of players don't do, playing his life. The camo is going to be in the hands of Snakebite, going to try and clean up that kill, and watch him just leave it for his teammate. There goes the assist. They're going to clean up that one and look for more spawns.
And I'm loving the unselfishness coming out of Sentinels right there. You notice that, I mean, they had one player that was Frosty over in control room, and he was getting heavily guarded. He was getting collapsed on by at least 2 players coming out of not Halo kids. The moment he backed down, you saw 2 players, Snakebite and Royal 2, collapse immediately, and then Slays go right back in favor of Sentinels, which should have been a non-advantageous position for Sentinels. Ended up being beautifully played thanks to that collapse and the unselfishness coming out of Sentinels, as Snakebite putting down massive amounts of damage here with that Mangler. Royal 2 dropping down into pit, getting an excellent kill on Jax, and now that scoreboard ain't getting any prettier if you're a fan of not Halo kids.
Yeah, 37-22, but honestly, 22 kills against a team like Sentinels isn't anything to squawk at. It's actually very, very difficult to get any kills versus these guys. They've always got the angle on you. They're always in a position to help their teammate out and push aggressively when they have, you know, an opportunity to take advantage of something or a mistake that another team makes. Just a great job overall by Sentinels, but this team, I mean, not Halo kids, I think it's time to change your name. You guys are definitely putting up a little bit of a fight here. Unfortunately, it's not what you want. It's 23 kills to 41, but regardless, I really do like what I'm seeing so far. Hopefully they can go back to the drawing board, you know, before losers bracket starts and maybe, you know, go on a little bit of a run here. They're not a bad team.
I'm gonna tell you, I mean, his name might be Finicky, and so was his shot right there. And once again, World 2 kind of bullying Finicky at the moment, earning himself a killing spree, and now going right back to that control room as multiple players on not Halo kids go down. World 2 getting right behind Finicky once again. That is 3 kills in a row from World 2 on one player. Earns a double kill, and not only 2 kills away from taking game number 2 and the series. But like you said, there is no reason why not Halo kids should hang their head low. You made it to winners bracket round number 4. You made it this far in the tournament, and you still have that lower bracket. I want to see some great things coming out of these guys. For no reason should be hanging your head low. Absolutely not.
I agree 100%. And you got to take these games and you got to take them with the right mindset. What can you improve on? Like you said before, watch some film, watch these games back. You know, maybe not with our commentating, but watch them back. See what you can do better. These guys have popped off. Those Sentinels is going to move on, of course, to winners bracket round number 5, and we'll keep on them and let you guys know what's going on with that. But regardless, I hope Not Halo Kids does well in the losers bracket. We'll keep you updated on that if we can. But just a great job overall by Sentinels. I want to see how they do versus these better teams, though. We're going to start seeing some great matchups here, Tony.
Hold up. That boy Royal 2 something else. Let me tell you something. The entire Not Halo Kids roster put up 25 kills as a whole. I'm talking all 4 players active. I'm talking all 4 players. Royal 2 by himself, 21 kills, 14.7 KDA. That man's something else. That is not a human. That is a cyborg that was specifically built to play Halo Infinite.
And not only play Halo Infinite in tournaments. He's a different player. Some of these guys just press a switch and they just turn into like just completely different players in these tournaments. And that's why it's exciting. We're going to go to Raleigh, me and you. We're going to party our hats off, but we're going to have a great time. And it's going to be a really cool situation if we can see Sentinels in a LAN setting show what they're made of. Okay, this is the story here. You know, they're not the most liked team in the world, but they are a very skilled team, and I really think that's a storyline for us to see. That triple reversal coming out right there on the Jax. But that Mangler is such a good weapon, man. My goodness.
Well, I mean, you said that they might not be the most liked team in the world, and that maybe from a competitive standpoint, but as far as from a viewer, as far as from a fan, let me tell you something. To watch sheer dominance from a team, I love me an underdog story. I truly do, but I also respect dynasties. And whether you're talking about, you know, the Spurs in the NBA, whether you're talking about, hey, you know what, I'm from New Jersey, and I still respect the Patriots and whatnot, and even what the Sentinels are. You have to respect dynasties as a fan and as a player, and it's really fun to watch. We're watching them here and now. The history books will tell the story of these guys. Lethal's already in the top 2 all time. You know, Snakebite's up there as well. Even Frosty's in the top 10 as well, and we're living it right here, right now.
And definitely, I want to just say something real quick. Infinity, who we're going to bring on in a second, he was talking about Frosty, and then something in the comms, Infinity, welcome, brother. Something in the comms that he had mentioned is that Frosty, he gets frustrated in the beginning of games. He did it in Call of Duty, and you know, I've listened to their comms, and I'm like, oh, what's wrong with Frosty? Like, why is he like calming like that? Whatever. It's because it's the beginning of a game. He's getting an understanding of it. He's getting ready to go demon mode, and he's going to do it in this tournament. I think Sentinels are going to go real far. Infinity, welcome.
Yeah, that was an awesome time if you're a Sentinels fan. I mean, they played that excellently. That 5-0 on Bazaar followed up by that whopping on Slayer. Yeah, that was a hell of a performance coming out of Sentinels. It's not all that surprising, to be honest. Scrims or no scrims, this is the kind of roster that will play extremely well this early on.
100% agreed. It was a great match to watch. Hopefully, we can see Not Halo players change their name and make it further in the losers bracket. Like I said, we'll keep you guys updated on that. And for all the drama and news, make sure you tune in to r/competitive Halo, guys. This is the place to be if you want to learn about what's going on in the scene, everything that's new, all the news, so you can kind of talk to your friends about it. You know, they've got an NFL Reddit, they've got a Call of Duty competitive Reddit. Now we've got a Halo competitive Reddit. So make sure you get on there, subscribe, so that you know what's going on in the scene. We're going to stay on board with the Sentinels here, but something I want to talk about is the Sentinels' use of the sandbox. And we've mentioned this many times. These guys are good at it, though. Optic is one team that's also very good at it, which is why they won. First of all, Lucid and Trippy won the first 2v2. It's Money Tuesdays, right? Completely crushed the competition. Mikwin had a couple years to play the game. Love you, Mikwin. I love you to death. But, you know, Lucid and Trippy were able to win that. Then they won the Open last week. And it's all because of the use of the sandbox and many more things. But now we're seeing Sentinels use the sandbox in a great way.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you, Lucid and Trippy looked darn good in that Money Tuesdays, and I have the same love for you, McWin, as Tim does, but you would need about 6 or 7 more years of practice to play as good as they were playing that day. Shoot, give them a decade, and you probably still wouldn't have caught up. Trippy and Lucid just understand this game, and they showed it last weekend as well. It was either one or the other. They were just taking turns popping off. It was either one or the other, dropping 26 plus kills every time we saw them on screen. It was incredible, and I mean, let's talk about that grand finals. It was. I don't care what anybody says. That was scripted. That was scripted. I don't care what anybody says. Ain't no way you're gonna tell me that's gonna go to a game 5, then a series reset, and then another game 5. It's just, I see you. I ain't mad. I ain't mad at all.
It definitely looks scripted. Like, that is the way to start Halo Infinite, right? You got into Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite's this big thing. It's popping off. You got 416 teams last week. And then you have a game 5 to reset into another game 5 in the grand finals. Tony, I would love to see you cast that, okay? Bravo and Onset did a great job, but I'd love to see a little Tony energy in there, if you know what I'm saying. But Infinity, what did you see in that last series? What did you see that you liked, about Sentinels? Did you catch any of the last game?
I like Roll 2, I'll tell you that much. That guy is on something at the moment. I want to know how he plays Halo. That's what I'm saying. I want some lessons. That guy is on one for sure. But just, again, the way these guys are playing the maps at the moment, there is a very clear difference at the moment between these high-level, if you will, the partnered teams and some of the higher-seeded teams in this tournament, additionally, such as Oxygen and such. The way they're just playing as a roster, it is a cut above some of these teams. And to be honest, if you're not Halo kids, you should not be ashamed of that loss whatsoever. You're playing one of the best squads in the world. The way they play the map, just the way they play the power weapons, and as you always like to point out, Active, the sandbox was just really, really well done overall. There's not much that you can do when they're just running about the map with their BRs and the Manglers doing what they love to do.
Oh, that Mangler's so strong. I love it. And the shock rifle as well. I've watched a lot of Frosty play on his stream. And that's something he's like really disgusting at, is using that shock rifle. I'm on mouse and keyboard, and I know how to shoot it. You got to aim for the neck, shoulder area, and then kind of hit the arc up to the head so that the entire lightning arc is on their body, and then you hit the head for the headshot. But it's difficult. Even on mouse and keyboard, it's really difficult to use that gun. Frosty's got it down. That guy, he's disgusting. And of course, World 2. 21 kills. Like, these guys, it's like another day at work. It's just disgusting, okay? I've been playing this game since February, and I am not even anywhere near that good. And it makes me mad. That's all. I had to vent there for a second. I'm sorry. But guys, thank you all for watching us. Everyone that's in the watch party, LVT watch parties are back. We're all here. We're all playing the same game, and Halo Infinite is hype. I'm excited, and I'm excited to have Tony on with us, of course. We're going to keep on board with the Sentinels here, but I kind of want to, Brandon, can we go over the points real quick? Where they're playing for a little bit of cash here, right? But the big thing is the points. These points are they're going to say the seeding for this Raleigh tournament. Of course, you see Ace, he's 31st on your screen. He's got 660 points, and all the way down the list, we see Kratos, the seeding. We see a lot of players we know about, right? Musa, Porky, Rob the Turtle. He's playing on Triggers Down right now. And of course, Straight 6, Snipe Down. They've all these points are going to play a big factor in the seeding at Raleigh. I hope to see you guys there, by the way. If you do see me, make sure you shake my hand. I'd love to meet all you. But I love this. This is what they're playing for. This is the big, the money's good. Tony, I know you had that quote. I love it, actually. But the money's good, but these points are really good. These points are huge, right, Tony?
Yeah, I mean, they really are. Obviously, Raleigh sold out. So, I mean, from that standpoint alone, like over on the EU side of things, I'm casting HGS on the EU side of things. There's going to be 6 teams that get fully funded. We're talking travel. We're talking stay. and we're talking that team pass that's sold out, that's worth its weight in gold. Just on the EU side of things, we're going to see multiple teams from NA as well. So I mean, it's obviously there's a lot riding on this. You know, if you don't have a pass, you can't play. And if you want to make a name for yourself, sign up for these open tournaments, get your name out there, show us what you got, and maybe, just maybe, you can have a life-changing moment. You know, when I was growing up, I loved gaming. I played Halo 3 competitively. There was no chance that I'd be able to afford to fly out to a tournament to play on land. It just wouldn't make sense. I couldn't do it. But maybe I could have gone to a tournament like this where we are in today's day and age, show out, frag out, become a professional player, and have all that travel and team passes paid for you. You're living like a celebrity, and it's just amazing to see where Halo is in this day and age. I'm loving it. I really am, Tim.
Oh, wait, dude, we said it. We said it. The Halo was going to come back. I'm not going to bring up content creators that said the Halo needs a VR, but as we can clearly see, it does not need a battle royale. I would like one, but it does not need one. And it's just great to see that we're back to the roots, right? Esports Engine, HCS, doing a great job here. Top 50 in North America in terms of points are considered professional players. And like Tony said, I want to harp on this because this is really important. Tony said that you get points. You can essentially use those points to get into an event with a team. Teams are looking for points. Let's say you go into this event. Let's say you go into one of the open events and you don't place very well, but you got a lot of points to your name, your teammates. You got 50 points or so, 100 points. You can carry that onto another team, a better team, stack up the points and continue to stack up those points throughout the season and potentially put yourself on a very good team that you can place high with. It's all about the grind. It's all about, I'm a big believer, okay? I don't want to get motivational. It's really easy for me to do so, but anyone can do this. And it's just the door is literally open for you. Take it. Get in that doorway. Infinity, do you want to go pro with me, dude?
I would. I feel like I might drag you down a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I feel like you could probably rock the shock rifle a little bit better than I can, to be honest. Your mouse and keyboard gives you the advantage, of course, as well.
Oh,
I don't want to bring you down, you know. Well, look, it's there's a million reasons why I feel like this is.
Honestly, I did throw away going pro or competing in general when I took the pilot program, but I'm casting, okay? I'm a caster now. I'm on the desk with two beautiful people, and we're gonna cast this event. You get the same feeling, right? As a caster, you can kind of feel that when we're at Raleigh, those guys at the desk are gonna feel the energy. You know what I mean? And that's just cool. Like, you get to be a part of the game. You know, also being a caster, it's just a great time. But we're back. Halo Infinite's back. I'm going to continue to say that, so don't get mad at me. I'm going to say it probably another 20 times in this cast. It is just what it is. We're back, and I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it. We're going to get into the next match shortly here. Of course, Sentinels coming up next. I don't know who they're going to be facing. I'll have to take a look at the bracket, but I want to throw us to a break real quick, so make sure you stay tuned, guys. A lot more action coming your way very shortly.
Flag taken. Eagle flag captured. Flag taken. Cobra flag returned. Flag taken. Eagle flag captured.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Louis V Titan watch party for the HCS Open #2. We're going to get right into this next match, but I'm going to introduce the casters real quick. Garrett and Tony, why not be casting? They're going to take your next match. Garrett, welcome to the show.
I'm excited, man. Tony, love you as always. Can't wait to cast with you active. You got such a great smile and a beautiful voice. I'm excited to get into it. And look at this, Tony. We're already in Strongholds on Recharge, and we're starting off with the POV of Royal 2. That's a good one to go. I'll still say it to this day, Tony. Royal 2, best pure aimer in all of esports. I don't care. Not console, not PC, not mouse and keyboard. All of esports. This man does not miss shots.
Yeah, when I was talking to Wes not too long ago, I mean, he said when it comes to point and click, Royal 2 is a king of it. Doesn't matter what game it is, doesn't matter what input it is. He's also really that good in mouse and keyboard as well. He's just that good as we're on board now with Frosty rocking the shock rifle at the moment, putting damage on everybody, but more importantly, holding down Top Attic. Oh man, I love this shock rifle, guys. If you don't know, one clean body shot and a little bit of a head will give you a one-shot kill. Frosty puts it to work on Gold Star BR, gets a little cheeky with the second, not quite able to get that kill. But this shock rifle, I imagine in a month, maybe two, we're gonna see this really be the power weapon to center around on this map, because players are gonna figure it out. They're gonna be getting one-shot kills left and right, and essentially it's a sniper rifle that respawns after drop off. So I mean, you're gonna have the shock rifle on the map almost all the time, and when people are on with this thing, it's absolutely filthy. And we're talking about one of the best snipers in Halo 5 having it in his hands.
It really is that good, as Frosty gonna actually run into two players. So now we're gonna be swapping hands of that shock rifle against a team that, let me tell you, this is a solid squad. Sorrel, Neuronical, Piggy Sane, and Gold Star BR. These are top amateur players that were playing in Halo 5 and they're looking to make a name for themselves here in Halo Infinite. I'm so happy to see them make it all the way here in Winners Round 5, but obviously they might have run into a bit of a brick wall against a team like Sentinels.
Well, you see the Frosty, I think, got a little too greedy right there. He runs straight into two. Actually, I believe that was Gold Star BR. But Gold Star BR, he's not having the greatest game right now, but I always want to shout this man out. He's an FFA god, Tony. He's in the same boat as Royal 2, one of those just aimers who just never misses shots. Obviously, he still has some development to do in the game, but we saw him place top 8 multiple times in the Halo 5 Pro Series. He's coming back with Halo Infinite. I love this squad that he has. He's picking up all the grinders, and they're trying to make something happen. And we'll just have to see if he can, as he's gonna take one down but get traded out right away. And it looks like Sentinels, they're feeling very comfortable early on in this game.
And to be honest with you, it's not just free fall, it's not just 4v4s. I've cast this man playing 2s, I've cast him playing SWAT. The man's just a overall Halo player, Halo savant, if you will, as Royal 2 is gonna go down to one shot, but luckily there's no nade hit markers giving that free information, so he's able to get away and going for the challenge over towards batteries, but having 3 players in front of him, utilize that repulsor to maybe dodge a couple of nades flying at him, but he's in a non-advantageous position. But just like that, he's on the flank.
He's going for it. Royal 2 getting up in that face, trying to figure out where they go. Neuronical eventually does get taken down. Royal 2 not quite able to keep up with the speed. Now back to Lethal. They have the score 126-16, controlling A and C. This is what you normally see from teams be a bit of a death trap. You can go for that triple cap, but when you do, you almost always force your spawns into back yellow, which is the last thing that you want. And then you just have to be really aware of leaving the C spawn open, because it's so weighty on this game type that if you do go for B, you can always expect there to be some sort of spawn towards C. And now they're going to try to finish the collapse. 3 kills in the favor of Falling Esports. Lethal's going to be able to find the trade out on 1, but they're going to lose B, and now they're not going to have any points on the board. And like I said, Tony, it's so dangerous to go for those trip caps. It can absolutely bite you in the back. And I think that's exactly what happened right there. And now it's going to be up to Frosty and the crew to figure out how to put some more points on the board.
Yeah, but it's still great slays coming out of Falling Esports, but I guess for how long? Because they've actually just gone 2 down. Luckily, Piggy Sane getting a little bit of a flank on that player. Excellent kill on Frosty, and now he's going to make his way over towards A. And where's the communication? A Piggy Sane kind of living rent-free over here, and the only damage he's taking is from his teammate, apparently.
Friendly fire, man, it's a tough one to go. You know how many nades I've stuck on my teammates this game, because you're like, oh, let me throw a sticky right here, they just walk right through you. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, personalized delivery service for my team kills. But here we go. Frosty's been fragging out this game, 12-5, and he's using that mangler. We saw it in the previous series. That mangler can do some absolutely devastating things to your opponents. It's 3 shots to the kill if you hit the head after you break the shields, or it's 1 shot, 1 melee, and this thing is an absolute tank to deal with on the map. And he's going from long range. He cracks the shields. He's trying to get him through the stairs. That player got to get away for now, but it's Snakebite that's in position to back him down. Snakebite will eventually get the trade out on Neuronical. He's gonna leave the A hill right away, and I like this. Just reposition. You know they're coming from Turbine. It's more important to get these kills. This player trying its best to do it to stay alive, but Snakebite, he knows better. He's not gonna make sure that nothing gets away from him. Come out the door, finish out your kill, get that wingman. That's 5 assists in a row as they're starting to tally up the score. Oh my God, Snakebite, are you really gonna go for it? He goes straight into C. Unfortunately, not able to survive, but the sword is in the hands of Royal 2. amazing collapses coming out of Sentinels, and there's no doubt in my mind that they've earned this devastating lead right now, 183 to 48, going in favor of Sentinels. However, Falling Esports finally putting some points on the board. Royal 2 in a bad situation, utilizing that repulsor once again to dodge as much damage as possible, and he still has the sword.
Royal 2 gonna back out of C4 now. They do not have this hill at the moment, so an interesting rotation. He's more concerned at making sure that they can keep the A spawn. Unfortunately, runs out of BR ammo and is gonna get taken down, and now it's up to this player to stay alive versus the man that's won it all, and he's able to do so. Distracts long enough that Snakebite gets taken down. They lose the sword because of that rotation. C now captured by Frosty and the crew, but A-B control for now, and if you can get a couple slayouts, you can potentially move to the AC setup and start trapping Sentinels into the back yellow. This is exactly what Falling Esports needs to do at the moment. The question is, can they get the slays? And we see the top yellow push coming right now. The shots are coming across the map. Not quite able to find that kill as Neuronical, but what it does tell him is C is open for the taking. He's going to go to get tower control, and look at this challenge from Sorrel. He's going to try to take down them out at B. Not quite able to stay alive for now as Royal 2 able to push back through this tower. Missed opportunity from Falling Esports. If they're able to get those kills, get C control, trap them back at B, I think we'd have an opportunity to see them get back into this game.
Yeah, that was some really good plays coming out of Falling Esports, and if Sorrel would have won that challenge, let me tell you, man, it would have been absolutely insane. But finally, Sentinels bouncing back, what you expected to happen, as Royal 2 actually going to lose that individual gunfight, and that player might have made it over towards top A, and a momentary 3 down for Sentinels, and that means Falling Esports are able to steal away B and are rocking that A-B setup that you were talking about before.
Let's get the sword. Get in that face. Oh, man. One thing I do love about the change from Halo Infinite from Halo 5 is when you sprint with the sword, you're not able to see your lunge. Obviously, you're not getting the red reticle anymore on PC. So it's a bit tough. You have to judge the distance where you get that lunge with the sword. And I feel like it's this new skill gap that's going to develop, knowing exactly how close you need to be to get that lunge. And it's going to be interesting to see how teams adapt. Well, here we are on board Royal 2. Now, this is a position when you have a trip cap, right? It's okay to be at B, and one player you want at B would be Royal 2 because he can get into that long C range. He can find all the lanes possible. Okay, I was about to say that sword's coming out. I think he's looking for the camo player. Frosty's going to push forward. But yeah, you always want to have your players like Royal 2 in long sightlines where they can try to get their BR to work and get those cross map shots, because you know they're hardly ever going to miss, as Frosty's staying alive with his camouflage. 18 and 10 from him will be his final stat line, as the main slayer from Halo 5 comes back and does it all. Tony.
Yeah, obviously that was a decisive win if you look at the scoreboard going towards Sentinels, but man, you'd be crazy to think that Falling Esports did not have their moments and show you a bit of light. And even again, obviously dominant win, well-earned win by Sentinels, but Falling Esports, they showed enough to me to make me believe that maybe, just maybe, they can take a Game 2 Slayer, because they look damn good, and so does Piggy Sane. Piggy Sane always said that he was considered underrated because he came into Halo so late in life, and now he's showing that he can slay with the best of them. 13 kills come out of that young man, but wasn't enough to take down Sentinels, obviously.
And Piggy's saying it. There's one thing that you cannot sell Piggy saying short on, and that's passion. The man has plenty of it. He might be the most passionate AM in this bracket right now. I love Piggy saying. He wakes up and he's just different from everyone else. If you guys haven't followed him on Twitter, you better go find him out over there, Piggy saying on Twitter, because he is an absolute pleasure to have on the timeline. Though one thing we got to say, I mean, I expect more from Gold Star BR. He honestly is one of those players where you just can't afford for him to have a bad stat line, because he's one of those slow players who's going to sit in the back and try to laser out whatever comes his way. You need to see a better stat line from Gold Star BR, and what that shows me is that he was probably losing the fights to Royal 2, because that's going to be his main opponent all game. They have very similar play styles, and Gold Star BR needs to figure out what he needs to get done in order to win those gunfights. But here we are, we're moving on to Aquarius, my personal favorite map, Tony.
I'm sorry. I'm not gonna let you glance over this because you're being much nicer than the tools that I know. Goldstar, you played like crap game one, and I can see that. I know that man, and we all know his potential. You played like crap game one. You better bounce back because you are too good to be dropping a 5 and 16. Okay, you can be nice about it, Garrett. I'm not gonna be nice about it. Goldstar, all eyes are on you right now. I'm gonna need a 20 bomb.
Hey, Brian, you heard it. Brian, beautiful look at the map right there. Don't need to say it in chat. Let's go, guys. Aquarius, here we come. I absolutely love this map. Small quarters combat. The BR can laser from any point in front. Oh man, you hate to see it. We're gonna have to restart this one. I believe it was Snakebite who I guess he switched teams. I don't know who didn't make it into the lobby. Someone didn't make it into the lobby. We'll figure it out, guys. But yeah, Tony, let's just roast everyone. Goldstar BR, you're bad. You don't deserve to be here. You better get that BR up because I know what you can do. I've seen you. I see it. Yeah, guys, Goldstar BR. I'm not putting this. I'm not gonna let it slide, Tony, because like you said, I know how good he is. He's going to be placed in top 8 at Rally for the FFA. The question is, how well can he place in the 4v4s? And I think he has the potential. We saw it time and time again when he was making it through the Halo 5 Pro Series. Now, hey, it's Halo Infinite's time. You can't be having stat lines like that. And I also want to see Neuronical pick it up a little bit too. He's a player that came just roaring onto the scene, in my opinion, and he's absolutely talented. I want to see him make a difference. Piggy's saying though that he's stepped into the spotlight. The spotlight. I really liked his stat line.
Yeah, I mean, all 4 of these players have such a bright future in Halo, and they were top amateurs in Halo 5, and Goldstar's been playing this game for quite some time. He goes back even further than Halo 5, and I would not be surprised that they're going to show off a lot better. And that's why I'm so hard on him, because I know the potential that young man has. I know the future is so bright, and for him to, right now, lights are on him. We have a few hundred people in the chat right now watching. All eyes are on you, and there's some people that don't know Goldstar's name just yet, and I want that to be a household name. So I want you guys to see how good this young man is, and it's going to start right here on game 2, Aquarius. And it's funny because this map really gives me those Fathom type of vibes. You have that top mid, which is obviously good to control, but you also have those long hallways that some of these main gunfights going to be go through, and really, really hard to gain map control, especially when these spawns are going to be switching back and forward, being on that dynamic pole. I can imagine Aquarius being a really tough map to play on Slayer, in my opinion.
Yeah, you just have to be really aware of the spawns. And the other thing about Aquarius is you have to be aware of the sandbox. There's so many goodies on the map. You have 2 pistols that spawn on both utilities, depending on which side you spawn on, your left or right little closet area. You want to make sure that you get those pistols for those close range fights in the bases, where there's those closed off corridors. Then there's also the thrust that spawns right on the middle of that hey Tony, you know what it is, and then the camouflage to work with. But what's most important is the heat wave that spawns in the bottom, mid, right, or left side, depending on your spawn. That heat wave is proving itself to be the best weapon in the game. And if you don't have that thing in your hands, it's a losing recipe.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most versatile weapons that we've seen in Halo Sandbox in years, in decades, if you ask me. For some reason, the heat wave, it's a love-hate relationship I have with it. When I'm in close range, sometimes I'll shoot an enemy, it'll bounce off the wall, and I swear it gets auto-aim back at me. I'll do as much damage to myself than I do the enemy team. As Zarel gets a big kill off the screen, Neuronical gonna go in for the challenge on World 2, taking him down, and we have a 4-2 lead going in favor of Falling Esports, and they have the camouflage in hands.
Piggy Sam was able to get a quick kill off. Oh, Piggy, you can't lose that one. Lethal able to find the trade out. The camo is so hard to work with. Oh man, I love the strafing in this game. No, you can get real fast with it. We saw Lethal make Piggy miss a couple shots, and he's able to get that trade out. And now, same thing, Royal 2. The strafe is just a little bit too strong in this game, guys. If you can put it, you can really just strafe left and right, get people to miss their shots, and that's what you're going to see a ton on Aquarius. Because like you said, Tony, we have these long line of sights on both the left and the right lanes, but what also is on the left and the right lanes are small rooms where you're going to have close up and quarter fights, and you're going to see the strafe play a huge part of that.
And long story short, just give every player the wiggles. Just give everybody the wiggles as Frosty getting that beautiful, perfect kill on screen here. Also having the thrust in his back pocket, so he feels that he's going to be in a non-advantageous position. You're going to watch him really lose people with that strafe and that thrust combination as he's chasing down the player with the sidekick, ends up hunting him down. It's going to be a big kill, and now Sentinels have gained the lead.
Lethal now looking for some kills. He's gonna be okay. So Heatwave not available right now at that bottom Heatwave spawn. So he's gonna be looking for another. He's gonna be able to find Ironical. Actually doesn't go to pick up that thrust. Come on, you got to pick up the thrust, right, Tony? I mean, we've seen so many kills go down right now because of that thrust. Instead, Lethal going to get traded out. Sorrel pushing forward. He's going to be able to find another, and he's going to get top control. And with camo coming up right now, whoever can dictate the top control will get that camouflage. As we Sorrel, he's trying his best to stay alive, dodging nades, doing whatever is necessary. That camo needs to go into their hands. He gets hit in the back, and Neuronical's is able to get away with the camouflage. And with this, they can potentially start going on a bit of a spree. You want to make sure that you at least get 2 or 3 unanswered kills with this camouflage. Get yourself a little bit of breathing room, because when you're talking about the 2-time world championship roster, the dynasty, whatever lead you can get, you go for it. You try to hold on to it. And that double kill is going to be ever so important to making that a reality. Neuronical picking it up, and then who else? Gold Star VR heard our cries. He's starting to frag out as well on the leaderboard. I love to see this from Falling Esports as they take themselves a 2-kill lead and use that camouflage beautifully to start a launching pad for this potential W. And guess who's now missing shots? Neuronical's hitting them all. He's going for another get to killing spree, 5 unanswered kills. We love to see it from Falling Esports.
And this is the Falling Esports that we expected to see. They have a beautiful lead right now, and they're playing lights out, but the camouflage has worn off here on Neuronicals. So now he has nothing but his BR in hands. What are you going to do with it? Excellent shots from across the map. Call out comes in. Looks like he has a teammate going in for the collapse, but this is Sentinels. They know how to defend their spawn really well. Either way, map control still going in favor of Falling Esports, and I'm loving the way they're playing.
I'm loving the way that Neuronical's is playing. You're seeing a man that really values his life. He plays sneaky. He lets lanes open just so he can watch players push through them and meet his BR. He eventually goes down. That was 6 kills in a row for Neuronical as he's able to start off this game 8-5. Absolutely love to see it. Sentinels able to tie this game up, and Piggy saying holding down the Heatwave lane as he's going to try to find another kill. Not quite able to get the 2 to land, and now he's going to have to rotate out towards bottom blue as he finds a player. Man, he's in a tough spot. This is the problem. If you're not able to get control of the map, if you're not able to sit top mid, it can feel as if you're in a mouse trap. If it were a cat is chasing you from all angles. Top control, lane control, so vital in Aquarius. Great job by Piggy saying to stay alive. But look at Frosty. This is a man that knows the sandbox. He's gone. He's picked up the thrust, and he has the pistol in the back pocket. He's letting players pass because he knows they're going to be easy kills. Love to see this from Frosty. They're going to play off each other so well, Tony. You know that the best communication in the game comes from this Sentinel roster.
And Aquarius is a really tough map to keep full control of. It's a map that you really have to make sure that your awareness and your communication is on point. There are so many avenues for players to get away while one shot that you have to punish them. So you have to make sure that your communication is on point, and you're making sure those one shots are being hunted down. And I mean, Neuronical clearly hunting down every one shot. He's currently 12-6 at the moment as Frosty going in for a challenge. He's going to be put down. There's actually 2 down for Sentinels. What is going on here?
Holding on as we could be seeing the first upset game of the bracket, in my opinion. If Falling Esports can push this to a game 3, well, Tony, you never know. We always say you never know what happens in game 5. Well, you never know what happens in game 3. And that's all that Piggy's saying and the crew need to work towards. Get yourself in the position to play that last game 3 and make an upset happen. Take down the dynasty roster, push them into losers bracket in day 1, and that would be an accomplishment. Everyone on Twitter, on Reddit, everyone's going to be talking about this game if they can pull up this upset.
Piggy saying now going in for a flank. Nobody home just yet, but he feels the pressure coming in. Now he's trying to get the communication. Actually, doubles back immediately. This player's going to be one shot right next to him, utilizing that thrust to avoid the nade damage, and that's going to be a beautiful kill coming out of Piggy saying, but he's in a non-advantageous position. How he's going to get out of this one?
He's able to stay alive. And remember, we left Neurotical off when he was 8-5. The man's now 13-8. He's been absolutely being the hard carry for his team this game. He has the heat wave and camo. This is the combination you're looking for, and that's exactly why you can get up close and personal. It's like a mangler that's way more forgiving. One shot to the body and one punch gets it done, or it's two to the bodies. He's able to find another one. Oh my, Neurotical willing his team to victory right here as they have a 2-kill lead. 8 more to win it. He's taking the fight from the bottom and he's able to get the kill. Neurotical's going crazy. The man's double positive. He's trying to do it all. He's not able to get the trade out, unfortunately. But what is that lead enough? They have 3 kills to spare. Now the question is, can they get the trade outs and win this game to Slayer?
And despite Neurotical going off at the moment, they only are up by 2 kills at the moment. Piggy saying, now working a flank over here, crouching a little bit. He is going to be spotted, ends up going down 1 shot. He's going to try to get out of dodge, but he's going to be hunted down. 2 down, go Falling Esports, and Sentinels are bouncing back. Luckily, Goldstar getting a huge cleanup kill off the screen, but his teammate's in trouble. The stick comes in. Goldstar puts him down, and they are 3 kills away from taking game number 1, game number 2, and tying up the series.
Goldstar, that is some BDE if I've ever seen it. Doesn't go for the shot, switches over to the stickies, says hold this one for me, puts the blueberry on the forehead and gets his team 1 kill closer, and 1 kill is all that it's going to take in order for Falling Esports to upset Sentinels in game 2 and push us to a 3rd. And it's going to be up to Goldstar BR. The nade not going to connect. That player going to get away, but they eventually do find the chase kill, and it's happened. We're going to a game 3. My God, this Falling Esports roster, they believed in themselves and they're trying to get it done, Tony. I love to see it. Goldstar BR, he bounced back, and Neurotical, he bounced back in a big way. Man, I love to see what he did. Those camouflage kills that he got, that heat wave that he used, those 2 killing sprees that he got that game were the difference maker. You see 7.0 KDA. Give that one over to the Neurotical. Slap that man on the back. Go find him on Twitter and tell him you won your team a game.
Ladies and gentlemen, there might be a chance. I don't know. I'm just saying there might be a chance that Sentinels go down to the elimination bracket in winners round 5. That doesn't even sound feasible to me, but we're going into a game 3 and it is possible. As of right now, Falling Esports coming out with a big win and they have all the momentum on their side. 4,683 damage coming out of Neurotical. That man was absolutely on one.
Guys, game 3. Now the question is, Tony, how does Sentinels respond? You know, is this going to be a close game, or is Sentinels going to be like, all right, we let you play with the food a little bit. You're not even going to stand a chance. We're a dynasty for a reason. We've seen this a couple times where Sentinels drops an unexpected game, and then they just come back and they're like, yeah, you guys never stood a chance. Now the question is, what Sentinels do we see? And can Falling Esports go blow for blow in this game 3? I'm excited to see it. We're moving on to Bizarre CTF. And man, we saw some bizarre things from Frosty last time we saw him on this map.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is that we talk about it all the time. If there's a team where the underdogs, a game type where the underdog team is going to come out on top, it's usually on a Slayer. But now we're going right back to objective, and that's where it's tough, where not only do you have to play for that map control, not only do you have to get the slays, but you have to constantly be on the move and playing for that objective. That's where the ultimate coordination come in. You're talking about, there's plenty of teams that have that advanced coordination. There are plenty of teams that have that advanced firepower, but there are few that have both, and that's what makes pros. I'm expecting Sentinels to bounce back in a big way. I would not be surprised if this is a 4-1 win going in favor of Sentinels.
4-1, man. That's, I'm gonna say 3-2, and I'm gonna flip a coin. Let me see if I can find one. Tony, I'm not flipping one because I don't need to flip one. I know Sentinels. Hey man, I love you, Falling. Goldstar BR, you're my boy, Brian. I hope you do your thing. Neurotical, I think you're absolutely nasty. Piggy saying your passion's unmatched. We're talking about Frosty. We're talking about Snakebite. Active. We're talking about Lethal, the title champion. He's won worlds all over the place. This man he's been dynasty after dynasty, and he's trying to cement another one. I don't think Falling Esports stands a chance, but hey, we'll see. I love the guys over at Falling. Active, what are your thoughts?
I don't think they take. There's no way they take game 3. That was a really good Slayer. It was really fun to watch. They won by 2 kills. Ironical. Camo genius. The next Boo Boo Doo, that guy got what, 4 kills each camo? Like, that's unheard of. I only get like a half a kill when I pick up a camo. That guy's insane. Great job by him overall. But I don't think they take game 3, honestly. I think that they have potential of getting like 1 cap, maybe. But honestly, I don't see it happening. We will keep you guys updated though on this match. We're gonna switch over to SSG versus E United, which is, let me tell you, that matchup is fire, literally fire, and I am excited to watch this one. We'll keep you guys updated on the Sentinels matchup versus Falling Esports. We're gonna shift gears and go watch some SSG, who, by the way, they have Formal. Garrett, they have Formal on their team now, bro. Hey, my goodness.
Nothing gets me more excited than seeing Formal back on Halo. Guys, if you didn't see him, what he did back in Reach, back in 4, he skipped out on Halo 5 for a little bit. He even won a tournament at H2A. He messed around and won a tournament at H2A. This man took over the Call of Duty scene. And he's back home right now, and he's found a home on that Space Station Gaming roster. I'm excited to see what these guys look at, but it's going to be a tough match, Tony. Oh my God, that E United roster? Woo-hoo, Space Station. I don't know, man. I don't have much confidence that Space Station can pull this one out, because that E United roster, they look a little bit different, man. I love the way Spartan's playing this game.
I mean, yeah, I want to agree with you. I mean, don't get me wrong. Space Station Gaming, you have Tylenol, who, let me tell you, I call him the Prince of Halo. He's next up. If you guys don't know Tylenol, you must have been sleeping under a rock, because that man is purely talented, plays on a crazy high sensitivity, and he puts in that work. You combine him with Ace Global Champion, then you bring back Formal, who's one of my favorite players back in the day. I used to, when Formal and Ninja were both streaming, I would love watching me some Ninja, but I would watch Formal as well because I like them that much. However, E United, they've been playing together for quite some time. King Nick is on the up and up. Spartan's shot is absolutely insane. You do not want to challenge that man. This Ryan Noob and Rainer have become that duo. The IQ and the firepower coming out of E United. I love this roster. I think it's a great test for Space Station because I really have E United as kind of like that 4th place team. But this is a great test for Space Station to see where they're at, especially in introducing Formal to this iteration.
Honestly, I just want to give some shout outs to these guys. Okay, the guys on SSG and the guys on United. They've been waiting for us so that we can get into the observer mode. Obviously, we can watch the streams like you're seeing here on your screen with Frosty, but the fact that we're able to get into observer mode and they basically stalled their match to get us in. Shout out to those guys, man. Thank you, both teams. We really appreciate it, and we hope you can put on a show for us.
Oh, we love the boys over at United and Space Station. We appreciate the fact that they're able to get us in, and we'll take a look at this Sentinels game while we get our observer in there and make sure that we don't hold up any of the bracket. We see Frosty. I mean, hey, Tony, I think you might be onto something with that 4-1 prediction.
I mean, the problem is that these pros separate themselves by not only having that gun skill, but also having the coordination as well. I don't get me wrong. Falling Esports, they have gun skill. They can outgun the best of them, but their coordination isn't on the same pace as Sentinels. So when you have to advance forward, pull that objective, watch the overextenders, there's so much going on in the map at the same time. I just don't believe Falling Esports is going to be able to keep up. But I mean, there's a lower bracket, and I'm sure they're gonna upset a bunch of teams in the lower bracket, but not Sentinels, not today. And again, that's just my opinion.
Man, look at this. Frosty looking great as he's pushing back towards the Rockets. Let's see if he misses a shot. I don't think he will, and he does not. Oh man, I love watching Frosty sometimes. This man just makes it look too easy. He's able to get that kill, clear out the rocket lane, waiting for these rockets to come on up and use them. Piggy saying in the crew, they got to get something to go. Falling Esports, they have potential. They're not down by a lot right now, but you have to be able to stabilize, and that's one great way to do it. Make Frosty get punished for missing a shot, and punish them they will. They are able to find 3. Snakebite trying to find the pick. He's able to get 1, and the question is, I think the rockets are down over there. Snakebite can get get the rockets, he's going to be able to stabilize the push for now. But yeah, you see Snakebite, he's just being a pain. He's pushing players back towards him. Frosty lining him up. Frosty turns around. He knows where to look. He's able to find one more, and this is why Sentinels is the best at what they do. They find the holes in the armor, and they push right through it as he's able to find one, and they're back in the driving seat position as he's going to rotate back to their balk, and he's going to bland down some more shots. This is looking unreal. No problem. Frosty looks left, he looks right, he looks north, he looks south. Guys, this man is absolutely different.
That he is. It's a large reason why they have a 1-0 lead, and I believe that Space Station and E United game is almost ready, and I am shaking. I'm so excited to watch these two go at it. Two of my favorite orgs that are in this competition and in Halo are going at it, and I can't wait.
Let's see. Great shots from Frosty as we wait to get that Space Station game up. And now pushing through, he's going to be able to find one on Gold Star VR, and this is going to be the floodgates. Oh, no. Two perfect shots, but Royal 2 is in the back of the base. He's going to try to get it to happen, and here we go. Finally back, Space Station Gaming's newest member, Optic Formal, ready to lay down some damage. I know that's a little odd to say, huh, Tony? You know, I don't even think if Space Station did pick up, they could take the Optic out of Formal. I think he's gonna be staying with that with that organization for the rest of his life. Talk about a lifer, but man, E United, they look like one of the best teams in the game. They got an unfortunate bracket last time around where they had to play first and second place, I believe, and early on in the bracket. I think this is for sure, in my opinion, a top 3, a top 4 team. They just need to have a little bit of a kinder bracket, but today is not that day as they're facing Space Station Gaming in day 1.
Let me tell you, this man got that Optic money. He's playing for Space Station Gaming. He believes the hype. Like, what org is this man playing for? I needed to find out. If the Sword putting in absolute work coming out of Spartan, and 2 down go SSG.
Formal trying to get the lucky nade up there. Yeah, you're not going to survive long right there. King Nick going to be going down. I believe King Nick, he might have, yeah, I think he's made the transition. No more King Nick, just Nick for Mr. Nick. You know, it's going to take me a second to get used to that one, Tony, but I do like the rebrand. I am a huge fan of players just going by their names. Tylenol's able to find one on Nick. 5 and 3 to start for Rain. Ryan Noob going to be up in this top heaven looking for some more kills. The sword's in his face, and he's not going to be able to survive. He says, get me out of here. And you love this. This is a unique setup. Sometimes you like to see teams set up at C, Tony, because you can play it off the map. The other times there's yellow, but you have to hold down this entire lane, and this sword's going to be a critical piece to that.
Yeah, I think it's viable, but it's all about you winning those individual gunfights. There's no way you're going to be able to hold the setup if you're not putting damage on the map, as Tylenol going to have to sacrifice that ball time to play his life. His numbers are going in favor of E United. He's going to utilize that sword to get a big kill on screen here, and looks like the Seeding gets a big kill as well. So 2 down go E United, and Space Station Gaming might be able to make something out of this. Ace has the ball in hands and looks like he's ready to play it if things get a little bit dicey.
To go down. Okay, yeah, you're getting shot. Better get that thing down. He is going to get taken down. Ryan Noob able to find that kill. And now it's going to come down to this fight in the long lane. Shots come through, but no kill to be seen. The assist comes in, and there you go. Now you have a full lane to yourself. You can get people on C plat. You can get people at long. You can start finding the kills, and you can start pushing towards this ball. That's exactly what they do. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication, 2 people going for the ball, but you get it. You got it away. You can tell that this roster really likes to hold it back in yellow. They're comfortable with this setup, and they're going to try their best. As we're going to see some more stellar shots come out from Deciding, a player that really I'm not too familiar with, Tony. And he's found himself on one of the biggest rosters in the game early on.
You know, very similar to Tylenol. You know, I recognize this sighting from playing all those twos tournaments alongside, I believe it was Flazen. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that wrong, but they were really putting in that work together in twos in Halo 3, and clearly that skill set is translated over as the perfect kill coming out of Ace. Beautiful shots coming from the shock rifle, utilizing that grapple to get back into the action. SSG currently have the lead, and woo! Again, they are being tested by this E United squad, and they're taking that challenge and taking it with stride.
Well, this shock rifle could be the difference maker, but the nade has something to say about it. When you're able to get that shock rifle to work, it's absolutely devastating for the team. And now Formal trying to find someone to take down. One of the best shots in Halo and Call of Duty. The question is he ready for this fight? That grenade's going to push him out, and the insta-explode will eventually finish him off. And here we go. We have an update on the top left of your screen. You can see Formal playing, I mean, not Formal, that's Frosty's perspective, as we want to make sure that we see if there's a potential upset to happen in that game.
Meanwhile, on the bottom right-hand corner screen, Rain getting into a little bit of an engagement, winning that gunfight against the seeding, and now going to make his way over towards the ball, and it looks like the setup is in. They're locked down over towards C. If they could watch the hallways coming out of A and long haul, they can look really good with the setup, but easier said than done.
Getting those first couple shots in. Gonna drop the ball after the teammate help comes through, but not able to get it off the map. There we go. At the last second, Ryan Noob able to get it off, and now two more go down for EU United. We can see the rotation back from Space Station. The problem is after you get the slay outs at C and the ball gets played, well, now you basically have to slay out another full time because the new spawns are going to be right over at that B stronghold. You're going to be able to get right on top of that ball once again. And that's, ooh, man, that shock rifle is too good, but that's what you have to be careful about. That's why the C setup is really favored by a lot of these teams. It's because you get the setup, you play the ball, and then all of a sudden, you're right back at the ball, ready to play for it again.
Great job by Formal to bait that teammate, that enemy player, right into his nade. That was another excellent nade. That's going to go a little wide. Still able to get the kill over towards back gold corner. And man, Formal clearly hasn't skipped a beat going over to Call of Duty. The man is looking good right now. 59 to 47 going in favor of SSG.
Yeah, I just want to point out, son, he has 11 assists, Tony. And this isn't like Halo 5 or Halo 2 or Halo 3 where you do a little bit of damage and you get an assist. No, you have to do over 50% of the kill damage in order to get an assist in this game. And when you see 11 assists early, like, this is the first round of Oddball and you have 11 assists, Formal's putting down massive damage on the map, and Spartan's going to be able to clean up another kill for his team. He's 13-9 at the moment, and that's what you expect from Spartan. If he's not main slaying for his team, he's doing something wrong. This man is basically the Hulk of EU United. You just let him go, and you hope that he's on the right side of the map because he's going to find whatever kill there is to find.
The Hulk of EU United. That's going to be quite the nickname right there, as the seeding getting right behind enemy lines. Excellent trade-off in kills as multiple players are going to go down here for EU United. Man, SSG are looking a lot better than I thought. I said it before, my power rankings, I had EU United as the number 4 squad, but SSG are looking so good right now.
And I just got word, Sentinels, hey, Tony, we'll split the difference 3-0, just under a minute left. Not really any possibility of Falling Esports to get back into that game. So Sentinels, they answer back after a Rocky Slayer. They have a rock solid flag as they're able to win 3-0 over Falling Esports in that winners bracket. They'll move on to winners bracket round 6. Falling Esports gonna have a little bit of a road to secure themselves a day 2 finish in the losers bracket.
Ball taken.
That they are, but we got to talk about this comeback coming in out of EU United, and now they're only 5 more seconds away from taking round number 1 here in Oddball. That ball is going to be played over towards the middle of the map and swap hands over towards SSG. Meanwhile, Spartan is in a little bit of trouble. He's going to go down. The player next to him is 1 shot, 3 down. Go EU United, and it looks like SSG might have stolen this game right back. Oh, I'm freaking out. I am freaking out right now. EU United were literally 4 seconds away from coming out with round number 1. The Slays go in favor of Space Station Gaming, and they steal it right back.
Hey, Tony, look, 1 second. I got to make a phone call. I got to dial up 911 and tell them that I just witnessed some thievery, because that is an absolute stolen game right there to take round 1. My God, EU United, you got to figure it out. You can't let that happen. Oh no, but here we go. Back on, we'll get the observer mode back to work. I'm not sure why I can't see the names right now, but we'll figure that out in a moment, guys. As we see Ace able to find 1 kill. The ball is back into the hands of EU United. Going to be quickly taken out, deciding, going to be able to find that trade out, and now it's going to be a race to the A stronghold, and the sword is in the hands of this player, and this is what's so important, guys. The sword staying up in this room, you can hold down the entire lane. They're not going to come in from tower because they're going to meet the fate of the silver sword. And you can, if you have a good enough BR shot, well, they're not going to get through turbine either.
United looking really good right now, but it looks like SSG have opened up with a nice little lead, 26-2, and they're still putting points on the board. United's going to go down multiple players as well. So hold on. A little back and forward action, but SSG kind of coming out on top. Tylenol still having that ball in hands, and the setup is locked in, going towards gold and B.
The points start to stack up for Space Station Gaming. Guys, if you want to show some support for this roster, well, you know, all you have to do is go to the team store and buy yourself some Space Station Gaming skins, and you'll be able to own what I believe is the best looking BR skin. I love this thing, Tony. The scope that's inside of it, that's gold. It just looks absolutely pristine. Guys, if you haven't, support everyone. This is the first time that you're really able to buy team skins off day one, have those funds, go support the prize pool of future tournaments. We love absolutely everything that HCS has done with the team skins and the ability to support our big teams. But here we go. Sword is in the back pocket, BR in the front. Change it on out. Make sure that no one's going to get around you. Chase this man down. Don't let him get the kill. Sword in the hand. There's one. There's two. The third. Not going to be able to go down. But man, I love to see me some sword action on this map. It's just, it feels so much fun. But here we go. E United, they have a way to go back. A nice number on the other side to catch up to, as they're finally going to be able to break the double point threshold.
Yeah, I mean, round number one was so close, and really SSG have opened up with a 69-2 run in round number two, but now EU United have a chance to lock in the setup, even though their ball players are going to be taking some heavy damage, finally going to be taken down here, and once again, here comes SSG.
Well, Space Station Gaming gonna ruin the fun. Actually, no, they're not gonna ruin the fun. Not able to get a second of ball time. We'll keep the score just the same for the time being. E United trying their best. They're finding kills. Rain able to find one and pick up the ball. More kills coming through. Optic Formal. More like see Optic, go see the respawn screen. I don't know what that is. Hey, Tony, we'll figure it out. 8 seconds later, he'll be back on the map. But here we go. The setup is intact for E United as they're going to try to expand out towards A, and they're going to funnel them either through C long or back through Turbine. It looks like C long is the choice. One kill going in favor of Space Station as they're trying to break in. And here we go. The ball rotations here. We have to find some kills. E United getting more. Man, Space Station Gaming letting this game fall through the cracks.
Again, this was a 69-2 run in favor of SSG, and E United making it look like child's play with this comeback, and they're still getting slays here on the bend. But hold on, they spawned out over towards C Hydro, so now they're going to make a long flank going all the way over here towards gold, and they have to win their gunfights before they can collapse on this ball. Now E United on their back foot once again, and there's 20 seconds left for SSG to come out on top of this round and this game.
That wingman medal. Oh, there we go. The reversal medal as Ace is taken down. And we like to see the wingmans. Space Station Gaming trying to finish out this game. Not quite able to get that kill. E United trying their best to get in position. The long A cross is he's going to move over towards tower and try to get to C. If he can get to C and lock down this power position, it will be massive for the team because he'll be able to cut down anyone that goes for the ball. Unfortunately, C was not quite clear. He's going to have to make the quick rotation and try to stay alive. He's not able to, but that nade comes out and perfectly gets the martyrdom, able to get that assist, and now ball time for E United. Oh no! Did it reset right when he got to the ball, Tony? No! Oh man, that would have been at least 15-20 seconds of ball time if he was able to get away.
Nothing seemingly going E United's way right now. I mean, SSG has had dominance throughout the first quarter of this game, and they're looking to bounce back here. Mangler in the hands of E United, gonna drop down and chase this player down. Excellent kill, almost getting lost as Ace is gonna be taken down, but that ball's gonna go in the hands of SSG. E United cannot let him get away with it.
Well, Formal tried to get away with that ball, not quite able to do so. Only 10 more seconds for Space Station Gaming to win this game, but E United has broken the yellow setup, and they're going to be able to find themselves a ball. One player to worry about coming from the from long and Heaven And now they're coming in together. The kills. This is going to be what wins the game for either team, in my opinion. Who can win this setup, this fight? And it looks like E United comes out on top. If they can get back, now the spawns have completely flipped. The kills are going in favor of E United. In Space Station, how does it feel? The foot is on, the shoe is on the other foot at the moment. You're going to have to break in. Spartan's able to find one more kill. Tick tock, 10 more seconds to go. Oh no, Space Station, you have to break in now. The Mangler holding down the lane, and this could do it. 2 kills go down. Only 3 more seconds needed. 1.
Ball carrier killed.
He got killed. The last second, he's not able to do so. He's swinging in Tarzan, trying to get to the kill. Not able to get it. Space Station Gaming has done it.
That is now twice that SSG coming in out of nowhere and stealing this game away both of those rounds. E United having full control of the map and the game within arm's reach, and SSG just steal it right away. If this is not the most resilient team that we have here in the pro circuit, I don't know who is. I don't know who is.
Oh my god! I don't know. Who, I couldn't even follow the. I don't know who got the kill or what happened at the end right there. But we're talking 1 second. Oh my god! Holy Formal, able to get it done for his team. Oh my, look at deciding though, man. That man laid down some huge damage, 7,600 points of it. Man was shooting his BR everywhere. Ace, you know, he's doing what he needs to do. He took the damage, he's trying to get it done, but man, at the last second, I believe it was Ace and Tylenol who broke in through the back, got the double. I'm not sure, but 99 seconds.
No, it was the Seeding and Tylenol. We saw it on the kill feed. The Seeding and Tylenol were the ones who get the first kill, and they broke right in there, and that was exciting. You know what? Somebody call Shyway. You're gonna have to break that one down.
I don't even know. Oh my god. Oh man, we're gonna have to find everyone's point of view. We're gonna have to break that one down. Oh my gosh, how do you choke that one? E United, they had the setup. They broke in. They were able to hold down yellow. All they had to do was get the kills. Not able to do so, and now they're going to have to try to recover once again. Formal going to go down early. Tylenol gets traded out as well. Deciding was able to get that heat wave, but only able to find one, and that's going to be a swift 4 down. E United trying to bounce back strong as they're able to get the sniper rifle. I believe that's Rain who's putting it to work as he's able to find 2. Let's see if we can find ourselves to Rain's POV. I'd love to see the sniper rifle and work.
And if there's one thing that I know about E United is that they always play with a chip on their shoulder. And the fact that they just lost both of those rounds in the manner that they did is not going to hang their head low. It's going to be nothing but pure motivation coming out of the squad as the body shot coming in out of Rain. Rain about to show us some beautiful shots with the sniper, but Ace getting the first kill off the screen, taking down Ryan. Formal getting Sparty as well, and that's going to be 3 down for United. He's got to play the sniper off the map. Wow.
Good heads up play, at least. Right, get that sniper off the map. 3 bullets left, so that's 3 bullets that they saved from having Space Station Gaming potentially being able to use it against them. But now it's Ace who's trying to get this nest spawn locked down. The problem is it's so nadeable, right? And you can see what he has to do. He immediately tries to back up, predicting those nades. Nades do not come, but he's able to stay alive for now. But he is in a dangerous spot. 1 missed move, and he could see himself on the respawn screen as he's trying to push through. 1 player at pillars. He needs to win this gunfight. This is going to be his only one-on-one, and he's not able to do so. Nick's able to get the kill, and can Nick stay alive for just a bit longer? He's pushing through. Is he going to be? Oh no, Formal able to get the kill at the last second. Nick, man, talk about some energy right there, trying to get it all done by himself, but able to at least break the nest setup for now, as it looks like Space Station Gaming is going to rewrap themselves back towards Overshield and try to find another round of slays.
Tyler going to be taking some damage here. And here comes the collapse by E United from both ways, over from Overlook and towards Dummy's door. Now E United might have been able to steal away that Overshield. I'm not sure exactly what happened to it as we're on board now with Rain going in for the 2 shots on that player towards Overlook. He goes down to 1 shot, going to be hunted down by Ace, and all the Overshields going to be melted from E United, and Spartan goes down thanks to the seeding.
Shots coming through. Nick trying to find a kill. Not able to get the first. The second's challenging out. He's not able to land really any shots right there as Formal is able to get the trade out. And now It's Ace who has the top control. Sniper's going to be coming up in 30 seconds. So getting these players off tower needs to be top priority. You want to be able to just cleanly pick up the sniper and let them get to their power positions. But that tower is so tough to break from Sandbag side. And the question is, how do they opt to go for it? As we see Ace dropping down to open towards scoreboard for now. And maybe he's going to try to make this wrap as Sniper is now officially up on the map. Who is going to get their hands on it as he has a shortcut lane blocked off for now, as we see all these players on E United back towards the tower, and they're going to be able to find two. Ace and Tylenol drop, deciding, trying his best to stay alive. They're in trouble though. I'm not sure they were able to get away with the sniper rifle. We'll have to take a look around to see who has that in their pocket. But man, that is a huge break in favor of E United.
I talk about it all the time. When you're in a 4v4 situation, you cannot be the first player to go down. You notice that Formal went down first, and then E United took that opportunity and turned it into a collapse. They were too good. They are too aware for you to lose numbers against them. You have to always make sure that you're on top. 20 to 14 lead going in favor of E United, and Rain having that sniper rifle once again.
Rain's going to try to blame 9 seconds, sell this overshield. And this is the perfect spot for the sniper rifle, right? Overshield's coming up. But hey, let me take down whoever's coming. One player did sneak into the back, but not able to survive. One more pushing from Ness. Rain gonna isolate out the angle for now. Get his shields back. And he's looking for a blame. That player's over in tower. Oh man, it's scoping in, trying to get a cheeky angle. He's gonna decide, hey, you know, I'm just not gonna deal with that for now. And I'm gonna give myself the combo. The heat. Wait, I guess is this considered a T squared? The way that he's using it, I'm going to say so, yes. Elon Ace down once again. The sniper in the hands of Rain. He's not missing a shot. Formal, see you later. And he still has the heat wave in the back pocket to work with.
I don't know, man. I'm calling this the Lucid because I've been seeing him using it a lot. This is the Tommy Wilson special, as Rain trying to make it his own, but not able to get that kill. Now the Slade's going to go back in favor of E United, and they already have the lead right now. SSG need to be careful. You do not want to give E United momentum.
One player at Sandbags. They have to be aware of the flank coming through Raj, and Ryan was able to find one on that flank. Sniper back into the hands of Ace. He's not able to find a kill. Spartan just challenges on out, and that's going to be the sniper rifle into the hands of Spartan. One of the best players in Halo 2 Anniversary with that sniper. Not able to get it done here, as he's going to waste that last bullet. But man, there's so many dangerous players on E United with that sniper rifle. You do not want to see either Rain nor Spartan have that thing in their hands, because they rarely miss shots.
That they do, but Slay's heavily going in favor of SSG. They're wiping out right now. Ryan trying to utilize the heat wave, but even that's not going to be enough to take them down. All four players for SSG are currently up. The global champion getting the double kill, and that's going to be a triple kill for our global champion. SSG are on a run.
Oh man, Ace, he lives up to the big moments. They have to get themselves back into this game right now. They do not want to see a game 3 versus E United. Get this done in 2. The AR comes in handy. He's able to find one, but not able to get away, and the sniper rifle gonna go into the hands of Sparty McFly. Spartan too good with this thing, as we'll see him try to find one. Player pushes out, is made one shot. The no scope gets it done. Formal is going to be back on the respawn, and now I like how he leaves. He's not even worried about the overshield for the moment. He tried to find the spawners, goes back for the flank, able to get the help for one, and now trying to find the second, able to get the trade out. But that sniper rifle is going to see the respawn. It is going to be down in garage, and someone's going to have to pick it up off their respawn, as Rain has a little bit of this overshield to work with, and only 7 kills needed to win the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to hit up the Reddit. I need you to hit up the Reddit. I need you to hit up the Twitter. Let everybody know where you're at right now, because this is the series of the tournament. Both of these teams are leaving it all on the line, and we just might have a game 3 on our hands, as we're on board now with Ace once again. They had a little bit of momentum earlier, but E United have kind of sucked the energy out of the room, and Ace is now trying to slow things down, wait for his teammates to spawn, but he is going to be spotted, Garrett.
And we have one round of slays, really, like with only 4 kills left to go. You can't afford a team wipe. You can't make any mistakes, and this is a mistake right here. It gets himself a little bit too far out, and Ace is going to be seeing the respawn screen with only 1 kill left. It's just a matter of time, and there it is. E United tie this up, And I think it was really behind Rain's couple clutch sniper shots in the beginning and throughout that game. What Rain was able to do with the sniper rifle, in my opinion, dictated that game.
Yeah, and great control out of United. Great control, great aggression, and ultimately great chemistry and teamwork coming out of them. I felt like anytime somebody shot their gun, there was like 2 or 3 that were just pouncing on SSG. And although there was a moment, don't get me wrong, there was a moment where SSG got a huge squad wipe and they started to gain some momentum and they were on a run, but United shut that down immediately. Garrett, you know I love game 3s. They call me Tony Game 3 Rose on the streets. You know that.
Tony Game 3 Rose. I will give you $2,000 if you can find one person in the past 10 years that has called you Tony Game 3 Rose. You're sick with it. I'm telling you, oh my God, Game 3 Rose.
You couldn't let me have it.
No, that one's too far of a stretch. You could have said Tony Game 5 Rose. I mean, come on, man. Game 3?
Shit, man, let me tell you, when Tony Game 7 Rose be coming out, that's when you got some trouble on your hands. And let me tell you, something else that's trouble is Strongholds Streets. Streets is my favorite map in this game because let me tell you, it is one of the most punishing maps that we have. If you have control, you will punish your enemy because it's so easy to control those spawns and to collapse on those spawns. I'm a big fan of Streets. See me on the streets. It's going down.
It's going down. Here we go. Rockets into the hands of the Ace as he's going to get taken down. Spartan with a quick answer back, and the Rockets should be moving into the hands of... I think maybe there was a quick switch out. I'm not sure what happened right there. I thought there was going to be Rockets there. It ended up being a shotgun. Who knows? But we'll figure out where the Rockets went eventually on the kill feed. There we go. Rain has the Rockets, and he's going to be able to find 2. Ace able to get the trade out at the last moment. But yeah, really, Tony, in my opinion, you really want to hold B and A and then only occasionally push for the trip cap at C. You want to try to force the opposing team to spawn at purple at all times and keep them on the low ground and then catch them off rotation. If you're able to hold A and B, you can watch them spawn at C, see which way they're going to rotate, and adjust from there.
I agree 100%. Watching that C ramp is so important as that dead body to be belly flopping its way across the ramp there. But if you have players, you have 2 players watching that C ramp, and then if you could put somebody up in God spot up above A and somebody watching that Bulldog Street, that to me is like the ultimate setup. And you're seeing Rain watching that Bulldog Street, you got to be careful because you can easily have players going in for a flank. Like we're seeing SSG be aware of that right now. Rain already putting down the information, dropping the drop wall, and the flank has been shut down. But they need to win their slays.
I love the use of the drop wall right there. It can be so effective to take a challenge, to take a peek right away. You throw that thing out, and you're giving yourself a free shot in the fight. And Rain used it to stay alive and eventually find himself a double, potentially a triple. But Ryan Noob doesn't like to have fun. I'm going to flame him on Twitter later because that could have been the triple medal. But he's going to keep pushing over towards B. He's going to be able to find the assist for 1. Ryan Noob gets a double of his own now, answering back on his call. And EU United seem to have firm control of this map as they're trying to lock down the B lane at the moment. And Ryan Noob doing his best, landing down some shots, staying alive in the arcade for the time being. And if you can hold down arcade, get past B, and really hold down a hard line towards closet and lock down the stairs, it can be an absolutely devastating effect to the other team that's desperately trying to break out of C.
Louis, when you get the chance, I know you can. I want you to hop back on board with Ryan Noob because I'm not done talking about that young man. For so long, Ryan Noob was considered one of the most underrated players in this game, and it's crazy. The legacy that he's been cementing recently has been absolutely incredible with free falls, with 4s, Halo 3, Halo 5, and he's still putting numbers down. I'm really proud of this young man because he's so good, so smart, and so talented, and he's finally getting the recognition he deserves, and that makes me happy. 2 caps still going in favor of EU United, 76-33 lead. I'm sorry, Louis. I had to say some stuff about that, man.
Oh, no, we love Ryan Noob. And guys, I mean, one thing I love about this EU United roster is that they've been able to find world peace. Not in any of my lifetimes did I imagine that Spartan and Ryan Noob would be teaming on the same team and having a good time, but E United brings the people across the table. I swear they could cause world peace in a day if they wanted to. I cannot believe that these two are teaming with each other. You guys remember the infamous time in I believe it was 2018 at New Orleans, where Ryan Noob got up and he said some choice words to Spartan across the stage when he took him out of the winners bracket. But hey, here we are playing under the same banner these days. I cannot say more about these two. I love the fact that they're playing together because they have the unmatched passion for this game. These guys, they really wear it on their sleeve. You can tell that they so desperately want to win, and I hope that they're able to hoist a trophy up together.
Yeah, you know, one might say that E united them. Okay, I'm done. That's where I'm done. Going on board with Spartan right now, making his way over towards the B hut, and he noticed Rocket Jump tries to go in for the bait, and it takes so long for you to shoot that rocket off of picking up. So the seeding really had some time to get that rocket off, and now we're seeing 3 SSG players make their way over towards A. The seeding now going to try to use those rockets to stop the players from going after B. The coordination coming out of Space Station Gaming is incredible.
Space Station Gaming trying to get the job done. I'd love to see that from Formal. This gun is absolutely devastating. Yes, with no more are the days of a one-shot shotty, but now are the days of a shotgun that strikes fear into anyone that sees that thing in this person's hand. The range on that shotgun is so insane. It cripples your movement. It can feel as if you're getting just slugged by Mike Tyson when you get hit with it, as Formal's able to find 2, and he's looking for more. Going down to mid. Oh, he's going to take the cross-map fight at C. Come back here, young man. Oh, Formal able to get him out. That's a man that strikes fear into the heart of his enemies, as he's going to rotate back to B.
Call of Duty must have changed Formal right there. I'm surprised he went in for that challenge, but he was looking good while doing it. He's finally going to be hunted down as multiple players for SSG end up going down. Ace, despite being one shot, ends up getting the big kill on B Street, and now they're going to make their way over towards this B control, maybe going for this trip cap. That'll be really good for SSG.
Strongholds
Ace doing his best. Gonna be able to find B. Ignore the hanging Spartan in the rafters. We will try to get that devastating act off our screen. But here we go. Ace pushing forward. He's gonna be getting the back. Please spawn. Oh no, there's a player in the bar. Oh, you gotta check your scorers. I honestly tell you, I would have never checked that in a million years. I can't believe someone just sat in the back PD bar and just waited for someone to come in. You're predicting that someone's gonna go take the PD spawns, like, and go flank into back lane, and you get a kill that way? That's absolutely insane. As Formal, I guess, getting caught with his pants down over there. But here we go. 2 caps still in the favor of Space Station Gaming. B is in the process of getting capped. Tylenol doing his best to get there. Tylenol wins the fight, and he's able to get himself the stalker. There's another player coming from C. He's gonna get the reset on B and gonna come out and try to take this fight. Oh my, I love this from Tylenol. Huge kills, and he really is the first line of defense. If he's able to find a kill, this could be devastating to E United's chance to get back into this game.
E United still having that stalker rifle in hand, but he's finally going to be hunted down by Spartan, which is really good for E United, because you cannot allow Tylenol to run away with the stalker rifle. He will. You can put Slays down with that 3-shot, getting doubles and sometimes triples. As Rain gonna go in for the challenge over towards Red, putting Formal on his back and able to go after B. Both of these teams are leaving it all on the line.
Throwing out the nades, trying to buy himself enough time to get the hill. He's able to get the hill, but the nade will take him out. Deciding, able to find the trade out as well. They tried to rotate for C and get into the trip cap. That's not going to work out for the time being, and because of that, the A spawns were left open, and now this is Ryan Noob who has the A spawns, and he's going to be able just to lock this down. They're coming in from tires. He's getting into shots. You see 2 coming from the mid. Ryan Noob just laying down the hurt, and this is what you love to see. He's in A, and he has the gun that strikes fear into any man's heart. This shotgun is absolutely devastating to run up against. The Bulldog does so much damage. He's able to find 1 on Ace, getting back into the hill, but able to find the shots, but not the kill. And this player trying to get the Bulldog into their own hands. And look at this. It's Tylenol. He has the power position. The Stalker Bulldog combination. You don't see it too often, Tony. Now I'm ready to see what it can possibly do.
208 to 142 lead going in favor of SSG, but E United are on a little bit of a roll here. They already got the Slays. They already taken down C, even going after B as well. Tylenol just waiting for the right moment to strike with this Bulldog. His teammates are coming in. This might be a push for SSG.
And what's great is they had C and B and they had A spawns. So yes, they can give up the C spawns for now, force the rotation back towards C because E United already has that. Oh, okay, the kill is going in, and there we go. Space Station has really control of this game at the moment. E United's gonna be able to get B, but they're gonna have to fight out towards Police Station because C and B, it's just not gonna get it done in this game. You have to control A, in my opinion. There's way too many weak points, and you're seeing a weak point being exploited right now from Formal. He's able to use this little wall right here to get behind these players, lay down their hurt, but the thrust keeps him alive, and that's Spartan who's able to get the trade. I thought Formal was gonna make a massive play there, but taken down short.
United, they stand to defend the B, and I'm loving it. And now they're going after the trip cap over towards A. So swapping out A for C is the setup that you wanted to see, and we're seeing it right here out of E United, who are looking to map a comeback, but they have to play near perfect Halo. SSG are too close for comfort.
Here we go. Formal trying to get into this B hill. That kill from Ace coming up from behind is going to be a big reason as to why they get this. They only have 30 seconds to get into a hill and start contesting before this game is over. Man, the Strongholds, the fact that it takes out 1 point per second now, Tony, it makes it so exciting as we see 20 seconds to get something done. Space Station Gaming trying to check all their corners. One player gets in from the back. Killjoy Metal making a double for Tylenol as he's trying to lock this one up as they're getting the A hill as well. They lose C, but they're getting A, and all they have to do is find this kill at B. Tylenol's going for it. Tylenol not able to get the kill. They're doubling up in B. The nades are coming through. They're getting back in. Are they able to secure? No, they are not. And with that, with only 10 seconds left, they have to win some big fights and get into this hill within 5 seconds. It's going to come down to this last one, in Space Station able to take down Spartan and secure the game 3 dub. They get it done in both objectives. Absolutely massive. We love that from Formal, but man, I hate to see E United go. I love those guys. It's a shame that they had to meet so early, but man, Formal is making it into day 2 from the winner's side. Space Station Gaming getting it done.
Wow. Wow. Space Station Gaming got it done, like you said. I mean, they clutched up when it matters most. We saw them in that game 1 where they stole both of those rounds, and I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, okay, well, you know, you could steal a couple of rounds, but E United are going to take game 2, which they did. But that game 3 was pure dominance and pure control going in favor of SSG. And even when E United bounced back and was starting to make a run, SSG asserted their dominance right back, got the slays they needed, and were objective efficient. I'm not that good at math, but E United might have just outslayed SSG, but somehow that wasn't enough, because the objective efficiency, the playing for each other, the unselfishness coming out of Space Station Gaming. Watch out, Formal's back.
Dude, Tony, I had to pull up the calendar. I was like, I mean, not the calendar, the calculator. I was like, am I doing my math right? Am I seeing this right? They absolutely got outslayed by E United, and they're still able to win by, you know, a considerable margin. Not like a huge blowout or anything, but it just shows that if you have the better setups, if you have the better control, you can afford to give up a couple kills and still recover. And that's exactly what Space Station was able to do. They just played the better brand of Halo. Yes, they got outslayed. Yes, they really only won the PIV fights, in my opinion. They didn't get any useless kills. Every kill that happened on that map for Space Station was an absolute PIV, and that's the reason they come out on top. E United have the slaying power to boot, but they just weren't able to get it done in that Strongholds. And really, I think they're going to go back to the map. They're going to watch that back computer and say, hey, what did we do wrong? Because we slayed out, we did what was necessary, we felt like we were playing better, but we somehow still lost the game.
Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured.
And with that active, I'd like to get you back in here. I think we have another match coming up soon. What is it? G2 versus SEAL Team 6. Can you tell me anything about these rosters?
Dude, G2 is a great roster, but I can't go there yet. I can't go there yet. We're moving too fast. Holy frick! I literally had my hands on my face that entire, like, what just happened? We had the first major upset of today, in my opinion, and it was off of the seeding had a horrible game 3. Imagine if you had a great game 3. Like, that just goes to show right there. The seeding, obviously, you know, he's been playing with Talonol a lot. They played back in Radar 2s. Like, these guys have been together for a long time. Ty saw him, Elamite. They wanted to get him on the squad. And this guy's showing, and he played great, by the way, in the first 2 games. But this guy's showing that anyone can do it. This is someone that not a lot of people know about. But guess what? You better start to know, because the seeding is the real deal. This guy, he played phenomenal. There were so many swings in that match. That was so entertaining. I think part of it was probably because, like, you guys are the best casters ever. So, well done.
You know, I made a comment before, and I said that E United play with a chip on their shoulder, and that was one of the reasons why I love watching. I said that during game number 2. But just imagine that you're a top player. You used to be one of the faces of Halo, and you get dropped by somebody else 3 days before a major tournament, before the first major tournament of a new game. I can't think of anybody else who's playing with a bigger chip on their shoulder than Formal, and I'm watching it. This man is playing angry. Let me tell you. And then the real winners are us, because we get to watch it. Formal is playing at a whole nother level, and he was already amazing to begin with, but now he's playing that S tier type level.
I love it. I love that he came from COD. Now he's back in this again. He started with Halo, went to COD, came back to, like, to me, again, that's mastery, right? You're able to compete at a high level in Halo, then compete at a really high level in COD, and then compete again. It's just great to see. I am really happy for SSG. I love them. I love Ty coming through, making a name for himself. Now he's bringing to seeding, who's a great player. Had a rough game 3, but, you know, it is what it is, dude. This is kind of, you gotta get the reps in, right? And they still won. They made the great plays. You guys said it. They won the pivs they needed to win, and they came out on top. Congratulations to SSG. They're going to be moving forward. And when you talk about G2, we had mentioned G2. My man that I have to call out is Straight Sick, dude. That guy, like, dude, he's been in Halo for so long. Started out as a free-for-all player. I used to play him in Halo 2 free-for-alls all the time. And he's still doing it, dude. And he's still doing it at such a high level. Callus, I love Callus, that he's a part of that. He deserves it more than anything. You know, we talk to Callus all the time. Great guy, but I'm excited to see this next matchup. What do you guys have for predictions?
Ooh, this is an interesting. Obviously, I'm gonna go G2, and it's one simple reason, and it's called Gilkey. Gilkey's different, guys. Oh, I absolutely love to watch this man play. He, in my opinion, the undisputed greatest player in Halo 3 in the last year. He really absolutely shook up the scene. Obviously, you had Rain and Ryan who were doing it together, but when you talk about individual talent, people that just get the job done, you look at Gilkey. Gilkey, in my opinion, has the potential to be a top 5 player in the game, and G2 is a roster that's really built around that happening. And what I want to see from Gilkey is absolutely go off and cause some mayhem in this winner's round 6.
And we got to talk about SEAL Team 6. We've casted them many times. You guys have. I have. Eli Elite, Bohm, Brainstorm, and Suppressed. I don't know too much about Brainstorm. I'm sure you guys can fill me in on him, but I know the other 3 players, and they were incredible forces in Halo 5.
Shoot, let me tell you something, Tim. Let me tell you something about these boys right here. Eli Elite, Bohm X, Brainstorm, and Suppressed are next men up. Your Bohm X was huge during the early stages of Halo 5. And mind you, there's assault rifles on the map, so watch out. Once he picks one up, he's going to go insane. Brainstorm is that good of a slayer. Suppressed is one of the best shots that I've seen across any Halo game. So I would imagine that's going to carry over to Halo Infinite. And Eli Elite, another underrated player. This squad is next up. They lose 0-2.
I love it, Tony.
Whoa!
That is a call from Tony. Game 3, Tony Rose.
Wait, are you joking? Are you kidding me? They're going against G2. Are you kidding me? What do you think? I'm an idiot? They're fantastic players. They're amazing players. I'm not an idiot. G2, 2-0. Come on now. Don't
I
be
thought
crazy.
you were all about the underdog, though, dude. You gotta
I love an
have
underdog
both.
story. Ain't gonna happen here.
Oh man, dude. Hey,
Well,
I was just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. You know, there is no SEAL Team 6 skins in the store, guys.
True.
You know, G2, they be rocking out. They have their own armors. They have their own skins. You gotta earn it. SEAL Team 6, you gotta earn it. And we gotta see. I mean, I love Eli Elite. I think he's absolutely great. I think he's an insane talent. But you're going up against the likes of Gilkey and Straight Sick. And then you also, you know, this is a team that really built itself over having two absolutely savages in the scene in Gilkey and Straight Stick, and they're like, what can we do to make ourselves better? How about we pick up two H5 grinders who are absolutely filthy of the game? Yeah, let's go get Arctic and Sab and let these two go. And guys, I'm telling you, if you haven't gone and seen the team pictures, you know, you would know that the next snipe down, the next hottest man in Halo is Arctic. That man looks like an absolute model. I don't know how he does it. The man looks absolutely, he makes G2 look like 100 Thieves. I don't know, the hoodie gang, you know what I'm saying? Arctic looks absolutely incredible. I'm glad that all these guys were able to get picked up. Love everyone that's on that team. You know, Callus represent. He's a Vegas local like me. Love to see the man getting his opportunities, but I have to stick with G2 right here. These guys look really good, and I'm excited to see what they're able to get done.
Yeah, it's G2 for me as well, honestly. But I mean, I like the underdog story, and I like to believe in the underdog as well. Is it going to happen here? Probably not. But just to take the other end of the spectrum, I'm gonna go with SEAL Team 6. Let's see if they can make an upset here. SSG just beat E United, guys. Like, that's not something we thought would happen. Formal making a big impact there, but I mean, that was a great series. Maybe we see another one. Maybe we see another Game 3. That would be awesome. That would be phenomenal. Be great.
Are you comparing SEAL Team 6 to SSG?
No, I'm not comparing.
I'll give you a little bit of a shining light. I really will. No. Low key, I think it was Eli Elite and Mortally with the roster beat a fully loaded Sentinels roster while they were streaming on day one. I was watching some of the streams and whatnot, and I was casting some of the matches, and Eli Elite beat all of Sentinels in 4. Now, I will say, Sentinels weren't in comms. They weren't even they were talking to their stream, so they weren't actually talking to each other. However, Eli Elite and Mortally got a big win on them, and I was excited for those boys. So, hey, anything's possible.
I kind of do want to shine on that real quick, Tony. You mentioned like that was day one of Halo Infinite. We're gonna start Garrett. What have you seen in terms of evolution? We've had now, they had one straight week to play in the first tournament. Now they've got a second straight week and they're playing in this one. What have you kind of seen in terms of meta changing? I would say they've gotten more comfortable, but what have you seen?
I think what we've seen is kind of players are getting way more comfortable with the sandbox, and whatever players can really exploit that is gonna be what wins game. We've already seen incredible killing, like triple kills, overkills because of the Mangler, and because of the heat wave. And now you're talking about maybe combining those guns with some movement exploits, like what we've seen with Lucid done, with how Lucid just zooms across the map. He's curb sliding, he's drop sliding, and he has the Mangler in hand. What we're gonna see is more teams abusing the sandbox, figuring out what ticks, what makes it work. And if there's a team that's going to be nerdy about it and get things done, it's going to be this G2 roster. These are guys that think that they're underdogs, and they're going to try their best to get themselves back in, and it's going to start on this first game. Recharge Oddball, expect to see the Mangler in action, and the Shock Rifle, to be honest. We haven't seen the Shock Rifle really take the stage to its full effect yet, but in a month, mark my words, that Charge Rifle will be a tier 1 gun.
I 100% agree with you. I think the Shock Rifle's got an incredible skill gap, and it's going to be crazy to see, with people getting better with it. Tony, what about you? What have you seen in terms of changes from the first week to this one?
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I saw Trippy and Saiyan going absolutely insane with the heat wave. I saw a lot of players really taking advantage of the sandbox. What has impressed me is the polish from these teams, because with polish, with experience comes speed. They're playing even faster than they did last week. They're playing for each other. It looks coordinated and it looks great. I've been loving this tournament so far, and we're not even in the semifinals. We're not even we're still in the earlier stages of the winners bracket. I'm gonna bow out and let you and Gary take it away. Go ahead, boys.
Oh, I am excited for this, Garrett. What is up, dude? This is going to be a good one. Well, hopefully it's a close one like I had kind of predicted, but I believe, if I'm reading the bracket correctly, and I believe this happens tomorrow, but I believe the winner of this game is going to be playing against Optic. So whoever wins this here is going against Optic Gaming, I believe, tomorrow. We'll obviously have coverage throughout the losers bracket here after this, guys. Don't worry about that. But this is going to be a good matchup to kind of start off here. I did not like the hold of oddball inside of pipes. I just think I get so claustrophobic, especially as a mouse and keyboard player. But dude, SSG in that last match had such a good hold, shooting from turbine into attic. It was just so cool to see, and I hope we can see that same thing out of G2.
Camouflage straight onto Sab's body, and he has a sword to work with, and it looks like they're gonna opt to go for this pipes hold, as he's gonna get behind one, find the kill. And like I said, you know, it is claustrophobic in there, like you said, but it has its potential. You can absolutely lock down lanes by keeping the pipes hold. Problem is, I think they're getting a lot of kills right now, but not a lot of ball time.
Yeah, you got to capitalize on that ball time, and you see on your screen is Sab, another great player, veteran player, knows how to, he's got the sword in his hand. Can he make a push on bottom control here? He has a player in front of him trying to stay alive as best he can. I like this annoyance right now, just being annoying, playing his life as best as possible, and he's going to stay alive on top of that. That was a great play.
Well, yeah, staying alive is what's so important. Honestly, it's one of the lost arts in Halo. Halo 5 was such a fast-paced game that you could really afford to throw away your life sometimes, as long as you got a momentum swing because of it. This game, your life is so important. And here we go, Sab doing everything, taking everyone's life. Now he has the ball and the sword, and he has in a prime spot to be able to use both. Guys, remember, the ball, you're able to hit faster with it. So when you're in those double melee fights, you will normally win those fights with the ball. But here we go, 2 pushing forward, the sword's out once again, and he's looking for some meat to slay.
Yeah, he's got one, gets the second double kill for Sab. Another one pushes onto Turbine. He's going to be one shot from that nade. But this is where I like to hold the ball personally. I like to hold it on elevator. You can really kind of dance around those 2 levels on elevator. Like if they're pushing lower, you can get up top, and you can kind of have a strong defense on the top side. But I like holding an elevator. It looks like they're going to keep it there for a little while. Some shots go into Attic, and he's just going to continue to get ball time here. 24 seconds to 20.
The quick rotation, straight. Oh my God, the rotation into getting 2 to the back. He's able to find one and able to push the other player forward. Love that rotation, but the problem is Brainstorm able to get away with the camo and Mangler. And like we said, it's about the sandbox, and he has all that the sandbox can offer right here as he's doing his best to stay alive. Camo, not much left on it, but he's able to find one on Gilkey, and he's able to hold them off the ball for now.
Yeah, he played those little boxes when he was in camo. The boxes moved when he stepped on them. That's kind of a interesting thing. Like, you know, those objects on the map that, you know, you can move around just by walking on them. It'd be interesting to see if he got caught out because he was on the boxes. The ball is staying there. You see, Repulsor is not going to get picked up because he does have the grapple. He's going to continue to rotate this ball with the Mangler. Gets the one-shot melee. That's going to be a killing spree for Brainstorm. I've never seen this man play, to be completely honest, but he is popping off.
Yeah, Brainstorm, an extremely talented player, and he's showing why he got picked up onto this roster, finding kill after kill. And really, this is where you find the wins. You find it in the aggregate. You try to see what other teams are missing out on. And what Brainstorm is noticing is, hey, people really haven't exploited the sandbox enough yet. I'm going to pick up what I need to do in order to give myself the biggest advantage possible. Able to get 2 down with the Mangler. Not able to find the 3rd shot to the head. The Mangler, a 3-shot kill if you're able to hit every single shot and land a headshot after the shields break. Instead, he goes down, and Sab and G2 get themselves back on this ball and tie this game up.
Looks like they're going to rotate over to Turbine. That's another spot to hold. Maybe rotating back towards elevator, but regardless, Turbine's another great spot due to the fact that you got the sword spawn there, but you can also play the ball. Sword does come up. Shots from Straight Sick, of course, gonna land. Staying alive here on the C platform. He's gonna be pushing on this control side, but doing a lot of defense for his teammate who's got the ball. They're approaching this 50-second mark, doing a great job of getting ball time here.
Yeah, what I love is that they're holding it over towards C, and why the C hold is so important is because even if you lose these gunfights, your teammates start dying, all you have to do is play that ball off the map, and all of a sudden you're spawning over back by yellow and pipes. And guess what spawns over at yellow and pipes active? It's the oddball. You die, you give up the ball, well guess what? You can just rotate back and get right back on it. The only problem is if you die and you don't get that oddball off the map, that's when you can start to run into some problems because you just give your other team a full hold to hold on to.
Right, and they're approaching 70 seconds because of that. Brainstorm's going to be put down to 1 shot. Does a great job of staying alive here. He's got some support from his teammate. Some shots onto Attic, a player you need to get out of that situation, right? Attic's such a strong position on this map. Oh, the repulsor play for defense. Great job by Brainstorm. He's going to stay alive. It's going to be a 3v3 situation.
I hope that maybe later into the game cycle of Halo 5, we can add maybe some custom sound effects to our repulsors. I'd love for my repulsor just to go every time I hit someone, man. That thing is way too much fun to use, and I can't count the amount of times I've already bopped someone off C spiral to send them off the map and to send them back into that 8-second respawn screen. We see the push coming in. Straight Stick able to win his fight. He's been doing it for what feels like over a decade at this point, and really this is his first chance that we've really seen Straight Stick have to only focus on Halo. He's a player who's always had a full-time job or is doing this on the side and trying to grind out his best. Now he's a full salary player with G2. All he has to do is focus on Halo Infinite, and I want to see his potential unleashed because of it.
And a shout out to these organizations, for jumping in on Halo early. You see 100 Thieves trying to jump in too. I mean, this is a great opportunity for them and a great opportunity for the players, like you had mentioned. Really proud of the Halo players that have stuck out all these years. It's going to be 2 dead momentarily for G2, but honestly, I mean, they've got 42 seconds on the clock, but G2 is really coming away with this with 74 so far. Arctic playing a really big power position, like I had mentioned before, on the top attic.
Arctic gonna be looking for some angles to take. Now he's gonna get the oddball right off, but I'd probably throw it in there, try to stay alive and potentially get that grapple away. The movement that grapple gives you is so valuable to the team. He was able to throw it up to Sab. He tried to get the second half done, but he's not able to do so. So what we're gonna see is a quick rotation to C long because they gave up Turbine, and it looks like Gilkey's gonna be the one that tried to finish off this rotation. He's trying to stay alive. Unfortunately, they're losing their spots. Straight Stick's gonna come behind, finish the trade out on Eli Elite, but he has to win another. And can he win this one? No, he cannot. So close. But when you're down in shots on the fight, it makes it so tough. But only 16 seconds left on the oddball, right? When you pick up the oddball, the clock stops ticking. So you have plenty of time to get this done if you are this SEAL Team 6. The problem is all it takes is a couple seconds of you dropping that oddball and a round of slaves going to G2 for this game to turn on its head.
Such a good point. That being that, and then also the 2 rounds, there's been so many changes to oddball, and honestly, after watching competitive Halo for the past couple weeks, I like the changes. I'm gonna change my mind. I didn't like them at first. I do like them a lot now. Great kill out of Bohm. He's gonna get a kill onto Sab and stay alive as well, holding this attic really strongly. 6-3. A Straight Stick is gonna go down as well. And the ball is in play. It might have reset though. It looks like that's going to be it because of the timer. You had just mentioned that.
You cannot let the ball go, and that's just a mistake from the side of Eli Elite and Bohm X. They were getting kills. They had the position, but they threw the ball out in a spot where they just could not recover, and it ends up costing them the game. Guys, unfortunately, we are going to lose our screen for a little bit. This is just a glitch with the observer mode in oddball. We'll try to do our best to keep on the teams, but we aren't going to really be able to see who we're on board with. So please just stay with us. We know that this game, it's a live updated game. It's going to have changes that are made week by week. This observer mode is going to look absolutely fantastic in a couple months. Just give it a little bit of time. In the meantime, let's see who takes the second round of oddball.
Now, I'm going to tell you who it is right now. Oh, it's Bohm. Okay, I was going to say by his BR shots, but Bohm goes down. The camo in the hands of this player. It's going to be a player, I believe, on G2, maybe.
The camo really
no, actually, yeah, right. You can't even see. The ball is going to be in the hands of G2, I believe. Shots come in. Grapple. Finally picking up the grapple here. He's going to be able to use it to get up. Not gonna aim it high enough there, so he's going to miss the clamber, and he's going to end up going down.
Ball time in the hands of G2 at the moment, and once again they're opting for the they're opting for the A-B hold, where they can try to rotate this through back to yellow pipes if needed. They have the A hold on the stronghold up here. You're able to isolate angles into turbine and prevent players from tower from getting into the fight. The only thing that makes this hold much better is if you have a sword player in position. Unfortunately, they do not have the sword at the moment, but they're going to try to do a quick rotation through tower. And unfortunately, the kill's not going to be going into G2's favor as they're quickly trying to get this to C and into the play spot.
26-0 so far with 3 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. 3-4-3. What's up? Of course, you know that timer does play a factor here. Shout out to 343.
If you don't know, guys, go follow them on Twitter. 343 Industries, absolutely great company. We love to work with them, guys. If you don't know, a little small startup out of Seattle. Really shout out to those guys. They definitely need it. As we're seeing the ball type take it over to G2.
Almost gets the Mangler kill, but honestly, a big shout out to 343, man. They proved everyone wrong. This game is incredible. It does need a little bit of work, but it is in beta phase at the moment. Just a great job. I think everyone and their mother is having fun playing this game right now. 37 seconds and rising. A little bit of a rotation coming through, and it looks like they're going to make it all the way through to long haul. Doing a good job of staying alive, but this push has to come through and break this at some point here. This timer, they're continuing to get this time, and it's being uncontested.
I love this rotation from G2, right? If you think about it, this ball originally in A stronghold, rotate all the way to C, gets to long, and now is up in top heaven where they're just holding on to this ball as long as possible. They've really milked the ever-living hell out of this ball. If you think about it, they've probably gotten an extra 30, 40 seconds of ball time because the quick thinking and rotations made by the team. Finally, SEAL Team 6 is able to get in there and start getting some of their own time as Gilkey gives his unsuspecting back to this player as they're trying to get themselves closer to that oddball. The problem is in such an exposed spot, you're going to have to give up a lot to get to it.
Yeah, they might just let it reset. I agree. It's definitely up and Attic. There's some shots that come through here. The Mangler. Ardic's going to go down. Like we had mentioned before, a grinder. That kid is just so dedicated to his stream and also to the grind. I'm so excited for him to have this opportunity. Unfortunately, that player we're watching is going to go down as well. A great push by G2. The assist comes through. Boom, going to get that kill. Gilkey going to get a kill onto Eli Elite. Lots of kills coming through. I'm not exactly sure. I think there's maybe 2 up for each team, but that ball is going to stay there until some more slays come in.
Camo coming up soon. We see players from G2 are on top of it. I want to see who got the camouflage away. They should be on those C stairs. Oh, I believe it was Gilkey, but he might have died just recently. So I think Gilkey got the camo and died at C stairs, unfortunately. So that camo not going to be playing an impact. Oh, finally, someone's going to use the disruptor pistol. I love this pistol because it reminds me of how the noob combo worked in Halo 5. It's a gun that you spam up close, you break some shields, and it can be particularly devastating if you're able to wrap around a corner. You see 2 players that are just standing right on top of each other. You hit them with a couple disruptor rounds, it'll break both their shields and make them easy headshots for a BR.
That's definitely true. That's the big thing with the lightning arcs in this game. The lightning weapons is the fact that it can arc from player to player. And if you have, a couple players grouped up, that's a lot of damage being done. Those lightning grenades doing the same thing. Those things are disgusting, honestly. But hey, look, 50 seconds, Garrett. We're approaching a little bit. They're getting closer here. They've only got 2 minutes remaining, but doing a really good job of scrapping time.
They're trying to find this player that's hiding underneath yellow base. I'm not sure if they're able to find him. I think that player might have rotated out towards heaven. It's exactly where it is. Gilkey's gonna die, and it comes back to these yellow pipes hold. It is devastating when you lose the setup, but if you can hold it, it is by far the best spot on the map to hold the ball. Unfortunately, right when we talk about potentially losing the setup, that's exactly what happens. They come through with the Mangler. They're able to get a one shot, 1 kill, and that is going to make all the difference as they're starting to expand their lead once again. Over 20 seconds of lead time now, and if they can get this back over to C long, which was the rotation we're seeing right now, they're going to be able to really run away with this game. And that's exactly what happens. That player was made 1 shot. They get the rotation all the way through. They're going to get that to back C, and now all of a sudden, hey, if they die, they just throw it off the map. Oh, died before he can get there.
Ball down bottom pipes. Yeah, ball goes down bottom pipes. They're rotating really well. Unfortunately, Sab gonna play a little slow there, but looks like the ball gets back in the hands of SEAL Team 6, and the shock rifle in this player's hands. You hear the calls that there's players inside of the long haul. The perfect with a shock rifle. Ball's gonna go up top of Turbine. They only need 10 more seconds here. They've got 1 more push. That is SEAL Team 6 if they want to stop this game.
Ball carrier kill.
Not quite able to find that kill. Only 6 more seconds. We see Slays coming in the hands of G2. That ball's played though. And now the question is who's in position. I believe it's G2 that has the yellow position already. They're going to drop and get on ball right away. And that's just, I believe it was even SEAL Team 6 that played that ball. And honestly, if you don't have the position, you don't want to play, right? Because you have to be aware of what the spawns are and what's coming next. And what came next was the defeat because you didn't have the spawns in check. SEAL Team 6 tried their best. G2 proving to be a little bit too much at this time.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. There were 2 SEAL Team 6 members there. They didn't need to play the ball, and they played it right into G2's hands, who spawned across from the ball as normal in Halo. And that's it. That's the game. Let's look at the KD here. We weren't able to see it during the game, but we got, looks like a nice little 24 in 24 on a suppressed. No one really clearly popping off. Maybe Sab 27 and 22, a 7.7 KDA. I like the KDA stat line, Garrett. I like seeing the assists. I think that's a big part of the game. That's my favorite. It's my favorite to kind of put the map together. Kills, deaths, and assists, just to kind of make up a whole number. I like that. And some good damage out of both teams, but Arctic with 7,458.
So I'm trying to see, the damage from Arctic is absolutely insane. And, when you talk about your foundation being made from Straight Stick and Gilkey, but then you have your grinders, your young guns coming in and top fragging. That's exactly what you want to see from this roster. The more that you can take off the shoulders of Straight Stick and Gilkey, the more successful this team's gonna be. And really, I'm just excited to see what they're able to do in the future, because we know this is a team that's gonna really count on their macro, their teamwork to get the work done. But if they're able just to be gross and slay out and just be themselves, this is a roster that does have legs. To me, really the dark horse rosters of the new partner teams.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm so glad they gave the opportunity to Arctic. I've watched him stream multiple times. He's such a good player, such an intelligent player, but most importantly, a grinder. The guy just doesn't stop. He doesn't stop playing, doesn't stop streaming. He's just a hardworking player. And the same thing with Straight Stick, giving these guys the opportunity. They're showing it here that they deserve this opportunity, and it's great to see that perfect again. I can't even do that on mouse and keyboard, Garrett. Look at that shot, man. It is so difficult. You've got to hit the entire arc on the player, and then also it's hard to see in the observer mode, but then also hit the headshot with the arc too. The shock rifle, like you said, dude, it's going to be an insane weapon once people really learn it.
Yeah, man, I can't wait. And there's going to be. Well, wait, is this the only map that we have a shock rifle on? I think it is, right? So, unfortunately, we don't have some maps where, in streets, where you kind of have players that can group up together and B. Could you imagine just hitting a perfect arc shot onto a player and B, having it bounce off, making the other player one shot, getting the BR out and
for
so
the headshot,
cool. Man.
Hey.
Ooh. Yeah, I love it.
You mentioned sounds with the repulsor. You know, what'd be a cool sound. I want a duck quack every time I repulsor somebody. Yeah, quack.
Hey, you know what? Active. I think 343. If you guys are out there, we gave you a shout out earlier. We know that you guys appreciate that. Really coming a lot from us. But hey, if you're looking for some ideas, guys, Active, just hit us up. We're over on Twitter. You guys can find us on Twitter. I'm ToolsCast. That's Active TV. You guys can go check us out. We're a lot of fun. But you know what else you guys can go check out? Go have a lot of fun on. It's called r/competitive Halo, guys. If you have Reddit, go check it out, because really it is going to be the spot for players to really get that feel of the old Halo 3 days, where you're going on the forums and you're trying to figure out who's the best, who am I teaming with, what's going on in these tournaments. Our competitive Halo is the spot for that. Make sure you get yourself subscribed and be able to check out the action. You don't want to miss anything that happens. You guys go take a look out there. I'm seeing clip after clip of players in this tournament absolutely destroying and having incredible moments. And the way that I keep up with everything is on our competitive Halo.
All right, Garrett, here we go. Live Fire Slayer. This map has the potential when it's 2 top tier teams. This map has the potential to play kind of slow towards the end. We saw a little bit earlier, but I just love the angles on this map. I love the middle section, that tower being so strong, and of course Betty, the sniper in the middle of the map. That weapon has a skill gap that I don't think everyone's really learned yet. You can YY. For those of you guys that don't know, you can YY and cancel the bloom. So if you shoot someone once, you YY, or change weapon if you're on mouse and keyboard, which you should be, you can shoot again instantly with no bloom effect. So there's some little like nuances there that a lot of people don't know about that I think, you know, will make that weapon more fun to use. I think Frosty said it's a terrible weapon, but I like it personally.
Hey man, you know, I'm glad that you like it. I'll listen to Frosty's perspective because Frosty does Frosty be Frosty. But what isn't a bad gun is right here, man. This little this thing. Ooh, man, Bomax is gonna be the first one to pick it up. Let's see if he's able to put it to work. Sab was able to get away with the sniper rifle as Arctic's able to find a kill with him. And guess who's on the flank? It is Art. Oh, actually, no, I don't know who's on the flank. I'm losing my mind. I think it was Gilkey that was on the flank. He was able to find one, and now Gilkey gets away with the sniper rifle for now. 5 shots to work with. Let's see what he's able to do with them.
Oh man, this guy is insane with the sniper in Halo 3. Let's see if he has the same skill set in Halo Infinite. And of course, I want to talk a little bit about that camo that is in the hands of G2 right now. HCS decided to delay it off of the beginning of the match. That's not something I've ever seen. I don't know if I believe it wasn't in Halo 5, but they delay it in the match. It doesn't come up for, I believe, a minute. So that's just kind of cool because, you know, you get the first wipe for the first run of power weapons, and then you got to fight again for the power up. And that's just, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, again, the power. Yeah, it's definitely a unique change. It's again a little tough to get used to, right? Because it's almost like, why send anyone open off the start, especially on this map when you have a sniper rifle top mid and you have to be wary of the B flank into sandbags. So it makes, to me, it's like, well, why go see off the start? But I am liking the change, especially with the camo and being able to hold it. And that's one thing I don't think teams have tried, is get a little greedy with the power weapons and the power ups. Right. Really holding on to the camo until the last possible moment, and then being, you know, a minute after respawn and being camouflaged and being able to make some plays with it. But we did see the sniper and Heatwave go down that top tower. We'll have to see who gets their hands back on it. But right now, Brainstorm and crew trying to get themselves back into this game, and they're only 1 kill away, and they could be finding a sniper rifle to get them that bit closer.
Yeah, and I got the camo as well. I know it's early in the game, but this is good off the start here. I mean, SEAL Team 6 put in some work. We've always talked about this. Tony says it. I say it. Everyone says it. Slayers are the opportunity to kind of, you know, bring yourself back there. A little bit of a toss-up match. And we're seeing that right now. It's only a 1. Make that a 2-kill game. Eli Elite gets the 2, gets the double. Looks like the beam. Oh, goodness me. That heat wave is so good, but unfortunately, they're going to trade there. It's a 3v3 situation now.
Straight Sick gonna try to get this top control. There's gonna be 3 players over at that tower that he's got to worry about, and the question is how quick can he take care of it? And look at that, he goes back, he gets the Mangler. Now the question is, can he get in the position in which the Mangler will be effective? He's gonna have one that pushes up towards him. You can see him, they're both using those pings, and that's something that I've noticed specifically from this G2 roster, is they really like to use the pings. Why be verbal? Why try to explain exactly where the player is at when you can ping their exact point? You know what I've been saying? I've been telling the players I've been playing with active, map the ping to your gun. That way, every time you shoot your bullets, I want to see where you're shooting. Ping every single time you shoot. Now you can't do it. I wish you could, but man, I would be trolling the ever-living crap out of matchmaking if I could make that a reality. But Sab, he has the sniper rifle. He's able to find 2, and Stray Six going to be able to get the trade. They have all the control, all the goodies at the moment. G2 look to be in prime position to take this game 2-0.
Here comes the spawns on Garage. Sab holding that top position with the sniper rifle there. You're going to see the rotation go on outside of the B, but Camo does come up in 15 seconds. Shots come through. Great teamwork. That's going to take out Sab. That's opening up a lane for them to push through. They get a kill onto Arctic as well. That's going to be 2 dead. Make that 1 dead as well for SEAL Team 6. Unfortunately, a little overextended there, but 21-22. We've got a very close game on our hands right now.
Heatwave back into the hands of Brainstorm. The sniper rifle was not taken off the map, so that means that could be in a position for SEAL Team 6 to take advantage of as well. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they've gotten the sniper rifle into their hands. And what's so interesting, right? Tower is really just a strong spot for your power weapons, but you have to be aware that that's the most predictable spot. And if you're able to pre-fire, pre-nade into that tower, you can absolutely find some players off their back foot and take some kills. And what it's really going to come down to is you need to have enough faith in your sniper that they are not going to miss shots, that they can no scope from a great distance away and be able to hold down tower by themselves. And so far, what we've seen from G2, yeah, we see some great sniper shots when you originally get it, you catch players unsuspecting. But what we haven't seen is them really lock down the map with the sniper rifle thus far.
I do love the pings here. I agree that they're such a vital point of information. There's a guy at Nest stuck up there. Potentially a very easy nade spot. Here comes Gilkey. The bang shot comes through. He's going to try and stay alive. Great positioning there to try and play his life, but unfortunately the teamwork is too strong. He goes down. It's a 3v3 situation as Eli Elite goes down as well. And Sab trying to get that power position on the Nest, but he's got a player in front of him, not going to get the kill. He goes down too. 30-27 right now. G2 only holding on by 3 kills.
Oh, Arctic trying his best to get away. He's trying to survive. Players get ahead of him, and he's gonna be taken out. And Brainstorm's having just an incredible game this far. We see him 12-5 after he gets that double kill, really keeping his team in this fight. On the other end, it's Sap, who's really being the main slayer for his team. And with this next sniper rifle coming up in about 5 seconds, whoever can get control of this sniper rifle and the next camo, to me, is going to dictate the ending pace of this game and figure out who wins. Actually, it might only be Overshield. That might have been too early on the sniper times. You know, I don't have the notebook out. So I think we just have the Overshield to worry with right now.
Here comes some shots from Brainstorm. Again, like you said, 12-5. Great performance out of him. Staying alive as well, almost playing his life. He's going to end up going down there. Eli Elite does have this camo in hand. Let's see if he can make a play with it here. This could potentially turn the game. It's a tie game right now, but this Mangler / camo combo could really throw this game up if he plays it correctly.
Drops down and immediately feels some pain. But like you said, the Mangler and camo combination is going to be such a vital one. You're able to get these one-hit kills. Gilkey thinks he has an easy trade out. Unfortunately, he did not come into the count of the Mangler, but that's the biggest thing. When you take those Mangler fights, you're always going to get hit most of the time, and you're going to be weak. And all it takes is one shot, one opportunity for these guys to make something happen. I don't know where I'm going with that. I was going to spit some bars, and then I was like, I don't know what I am. Hey, a sniper in the hands of Arctic. Let's see if he can find some opportunity.
Arctic spotting some players here. Some great shots. Going to take out that player and support Straight Sick, who's actually stuck on the bottom of the Nest box. 4 shots remaining to work with here. There's a player on top Nest still. Arctic playing a little bit less confident than I want him to play here. I'm not asking him to push up, but his angles are really short. Looks like he's going to go to top center. This is a better position in my opinion. Gilkey's going to pass him and support him on the Nest side, and he's just going to stay alive, but he's getting pushed from top center. They've got to get this kill. They do. It's going to be 39-38 right now. G2 lead by 1.
Having the sniper rifle where you're most comfortable is what's so important. And what's that top sandbags, although you don't have great line of sights, what it does is it makes the error, the fraction, the ability to create errors much smaller, right? You have one hallway that you really need to be focused on. You have a great you know where to expect them. And that's exactly what he's able to do with that sniper rifle. Although camo did go into the hands of Suppress, he has a heat wave to work with. Unfortunately, he's not able to survive. And that was probably their biggest opportunity to get back into this game and potentially make something happen. Brainstorm tries to do his best. He uses that repulse to get up top. Man, the repulse and the ability to move across the map with it can make such a big difference. But now we're seeing this game really slow down, as we know the next pick could be absolutely fatal to their team's chances to win this second game.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate by Suppressed. I want to kind of harp on that a little bit. He had literally the heat wave in hand, the camo as well. He could have at least gotten 1 or 2, 3 kills from that, but unfortunately not going to happen. And now it looks like G2 does have a 2-kill lead here. Great job by Bohm staying alive on this ledge. He's going to get his shields back. Sees a player down bottom, maybe. Not sure if he spotted that player down bottom center. But they're taking control of the power positions here. And it looks like G2 playing a little bit back. They're playing smart. But, oh, wait a minute. There's a player caught on bottom middle. If they get this kill, this could be huge. The heat wave. There's the kill finally. But wait, Bohm's got to stay alive here. He's going to get pushed. And the trade comes through from Gilkey, who also gets a double kill. Only 2 more needed for G2 to win.
Gilkey trying to do his best. They cannot afford any mistakes, right? You don't want to give up any picks. If you're going to go in for a fight, you best be trading. So don't take any fights that you aren't confident that you can win. The sniper rifle is in top tower. That's some vital information for them to work around. With overshield, with camouflage coming up soon, what they can do is they can play straight for this for that camouflage, as long as they're aware of where the sniper player. Ooh, did he stick up? No, okay. I was about to. As long as you're aware of where the sniper player is, you can get the pre-fires in and try to back him down. They go top mid. There. Oh no, the sniper! It's coming in clutch. It's finding kills. Oh, Suppress able to get this game tied up. G2 was able to get away with the camouflage though. And the question is what wins, camo or sniper? The time to tell is now.
Suppress literally has the game in his hands once again. He had it in his hands with the heat wave, and now he's got it with the sniper. He gets one, and he wins the game. Wait a minute. Yes, they did. Suppress, they got the game win. The series is now tied, and we are going to a game number 3. Suppressed, that's what I'm talking about, baby. He came up clutch when he needed to. That's what I like to see.
Oh my, it was 48-45. And they choked the game away. And honestly, all you had to do was keep the sniper rifle position handled. They tried to push up close. They had the mangler. They tried to do what they could. But they just could not get themselves a kill. And it ends up costing them the game. Oh my. We go on.
Wow.
We shout out to Martin in the chat. Game 3, here we come. We love to see them. And the question is, can G2 clutch up? It's a very similar situation to what just happened to Sentinels. But look at this no scope. What a beautiful one.
Oh my
Comes
gosh,
down
dude.
and just absolutely blames him in the face.
It's absolutely crazy. Like, the heat wave didn't do anything good with that. Comes in with the sniper. 180. Boom. Right in the head of Sab. Takes him out for the win. Great job by Suppress there. Way to come up clutch. But again, Garrett, we have to talk about this, okay? That was a Slayer. We all know what Slayers are in a series. We all know. Are they going to be able to come out on top for this next game type, though? That's the question, right? Streets Stronghold is the next game type. Like, G2's got to be wicked strong on this map in this game type. I don't know if it's possible, but maybe the momentum is strong enough.
I think as long as G2 plays discipline, they'll be fine, right? The question is when do they get rogue? When do they start making some small mistakes and let players like Suppress and Brainstorm find opportunities? And that's just what happened. That's what happened at the end of this Slayer, right? Right here. If we take a freeze frame and we try to figure out like where everyone is real fast and where they take this fight, Louis, just back it up like 3 seconds for me, and let's take a look right before he gets in the scope. Like we have it right here. Okay, so go forward just a bit where he turns to the left, and we'll be able to take a look where all these players were, right? So we have one player at Nest, one player at bottom tower, snipers in top tower, and you have one that's hanging down over at dummies. Now, the question is, how do you break into this setup, right? Because they have sniper rifle, and it's going to be so critical for you to find the correct angle. And with overshield coming up, what they opted for was an open side push and a player down through the flank. Now, if we keep going on, I want to see how this push materialized from G2 and where the mistakes were made. So let's just go fast forward for a bit and see what happened towards the end of this game and how this push really did materialize, because most of this action happened over at the back tower. So let's go take it. Let's try to get forward, and right here we're getting towards the end of the game. We see 2. Let's make it 1. So we pause right there, and we see 2 go for that active camo. They try to get away with it, and they're able to get around the corner, but what's happened is they gave up 2 kills in order to do so. And what happened was there was one player that pushed out through dummies and one player that went back tower, and they had confidence that those 2 players were going to handle the sniper rifle responsibilities. Instead, that's exactly what didn't happen. And we see this milk right here that was so vital to their success. Suppress goes under, he's able to listen, and he's able to find the last kill. But man, it's G2 really did rely on those 2 players that pushed tower to make the play, and that's just not what happened. Unfortunately, they lost the individual gunfights. The sniper was too strong, and we did see on that original push there was a mangler in play. They had the opportunities, they just weren't able to execute, and that's what we're going to see in Street Strongholds. I believe will be different. G2 will execute on this map and win, I believe, like 250 to 117.
Okay, you gave him 117. All right. I mean, the play at the end there, I got to highlight it again. The ability to listen to calls. I'm sure calls were rampant at the end there, right? Unless you're like, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine they're rampant at the end there on SEAL Team 6. And he was able to listen to that call out of the drop down and just turn around and 180 that guy. Just such a clutch play by Suppress. But we're hopping on board to the next game, guys. Strongholds on the streets. This is definitely one of my favorite maps. Did not like it when I watched it on IGN, but I love it now. Being able to play it as much as I have. That Stalker rifle on mouse and keyboard is so good. I'm hoping that these teams can, hope we can have an even match here as a game 3. You know, we got a false start real quick. We'll have to come back to that, but I'm hoping we can have an even match here on game number 3. Although, like I said, 50-49 on a Slayer. Slayer is a toss-up always, so hopefully these teams can kind of come through. And again, the play that won them the game here, listening to the call out, turning around and 180ing. Oh my word, that was such a great ending to that game. They've got to take that momentum here. That this is the big thing, right? You know, you've got skill sets, you've got people, you know, teams that are really good, you know, teams that are not so good, but then you've got momentum and that positivity in your brain. You just won a game against G2. Like, I don't know. For me, I think that'll carry them forward a little bit, but will it be enough? I don't know.
We're talking about day 2, right? If you win this game, you're into day 2. You don't have to worry about the losers bracket. In reality, you're saving yourself, what, like 3 hours of playing time? Because we got about 3 more hours of this tournament left. I don't know what's more important. You know, like, we love to win. But these players, right, okay, like, guys, this is probably more important than more of our day 2 games, because if we win this game, then we can go get dinner. We can go sleep in. Like, we can do so much more. If we have to play for another 3 hours against loser bracket, you know, bad teams, we need to win right here. And obviously, I think the only team that's really in the top 8, like of those HCS teams, is E United, and now they're gonna have a harder road down the bracket because they dropped, because they lost to Space Station Gaming. We're gonna have to see how they handle the losers bracket, and G2 now facing a similar spot, and they are gonna have to clutch up. And this time, they're not going up against the likes of Ace or Deciding or Louis. I almost said Louis Vuitton. Louis in our production or Formal. You know, they're gonna have to get it done against some grinders. But you know, while we wait for this game to start active, I'd love to bring back Tony and hear what his thoughts are on the match.
Let's do it.
I mean, I'm gonna apologize, Eli, leading the boys. That was a big win. That was a big win, and I thought it was gonna be 2-0 handsomely in favor of G2. But I said some really nice things about those guys, and I really did mean that. I really think they're on up and up. They were top amateur players going through all of Halo 5, and I expect them to keep it up here in Halo Infinite. I'm still gonna go G2 winning this series, but man, I think they made some fans with us and also in the chat as well. I know the chat love to see them.
Yeah, I mean, G2 is a top caliber team, and this team coming in, taking a game away. You're right. I don't know if it's enough to give them that game 3, but just coming in and winning that right there is good on its own. And of course, they still have the losers bracket, like Garrett had mentioned. They can still go through that and fight their way and try to get through E United as well. We've had a lot of great series today. It's been a pleasure casting with you guys, of course, but just such great games in the past. The past 2 series have been awesome. We had a game 3 last series. Now we have another game 3 this series. I'm hoping this one's a little closer. Streets is one of those maps that I think you're right. I think as a good team, you're going to have a full lock on that map. It's going to be hard for the SEAL Team 6 to come through and win this game.
Guys,
so, we're waiting. We're waiting for the next match. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. Garrett, you said 100. You said 250 to 117. You gave him 117 points. That's a lot of points, man. Tony, do you think they're going to get 117 points?
Yeah, I would say I'll go a little bit higher. I'll say 250 to I'll give them 150. I'll give 250 to 150. Okay. They showed me something that Slayer. Right. It was clutch. I mean, like I said, dude, I've been in those situations, you know, in just games online and having the comms, like having your entire team, or I don't know how the comms sounded. We didn't get to hear them, unfortunately, but just having the comms be that tense when it's like such a close game like that, 49-49, just being able to turn around and clutch up like that. That guy has ice in his veins, dude. Suppressed, man. I'm a new fan of yours, brother. I hope to see you do big things, honestly. I'm excited to see what you do. So,
Game 3 is going to be Streets on Stronghold. We did have a false restart, guys. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for watching the stream. If you have not followed, Louis V Titan is going to be doing watch parties here in the future, so make sure that you hit the follow button on the stream. If you have a Twitch Prime, you could use that too if you want to. And of course, don't forget the Halo competitive Reddit as well. And, you know, get in there and subscribe, because that's where all the competitive talks are happening, okay? If you want to get in on the news and on the drama, of course, we've got to have drama in these storylines. You know, make sure you sub to that Reddit, get involved with that. But here we go. We're hopping in to game number 3. And, of course, it's going to be Strongholds on the streets. That rocket, those rockets in the middle there. I think if you spawn on, I don't know, if you spawn on Tram side and you're able to get up that stalker, you can literally hold anyone from getting to those rockets like so well.
Whew. Hey, you know, one thing that you brought up that I really am a fan of is that stalker rifle right there. And I was watching your gameplay in particular active, and man, I'm just gonna say it, man, I wish we could have keyboard and mouse that could like alternate between controller and keyboard and mouse depending on the weapon that they add, because that stalker rifle on keyboard and mouse is something scary to look at. And we know that the aiming abilities of these players in this lobby are very good. I'm really interested to see who picks up that stalker rifle and who can put it to work, right? Use the sandbox, exploit it, give yourself as much advantage as possible.
Let's see how that pans out here. Hopping into the game right now. Of course, G2 versus Suppressed, tied 1-1 if you're just joining us. SEAL Team 6 won by 1 kill on the previous Slayer, and they're trying to close out this game, but G2 starting off very, very strong just now. They're going to get 2 dead, make that 4 dead, and they're getting this B plot as well. So they're going to start to get some time.
Early on, this is what you want to see, the B control. The entire map really runs through B. You can hold BC, BA. I prefer BA, and then potentially pushing for trip caps at BC to force out a back purple spawn and then try to make something happen. But really, what you need to do is hold down B, and that's exactly what Gilk is doing right here. He's landing out great shots, and he's making opportunities happen. This player trying to get away. He's able to do so, but Straight Sick is able to get the trade out, and we see him. He's going back to see. He knows the rotation's coming. He's getting the early shots in, and this is where you can really put down the hurt, put down the damage. If you can get him out of C or push straight and keep the trip cap, you can absolutely do it to devastating effect. And we see the player in C had to rotate out, and this is just more trip cap time, more gravy on the board. And Gilkey comes in, he wins the fight. And what's the other most important thing about spawning at B is that you get to get the thrust. It's absolutely incredible. That thrust can win you gunfight after gunfight.
Yeah, and on that thrust, there's some cool jump ups you can do as well without thrust on that little ledge on the left side of C. You can jump up on that ledge and then jump up to attic as well. So there's so many cool things in this map. This is probably one of the most, I would say, one of the more individually like mechanical maps in the game. I would say there's just so many little things you can do. And of course, this Sentinel beam, I mean, on mouse and keyboard, that thing is insane, but I'd love to see more controller players kind of utilize it. That thing shreds shields.
Oh man, the Sentinel beam is absolutely incredible. The only problem with it is it has a huge recoil that you have to deal with, and it's a bit tougher to do so on the controller, right? It's just having to really hold down on your stick. I think it goes up and to the left, so you have to hold down and to the right to keep that thing on target. And it's definitely can be very hard to get used to, but if you're able to land some continuous blows with it, it can absolutely shred shields. And it's not even just a shield shredder that we saw in Halo 5. It can absolutely devastate your health bar as well. That thing, I believe, has the fastest TTK, and I'm just saying that off like, you know, what I think. I'm not exactly sure if that's the truth, but that thing is an absolute monster in the right hands. I'm interested if any of these teams are going to exploit it.
Speaking of teams exploiting, SEAL Team 6 is approaching G2 right now with their time. They've had a 2-cap for like 25 seconds now. Finally, G2 is going to answer back onto B, and you're on board with Brainstorm. My gosh, the shots on the Gilkey takes him out, and he's going to play his life as well. He could potentially push the stairs after this, but the nade comes through. He's going to get taken down and no shields, picks up that Sentinel beam, and now trying to get a reset maybe on that B, gets the call out, Straight Sick goes down. Great plays by Brainstorm.
And Brainstorm's going to be able to secure B for his team by getting that kill. And now the C spawns are coming in. Actually, they have to be weary of the splits. We could be seeing split spawns towards A, and I think that's what happened. So they have B. They have the control that they want, but they're going to have to choose a base, and they're going to have to slay and get in in order to find the damage necessary. It looks like they have chosen A, and they need to find the skills. Looks like one comes in from the B stairs. They're gonna find that kill. Sab eventually does go down, and that's gonna be Arctic that falls as well. So A is gonna start to transfer, but they moved everyone towards A. And G2, they know better. They're like, okay, we split A and C. We keep a couple people back at C. If we lose the fights at A, we just move our players from C into B. And look at that, easy rotation. So this is where pro teams are gonna win every time, is they're always on top of the rotations, and they're always on top and making sure they hit every goddamn headshot. My God, that Stalker rifle. Gilkey looks absolutely nasty with it. He's one of the best snipers in Halo 3, and this Stalker really, it has the same sort of feeling as the Halo 3 sniper rifle.
G2 starting to pull away here, 144 seconds to 64. SEAL Team 6 has to kind of pull it together here, try and pinch, try and get different angles on these players at B. They're holding B very strongly. Here comes the pinch I was talking about. That player goes down instantly. I think more players onto A, so that spawn's going to be anchored. They're going to continue to spawn A here. This BC hold is not something I normally see. Normally you see, B and A, but we're seeing B and C, and it's working out well for them. The C is getting captured right now, but they're going to try and stop it with some shots.
Gilkey doing his best, gonna try to get to these stairs and get the cross towards that back lane. And we see Sab's the one that's holding it down. You don't want to push into that purple, but you have to keep Cafe control. And what's more important is you have to get this shotgun, right? The shotgun's so important. Getting that bulldog, making sure no one comes down that lane. Really, that lane between A and C through purple is kind of useless if there is no bulldog to pick up. So if you can keep that thing in your rotation and make sure, hey, if you're going to push, you're going to have to do it away from all the action. You're going to have to try to meet our player that's at Cafe, which is Arctic right now. I'm going to sit with this bulldog and B. You can try your best, but you're going to get absolutely devastated. That's exactly what happens. Is he's able to find two, and if that first smack would have went down, he'd still be alive right now. Looks like they're going to try to rotate to the B stairs, but G2 putting on a clinic on how to play Strongholds in this game.
They have literally punched their time clocks. They're completely locked into this game. Arctic is 12-7. The young gun coming through, doing work. Straight Sick with a 9-4. But just a great job overall by G2 to secure this. It looks like this is going to go in their favor with 12, maybe make that 10 more seconds for this A and B hold. And oh my gosh, we had called it. You guys gave them too many points. They've only got 64. The triple cap's coming through as well. That's gonna be it. G2's moving on to play Optic.
Oh man, what a great man. We'll have to, hopefully we're able to watch that tomorrow morning or something. You know, if HCS doesn't kind of cover it, we'll cover it here at the watch party, because that's gonna be an insane game to watch. I love the way that G2 plays objective. They get punched a little bit in the mouth at the end of that Slayer. They come back and they answer spectacularly in the Strongholds. They played it just about as perfect as you could. Really loved what I saw from Arctic in particular. That man was everywhere on the map. He used all the elements. And the other person I saw that I want to give a shout out to, even though he only went 8 and 6, what I saw from Gilkey is he made it an effort to consistently grab the thrust. And just about every gunfight he was in, he had the thrust advantage. He was making players miss. And that's what the power of the B Stronghold is. They are spawning B most of the game. They are able to control the thrust on the map. It spawns in that bottom driveway underneath the pizza sign. They had control of it, and it really shows in that game as they were able to dictate the pacing, the damage, the shots, whatever was necessary. They controlled it, and they won the game.
Oh, just a great job overall. And we had feeling that was going to happen. These top teams do such a good job of like controlling these objectives, knowing when to push, when not to push, you know, how to rotate around these strongholds. This is where they kind of, you know, this is where they're strong. You know, in a Slayer, it's just about kills. It's just about bait and switching, a very simple version of Halo. But in these games, it takes a lot more than that. It takes that plus more. And these guys have shown that they know what they're doing. Now, nothing against SEAL Team 6. You guys did phenomenal. I really hope to see you kind of move towards through the lower bracket here. And of course, I believe, just to let you guys know, our next match is going to be Antimatter versus Gutter Gang and losers round 7. And I definitely want to bring in Tony. Tony, what'd you think about that series, brother?
Thought that series was great. I thought G2 obviously iced up when they mattered most. Great job for them to close it out. Be honest, I didn't want to see them lose that Slayer against our Eli Elite's roster. Nothing to say about them, but I just think G2 are at that level ahead, man. I mean, they're a partnered organization, if you will. They're going against Optic tomorrow. The last time I saw Optic and G2 go at it, Optic won 13-0 in the scrim the last time I saw, but this is a different G2. This is a more coordinated G2. I can tell they're not only they're comms, they're not only calm, but they're calling things out. They're responding to each other. They're small talking. I think this is going to be a much better matchup for G2, and maybe they can pull off the upset.
I mean, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait. I hope that HCS does cover it. I'm excited to see that matchup. 13-0, I did not know that the scrims went that way. That's incredible. Optic is such a strong team. Like, those guys have their heads on their shoulders the correct way. They think correctly about everything, about improving, about getting better at the game. It's just really cool. I love Optic. I love the mentality that they have. So we'll see how that match goes tomorrow. But like I said, guys, we're gonna get Antimatter versus Glutter Gang coming up next. I believe we're gonna have to say goodbye to Garrett. Garrett, thank you so much for being here, man. It was so fun casting with you. Of course, hope everything's okay over there. And thank you, man. It was fun.
We'll be fine. But guys, I mean, take a look to my left, my right. These two. Absolutely killers. Love them in the game. One last thing before I go, because, you know, it's not me. If I don't say this before I go, guys, r/competitive Halo. Go check it out. Go to the Reddit. Go subscribe. Make sure you're checking out all the clips. We absolutely want to create a community for the Halo competitive guys. Make sure that you're able to catch up on your news, see the clips, see whatever is necessary. And I could not leave you guys with more capable hands. Active and Tony, they're gonna kill the game. We know how sick they are with it already. And if you haven't, guys, I know, go check your Twitch. You might see it. It's a little bit of a glitch. You'll see it sometimes. Let me pull it up on my end just to make sure I have this right. If you go look at the bottom, there's this purple button underneath your screen. It says follow. If that thing is not gray, make sure you touch it. It does a little magic trick. If you hit that button, it turns gray and you'll be with the cool kids. So love to see it, guys. Make sure you follow the channel. We're going to be having coverage all the time. We're going to have coverage today. We're going to have coverage tomorrow. We're going to have coverage Thursday. Wherever you need your Halo competitive scene, news, whatever it is, we're going to be here, and we're going to be making sure that you can stay informed.
Let's go. I appreciate you, Garrett. You have a good one, man. Thank you very much for casting with me. That was definitely a pleasure.
I love you, Active. Guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for having me on.
Much love, man. All right, guys, here we are. It's Tony, it's me and you, the last survivors. Okay, we've got lots more games to cast together. All right, Gutter Gang. Do you know any of these guys, Tony? I know you're really big, or really big in the Halo 5 scene. It's Bunnies, Champion AM, the B-Cap, and Haya Badif. That last name is kind of funny, but have you heard of any of those guys by any chance?
I believe Haya Badif is that's Will Manning, to my knowledge.
You're correct.
To my knowledge, that's Will Manning. He lives in the Bama Land House. Champion AM, I believe he plays on 10 sensitivity. He played Halo 5 for quite a bit. I believe he even played a little bit of Halo 3 alongside Van Helsing. I think they were kind of like the duo back in the day. And not Lan Valen, but Van Helsing. And they ultimately, I guess he's back. And Champion AM, awesome. He was a good player. I mean, if you could play on 10 sensitivity and still hit your shots, I mean, obviously doing well. If I remember correct, did Antimatter Gaming, isn't that simply Saintly's squad?
That is Saintly squad, Saintly Fantasy Realized, and Mason Cobb. Used to team with him? I
used the team with Saintly back in Halo 4. Halo 4, we teamed together for AGL New Jersey. And let me tell you something, man. You guys might have not heard from Saintly. He's a fantastic streamer, real funny guy, real good looking, great personality, has one hell of a handshake. Let me tell you something. If he's in the lobby, I don't care who it's up against. It could be Optic, it could be Sentinels. It doesn't matter who it is. His shot can compete with the best of the best. This dude's 100%. A freaking slayer. And when he's locked in, yeah, it's scary. Let me tell you, he can be the best player in any lobby when he's going off. And I'm not just spitting out nonsense. It's the truth.
It's the truth, and I agree with you 100%. When the elbows go on the knees, it's over. He pops off. He's got one of the best shots of the game. He had one in Halo 3. I'm excited to see him here. They've got Mason Cobb on the squad as well. So they got the veteranship, and they've got the skill. Fantasy on there. Realize is, of course, great players as well. I'm really excited to watch this. Gutter Gang, players that, you know, to be honest, I haven't seen play too much. So I'm excited to see how they do and how they're able to kind of go against this Antimatter squad. We watched them earlier, Tony. I don't know if you were watching the broadcast, but we watched them earlier. Antimatter had a rough go at it in the beginning, but they've come through and they've fought through the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new game. You know, some people are gonna pick up these games like it's butter. You know, it's like riding a bike kind of thing. But some of these guys, you know, it takes them a little bit to get acclimated. You know, and I'm not surprised that Antimatter is one of those teams that might have a little bit of a slower start. But I promise you, come next week or next open, they're gonna get better and better. There are some studs on that roster, and I believe I even saw a glimpse of the Gutter Gang roster when Louis had that on screen. I believe it was Biscuit Kappa who used to team with Will Main, and they teamed alongside Vulcan. It was actually Vulcan's team that had Will Main, and right before Infinite dropped, so did Will Main and got dropped for that roster. He kind of lost his home, and they're still really good friends. You know, no bad blood, but they just wanted to go a different direction. Now Will Main is now reuniting with Biscuit, and Bunny's Waddles was teaming with EJ. He was doing a pro shot. He was doing some big things as well. So this Gutter Gang roster, real kind of ragtag group. But I'm kind of happy they've made it this far. I mean, these are some Halo 5 kids that are kind of keeping up with some of the big names, and now going to be tested against this Antimatter roster. Wow.
Yeah, I'm excited. You've kind of like set the stage here, and I appreciate that. You know, not knowing Gutter Gang too much. I do know Antimatter. I know all the players on there. Great group of guys. Like I said, they had a very weak first look, and when we started the stream, we watched that series. Unfortunately, they didn't come out on top of that one, but they're here. They fought through. This is difficult. It takes a lot of energy to fight through the losers bracket like this. It takes a lot of endurance. This is not no easy feat. So if they're this far, it's for a reason. These guys have what it takes. Gutter Gang, same thing. They've made it this far. They've got what it takes. I think we're going to have a good series on our hands. I'm going to go ahead and predict a game 3 right out of my butt. I'm going to predict it right now, game 3. And I hope Antimatter wins, because I'm a big fanboy of Stanley as well.
Look, man, I don't know what you do on your own time, but whatever's coming out of your butt, I want you to keep it there. You keep that away. We're on this casting couch together. It ain't that big, okay? You calm down over there. As far as a series prediction, I'm going to pull it out of my mouth.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably better.
I'm going to say Antimatter 2-0. I love Gutter Gang. I think they're great. Very good friends of mine. I'm sorry, I got Antimatter 2-0, and I believe we're starting on Streets. Which, if when you have that firepower that's coming out of Antimatter, I mean, we know Neighbor. There was a point in time during Halo 3 where Neighbor was legitimately the best player in the game. Like legitimately, Simply Saintly has that firepower. Real Eyes realized. I don't know where I'm going with this. He's pretty good. The Antimatter is a really, really good squad, and I'm excited to watch them. I'm going to say 2-0.
Okay, wow, 2-0. Okay, I mean, if Stanley pops off the way he does, and if Mason brings his knowledge, Neighbor brings his knowledge to the game, and kind of brings his veteran experience to try to rally these guys together, Fantasy's no slouch, realizes no slouch. They don't really need the veteran stuff. They've all been there, done that, but if they all bring their A game, this could be a really good series. We're hopping on board with Streets Oddball. Let's go, chat. Get wild. Let me see some chat interaction here. Let's see some like hashtag Halo's back. Something. Let's get the chat popping. This is going to be losers bracket round 7. This is their tournament lives on the line right now for both of these teams. I want to see who comes out on top here. Tony is gonna say Antimatter 2-0. I'm going to say we go to a game 3 and Antimatter takes it. I can't take the other side of this one. I'm too much of a big fanboy of Stanley, but yeah, I think we go to a game 3. I hope it's a good one. But I mean, this is your favorite map, Tony. Why don't you take it away first? Rocket's up in the middle here.
Yeah, we're heading down to the streets of New Mombasa. You have the rocket launcher, you have that thruster, even the Stalker rifle as well. Do not sleep on the Stalker rifle. Way in the back towards police station is that drop wall. There's a lot of goodies on the map, a lot of resources that if you can take advantage, maybe you can get the edge up on your opponent here. And we're going to find out who's able to do that best. Its objective is going to be tough. But I mean, hey, you know, if you're not here to be tested, I don't know where you plan on being tested. This is a tournament. This is your open. This is for qualifying points. We're headed to Raleigh, baby. This is when it matters most.
That's right. And if you lose this, like, this is not your Raleigh tournament on the line here. If you lose this, you can go back. You get vital information from these games if you watch them back and review them, like you had mentioned before, Tony. So they can kind of use these games. If they lose, either team loses, they go back to the drawing board and figure out what they need to do better. I mean, there's so much to learn from losing, but who doesn't like to win, right? Who doesn't like to win? Of course, you see the neon. I don't like neon. I think that ramp is so it's just so curvy and weird. I don't like the neon side of the map, but regardless, neighbor on your screen, he's going to go for these rockets right off the bat. Some nades come through. Hey, let's see who's going to be able to secure these. Like you said before, the animation on these rockets, it takes so long to shoot them out after you pick it up.
That it does an excellent rocket coming out of neighbor, taking down Will Manning with ease, and now the ball's going to go in favor of Antimatter. And we're going to have a talk about you the not appreciating Purple Street. It's absolutely beautiful, but that's for another day. Champion AM getting a big slay off a screen on Sanely, and neighbor just waiting for a player watching this angle, being as patient as possible.
The slays come through. Unfortunately, neighbor a little bit too aggressive there in that situation. He's going to go down. So I would assume that Antimatter plays this a little bit slower here. Just they don't have the numbers to really work with, and that's going to give this other squad a chance to get the ball. And Sanely trying to make a play. The flank comes through. His shots not as good as I'd like them to be, but he's got some assistance. Great kill.
Still on board with Sanely at the moment, working the A side of the map. He has to get over to that police station, but there's multiple players who are going to cut him off and going to put him down. So multiple down go. Antimatter Gaming, watch out.
Oh, they've got the Fantasy's got the shotgun in hand. This could be a really big play. I don't think anyone can see him on the other side of this. They can't, but the wide angle's taken by Champion AM. Great play there to just kind of be aware that the shotgun was not there. Playing it slow, and here comes the push. Bunny waddles. He's going to get that kill onto neighbor. That's going to be 2 dead momentarily, and potentially some more time for this Gutter Gang squad. They're Antimatter actually leading by 29-12.
And Bunny's Waddle's actually having that Stalker rifle, that 3 shots at the body, but he's not going to actually utilize that, and Fantasy going to take him down largely because of it. Meanwhile, off the screen, Will Manning's going to go down as well. Rockets are coming up real soon. Biscuit's ready for it. Let me tell you, if Gutter Gang can grab these rockets, maybe they can make something happen here.
Do Gutter Gang grab these rockets is the question. They're going to get some ball time here at the top of the Stalker rifle inside a tram. The push comes through from Sanely. He sees that they're going to try to make this push. It looks like on Neon's side, but neighbor's got the rockets here. Here comes the aggression. These rockets are going to be huge, but he kills himself as well as gets the kill onto Will Manning. That's going to be a 3v2 situation right now. Make that 2v2. Another rocket comes through from Sanely. Bunny Waddles goes down, and it's pretty much a tie game right now, and the ball rolling right into Sanley's lap where he wants it.
That he is, but he's going to actually play a little bit forward here. Wants to get these slays. You know there's multiple players spawning over towards the police side of the base. Excellent shots coming out of him. Able to take down the first player. Now going in for the second one, who ends up getting stuck, and that's going to be multiple down for Gutter Gang. They need to hop on this ball.
That's the shots I like to see out of Sanely here. Great shots. Gets the double kill onto Bunny. And then going to get some ball time. Does not pick up the ball. Instead, plays his life. His teammates got it. Great communication there. 1 dead right now for Gutter Gang. And Sanely anticipating this neon push. There's the shots on the player inside of the cubby. He's going to go down, though. Great kill right there. That's going to potentially allow Gutter Gang to push through.
And Biscuit getting an excellent kill right there. So 2 down go Antimatter Gaming. And we both actually predicted Antimatter Gaming to come out on top. However, Gutter Gang looking really good right now. Biscuit going in for the challenge. But just as I say that, he risked it, but he wasn't able to get the Biscuit.
Oh, that's straight. Tony, how many times your ankles broken this game so far since it came out, man? I literally have to get surgery on my ankles. They're just broken so many times over and over and over. These strafes are so fast, but I love that. I love the skill gap allowed in Halo Infinite to get these players that have played, that are going to play for years and years and hours to showcase why, the time they put in and why they're as good as they are. And that has to do with, in my opinion, the strafe. 2 are going to be down here, and a little bit of ball time coming out of Fantasy. They're going to be almost leading this game. It looks like they're in position to do so, only down by 1 second.
Who realized putting the shotty to the body, but going to trade off kills right there as we switch gears over towards Sanely, who's making his way over towards ball spawn. Nobody home just yet, but luckily he hasn't been spotted. Nade coming out of nowhere. Did it connect? And now we have two players over towards the purple street trying to go in for the challenge. Stanley looking to accept the challenge, but he's getting sandwiched on, and somehow the ball trying to get away. 2 down, go Gutter Gang, and Stanley making that a third player. There's one more player over towards the purple street. Excellent slays, 3 down, go Gutter Gang, and now Antimatter Gaming are putting good points on the board.
Stanley is out for blood right now. You see his aggression and his confidence. That's the Stanley, the version of Stanley that I like to see. That's tournament Stanley right there. He's put in the work. There goes Neighbor, though, put in the work as well. He's going to get the single kill. Tries to get the double. No reg there. Maybe missed his shots off the screen, but Fantasy, the last guy alive right now, and he's got to stay up and play his life as his team is on a respawn.
And the ball switching hands over towards Champion AM. Again, that high sensitivity player, not afraid to duke it with the best of. Bunny's Waddles playing really patient. He was waiting for the overextenders coming from Purple Street, but he ends up getting spotted and put down. He doesn't have a teammate pushing over towards Purple Street. Biscuit goes down as well. Will Manning having the Bulldog, but can he get over towards Champion, or can Champion rotate that ball out of the C base?
I really like this play by Will here. His teammate went down. The teammate that was going to pinch on the left side went down. He wasn't able to push Tram, so he backed up, got his shields back, waiting for his teammate to spawn to potentially push in again. We're on board with Biscuit, Kappa. Let me get some Kappas in the chat. The ball taken in his hands. It's going to drop. No, it's not going to drop to the bottom. He's still going to have control of it. Neighbor's going to get pushed back too. 1 dead right now for Gutter Gang. They're going to play the ball out front. Tries to get that cleanup. Not going to happen. Great teamwork out of Antimatter.
We're seeing the slays go in favor of both of these teams. They're both having a really hard time controlling the entire map. We see a few slays go towards Gutter Gang, a few slays go towards Antimatter Gaming. So back and forth. Once a team gets a full setup locked in and gets a full round of slays, that's when this game's gonna be blown wide open here. But it looks like Gutter Gang gonna be taking round number 1. A bit of an upset if you ask me. But again, it wasn't like a decisive win. A few things go Antimatter's way, and they easily could have won round number 1. The team that gets that full setup locked in and gets those slays, a second round of slays, that's when we're going to see some full control, and that's what I want to see out of either one of these rosters.
I've seen a lot of Tram side setups, but I have yet to see a PD setup. That setup's on lock. If you get a PD setup, if one of these teams does, that's going to be at least 20 seconds, 30 seconds of time. If you're holding top tower, great kill on the rocket player. That's going to give him 1 rocket. Ups not to waste it. Great play there. Gonna stay alive as well. He's got a player below him. He gets the beat down. This is a great play. He doesn't kill himself, utilizing his just timing. Playing smart and slow. I like this, and it looks like it's coming through here. This is going to be Neighbor on your screen. This is the veteran plays that I need to see out of Neighbor. His shots are phenomenal. Look at him push back 2 players. This is going to be a little bit of a hold here. 7 seconds on the board right now for Neighbor and squad. And it looks like this hold is going to be broken as of right now.
Neighbor makes his way over towards the God spot, but quickly going to be hunted down. Luckily, oh, hold on. Multiple slays going in favor of Gutter Gang, and now they have control, and now they are locked into their setup. Watch out. Gutter Gang might pull off the upset.
Tony, Gutter Gang is getting so many slays right now. It's actually insane. Guys, we apologize for the broadcast right now. This is a glitch. It's not in our control. The glitch does not show the name on screen, but regardless, we'll give you the names as we hear them in our ears. 29 seconds so far on board with this player, and he's going to take out Neighbor right now with the nice nade. The Rockets are coming up shortly as well. See if they're able to get these 3 players inside tires. Wasn't able to make anything happen, though. And that's going to be 2 dead for Antimatter.
Antimatter funneling 3 different players going toward the B side and try to fight for police station control, but they weren't able to pull off the wins. Champion and Neighbor getting back-to-back kills there. Will Manning going to go right back at Neighbor. We have a 43-13 lead still going in favor of Gutter Gang.
You see the intensity starting to rise right now. Really great job by Antimatter to try and stop this Gutter Gang push, but these guys are just outslaying them so hard. Finally, a kill comes through. Biscuit's going to go down, and they've got control of ball, bringing it towards, I believe that is PD. But the push, oh my gosh, a little aggressive by Will Bannon there. He's going to get taken out. They've got to watch this B Street push, though.
And now we're seeing the flank coming out of Antimatter Gaming. Players are spawning over towards police station, try to make their way towards B Street, trying to shut down the collapse, but he tries to get out of dodge, but he's going to be put down here. Does our Antimatter player. Meanwhile, Gutter Gang are on the move, but Bunny Waddles is going to go down thanks to Saintly, but Biscuit gets the double kill.
Great rotation there out of Antimatter. They were able to get it to Tram, to back Tram. They weren't able to stay alive, unfortunately. They did get a little bit of time. The score is now 47-35. This kill can be ginormous here. He does get the kill on the Biscuit, and now going to take the ball once again in his hands. Continue to slay out the middle. Look at these shots. This is the place a keyboard and mouse player would be perfect, Tony. Sitting in the back of the base, shooting anyone pushing through, but it's going to get broken. That setup is going to be done. And the rotation from Gutter Gang coming through towards B Street.
And not only did they lose the ball, but they weren't able to play the ball off the map. So now Good Time once again being transferred over to Gutter Gang. And now Antimatter Gaming needs to be careful. We're past the 50% portion of the map. In fact, past the 60% portion of the game. Antimatter are playing for their game 1 lives.
Some shots come through. That's going to be a perfect on to end to the Aber, a.k.a. Nabot. And the double kill comes through and a triple almost. But the assist comes out. That's going to be 3 dead right there for Antimatter. But that ball is just sitting there. They're not able to get it. Rockets are coming up soon as well. Who's going to pick these up? This is a big question here in this the ending of this game.
Let me tell you, I think Neighbor's going to be going back to his to 3-4-3, trying to get that job back, because clearly I don't know what's going on, man. He's not putting up the slays like he used to in Halo Infinite. This is not the Halo 3 Neighbor that we know. I want to see him step it up right here, right now. It's 66-41, going in favor of Team Gutter Gang, but here comes Antimatter Gaming.
Some great shots there, great assists as well. Gutter Gang holding on to this ball. They're going to drop it. The Rockets come through. Antimatter has an opportunity here to completely tie this game. They've got Rockets. They've got control of Tram as well. The shotgun in the hands of this player on your screen. He has to stay alive, though. This is a big live out of him.
Bulldog in the hands of Antimatter Gaming at the moment. He has a player in front of him. He's going for the challenge. Gets the 2-shot melee. Biscuit Kappa is going to go down. And here we go. Going right back to the setup. Patience is key. Anybody who tries to overextend over towards Purple Street or mid, he's going to know and be well aware of it. Will Man is going to go down as well. The setup is locked here for Antimatter Gaming. But just as I say that, he ends up going down.
Anchor break time right now. There goes 1 kill on the Biscuit. Gutter Gaming is going to be down 1 player now. The opportunity for Neighbor to push in. He gets 1. They get a second as well. That's going to be 2 dead for Gutter Gang. Neighbor not aware of the player up top, though. They're going to get 2 kills onto Antimatter, and now it's an even score. And look, they're getting more time right now. They've rotated this ball all the way back to Tram, and they stay alive with it as well. 80 seconds and counting. Oh, my goodness. Gutter Gang can win this game.
Wow, Gutter Gang coming out of nowhere right now, which again, we would both say this is probably an upset. I'm well aware of these players, but I did not know they had the firepower to compete with the likes of Antimatter Gaming, but clearly I was wrong, because they are literally 10 seconds away from coming out with game number 1 and setting the tone for the rest of the series. Antimatter Gaming need to play near perfect Halo to come back.
Pay attention to the clock here as well. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. As long as the ball is down on the floor, that clock will keep ticking. Antimatter cannot afford to give up that much time on that clock. They're starting to get more ball time here. 90-67 and counting. Player up top, Realize going to get that kill. That top position on Tram is so strong. Biscuit's going to go down as well. That's going to be 3 dead momentarily for Gutter Gang.
Back on board here with Antimatter Gaming, getting a big 2 kills on the board here. Purple Street, someone trying to go in for the flank, but looks like Antimatter's ready for it. They're just watching the cutoffs here. Neighbor going in for the challenge. He ends up going 1 shot, so he's going to try to back down, but that player getting aggressive. Will Manning going to put him down.
My word, that was such a big challenge. So much confidence right there. That's going to be 2 dead right now for Gutter Gang. They're holding this ball. They're trying to get closer to this lead. And only 5 seconds away from 90 seconds here. We're almost at a tie game, but the problem is that Antimatter has a full setup right now on Tram.
That they do, and now the time is ticking. 5 more seconds. We're seeing the C push come in, but we notice how the all player actually drops the ball, goes in for the slay. Biscuit Cap is going to go down, but a nade coming out of nowhere, taking down Antimatter. Slays are back going in favor of Gutter Gang, who might just steal this game away.
95-95 and counting right now. This kill is huge. He's got to get that kill with the nade. He does, and that's going to be it. My word, Gutter Gang coming out with the win. They're going to be up 1-0 in the series. Oh, my word. These series are so good. Like, what is this Sunday? Is it Sunday, Tony? What's going on? Oh, my gosh, dude. Another upset. Oh gosh, guys. Oh man, this is crazy, dude. Antimatter. I didn't. It's not an upset yet. I get it, but like I didn't expect this at all. What just happened?
Gutter Gang coming out of nowhere, and that's what happens when you just leave it all on the line. You know that you want to make a name for yourselves. You know that you're on stream right now, and they step it up. They see the names, they see Fantasy, they see Neighbor, they know who Sanely in real life is, and they don't care. They took the challenge, they won it, and now they're one win away from knocking them out. My gosh, Gutter Gang, I'm switching sides. I don't care. I'm sorry. Antimatter Gaming, you're going out 2-1. I'm switching sides. I don't give a hoot. I'm a Gutter Gang fan. I'm about to get a tattoo of Will Manning on my backside. Right on my lower back, I'm getting a tattoo of Will Manning's name.
Oh man, you cracked me up, Tony. Oh, what a great job by Gutter Gang there. Did you see their accuracy, by the way? We're gonna watch some replay, but the 3 players on Gutter Gang had 58% accuracy. Like, that is absolutely insane, with over 6K damage for each of them. Massive teamwork out of this team. Neighbor, this is Neighbor right here in a great spot to push this back. This was where Antimatter was able to get a little bit of time, and he plays this perfectly right. He doesn't overextend. They're able to clean up that kill, but unfortunately, getting shot from Neon's side from A, he's going to get taken out. But that was a great job by Neighbor in that play to secure them like 10 to 15 seconds. And those time, that time adds up. I mean, but this Gutter Gang squad, what just happened on our screen? I cannot wait for this next game. And we got a Slayer coming up next.
Hey man, all I'm gonna say is that the force of pressure can destroy somebody, or it can create diamonds. And what we're seeing right now is diamonds being created right now. Gutter Gang, they have the pressure on, and all eyes are on them right now. We know who's the favorites on paper, and they don't give a damn. They won. Not only did they win, but they won an oddball match, which is an objective game type, obviously,
right,
when usually the favorites are going to win the objectives. So now Gutter Gang, I mean, they have to feel confident. If you ask me, you're going into a Slayer saying, hey, look, you know, we already have the momentum going. Maybe they can 2-0, but even if they lose, going into a game number 3, which goes back to objective, they can sit back and say, hey, we already beat one objective. They got lucky in the Slayer. Let's ice out. Gutter Gang have all the confidence in the world, or at least they should, right here, right now.
They should. And I think it's going to play a big factor, right? That momentum swing. But one of the big factors that we got to bring up too, we're doing double recharge here, okay? Recharge Slayer, recharge Strongholds. So that first recharge Slayer is going to be a big factor in deciding who's going to potentially win this series. If Antimatter is stronger at recharge than Gutter Gang is, they've got 2 games to show us that, right? I mean, this is crazy. I've never seen a double recharge in a series, but here we have it right now. I mean, we got a full start as well, so we got to wait for that.
I mean, I'm not mad at that. In my opinion, I think that recharge Slayer literally plays 1,000 times different than recharge Stronghold, so they might as well be different map and game type combinations. In recharge Slayer, I can definitely see you hunkering down and really trying to lock down a setup where if you're playing recharge Strongholds, you're going to constantly try to be on rotation, especially when you get slayed out and they start going for an opposite, like A, for example, and you have to out-rotate them, go to C. I literally feel like they play so different that they might as well be different maps.
I agree. That's a very good point, honestly. They definitely do play very different. I'm excited to see what there's going to be. The dynamic spawns obviously are a factor. There's going to be lots of rotating on recharge. I'm excited to see like what team is able to kind of adapt to that. Of course, Energy Sword down below. I believe that's on Slayer as well, correct? So that's going to be a big factor. Holding that control, top control, bottom control, and then holding that attic. There's just so many places so many power positions on this map to hold. It makes it so interesting for teams that have like full lock. We were watching SSG earlier, and the lock they had inside of pipes was just insane. Like the ability to like hold the ball inside of pipes, and then Formal is sitting in turbine, just cross shooting on attic. They had no chance to push in. It just stuff like that. I like the line. I love the line of sights on recharge. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams play this.
You know, that's an excellent breakdown, and I love the comparison you made. You're an excellent caster, an amazing host, and an absolute great friend, and fantastic. But Can we just talk about that? There's a chance that the neighbor is going to be knocked down in losers bracket round 7 by some guy named Biscuit Kappa. Low key, that's a freaking tweet right there. I got the tweet ready. I'm ready to press the send button right there. Mason, that can't happen. You know,
there's no way.
Y'all better step up.
There's no way that happens. I don't see it. Neighbor gets serious, okay, and so does Brady. Stanley gets serious when it comes down to the wire. When they need to play, when they need to perform, I think they're gonna do so. And this antimatter squad is made up of players that will perform. But the momentum of that last game is also a factor. Will they ride that out and bring that confidence through the next 2 games? Is the question here. But when you're a veteran like Neighbor, your mentality is never to think about the last game. In his head right now, he's like, who gives a crap about that last game? I don't know. What are you talking about? He's moving on to this next game already, and it's going to be a completely different mindset for him going into these next 2. They just got to win 2 in their head. They got to win the next 2, and that's it. That's the end of story. When you're talking about a veteran like Neighbor, his shot was good, Tony, right? It's like he hasn't stopped playing. He wasn't slaying as much like you had mentioned. I agree, his slays were low, but Neighbor's got it, dude. He's 100% got it. 100%.
No, they're definitely obviously great players, and they got to put it together. They got to put a game in, and luckily Slayer is definitely that change of pace, if you will. In my opinion, though, I mean, I would say that in my opinion, I think Oddball plays more like a Slayer than if I was going to compare it to a CTF or a Strongholds, where I think that you have to be. It's more of a faster game time. You got to be on rotation. You have to be watching those spawns. Where in Oddball, I feel like you can just pull it back to a setup, hunker down, and just watch your lanes and win your individual gunfights. So. I'm telling you, man, Gutter Gang, they in my opinion, they really have the advantage here. And I'm gonna stop saying mean things about Neighbor because he's kicked my butt multiple times on the poker table, and I don't want to kick my butt in real life. So I'm gonna stop being mean to Neighbor.
Neighbor, you know what else? Neighbor's really good at Street Fighter, man. He kicked my butt in Street Fighter like 3 or 4 times in a row. Like that guy's got some skills and other things as well. Golf too, right? But anyway, yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think Gutter Gang's definitely shown us they're a great team. And if there's anyone to put up a fight against Antimatter right now, it's Gutter Gang. And they've got the spotlight. And there's a lot of points on the line right now, okay? Getting past losers bracket round 7, there's a lot of points on the line. And if you are, part of the competitive community, you're very aware that points are a big factor going into Raleigh. They're going to determine the seeding, and they're going to determine a lot, whether you play freaking TD round 1 or I'm thinking Halo 3 over here, big boomer. Whether you play Sentinels round 1 or not, you know what I mean? So seeding is important. So these points, going in from a losers bracket round 7 to losers bracket round 8, I mean, they add up, and they're going to be a big factor. So they're playing for points. Obviously tomorrow the tournament continues on the HCS broadcast. We're going to cover it here. I believe Garrett said we are going to cover it tomorrow as well. The rounds that the HCS does not cover. So that's pretty interesting too. Make sure you hit that follow button if you want to keep up with everything that comes to competitive Halo, guys. r/competitive Halo. Check out the Reddit. If one of the mods could please post that in there in the chat so you guys can go subscribe to the Reddit. It's a great place to kind of meet. You can find teammates there if you want to compete. You can find conversations there about mouse and keyboard and controller. We're not going to talk about that here because that opens a can of worms and gets me real passionate. but you can talk about anything you want there. Tony, of course, dude, I love casting with you, bro. Amazing job. And again, congratulations to you on that HCS thing. I'm very, very happy for you. I'm proud of you, and you deserve it. If you guys love Tony in the chat, let me get some hearts for Tony. I know he's got a lot of fans in the chat, guys. Show him some love. Great dude. And of course, a shout out to all the admins in the back, guys. All this time right now, I think we've been live since 12 o'clock. So 6 hours on stream so far. These admins have been putting in work. 7 hours. These admins have been putting in work today. Shout out to Brandon, of course, in the back. But yeah, we got the series layout here. We're trying to get into the next game. Just be aware, like I said before, the observer mode is a little bit buggy. Okay, guys? So sometimes when you're in the observer mode, you'll see the name up top of the player we're watching, but then it'll just disappear. And then you won't see anything. And then sometimes you're looking for the kill feed and the kill won't be there. It makes it a little difficult for us casters, but we've gotten used to it or whatever. So it is what it is. But Tony, what do you think about Halo Infinite so far, bro? You love it, right? You gotta love it. Everyone loves it. This game is great, dude.
Let me tell you something, Tim. Let me tell you this clear. Let me tell you.
Tell me.
There is one major flaw with Halo Infinite, and it's something that we can't ignore. I'm not gonna do it. I don't want you to do it either. Everybody in the broadcast, there is a giant flaw in Halo Infinite, and that it is as addicting as a drug. It is dangerous. Let me tell you something. It is. I wake up
It's so
I think
true.
about Halo Infinite. I go to sleep. The last thing I think about is Halo Infinite. I kid you not. Last week, I was about to go to sleep. I was literally about to go to sleep, and it popped in my head. I'm like, I need to play 1 or 2 more games. Hopped in my setup, threw the game on, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, I gotta work in the morning. This is dangerous, and we cannot ignore this. This is a problem, and it's free to play. It's gonna spread like the freaking plague. We need to 343. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you did, but this is the most addicting game of all time, and it really is a drug.
It's a problem. I agree. Tony, I planned this. What are we at now? 9 years ago, I planned this, okay? I started having children 9 years ago. I've got 4 kids. I'm actually going to make a Halo Infinite team with my kids. That's why I had 4. Everyone asks me, why do you have so many kids? I'm making my own team. Like, that's amazing, right? I got them started upstairs. I'm just kidding. They play Fortnite. It's freaking awful. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, but yeah, I agree with you, dude. I haven't been able to get much content out because I've just been streaming. Like, it's an excuse to kind of just stream all day, and it's like, oh gosh, I should probably get this done. Yeah, but I gotta play Halo. It's just cool to see everyone coming from different scenes, the COD scene. If you're new to Halo, welcome to the family. You found a home now. Okay, you're not allowed out. We locked the door. I'm sorry, you got to stay now. And Tony's gonna be the gatekeeper, so you can't leave. Tony will kill you if you try to leave. But I'm excited for the future, man. So many events to come. And don't forget, guys, Halo Infinite is a 10-year game. This game is going to be around for 10 years straight. We're going to have the same game. Imagine, like, think about Sentinels in 10 years or something. I don't know if it'll still be Sentinels, but the players will be different maybe. But imagine the skill that's going to be here in 10 years. Like, after 10 years of people playing this game, where's the skill gap going to be? It's incredible to think about, man. Like, that evolution is just crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty. I mean, we've seen the meta change from game in and game out. From back in Halo 3, you know, I promise you, V1 meta is a lot different when we got to V7. Yeah. Same for Halo 5. You know, the speed and what they played in Halo 5 in 2021 compared to what it was back when it first came out, you would literally you would flip out at the different levels of speed. And I can't wait to see the meta progress and be defined here in Halo Infinite, because we have something that we haven't had in a long time in Halo Infinite. We have a running start. The Halo Infinite competitive settings are right now a chef's kiss. We're not. This isn't Halo 5 again. We're playing with ARs and full radar and ground pounds and stuff. No, we have good, competent settings, and this is for V1. The game is addicting. It's fun. Everybody's having a good time. Raleigh sold out. We sold out here in an online event. We literally have a running head start. The question is, where do we go from here? Do we keep climbing up? Do we can't fall. We got to keep climbing up. We're not talking about competing with Call of Duty and Gears of War and other first-person shooters anymore. No, we're talking about competing with the best of the best games, the CSGOs, the League of Legends. Like, we are up there. It is insane, and I'm so happy to play even a small part of it, because it's been one hell of a ride so far. It's only been 2 freaking weeks.
I know. Isn't that crazy? I want to kind of harp. We're waiting for the next game to start, guys, but I want to kind of harp on what you said with the CSGO stuff. Like, I saw a CSGO major, I think it was like last year or 2 years ago, and just seeing the amount of people in the crowd. I think this was before COVID, and just seeing the production and all of that. Esports Engine, I think, is going to bring us some heat when that World Championship comes up, man. I'm excited. And again, guys, let me tell you guys something real quick. You can support your pro players. I don't get anything out of this. Okay, I don't get anything out of this. You can support your pro players. These guys have been through the darkest times with Halo. Okay, the darkest, and they've been the top players in the game from multiple titles. You can support your pro players and your teams by purchasing the skins on the HCS store. Do that. If you have $10 extra, man, go support these guys. It goes towards future prize pools. Let's get this prize pool higher than Dota 2's. Okay, you guys know the Invitational, right? That prize pool gets to, like, what, 8.5 mil or something like that. Let's do it, dude. Let's just go for the stars here and just give these players life-changing money, you know, by supporting them with these skins. But I'm excited, Tony. I kind of went on a ramble there, but I'm just, it's great to be here. Great to be all in the same game, like I mentioned multiple times. And of course, great to cast with you. Thanks for having me, man.
I mean, this is the time to be excited. It really is. I mean, it's been a very long time since we can say that Halo is truly back. I mean, last weekend between Twitch, YouTube, and I think there was over 100,000 people watching Halo during the grand finals. On Twitch alone, there was like 85,000, almost 90,000 people watching.
That's crazy.
We haven't seen these numbers, so if there's any time to be excited, it's right here, right now. I can't wait for this matchup to get in. By the way, guys, we're not just milking. Don't worry, I promise you. We're waiting for the lobby to get put back together, get these players ready. But we want to see this matchup because what we saw before, you know, Neighbor and Antimatter Gaming did go down 0-1 to some guy named Biscuit Kappa. Man, that happened. It wasn't that long ago. I'm just saying. I want to see a game 3.
Oh man, we will, and I think that might play a little bit of a factor too. Like going into this next game, the momentum. Like you're right, you have breaks in between games. Pros talk about it all the time, and it's not our fault or anyone's fault. It's just that we're trying to get into a custom game, and people's builds are breaking, so we got to reset the builds and stuff like that. But regardless, it plays a little bit of factor in the game. Like, you know, are they going to be able to continue the hype that they had off that last game? And that's a question, you know. Gutter Gang, like, they came out of nowhere, man. I hope that these next games are close, both on recharge. But we'll get back to that in a second. I'm seeing right here, there's a round 8 match that's going on, Lies versus Yo. And I'll have to get back to you and find out who's on those teams. But regardless, we'll probably watch that until we can get into our next Observer game. Like I said, there's bugs with the Observer mode. It is what it is. Now, Tony, I want to ask you your favorite weapon, just to kind of fill some time here. Your favorite weapon that is not the BR, that is a weapon that hasn't been in any other Halo. Let's just say that. Like a weapon that is new to Halo Infinite. What's your favorite?
I would... Oh my gosh. I'm thinking... You know, I almost want to say the Bulldog because I feel like every time I get that gun, it's insane. But you know what? I'm going to go a different route. Okay. And I'm gonna say the Commando. I love picking up the Commando. And even though it's not going to be my primary weapon I run around with mainly, the moment I hunker down and hold down, say like top control on recharge, I whip out that Commando and I will single tap fire shred you from across the map. It's just insane to be able to pop, so you get shot at, back down, look in a different direction, pop. Yeah. Man, something about the Commando it just feels right, man. And when things get a little dicey, I start missing shots. I'm going full on. I don't even care.
I love the sound effects. I love the sound effects. Yeah, Mick went, but during the last flight weekend, Tony actually talked about the Commando and you know, he was hitting perfects with it all the time. And people were like, dude, how do you shoot that gun? Like, how are you doing that? And he didn't explain it, but he just said, watch me. I'm not going to give you any secrets. And what he was doing is he was like 5 bursting, like 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. And then he would stop for like a 1/10 of a second and then burst again. He's just getting perfects because he reset the recoil on it. The Commando is so good. I 100% agree with you. I love the Commando. My favorite has got to be the Mangler. That thing changes games. The one-shot melee, and then, you know, mid-range, hitting the perfect with the 3 shots. I love the Mangler. It's definitely, like you had said, it's an ode to the, I think you said it, the ode to the Halo 5 pistol. But here we are. We're watching Suddet 2. I believe this is game 1, round 3 in Oddball. So they both have, I believe they both have 1 round, even though it doesn't show it on the overlay there. And we're on board with Suddet 2. You guys might know these guys. Unfortunately, they're a bit of a meme in the community, but I hope they can come through and show themselves. Like, these guys are good players, man, and they've got a lot of dedication. We saw them on some top lists when the flights were out, having the most kills, and I believe the most wins as well. So these guys are grinders. Let's see if they can win this game here.
You know, I'm proud to say this, Tim. I matched up against Suddet 2 with some complete goats. I matched up with Monstar, Creepy, Trash, and Cook as well. And we actually beat the Suddet twins in matchmaking. I was playing some solo duos, but let me tell you, man, these guys, they're good. They run in 2s, they bait and switch. They know what they're doing. This is a good squad, and they always have had like a way of finding that hidden talent. I mean, there's a bunch of players that have played on Reality Check, and you got to give them respect because you'll see them play on Reality Check, And then like what, 2 or 3 events later, they're on the top team. I think absolutely team with them. I think Monstar, in fact, team with them before. Frosty team with them. You know, they have a way of finding that hidden talent and then, you know, maybe kind of, and that hidden talent will use them as almost like a stepping stool to, you know, get to that next step. Not in a bad way, but in a good way.
I 100% agree. To give you guys the roster, Reality Check is comprised of Sudeth 1, Sudeth 2, obviously, Life Alert, and Scary OTP. And then they're facing Infamous right now, Llama to God, Groovy AW, Joe Deceives, and Chance Mox. So those are the 2 teams, Reality Check versus Infamous. So we'll see how this goes. Again, this is round 3, and currently Sudeth does have the ball in hand, and they're stacking up a lot of time here. Tries to go for the ninja, not going to get it though, and that ball is going to go down. But a good chunk of time to get going here.
And Sudden 2 is going to go down from Reality Check and Chance putting on some good points on the board for our opposing roster. Sudden 2 coming right off his spawn, trying to make his presence known. That's going to be 1 down for our opposing team. And here comes Reality Check.
So just so you guys know, this is Losers Bracket, round number 7. This is Streets Oddball, which is the very first game. We're on round number 3. Of course, Oddball does have rounds now. Game number 2 will be Recharge Slayer. And of course, you can see Sudeth 2 on your screen, and then his brother right next to him, gaming like it's 2007, right next to each other. The shots don't reg. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, and Life Alert is going to get 2, though, with the Bulldog. Your first choice at the best weapon. One of my favorites, honestly. That thing shreds, and you can hold some great corners with that.
Yeah, well, you kind of gave me. You told me I can only pick a weapon. I mean, I want to pick an equipment. I want that grapple. You're making some plays with the grapple. Let me tell you, as Sudden 2 is gonna go down thanks to the Bulldog, and 3 make that 4 down. Go Reality Check. They were literally 7 seconds away from hitting that 100-point mark, and they just got squad wiped.
Let's see if this comes back to bite him right now. Unfortunately, going down there is not what they wanted with only 7 seconds remaining. And we're approaching 54, 55 seconds right now. Sudeth 2 gets naded, but his brother gets a kill, and as does Life Alert. That's going to be 2 dead for each team right now. It's actually a 2v3 situation, and they're going to collapse on that ball and potentially get these last seconds, but they want to get the slays first. There's the last slay. 5 seconds remaining. This player's the only one to stop him here. Gets the beat down, but not going to be in time. They're going to get that rotation, and they're going to win that first game.
And the high fives coming in from Sud 1 and Sud 2. You love to see it. Life Alert having amazing shot and somehow an even better name as that. And it looks like they were supposed to go into round 2, but looks like they actually ended the game. So this might have actually been maybe a reset. Maybe they won the game before and there was like a lag out that happened, came back and won the second round here. But it looks like there was an end of game there. But man, Sud's looking good. Life Alert's shot was looking incredible. This is a solid roster here.
Yeah, definitely. I want to see where Reality Check goes. This is going to be an interesting one. Again, a meme in the community, which I don't agree with, by the way. I think the Suds are great guys. They seem really nice, at least from what I've known of them. You know, they're showing that they can perform right here. But yes, that was the 3rd round. They did win that first game. That's only game 1 of Losers Bracket round 7. Next, we're going to have Recharge Slayer. Once again, thank you all for stopping in today. Make sure you hit that follow button. Lots more watch parties coming through for LVT Productions. And of course, if you guys have never heard of LVT, we also have Money Tuesdays. And this guy right over here also casts Money Tuesdays. He's a great caster. So make sure you stop by for those when they're announced. Follow the channel, turn on notifications, and the next Money Tuesdays will be announced. But we're doing watch parties right now. When the HCS doesn't show us, gameplay, we're going to cover it here on LVT. So thank you so much again for being here. That is game number 1. We'll keep you updated on that. I'm not sure if we're going to be jumping to back to the Antimatter versus Gutter game series, but we'll try to keep you updated on both series. Just try to keep you updated on the bracket. But the bracket is also in the chat, !bracket, and you'll find that. Hopping on board with Mason here, Tony. Let's get in this game.
Here we go. This was game number 2. I believe it's going to be Slayer on Recharge. And then if we go into a game 3, we're actually playing the same exact map, but switching it over to Strongholds. 13-12 lead going in favor of Gutter Gang at the moment. So clearly they've kind of picked up where they left off. They have some good slays. Neighbor's going to go down despite having the camouflage, and this game has been blown wide open once again in favor of Gutter Gang.
I don't know if that was the right play there, Tony. He had camo, got a guy weak with 2 shots, but then he saw out of the corner of his eye there was another player there. He just didn't have the help, and that player he got 2 shots and turned on him. The plasma pistol, Biscuit Kappa, what the frick? I can't get that thing to work. What's this guy doing?
Yeah, to be honest, when I use the plasma pistol, I tap fire it. I don't even charge it up anymore. But he clearly has found the secret sauce, and Bunny Waddles has figured out how to use the sword as well. And just like that, 4 down, go antimatter game.
Okay, dude, Tony, Gutter Gang is no one to be messed with, dude. They are popping off in this game right now. I've really got to see some better things out of Mason and Insanely and Fantasy. This is a squad of legends right here. They've got to come through right now. This is their tournament life on the line. Insanely's going to go down there. Neighbor going to push the long haul. 2 players in front of him. The teamwork comes through, as does the pinch, and that's going to be 2 dead for Antimatter.
Well, in order to become a legend, your story has to end, and maybe we're seeing the end of that right here, right now, or the rise, or the beginning of a story coming out of Gutter Gang. I don't know which one it is, but as of right now, Gutter Gang are looking so good. 29-18 going in favor of them. Neighbor and Fantasy getting back-to-back kills off the screen here, and we're trying to stay on board with Neighbor. Neighbor now working a little bit of a flank over here towards the gold side. Maybe if they could hold this gold setup over towards Attic, maybe they could have something happen here. But Champion AM able to get that initial kill on Realize. Fantasy takes down Bunny's Waddles off the screen. Both teams fighting for that map control.
20 seconds to 31 right now. And of course, it's like Gutter Gang got a second there and then dropped the ball. Probably trying to go for more slays. There's Neighbor. The perfect comes through with the shock rifle. Beautiful flick onto him. I can't use that weapon. I can't. I'm watching this guy and I'm like, what do I do? You know, it's just a difficult weapon to use. Watching those crosses too. Great job by him. The assist comes through. That's going to be 2 dead right now for Gutter Gang. Fantasy goes down though. So they're probably going to try and wait for spawns and then push off of that. But again, this hold on the pipe side, even in Slayer right here, they're going to try to make a push outside. But right now, a slow game in front of us.
Yeah, Antimatter Gaming have clearly slowed this down to a near snail's pace at that. Neighbor going in for the shot, just going to barely whiff that one. And his teammate realized off a screen going to go down, was going for a little bit of an extension over towards C. And now we're seeing the rest of the team just hunker down and say, hey, look, there's no reason for us to give up any unnecessary deaths. At this point, they really can't. Otherwise, they're going to get 2-0.
I can't believe Gutter Gang is up 35-24 against my childhood hero Neighbor. It's crazy. 26-35. They're doing a good job, like you said, of hunkering down here. But unfortunately, the scoreboard does not match that. Still within 9. Neighbor does have this shock rifle. Can he make a play with it here? His teammate's going to go down to no shields. A potential push behind him. I'm not sure if they let anyone get into Turbine. It looks like they are not. They are on top of C there, but Stanley's going to go down. The push potentially coming through here. Neighbor aware of it. And it looks like he's just going to play slow. Getting some callouts, tries to double back, but nothing being found right now. Gutter Gang just picking them off one by one by one. But Stanley with a big double. That could potentially toss the game and turn it around. There it goes. They finally broke through here. Another kill. That's going to be 4 dead for Gutter Gang.
Great slays coming out of Antimatter Gaming, but the question is it too little, too late? Because they're still currently down by 8 kills. They need to punish these spawns, which Stanley's doing just that, utilizing that Mangler off the screen, but he's going to be hunted down here by Champion AM, and Neighbor just holding down long haul. They need to be careful. It's only a 9-kill game, so this is doable, but that 40-kill mark has been surpassed by Gutter Gang. Oh, God bless. Here comes your friendly neighborhood neighbor, and he ain't got no cookies. All he got is a shock rifle.
Oh my gosh, and he's got a sword too. Can he come back in this game? It's now within 6. If this is the potential to come back here, if there's any potential to come back here, this is it right now. They've got to play smart and get each other's angles. So Fantasy stuck in a bad position. There's a guy bottom control. He's got to stay alive, but they're not allowing the push to go through. Stanley with some great defense, but he's down below. He's got to play his life here. He gets naded. There it is. Bunny Waddles taking advantage of the over-aggression. That's going to be another kill for them. Here, another perfect by Neighbor. My word. He is absolutely disgusting with this weapon. Holy frick, Neighbor popping off. It is not the end of his story. This man is insane.
Neighbor is back, and he is looking amazing with the shock rifle. But the question is, what's going to happen now? Shock rifle's going to switch out to the commando. Luckily, he still has that sword. Only down by 4 kills. Antimatter Gaming can do this and force a game 3, but it's easier said than done.
Neighbor with the sword inside of pipes here. They're only down by 4, it looks like, on the scoreboard. And look what he's going back for, but he's caught out. They know now. He's going to try to stay alive here. There's a grapple on his left, but he's got to play his life. Doesn't look like he's going to get killed, but they're keeping an eye on him. Fantasy trying to pressure up top so he can get out. You see that play right there, Tony. Fantasy calling for the help from Fantasy. Going to push out. Ends up staying alive because of it, and now it's within 2.
Saintly getting a big kill off the screen here, and you're seeing Neighbor just rotating right back over to top gold and grabbing that shock rifle once again. Clearly, he's been timing it. He knows it's on that 30-second timer off of pickup, and he just easily just grabs it up. But Realize going to go down thanks to Will Men. Big kill by him. Currently down by 3 kills. Antimatter Gaming's backs are against the wall.
Yeah, these deaths have to stop right now. Fantasy going to push aggressively as well. There's a player below him, but wait, Neighbor's there. Saintly gets a kill as well. Tie game, 44-44. Come back here. He's going to try to get the sword kill, but that player's going to run away. And Neighbor completely controlling the... Wait, really?
Yeah. Saintly has a sword, and so does Neighbor.
Oh, my word. Oh, my gosh. 45-45. Whose sword is going to come out on top? Will we have a sword duel in the middle there? On the box is 1 shot. If anyone has any nades, that player is going to die, but it doesn't look like they do. Fantasy overextends. What? What? Was that a sword? Did they just have a parry? Neighbor with another kill. Tony, what's happening?
Neighbor taking down Champion, and Saintly off the screen. Gonna get a big trade. It's 48-48. Neighbor trying to get out of dodge, but he's currently 1 shot, trying to stay alive, but he's gonna be hunted down by that player over towards bottom A door. Only 1 more kill for Gutta Gang to come out with the win of this game and the series.
If they win this game, they advance, and Antimatter goes home ×2 because they're already home. 2 more kills needed here. 1 more for Gutter Gang. The pace will slow down drastically right now. Fantasy now watching his pipes. Will Man is going to get the kill. Antimatter is eliminated.
2-0 for Gutta Gang. Wow. Taking out this star-studded roster like Antimatter Game. Let me tell you something. Biscuit Kappa, Will Main, and all of you guys. And, check your Twitters. I think you made some fans. We got about, 400 people in the chat right now watching, and I think you made a fan of all of them. David takes down Goliath. Antimatter go down.
That is absolutely incredible. It was off the fact that Fantasy was down below Attic. I believe he was no shields trying to regain, and I believe they had an angle from either top control or bottom control on him, and he ended up getting taken out. There was also a guy, Turbine. They were set up perfectly on that map at the end there. It was just such a big kill. So many bad kills though. So many bad deaths. I'm sorry, in terms of Antimatter towards the end there. A lot of deaths that weren't needed. But I mean, I'm not there. I'm only on the desk. I don't know. These guys know better than me. But for me, like those last deaths in pipes, they could have been avoided, and potentially we could have had a different game and maybe a game 3 here. But that's all after seeing the facts. So, wow, Tony. Wow. I don't know what to say. Incredible. We've had some great series here towards the end of this open, Saturday, and I'm loving it right now.
I just want to point out that I never doubted Will Main and friends ever. At no point in time, I said right from the beginning, I said Gutta Gang were going to win 2-0. And everybody behind me, the whole broadcast, everybody behind the screen, Louis V in my ear saying, what are you talking about? You got Gutta Gang? I said, yeah, because those are my friends, and I know them, and I believe in them. I said it, what I say before.
Someone clip
Champion. I said Champion plays at a super high sensitivity. I said Will Manon got dropped from his roster with Vulcan, but has come back and found Biscuit. I said all of these things, and then that's when I said 2-0 for Gutta Gang. It's been so long ago, nobody remembers anyways.
Clip it and ship it. Oh man, that 10 sensitivity stuff is crazy. I don't know what sense you play on, but when I used to play on controller, I used to play on like 3 because I couldn't control my thumb couldn't control the thumbstick. So having a high sensitivity like 10, and then also Tylenol's on 8.5, and the guy gets like 50 95% accuracy every game with no problem. These guys are crazy, man. I think if you turn up the sensitivity on a controller, I think the skill gap will rise as well. But just a great job out of everybody here. We'll be moving on to the next game here. I will keep you updated on what that is. It looks like we're gonna stay with Gutter Gang. Yeah, so we're gonna get a spectator, an observer on Gutter Gang here. They deserve it, man. These guys came through and performed really well. I'm excited to see if they're able to make it through the rest of the bracket, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've earned some more screen time, and I think we should. I think we should stay on board with them as well. I'm not sure exactly who to be going up against right now, but either way, I'm a Gutter Gang fan. I mean, they just 2-0'd Neighbor. They just 2-0'd Neighbor.
Thank you for filling the time for me. I found the roster right here for us. It's going to be Snaked and Heated against Gutter Gang next. Posey, Contraband, Sixtery, and MTK. So I know a couple of those players actually this time. Posey and Sixtery, obviously. Contraband I don't know too much of, and MTK I don't know too much of. So if you know those guys, you can give us a little. You're really good at that stuff, Tony, like knowing the whole squad. So if you have any information on those guys, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see what Gutter Gang can do if they can continue on their bracket run here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid squad that they're going up against here. You know, one can argue that maybe Antimatter Gaming are, you know, past their prime. You know, it's been a while since Neighbors competed. Simply Sanely has converted over towards a content creator. You know, this is a squad right here, though. This is a squad, and just another test. You know, Gutter Gang, you're here. You know, if there's any time for you to be tested, it is right here on the road to Raleigh. So, you know, just prove again that you belong here. You already 2-0'd a living legend in the Halo community. I mean, now just beat Posey.
Just as easy as that. Just do it, man. Jeez, goodness me, come on. Tony, we have Lucius bracket round 8 here. So we're going to start with Aquarius CTF, my absolute favorite game type and map in the entire Halo Infinite game period. I love this. It plays like Onslaught to me. It plays like Midship to me. Very fast paced, controlling the middle of the map primarily, which is a very difficult thing to do, by the way. And of course, it's Camel right dead in the center right there. Very difficult to get to. There won't be any pocketing going on in this game, I don't think.
You know, it's funny that you compare this to. Honestly, I think I heard you compare it to Midship as well.
Yeah.
This gives me a lot of Fathom vibes from Halo 5, and I guess I'm a Halo 5 kid, I guess, even though I've been playing since Halo 2. This gives me a lot of Fathom vibes. You know, that top mid is obviously important, but really hard to control. And then you have those two long, narrow ways on the left and the right side where you're gonna have to really fight, and a lot of these gunfights are gonna be isolated, and if your teamwork's not on point, you're gonna have a really tough time getting that map control on Aquarius. Like a map like Streets is wide open. If I hear a call out, I can kind of catch an angle from almost anywhere on the map. That is not the same as Aquarius. There's a lot of block off sites, so you really have to be on point with your small talk and your communication to make sure that you're playing with your team. Otherwise, you're gonna fail.
I 100% agree with you. Like in utility, like staying alive in utility is so strong because you've got to take people out of position, you know, out of top center, off of like top P, and they've got to come clean you up. So if you can stay alive inside a utility, or some people call it closet, or you can stay alive on top hydro. Regardless, there's so many different spots. I agree. There's not a lot of sight lines on this map in terms of like the intricacies, like when you get deep in it. But I think it feels like Midship just because of, like, you know, the car side. People call it car side, then there's P side, and they've got 2 levels to each. I like personally on this map, I like car side. It's pretty easy to stay alive if you can play it correctly, and then you can kind of clamber back up and put some shots in through their window if you get pressure on car, and then if you have a guy top P, it's pretty much a GG. I mean, that top center control as well. It's a very fast-paced map, but I think Aquarius CTF is so perfect for this. Like CTF, I'm sorry, is so perfect for Aquarius, and it just runs so well.
Yeah, I just love the fact that there's a thrust and on this map on both sides. You know, not because I've played H5 majority over the last few years, but just because it is so powerful in any gunfight. The moment you have thrust, you have that advantage on any gunfight that you get into. You can afford to miss a shot or just throw an enemy team off guard with not only that strafe, but then that thrust at the end of your strafe. It is so deadly, and both teams have a thrust on their side. Lots of times on this map, I'll actually go through the middle, grab that thrust, burn it immediately, and like play the opposite side so I can get right back into the action without skipping a beat. That's usually my starting strat on Aquarius.
Yeah, honestly, the thrust too, you know, as well as it is an offensive item, it's also a defensive item as well. You can get around corners with that thing real quick and stay alive and play your life and get your shields back just off of like 1 or 2 thrusts. So it's just such a great utility. And you know what? We're starting to see people finally use it. Like a lot of players in the first weekend, you see them just walk by a thrust. Like to me right now, thrust is like gold. You see that on the ground, you pick it up right away. But Tony, we're getting to this next game. It's going to be Aquarius CTF. Why don't you take it away for us? Of course, this is going to be the losers bracket round number 8. This is going to be a good match. I'm excited to watch this one. I don't have any predictions. Do you have any predictions on who you think will come out on top here? For me, I don't know. I can't decide at this point. I have to see at least one game.
I mean, it's funny because the last time I bet against Gutter Gang, I was made a fool of. So I want to go Snake and Heated. I really do. But I mean, Gutter Gang, we're looking that good, and I'm gonna go with the underdogs. You know, I love me an underdog story, and they already Bunny's Waddle's able to get away with that camouflage to start things off. Biscuit, Captain, Champion getting back-to-back kills. 3 down, go Snake then Heated. I bet that makes them heated.
You know what he just did, Tony, which was really interesting, and I'm almost positive about this, but he went for 2 beatdowns instead of going for the shot. I believe the shot keeps you out of camo longer than a beatdown, so like he's back into camo as he's going for that second beatdown instead of shooting right away and exposing himself. On top of the fact, he didn't go for the first guy either, so great play so far out of the camo player there, but now 6-3 going to put some defense down on his flag, get some shots in, and back them off, but they've got to control this Hydro side.
And you may not have known him as Contraband, but you definitely know him as Tire Iron. We all know Tire Iron. He's been around the block a few times, teaming with 6-Story in the past. The 6-Story ends up getting a double kill, and that flag is already on the move, but it's Fumbaruski.
Oh yeah, this flag is one of those. It's very difficult to kind of learn how to throw it. It's also got the pole in the top, so if like in other Halos, that flag section was invisible, so you could throw it through doors with no problem. This one, the pole has physics, so you can't throw a pole through a wall. So you got to kind of get it under. There's a lot of little things that players have to get used to, but that flag is going to be fumbled, and it's going to end up going in anyway. And it looks like Gutter Gang is going to put one on the board. And look at this, going for the thrust right off the bat is Bunny Waddles.
I mean, that man played plenty of Halo 5. I know that he wants that thrust. It's 3 down, go, Snaked and Heated, and now that flag is moving, going in favor of Gutter Gang, one of the worst team names in the world, but man, they are playing damn good at the moment. Flag still on the move, and nobody in sight to stop this just yet. We might end up seeing another cap going in favor of Gutter Gang.
Gutter Gang is on one, man. They just beat Antimatter 2-0. They're feeling the confidence right now. Unfortunately, that is going to be stopped. So Champion looking like he's trying to get that touch, but it looks like it is a quarter of the way through. It's going to be returned, and now a counter cap potential coming out bottom center.
And trades and kills on both sides here as Gutter Gang ends up going 2 down, but luckily a big slay coming out of Posey here. Ooh. And once again, Snaked and Heated bouncing right back here. But again, it's easy to get the slays. Now you have to watch for the overextenders and stop that flag from going in. We're gonna find out what happens here.
Yeah, 3 were dead momentarily, and they're continuing to kill them off the spawns. You see right there the cross shot from top center onto the flag. They're going to get that one in. It's going to be a tie 1-1 game. And MTK playing real annoying in the utility here. Can he win this fight? My goodness, Bunny Waddles. What happened? And he gets the beat down as well. It's going to be a 2v2 situation.
Back on board here with Posey. 2 of his teammates are currently down, so now he has to stay alive. He has to buy enough time for his teammates to come off his spawn and push up. Luckily, he's going to grab himself a heat wave, but take some heavy damage doing so. Whipping out that heat wave, but nobody home just yet. Good for him. Cross-map shots for Posey. Don't forget about the players that are right next to you, going to hunt him down. And once again, here come Gutter Gang.
Yeah, they've got 3 dead momentarily. MTK, the only one alive here. The flag comes through. They're trying to get it through to their base, but again, another fumble. We're going to see many more fumbles coming up here in the next few weeks. maybe by Raleigh, we'll stop seeing them as players learn to pull this flag. Waiting for his shields to come up. He's dropping it a little too early there. As you can see, he's not. He's dropping it too late. He's not able to drop. He's not able to throw it on the tip of his jump. So that's why it's ending up behind him and therefore fumbling and not able to get this cap. I mean, with a little bit better flag movement there, he would have got that cap with ease. We're on board with 6-3, who's got to win this fight on Biscuit Kappa. He does almost gets the double, but he's going to get taken out by Bunny Waffles.
Yeah, it took me a while to actually get used to the mechanics coming from that flag run, but once I got used to it, I was zooming with that flag. You can really move, but you got to put in that practice. You got to put in the work. As Biscuit Kappa getting right behind enemy lines, big kill by him. And nobody else to contest him here. So now he's kind of living rent-free in the base here, going in for the challenge, making that player one shot, not going to let him get away, hunting him down, a couple whiff shots, but it's finally going to connect. And man, Gutter Gang looking good, but we're still tied up at one apiece.
Flag is going to end up inside a utility. The camo player going to pull it once to reset that countdown. They're ready for it, though. They send 2. They're going to get this return as well. That's big value right there. I mean, honestly, they got camo. They stopped flag as well. Great job by Snaked and Heated to get that stop.
Back on board here with Champion AM, making his way good. Great flank. His teammate's going to get a big kill on that. Now he's actually going to go for the challenge, but not able to hit that clamber here. Both teams having 1 down. That's actually going to be 2 down, going in favor of Snaked and Heated.
Yeah, Snaked and Heated have to play a little aggressive here. They're going to be spawning on utility, I believe, behind Champion AM. He was the one there, but they pushed that spawn. So that's going to send the players that are on spawn away. Great push there. That was huge and allowed them to get staggered kills and another kill once again. That's going to be 3 dead right now for Gutter Gang and a potential flag pull here. If they can get out of this base, it looks like they're just playing a lot of defense, honestly. There's no opportunity to grab this flag.
Well, hopefully they can spawn up, defend their base, and then go on a little bit of a counter. But it's, I mean, easier said than done. You have to win your slays. And both teams, once again, going 2 down. Both teams having trouble controlling the map and winning that slays battle. Maybe the camouflage might be able to help as EMT able to steal that away. Gets a big kill, gets the camouflage, gets a little overzealous with the challenge, and is going to lose the camo largely because of it.
14 and 10 out of MTK right now. Great KDs out of the entire Snaked and Heated squad. 6 and 11 by Willman, so hopefully looking for him to pick those up. And as you can see right there, the lightning grenade spawn on the bottom of Hydro right there where he's standing right now. Those are a big factor in this game, and those are the first time I've seen them. So maybe whoever utilizes that will be in a good spot. And as you see, that thruster being used defensively there to get away from the situation. And now he's going to come back when he has shields and pressure with his teammate. This could potentially be a flag cop. 3 were momentarily dead for Gutter Gang.
Bunny Waddles coming right off his spawn, going in for the challenge immediately, but going to get put right back to the black screen where he came from. Entire Ironic has the flag already in base, and we're going to have a 2-1 going in favor of Snaked and Heated.
Yeah, Snaked and Heated doing a really good job of just capitalizing on players that are dead and taking control of the top of the map as well. Great job playing his life here on Fridge, and as you can see, those sidelines from Fridge to the flag are real good. Great shots, gets out Bunny Waddles. He sees another player weak, trying to clean him up, but instead he's going to stay down bottom. Tire Iron doing a good job of playing his life here, but they're going to probably pressure him off the spawn. He's got a couple teammates to help him out if he gets into trouble.
Yeah, luckily his teammates are within arm's length, but just as you said, that pressure is coming, and he's ready for it. Ends up getting the slay, pulls off the reversal, and earns himself a killing spree.
That is a huge kill, Tony, right there. Like, he should have been dead. They could have potentially stopped his flag from being pulled, but now it's almost center of the map. The fight comes through. He has to win that one, though, but he's not going to be able to. Unfortunately, it's a 3v3 situation, and that flag, I believe, is going to get returned. Camo, though, coming up right now.
This is going to be big. This might be exactly what they need to put some separation in the scoreboard. Camouflage can make or break plays. EMT now making his way right behind enemy lines here. Ends up finding a player. Big kill by him. Going right back over to top mid. When you have camouflage in hands, you want to play through top mid. This is good fundamental Halo, and 2 down go our enemy team.
Yeah, he gets the call that there's multiple inside a utility. Unfortunately, not able to clean up that last kill, but Good value overall out of that camo. Got 2 kills. Potentially was able to pressure really well. Here comes the heat wave out. Couple bang shots coming through. Great job by Bunny to stay alive in this situation. He's 12 and 15 right now, dying a little more than he should. He's going to go down there as well. And that could grant them some control over top car. And there's the lightning nades I was talking about. Going to send Champion down to P1.
Hey, if you can't stand the heat wave, get out of blue utility. 2 down. Go Gutter Gang at the moment. We're going to switch gears back over to Will Men. Both of his teammates dying right in front of him. He's aware that there could be pressure, but he has to stay alive, buy enough time for his teammates to come off a spawn. Gonna bait this flag over here. Great fundamental plays by Will Men and great patience out of him. Gets a couple early shots. Gives his teammates the information. Now gonna try to back down despite being one shot. He needs to stay alive, and sadly he's going to be hunted down.
I believe he might have thought he was going to get chased there, and he might have also thought that he had support from Bunny, but unfortunately he does go down. Biscuit's going to try and pull this flag. Get a touch on it. It does return under his feet, which is going to be unfortunate for him. 1 down so far. See if they're able to come out on top and get top center control here. The shots come through. Great kill. That's going to be 3 dead, though, for Gutter Gang.
And I'm not sure exactly what happened right there. Looks like I might have lost a bit of a fever. It looks like we're back here, and we're back on board with Snaked and Heated, and 2 players in front of him. Excellent grenade coming in, and Champion's going to go down. And without any timing loss whatsoever, the flag gets pulled, but so does the opposing side. Looks like we might have lost a player on Gutter Gang's team.
Yeah, we might. So that what they've been doing in these games is they try to re-invite, because you can re-invite in a custom game. So I believe they're probably going to do that, but it looks like they might just opt for the reset here. And if that's the case, of course, it would be 2-1 in favor of Snaked and Heated. Looks like they're continuing the match right now. I'm not exactly sure. I know there is an invite mechanic. You can invite back to the game, but it doesn't look like they're getting back in. So we'll have to see what this ruling is, and we'll get back to you guys as soon as possible with the update here.
Yeah, I mean, according to the rules on Face, I believe they're supposed to play it out a 3v4. Now, I've seen a lot of like gentlemen's agreements on each side where teams will end the game and, you know, kind of reset from where it was. So, you know, maybe playing off of that 2-1. But to my knowledge, that's not in the rule book. And it looks like Snaked and Heated saying, hey, look, we're going to try to go for this win here. We're not stopping.
Hey, it's getting late, okay? Everyone wants to be done. I mean, they've been at this for, over 7 hours so far, so I don't really blame them too much. Unfortunate for the disconnect there. And if that is the case, and they do continue playing this out, of course, Snaked and Heated will be up by 1 in this series. The next map that we're going to be playing is going to be Street Slayer. So that should be an interesting one. Streets, you know, Tony, I'll meet you on the streets. Coming up next in Slayer, we'll see what is if hopefully we don't have any of these problems again. Okay, like these disconnects are definitely very rough for the mental.
It definitely would be unfortunate, as that flag is still on the move here. Ty Ironic might be putting this 5th and final flag cap of game number 1. And a little anticlimactic, a little unfortunate, but I mean, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And I know for a fact that Gutter Gang are going to bounce back and maybe even use this as motivation, saying, hey, look, you know, y'all are not going to end it and give us a puncher's chance. Well, you know what? We're going to hop into that Slayer, and we're just going to have even more firepower than we did before. You saw what we did to Neighbor.
Right. They're going to get angry, Tony. They're going to get angry. Like, you know, they didn't have a gentleman's agreement, apparently. And like you said, the rules are the rules. But these guys are going to be pissed going into this next one. And honestly, I'm a little scared. Gutter Gang has made me believers. These guys are good. They've got the skill. So this next game is going to be an interesting one. We'll see if maybe they come with that fire. But look at MTK. 26, I believe it was 26 and 16. And 58% accuracy with 661 shots fired. Wow, MTK popping off in that map.
That he did. And I mean, now we're going to game number 2. You said it's going to be Streets, and, you know, a similar story. There's a lot of resources on the map. You have to control them, but at least with Streets, at least the Street Slayer, you can slow down the gameplay and really hunker down and set up. And I'm not sure exactly who that's going to work in favor of, but either way, you can really change the pace where. And Aquarius, you know, you always got to be on the offense. You always got to be putting pressure. Otherwise, you're going to get punished.
Right, and I agree. I agree with you. I think those rockets are going to play a big factor in the middle, and I think whoever gets control of those is going to be huge. Those are such, even though there's only 2 rockets, like there's such big momentum changers. Like you take out at least 1, maybe 2 players out of the scenario, you end up in a 2v4. I mean, simple math tells you you're gonna win that 2v4 fight. You're gonna put them on spawn, and you have full control of the map off that. So that's why so many people are really just gunning for those rockets. I'm not sure who gets this stalker rifle side spawn here, Tony, but I'm looking for some stalker rifle shots to protect those rockets from being taken.
The stalker rifle is absolutely deadly, and if you can hit your shots, you will have a good time with it. It's weird. I'm kind of hit or miss with it. Sometimes I'll be beaming, and sometimes I'm like, what the heck am I shooting here? I definitely have to gain some consistency with it, but I'm trying. Once I do, man, let me tell you, man, that 3 shot, it really is deadly. And obviously you have the rockets that spawn in that middle of the map that you have to be aware of as well.
Yeah, they get me so excited. That gets me so excited for the individual skill involved in this game. Like, all the skill gaps of all these weapons. But we're hopping on board with Champion AM. I believe rockets were already. Nope, they're still there. Rockets are still there. It looks like they might be getting them, though. I haven't really seen too much of MTK play, but last game he popped off. So let's hop on board with him and see what he's able to do.
2 down, go Gutter Gang, and Biscuit's gonna go down as well. So that's actually a momentary 3 down and 6-0 run going in favor of Snake and Heated. So I guess it doesn't matter how many players are on Gutter Gang. Snake and Heated are on a roll.
Yeah, I'm looking for Gutter Gang to play a little bit more angry here. It looks like the swing will continue on 7-2, and then stalker rifle in the hands of Posey, but that shotgun coming through, and now Will Manning's got the shotgun and the stalker rifle. It looks like he will make a push up a stairs, but he's gonna wait for his teammates as they don't currently have numbers, and his teammates just got off spawn.
4-1 right now for 6 Story at the moment. The man's seemingly going off as Will Manning trying to get behind with the Bulldog. Big kill by him and almost getting the double kill, but going to get the assist. And just like that, Gutter Gang have now gained all the momentum, and that's going to be 3 down, this time going in favor of Gutter Gang as opposed to going against them.
There's the swing I was looking for right there, Tony. Within 1 right now, like you had mentioned, Will Manning with the Bulldog in hand. He's going to whiff 1 shot. Unfortunately, a little too far for that last. Great job staying alive, playing his life, and his teammates there to save his day. But the players playing on top of the attic. 25 seconds for Rockets. I want to see who's going to be able to grab these, as they will shift the momentum in this game. The thruster is up, but Will Manning is going to have to let that go. He's got the stalker rifle and the Bulldog, so we can play this wall right now.
Waiting for somebody to drop over towards the right side. Instead, it's going to come in on the left, so trades are coming in, and 2 down go Gutter Gang. Meanwhile, we're going to switch gears over towards 6 Story. He knows that his teammates are spawning over towards C, so that means that they're funneling those spawns over towards the police station side. Rockets are up, and if they can gain advantage of it, that'd be really good. But 2 down go Gutter Gang. 6 Story going in for the 3rd one, almost a squad wipe, and Rockets now in the hands of 6 Story, who already has 7 kills without them. Imagine with them.
Yeah, that was such a good play, right, Tony? He was waiting for his teammate there. Instead of going for the Rockets right there, he went for the weak player that had been called out, and because of that, he was able to get that cleanup, get the Rockets as well, and now he's got 2 Rockets to work with. Can he make value out of these, though? No. He doesn't even get a kill with one of them, and now they're going to be 2 dead right here. So this is going to be a little bit of a momentum shift in terms of Gutter Gang.
Maybe he needs to put the Rockets down and stick to the BR. He's doing daggone good with it. I don't know. Stalker rifle in the hands of a player coming out of Snake and Heated, who's going to be put down. So it's going to switch hands right back over to Champion AM. 18-18 tie at the moment. And it looks like they're going to go in for a flank over towards the Purple Street. Bulldog not up, but nades are starting to fly out. This can be a deciding factor of this game right here, right now.
In my opinion, this would be a great opportunity to push through bricks here, but unfortunately, they're going to be watching that. If there was a little bit of a push a little bit earlier and they kind of pinched right there, it would have been good. But, of course, what I see on screen is different than playing in the game. Understandably, Champion going to get some shots in. He's on a killing spree right now. 8-5 right now on the scoreboard with 4 assists. Champion's playing real well in this game.
That he is, and now he's working a little bit of a 1-2 combo with Will Manning. Excellent shots over towards that player at the bottom. See, that's going to lock him over there, but one of their teammates are going to go down, so he's going to rotate over towards the B Street, but he's a little bit too late. Goes in for the melee kill, gets the first player. Currently 1 shot, not acting like it, though. Going to be challenged, and that's going to be a squad wipe going in favor of Snaked and Heated.
Yeah, now they're going to spawn on Tramp, so they got to be careful here of this push. Willman is all alone in this situation. He's going to try and hold on B, but he's got to wait for his teammates to push on the street. Great job playing this angle here. Gets a couple nades in. The insta-splode comes through. It doesn't hit anybody, but he's going to get one. Gets the second with a pre-nade. Great job by him to stay alive as well. That player's pushing him, but wait a minute. He thinks he's behind him, but he's not. He's going to end up going down. That's going to be 2 dead for Gutter Gang.
A little bit of ring around the rosy, but finally Will Manning will be hunted down. Now back on board with Posey, who's controlling the B side of the map. He does have some help over here, but I think there's going to be some players that rotate over towards the C side. Here they are going for the C ramp. Posey's well aware of it. Can he stay alive?
Yeah, it looks like they opted to back off. A lot of pressure on top B here, on top arcade. They opt to go another angle, but here they go for the push again. They've got thruster. At least one of them has it. So let's see if this is able to make anything happen. There's 1 kill. Gutter Gang trying to push through. 6-3 trying to stay alive here. 1 dead for Gutter Gang. 1 dead for the other team. Snaked and Heated, sorry. And Posey, you see Posey holding that angle. This is look at that angle right there on the ledge. It's such a good angle to watch all of B Street, Tony. He's in a perfect position, and 6-3, anytime that he needs help, can push through with the shotgun.
And this boy 6-3 is going off at the moment, currently 13-7, even has 3 assists as well, but he's going to be hunted down from the B HUD. That's going to be 1 down, going in favor of Gutter Gang. That's all the information they needed for them to get really aggressive. Biscuit now challenging the player over towards police station, but going to back down and stay alive.
Player I want to highlight here is 6-3. This guy's 13-8 right now, doing a really good job of slaying out for his team. And of course, 10 assists on MTK, who went off in that last game in this series. As you guys know, if you're just joining us, if you don't know, Snaked and Heated are up 1-0 in the series net right now in a best of 3. And of course, Gutter Gang, 33 kills, make 34-37 is the scoreline right now. Their tournament life is on the line at this very moment. They've got to come through and clutch this game.
And all eyes are on Bunny's Waddles at the moment. He's currently 3-9, so not having the best game possible, but luckily he has 7 assists, so making it up for it a little bit in the assist column. But if he can step up his slays, let me tell you, they can easily come back, as Bunny Waddles going to be taken down once again, giving that advantage over towards Snaked and Heated. We're going to utilize it to put them 3 down, a 5-kill lead going in favor of them, and they're also 8 kills away from coming out on top.
Tony, look at Snaked and Heated, man. They're controlling power weapons. They're walking as a pair of 2 at least, and they're cutting angles for each other. And this is what allowed them to get this big lead in this game. Bunny Waddle's going to go down to another rocket right there. And unfortunately, when you don't control power weapons, this is what's going to happen. It's going to snowball out of control. 43-37 right now. 1 dead currently for Snaked and Heated. Gutter Gang, they need to step this up if they want to keep their tournament alive.
MTK is already dropping down the pings, letting his teammates know exactly where they're spawning. Beautiful plays and IGL coming out of him. He's actually going to stay alive over towards the C ramp, but he's buying a major amount of time. His teammates need to push up and get advantage. So here we go. A teammate coming over towards bottom C. There's 3 players over towards the B street. This is not looking good for Snaked and Heated, so MTK just says, I'm going to get out of here.
That's a smart play right there to stay alive. I mean, they've only got a couple kills left to get, but I mean... Gutter Gang has 39. Baked at 40. What the nade was that? Champion AM with a clutch nade right there to bring it within 5. If Gutter Gang can step it up in this game right now, if they can clutch it up and just not die, work together, don't go for trades, they can win this game, obviously, but that's a lot easier said than done.
Is he a champion or is he an AM? We're going to find out right here, right now, because they're currently down by 7 kills. We're going to find out what he's made of. Ends up getting a big initial kill, giving this team a little bit of an advantage, but Will Main ends up going down off the screen. Only 3 more kills needed for Snaked and Heated to come out on top. They have to play perfect Halo.
Yeah, they have these rockets. He's got to stay alive with these, but he does not. 48 kills right now. 48 kills for Snaked and Heated. Rockets are down. 49 make that. They only need 1 more kill to win this game. The nades come through on MTK. 1 go down. That's Biscuit Kappa. 45-49, Tony.
Tyra Ironic with the last player alive, and he's going to go in for the challenge despite being 3 down. Tyre Iron goes in for the challenge, wins it. That's going to be the 50th kill, and sadly the end of the journey of Gutter Gang. But man, it was exciting watching him, but I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles, huh?
Yeah, I like the way you said that. That was a great series, honestly. Those guys have a big future ahead of them, honestly. But like, when you have Will Manning going 16-11, you gotta come through, man. You gotta come through. 19-13 on a 6-3. Great job by him. He's been in the scene for a very long time. Of course, it's showing there. Look at the accuracies. I love the accuracy. It's my favorite. 57% with 481 shots fired. I would love to see damage done and see how much damage players were taking, because I feel like, you know, that's such a big statistic, right? Like 45 damage taken by Biscuit Kappa. I believe he had a negative KDA as well, but just great damage overall. Posey with only 3,600. Great game, great series, but unfortunately, yeah, Gutter Gang is going in the gutter. Unfortunately, their tournament lives are over. And congratulations to Snaked and Heated. They're going to be moving on.
Let me tell you, man, I honestly thought we were about to have one of the greatest stories in Halo's history. I mean, they beat Neighbors team, and I thought if they would have came out on top of here, that would have been a great back-to-back wins. But sadly, it's going to be back to the drawing board. Either way, I mean, you can feel good saying that you 2-0'd a team consisting of arguably one of the top players in Halo 3's history. So, I mean, hey, go to the drawing board, you know, watch that film review, make sure that you're better the next time that we have an open tournament, because obviously you have the potential to do something great. I want to see you do it, Gutter Gang, but not under that name. It's god awful. Please change your name.
100% agree. Snaked and Heated are going to be playing Foot Fungus next. Chilled You, Azriel, Thrive, and Squilly. They'll be playing them next in, I believe, is losers bracket round 9. Are you laughing, Tony?
I'm sorry. What's their name? Is their name Foot Fungus? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is.
Oh, man. Your laugh is infectious.
I was not
man.
ready
It's
for
crazy.
that.
Yeah, I was fine with it, but then your laugh was just infectious. But anyway, yeah, they're playing against Foot Fungus next, so we'll see, who's able to come out on top of that one. And of course, Tony, in losers bracket now, round number 10, we've got Triggers Down. I don't know if you know about Triggers Down, but my man Hunter JJX and Hysteria and a couple other guys. I actually, to be honest with you, I'm sorry, I did forget who was on that team, but I do remember Hunter JJX and Hysteria. Hysteria keeping the TD name. That's in losers bracket round 10. Losers bracket round 9, we're starting on Streets, Strongholds. Strongholds on the Streets. Your favorite map, again, you get it twice in a row. Look at that.
Well, my question is, how is Neighbor not playing under Triggers Down? That kind of, I feel like,
true.
I'm kind of surprised by that, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, I can't wait to see Foot Fungus in action.
Yeah, I mean, I know of Azriel. Azriel is a great player. Thrive is a great player. I don't know Chilled You, and I don't know Squilly. It's almost like half, correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost like half the Halo 5 squad and then half like Halo 3 squad coming together to make a team. And I always know just half the team. I don't know the other half, and it's annoying.
No, I know Chilled You. Chilled You actually has a thriving YouTube channel as well.
That's awesome.
But the dude, if there's one thing that Chilled You knows how to do, it is slay. This, every time I get in a lobby with them, it's like he's dropping like 40 bombs. It's It's crazy. I don't know what it is. I don't know if his shot is like it's crazy good, or his positioning, or what it is, but somehow he just knows how to stuff that stat sheet.
Yeah, and that's kind of difficult in Halo Infinite, I feel like. I haven't been able to kind of, I mean, I had some positive games and stuff like that, but I haven't really been able to pop off just yet. I think it's just because it's so early in the game. It's just difficult to just yet. I think as time goes on, you'll have more players taking on that Slayer role that we were so aware of back in the day. Of course, everyone's got to be kind of dynamic, but regardless, I just can't wait to see this game evolve, and I've said it multiple times, but just to see it evolve and see these players put in the work. I am very happy once again with the HCS and 343 and the fact that they have literally made a game with such a big skill gap. You know, all these players complaining in the beginning, oh, aim assist is not strong enough, or oh, this gun is too hard to use, or blah blah blah. Like they've made a game that requires a lot of practice to get good at, and that's what made, I think, CS so popular is that in Counter-Strike, to be the best in Counter-Strike, you literally you had to put the time in. You couldn't even take a day off. Like, those guys are disgusting at the top, and I think that's what we've kind of, you know, made here in Halo Infinite. You know, this is going to be a game where, you know, after 9 years, these guys are going to show you how much time they put into the game.
And not only is it incredibly challenging, and not only is the floor really high for you to be on a competitive level with Halo Infinite, but it hasn't lost that fun factor. Like, during the flights, we were playing social settings, and I was legitimately having a good time. I was having fun. So that's one thing that, you know, you obviously want to cater to the competitive community and make sure that your game has a high floor and obviously a high ceiling as well. But you also don't want to take away from the fun, and that's where it was really challenging. I think 343 has done one really good job of just creating both of those worlds, and that's the reason. Was one of the reasons why we're seeing Halo Infinite explode the way it has been.
Yeah, and I think that's a big factor, right? The 3-letter word, fun. I think everyone's having fun. We got Scump, we got Karma, some Optic Call of Duty legends are playing Halo Infinite now. We've got people from all around that are casting, like, for instance, Proper and Infinity coming in from COD. They're casting Halo now, and those guys were great, by the way. Great job, guys, on that cast. But it's just great to see all these players coming from every direction, and it's because Halo is the best. All right, I've been saying it since day one. Halo is the best. It is.
It really is, man. I mean, let me tell you, Halo's really the only game that I've been truly addicted. I remember back in the day, like, you know, I loved me some Halo 3. Started competing in Halo Reach, and I never really gravitated towards other games. I played a little bit of World at War, a little bit of Call of Duty, but never actually stuck to it. Even recently, I thought I played a little bit Apex, but even that didn't fill. There's only one game that can really fill the void, and that's Halo, baby.
I agree, man. I agree. And 2005, I saw my very first montage. It was Shook One's montage, and it was great. Actually, no, I think my first one was Halo Gods. Girls Just Want to Have Fun, where he stuck the Banshee, I think it was. That was my first ever montage, but that's what literally got me into everything. Like, Halo's done so much for me. Like, it got me into gaming. It got me into wanting to, you know, compete at one point, and then now casting and streaming. It's just, I love Halo, man. But the lobby is now it's full. We're ready to go. Foot Fungus. Tony, don't laugh, please. Foot Fungus versus Snaked and Heated. This is going to be a good matchup here. This is for a loser's bracket, round number 9, guys. And whoever wins this is going to be playing Triggers Down. I believe tomorrow or today. I believe tomorrow, right? But regardless, this is loser's bracket round 9 is going to be an interesting one. I want to see what Azrael can do. That's the player I'm kind of focusing on here. Azrael's such a great player, was such a great player in Halo 3. I'm curious to see if his skills have transferred over. But here we go. Loser's bracket round 9, Street Strongholds. Tony, take it away.
To my knowledge, this is going to be the final series of today. I'm talking Posey, Tire Iron, 6-Story, and MTK going up against Shield U, Azrael, Thrive, and Squilly. The winner of this makes it over to day 2. The loser's going to go home a bit empty-handed. Obviously, points matter. Obviously, you know, you want to make it in the money, but it's also about those bragging rights, and it's also about the respect and setting the tone for the rest of this year and on our way to Raleigh.
Here we go. And of course, we're seeing this strat often here, right? Nades coming through to Spanker from the top of Bricks. Oh, great patience out of 6-3. Wait a minute. Almost gets the double. It's going to stay alive, get rockets, and get that kill. Great job by 6-3.
Still on board here with 6-Story, trying to clear the way over to B. Tire Iron already in there, trying to make a play over towards it. So we have 2 caps going in favor of Snake and Heated. And look at that, 6-Story, IQ level 200, already watching the cutoffs, making those way towards mid, and gets an easy kill. And that's all you want. You want those easy kills. You want to make things really tough on your opponents. Keep the pressure on.
I'm serious, dude. 6-3 is playing like a top-level player right now. The patience, the kills, everything's perfectly timed. He gets another kill there. That's going to be 3 dead right now for Foot Fungus 792. And they're on the spawn, but just a great overall job. That's going to grant them A and B momentarily. And it looks like, I would imagine there would be a B Street push, so they got to be ready for that. But wait, they come through Neon. Great trade, though, onto Thrive.
6-Story currently 4-1 at the moment. As you said, he's playing like a pro level player, like a top level player, and you're seeing it right here, right in. I mean, it's not even just about this game. Last series as well, all series long, he was putting in that work. Now we're gonna see what Squilly can do.
And it's all about that slow play, right? You've got to kind of give your brain a time to think, but you also got to play fast at the same time. Squilly is going to go down, unfortunately, throws a nade. That's going to be 3 alive momentarily for Foot Fungus. The perfect, oh my gosh, that was a sick perfect on the lower angle there, having a point down. But regardless, he gets the kill. 1 dead right now for Snaked and Heated. But they're going to trade there, and it looks like it's going to consistently be B and C or B and A, whatever they pick and choose, are going to get some points for Snaked and Heated.
Tyronic getting this assist immediately and now making his way over towards the middle of the map. He does feel the pressure coming in towards B HUD. So instead of going in for the challenge, like he's going to check his back, make sure nobody's flanking off just yet, and just hold on to this setup. 53-26 going in favor of Snaked and Heated. And here comes the pressure. Tyronic was ready for it, but Shield you coming off with the cleanup kill. 2 down goes Snaked.
Tyre almost got that double, but regardless, it's going to be 3 dead right now for Snaked and Heated and 3 dead for Foot Fungus. So a little bit of a reset here, but as we say all of this, Snaked and Heated getting a lot of time on the board, 73 seconds and counting.
6 Story now going to make his way over towards the A side of the base, but he is receiving pressure. Doesn't matter at all. Wins that gunfight. Able to steal away A all before being taken down. And now the opposing team making their way over towards C. You can bet dollars to donuts that they're going to go towards that B street and try to play for B. They have to win their gunfights first.
I like Tyre taking this angle though from middle. He's able to see if there's any flankers on Neon's side. He's got the shotgun to play with as well, and now he can pressure from the angle here, and he can kill these guys on the stairs. This was perfectly played by Tyre, but there was a guy hiding behind him, or maybe spawned behind him. I'm not sure, but he ends up going down. That's going to be 3 dead for Foot Fungus.
These guys are been there, done that players. They understand how to control a map. They understand how to play for each other. We've seen them play in game battles in multiple tournaments, and there's no reason why they're playing lights out right now. 117-26 lead going in favor of Snake.
Well, there's a triple cap potential coming through here based off of what Squilly just did to their entire team, absolutely demolishing them. And he's going to try and stay alive on this attic side, and he's got a shotgun, so if he gets pushed here, he's in a good spot. There's the beatdown. The shotgun comes through. Great job by him. Not sure. Oh, actually, he does have thrusters, so Squilly playing amazing Halo right now, taking advantage of all the sandbox and using it to his advantage.
Man, Squilly and 6 Story having a little bit of a slays battle right now. Both players having 9 kills at the moment. Squilly having the bulldog in hands. Nobody coming up just yet. He's gonna duck down and play his life right when it gets into a bad situation. And now Squilly going in for a little bit of a re-angle, getting right behind enemy lines. This is a beautiful flank. Gets the first kill, goes in for the second one. That's gonna be a killing spree, and the double kill. Squilly is going off.
Wow, that was such a big double kill. That's going to secure them another 20 seconds right now as the enemy team spawns on to C. Great job, but watch, the flank comes through from A. They're all on Neon's side. Squilly's going to push through with a shotgun here, gets the beat down, not the shot though, and here comes the triple push on to B. Thrive's got to stay alive here. He's going to get pressured from 3 different angles.
Great nade by him, but not able to connect with it. Luckily, his melee is even better, but he's going to be taken down as well, and so do 2 players coming out of this Foot Fungus roster.
3 dead right now. 4 Snaked and Heated. Squilly, he's got 12 kills and only 5 deaths. They're going to capture A. Squilly's going to try to push towards B here. He's going to defend it as they do have A and B. He opts to go towards middle and up to bricks. Here comes the shot. 6 to read. That's going to be him with a shotgun in hand. Gets 1 kill. Now trying to secure B. He's got some help on the B stairs, which is his only threat right now. Looks like that player's going to rotate back towards street. And they secured B, so a little bit more points coming on board for them. They're already at 133.
We did see the points start to grow for Foot Fungus, but it looks like Snake have answered back. But hold on, they're losing the Slays battle right now. Thrive doing a great job of getting that first kill. Now going to go for the second one, sandwiching him in, going in for the melee kill. So that's going to be 2 down for Snake, and Foot Fungus are on a roll.
Yeah, Foot Fungus can control these rockets right here. This will be huge. The reset comes through, though, unfortunately. And that player doing a lot to stay alive and put damage in. Unfortunately, Thrive's going to end up going down. Shield U is up, though. Those rockets do not look like they're there. There they are. The double kill comes out. That's going to be 2 dead for each team. And now they're going to try and contest this B side, but it really, they're doing a really good job of consistently getting A and B, and that is Foot Fungus.
Great job by Chill to force that player to waste the rockets, and now we're seeing 3 players coming out of Snake, taking the same exact angle. They did not take any damage, and now they're working their way for their slays and trying to take over B. 2 down, go Foot Fungus.
Stronghold
MTK has been a MVP in multiple series that we've watched, in terms of slays at least, doing a really good job outslaying the opponent. 6-3 right now, the story in this game. He's got 17 kills and only 10 deaths.
Jeez.
Great job right now staying alive as well. He's getting pressured from up top. The Sentinel beam comes out. That's going to be an assist. 3 dead for Foot Fungus.
But hold on, they're putting some good points on the board here. They really have caught up where they were. I mean, I think it was 116 to 18 lead going in favor of Snake. And now we're seeing it's just a 20-point game, and they're still putting points on the board. Hold on. Foot Fungus can easily make a run. Snake have to be careful.
I don't like that push by Tire Iron. His teammate was in the corner. There's no way they get to him, but he had to push out. And anyway, he maybe have gotten a one-shot call there, but regardless, a little bit aggressive on that play. Squilly's going to go down possibly. No, he does not. Great nade. He's going to stay alive. That's going to be three alive right now for Foot Fungus. 3 dead for Snaked and Heated. And the shots come through. B is going to be contested here. This is a triple cap for a lot longer than you want right now.
And Squilly getting really aggressive, going right back into this corner with this Bulldog. We saw him do it before, and there's largely reason why he's able to put 17 kills to match 6-story on the opposite side of things. Now going right back in, and we're seeing the lead go in favor heavily of Team Foot Fungus at the moment, and they're just playing really good Halo. They're playing really good Halo.
They are, and that's the reason they're at the lead that they have right now. 191 seconds and counting. That thruster's been up for way too long. It's tilting me. Someone's got to pick that up and use it, but he was baiting it at first, but he opted to walk past it after he got the kill. And MTK holding on B right now. Of course, B and C being controlled by Snaked and Heated here. Getting multiple points. This is a very, very close game. The perfect comes through on the Chilled You.
Wow.
And MTK holding this anchor, but he's got 2 players to deal with. He has to stay alive here, but he cannot. Just being overwhelmed.
But great damage coming out of MTK right there. But luckily, Azrael not able to get the slay, and 3 down go Foot Fungus. Shield You ends up getting a big kill to neutralize the situation, but the numbers still not going in their favor. The boys in red are really starting to play well when it matters most, where now both teams are approaching that 190-point mark.
Yep, Snaked and Heated just took the lead. They've got B and C locked in here. Got to play slow with the Stalker Rifle. 2 players at PD. They can't stay there too long. Here comes the flank with the shotgun. He's got to get this kill, and he does. Big kill on this 6-3. This opens up the map a little bit, unless you're MTK and you say, no, absolutely not. But that B point is halfway through.
Snake and Heated have stolen the lead, but looks like 2 caps now going to go back in favor of Foot Fungus. 6-story trying to get initial kill slay to make his way over towards B. He has 2 players coming up the B stairs, so all 3 players funneling over toward the B side. Chilled You's going to go down, and so does Squilly. 2 down go Foot Fungus, and now numbers back in favor of Team Snake. And we're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Now they spawned on Neon. I don't know what that push was from 6-3. Maybe trying to set up for Rockets in a sneaky spot, but he's going to go down. Rockets come up in 5. Those are going to be vital here. Azrael with a shotgun in hand. Haven't watched much of him in this tournament. Let's see what he's able to do here to close this out. 197 to 229. This is getting real scary. Snaked and Heated starting to really come out on top here. The Rockets come through. Has to get the trade off the rack. And he's going to go down, and that's going to be 3 dead and more time in the favor of Snaked and Heated.
Foot Fungus have done an incredible job of keeping things close, but Snaked and Heated have just been 1 step ahead of them almost in this entire game. Thrive going in for the slay over towards C. It ends up being put down. 2 down once again go Foot Fungus. Every time it matters most, Snake and Heated win the slays battle.
They don't only win the slays battle, they also win that round as well. Amazing job by them to secure Rockets multiple times and be there for those trades and the rotations. When they didn't have A, they went to C, and they were able to control that instead, whereas people like to just fight for A. I like the rotations out of those guys, B being the primary point, but just a great job overall. We're going to see some of the stats here on screen.
And let me tell you, it wasn't always pretty, but that was a really scrappy game. Probably one of my favorites that we've seen on screen. Almost like watching like one of the Diaz, like Nate Diaz fight in the octagon. Like, you know, it's not gonna be pretty, but they're gonna be throwing a bunch of haymakers, and that's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing these two fighters, if you will, really go at it, and they're just throwing those haymakers, going in for those wide knockout, those knockout kills. And I've been loving every moment of it, man. That was one good game.
That was a great game, honestly. I can't wait to see the next one. 6-3 going off in that game. He had over 58% accuracy, I believe, but look at his damage, 6,200 damage and 5,400 damage taken. So not only being a nuisance on the map and taking damage, but also staying alive and also getting tons of damage into the enemy team as well. This play at the beginning, I can't talk enough about this. The patience and execution on this play, not dying to those rockets there, were really the turning point in the beginning of this game. And you see, he gets the rocket kill on the stair player, but playing slow, playing his life, going back to bricks and staying alive. 6-3 played that beginning perfectly.
Yeah, you talked about the patience, but also that the awareness and the IQ to know that, you know, your teammates already blocking off the B side of things. You know they're going to try to take a middle angle. So he just said, hey, look, I'm just going to bait it. And he did it perfectly. It was beautifully played. And also Squilly. Squilly was making some plays as well, always having that bulldog hiding in that C street corner and just really just hiding in that corner, waiting for anybody to pass him. I kind of like that. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to start doing that myself from now on.
Yeah, it's a good play, honestly. Like, that shotgun can be so powerful, and you're starting to see, as we get higher in the bracket here, Tony, you're starting to see a lot more players kind of timing these weapons, right? When they take them off the rack, the weapon despawns. They know that it's going to be up in a matter of time, and they time the weapons perfectly and are able to control shotgun, and then rockets obviously has its own timer, but regardless, like, great job controlling the sandbox. And here we go, guys. We're hopping into the next game. It's going to be Bizarre Slayer and Squilly going for this OS off the start, but it looks like one player did disconnect. Wait a minute. This isn't ending, Tony, is it?
I mean, the last time Snake and Heated didn't end it for Gutter Gang, so I mean, there's really no reason for them to end it themselves. I mean, that's the rules of the game. My knowledge is they played a 4v3, but the enemy team has the option to, you know, gentleman's agreement and, you know, hey, look, you know, we're gonna end it. But it looks like they actually did end it. We're going into Bizarre Slayer number 2. I like that though.
Nice guys. Yeah, you got to do it, dude. You can't win basically. How do you sleep at night, right, Tony? How do you sleep at night winning off of someone, you know, getting disconnected from the game? I wouldn't be able to sleep. I want to earn that, you know. But we'll get into the game here shortly. Just a little bit of issue. We're still in the beta chat, but thank you guys again for everyone stopping in. Make sure you guys hop over to the Competitive Halo Reddit r/competitive Halo to get up on all the news. And you know, when we have a watch party broadcast here, we'll be posting it on that as well, and just kind of make some discussions. I've seen some people in the chat talking about mouse and keyboard. Unfortunately, you're not going to see any mouse and keyboard players at this level of the game. But I guarantee you, don't listen to any content creator. Listen to me, okay? Listen to me. You will see mouse and keyboard players in the top 8, quote me, by next year, okay? In 1 year, you will see mouse and keyboard players in the top 8. I'm telling you right now, if people stick to it. We're on a little bit of thin ice here, Tony, but if people stick to it, I think it's possible. We'll see.
And it just so happens that you'll be eligible to compete after 1 year.
Ooh, wait a minute.
Are you saying that you're going to be on the top 8 team? Is that where this is going to?
No way. No, my time is done. I'm all set with that. I'm all done with that. But I really do hope that, you know, speaking of that real fast while we wait here, I really do hope that players kind of stick to it. It does have you had mentioned Halo Infinite having a high skill floor. Mouse and keyboard has an extremely high skill floor just because of how, you know, how much skill it takes to track, you know, especially with the fast strafes and stuff. You've got to completely change up your play style. So I can see why a lot of people don't want to do it and a lot of people quit on it. But I can tell you right now, like, hear me out. If you don't quit and you stick to it, you will definitely succeed. It's just a lot of work. I've got over 2,200 hours on MCC, mouse and keyboard, against like the strongest aim assist in Halo, period. And I'm still not very good at Halo Infinite. Like, I feel like none of my skill transferred over. It is so difficult, but I'm getting it. It's just taking some time. Let's stick to it, man. Like Tony said before, Tony, if you want to harp on this a little bit, like, it's open to everybody, right? Anyone can enter. Anyone has a chance to be competing here, and that's what's great about Halo.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it before where, you know, the barrier of entry is so low. It's free to play. You can compete on console or PC, mouse and keyboard or controller. So just, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter where you come from. Bring us your best of the best and show us what you got. If you're not making the CDL in Call of Duty, come on by and try to make it here. If you're in the Apex Challengers League and, you know, you can't quite take out TSM, they're just too good, come on down. Snipe Down even jumped off of TSM and came back to Halo. So no matter where you are, no matter where you came from, you know, I will welcome you with open arms, and I'm hoping that the rest of the Halo community is as well. You know, we're having so many players migrate over from different games. The last thing we need is to put up brick walls between us and them. Like, stop the toxicity. Let's welcome them in. Let's show them the ropes, and let's just be happy that Halo is on top once again.
I love that. Well, really well said. You should make that a tweet. Like, the gatekeeping thing doesn't need to happen. We can't have that gatekeeping garbage here. We just got to welcome everyone, like you said, with open arms. And anyone can compete, guys. Like, there's no other game like this out there. I don't think, at least, where you're playing against the top players in the team in the same tournament, the same like bracket. You can get to them. Like, Halo did that back in the day, but I don't see anyone else kind of utilizing that. I know there's challenges for Apex and different things like that, but you know, get your name out there, do some practice, watch some streams. You know, don't watch me if you don't watch me. You won't learn anything. I'm really bad, but you know, watch anyone else. Watch Tony. I'm terrible, but yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot of fun. We'll get into this next game here very, very shortly, guys. Of course, it's Slayer on Bazaar, and of course, Snaked and Heated are up by 1 currently right now, but Foot Fung is putting up a fight there, 250 to 198. That's a good score line so far.
Yeah, I mean, and you talked about, you know, some of the playing against some of these partner teams and playing against some of these pros. So there actually are partner teams that coming with Halo that actually have their own in-game skin. I'm talking Envy, which is soon to be Optic. I'm talking FaZe. I'm talking Na'Vi. I'm talking all of the big boys, but they also have no competitive advantage. So even though they're partnered and, you know, as content creators, and they can even make a little bit of money off of, you know, off of people buying their skins, they still have no competitive advantage. They got to play through the open bracket. They got to earn their way to pool play. You know, I cast the EU side of things, HCS, last week, and Na'Vi, the only partner team in the entire tournament, didn't even make the grand finals. Everybody is on equal footing, which I think, as a former competitor myself, I think is magical.
Tony, why the heck haven't Fnatic picked up Cartel yet? What's going on with that?
They're sleeping. It's ridiculous.
Where's someone turn on the alarm clock? Wake them up. Fnatic, let's go. Cartel is like literally one of the best teams. You got to pick them up right now. They're a sleeper team and you're sleeping on them. So stop it. Here we go. Bazaar Slayer, guys. We're hopping on board with this, and I'm excited to see if maybe Foot Fungus can, I don't know, fungus their way. Okay. Let's just see what happens here, Tony.
We're going to see how Foot Fungus grows, if you will. We have the rockets, you have the grapple. Yeah, there's a lot of goodies on the map. Even the Bulldog as well, which is a power-up. And mind you, don't forget about that Overshield. Let me tell you, if you combine Overshield with rockets, Overshield with grapple, you'll be a super soldier running around this map. 4-2 lead, going in favor of Snaked and Heated.
And I'm really frustrated. I have yet to see some like crazy plays with the OS. There's so much you can do when you pocket that OS. Tony, imagine like someone's able to stay alive with the first OS, and then your teammate gets the second one, and you have 2 OSs just charging someone's base. Like, I want to see some cool things like that happen, but I haven't seen anything yet. The double comes out from 6-3. That's going to be 3 dead right now. And Foot Fungus, they're not having a good start to the game. 7-3 is the score.
Yeah, man, clearly this is a Slayer team coming out here because they're coming out hot. 7-3 lead going in favor of Snake. The 6-4 going to go in for the challenge, allowing his teammate to get the kill on that one, then grappling right up to the opposing bar. And this is what you want to do. You want to keep the pressure on, and obviously Snake and Heated are well aware of that.
Yeah, there's the killing spree by 6-3, having another incredible game. He's going to go down there and get shut down. But I like Posey right now playing inside of this tree. He's going to move over to closet here, or library, as some people call it. And that's another thing is all these call-outs are, everyone uses different call-outs right now. I can't wait till everyone comes together and just agrees on one call-out for everything. But regardless, Posey playing well here. These are dynamic spawns, guys. If you're just joining us, we are in a series where Snaked and Heated are up 1-0, and if they win this game, they will move on to play Triggers Down. But you know, this is make or break for Foot Fungus. They've got to come through and win this game. I like the idea to pick up those dynamo grenades. He was waiting for them to spawn. Wow.
And Posey's gonna go down. It's gonna open things up for that overshield to still be in play. 2 down. Go Foot Fungus though. Squilly gonna go in for the challenge and ends up winning that gunfight, earning himself a double kill. That might have been one of the clutches double kills. And then the triple by backsmacking overshield. And now he's going for the over. Finally going to be put down. Squilly is absolutely on one.
Oh, that was so beautiful right there. The Achilles spine. I love to see it. I got a Sneak King Achilles spine the other day, I think it was. No, I don't remember. I got 2 medals, 2 crazy cool medals. Oh yeah, Ninja and a Sneak King yesterday. These medals in this game are so cool. Thrive on your screen right now, and I like that. The awareness to watch the flank there, gets the kill. Gonna get the trade. 2 dead right now for Foot Fungus. They've got to come off spawn and make some pressure here. They're down by a little bit here.
Azrael trying to stay alive over towards the commando side of the map, putting some cross-map shots in here, but they know exactly where he's at. He's just waiting for his teammates to spawn up, maybe rotate over towards that rocket side, because I promise if you could put somebody over towards top, your rocket side, they can catch some angles while isolating the opposite team from bridge or lockers. And then ultimately, if you can just rotate over towards your opposing enemy's lockers or their bar, you can really get some success. And as I say, that 3 down go Foot Fungus. So none of that's going to happen. Absolutely none of it.
That was really well played, though, Tony. You see that? 2 players sprinted into palms, and then they came out, and then there was a cross shot from Truck as well. Just great overall teamwork by Snaked and Heated. Great job by them. It's going to be 1 dead so far for Snaked and Heated. The BR fight comes out. 6-3 going to win that big fight, and now he's got control of the double doors, but he's got to stay alive. These dynamic spawns are hard to keep up with, but it's 27-16.
If there's one player on the map that I do not want to challenge, it's that man right there, 6-Story, man. He's winning almost every individual gunfight as we're hopping on board with MTK. Able to get the overshield, tries to slap it on, but not able to do so. It is not confirmed. That overshield's actually going to change hands over toward the boys in blue, and maybe they can utilize it to eat away at this 8-kill deficit.
Yeah, this OS could definitely make a difference here. They're down by 8 kills, like you said, but that's going to turn into 6 real quick. Chilled You going to grab that grapple and watch the dynamic spawns you see right there. He's got 2 people in library, can't clean up either one, but Thrive's there to get the assist, to get the kills, and therefore he's going to get 2 assists. And here's the spawn. It's on the opposite sides of the map, but the spawns might be staggered. They've got to be careful.
Thrive doing a good job of staying alive over towards lockers, but not able to connect with anybody just yet. And I know he has 2 teammates actually pushing over towards the rocket side of the base. That's actually going to be Squilly. If Squilly can stay alive, this can be really good coming out of Foot Fungus.
Yeah, Thrive's got to stay alive as well. He's getting naded from the opposite side here. Azrael's got his back, though. They're playing this angle really well, but here comes the dynamo grenades. Azrael can't avoid those. He's going to end up going down. That's going to be 3 dead right now for Foot Fungus, and Thrive knows he's in trouble. He's got to get out of there as fast as possible to play his life.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know how this young man is alive right now. He's rotated across the entire map and is still alive at the moment. Thrive staying alive over towards top BR at the moment. His teammates are going to go down, ends up getting an assist, so that's really good. Now going for the cross-map challenge here, ends up getting the marksman kill. Beautiful shot, and now he's going to up the tempo. He saw a player over towards rocket side, but not sure exactly where he is. Finally going to find him, put him down, and Foot Fungus are back. Still down by 6 kills.
Yeah, after all that work, they're still down by 6, and it's just off of the pressure and the angles that Snaked and Heated are taking here. 10 seconds left on this rocket, and also OS going to be spawning at the same exact time. Pressure comes through onto Thrive. He has to live here. He cannot overextend this fight. He does. He gives him the easiest angle possible, and because of that, he's going to go down.
Switching back towards MTK at the moment. Rockets are up at right now. They do have rocket side control, so I believe Six Story is going to be the one to rotate over. He's going to grab those dynamo grenades. That player Childu's actually going to go down now, going for the challenge over towards Truck. Excellent grenades. That player's going to go down, turning away like Steph Curry. 2 down go Foot Fungus, and now that lead is starting to increase. Another big kill. Rockets go down, and man, Snaked and Heated are looking good.
Yeah, they are. 6 kills is the lead, but they've got rocket control. They just lost that. They did have top center control as well. Now it's a 4-kill lead. I don't know what's happening, but Foot Fungus is starting to claw back in this game right now. They only need 4 kills to tie. Doing a really good job of playing his life as Squilly here. He's going to go for this grapple. Drops the thruster. I like that play because he does have the rockets. He's got 2 bullets in these rockets too. These could potentially play a big factor. There's 1 kill. Gonna go for the grapple to the top. Doesn't find anybody though. No one's home. Trying to find this last kill. He does not want to die and give up a rocket, so he's gonna use it as fast as possible here.
Rock is now going to make his way over towards top BR and still looking for that player. Has literally no idea where he went, so he's going to give up, put some cross-map shots in. Maybe he can bait that player to come out, but he might have rotated out as Childu is going to go down right on screen. So obviously there's some pressure coming in, and Squilly's aware of it.
4-kill game right now, 42-38. 1 rocket in hand. This rocket could legitimately change the entire game. The grapple! What a great play that was! He's gonna get 1, get 2! This is gonna make it a 2-kill game, and then he picks up the Bulldog. Squilly popping off.
He was making plays on streets with the Bulldog, now making plays with rockets, and he gets the trusty Bulldog in hand once again. But that nade coming out of nowhere, finally gonna take down Squilly. 43-40 lead going in favor of Snaked and Heated.
MTK gonna go in a 1v1 with the West. He wasn't able to get the beat down there. Posey did have the West, I believe. That's gonna be 3 dead, right? I'm sorry, 2 dead momentarily for Snaked and Heated. 43-45 right now. A lot of lives being played here. Great kill by Childu. That's gonna be a big one. Trying to play his life. He's no shields, and he's got a teammate there to watch him, but the explosions come through, Tony. 45-46.
Ooh, and then he immediately goes in for the challenge, winning that individual gunfight, but his teammate's gonna go down. Not only does he have 10 kills, but he currently has 13 assists. Childu is playing a great Halo right now, and they currently have a 1-kill lead. Can he stay alive?
47-46 right now. Foot Fungus have their first lead of the game. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? These rockets are going to play an integral part in this victory if they're able to get them. And it looks like they are. Squilly's going to stay alive with these. That's going to be huge. Hiding inside of the vent here. He sees a player in front of him. He gets the kill. 46-46. 48-46. I'm sorry. They only need 2, Tony.
He's watching every angle possible. He does not want to get backsmacked whatsoever. And now that he knows that his base is clear, he's going to actually up the tempo, making his way all the way over towards top BR. Players on his team are going down there. They actually just have gone 3 down. He drops the rocket, ends up getting a big kill, and that's going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a game number 3.
I think it's just me and you, bro. Like, when we cast together, we always get the best games. It's absolutely insane. Like, you know what? No, I'm sorry. It's you. It's you. It's not me. You're the best. That rocket was absolutely mental. The fact that he was able to stay alive as long as he did, had the audacity and the confidence and the intelligence to push over to their BR and go in for the last kill there. Absolutely insane. Great job out of Squilly there to clutch the game for his team.
And this play was also Squilly. There was a play where he actually grappled from one vent to the other, got right behind that player, rockets him, and then gets the double kill. Whenever there's a play that needs to be had, Squilly was the one to make it.
We are going to a game number 3, guys. We're not done yet. And of course, my favorite game type of them all, Aquarius CTF. I'm excited for this one, but let's check the scoreboard here. 18-13 out of MTK. And of course, 18-11 out of Squilly with the clutch. So that's just even better. And of course, all the shots being fired and the accuracy on board on your screen there as well. Nothing impressive on the accuracy side of things. But again, a lot of players have different play styles. They could just be pre-firing, suppressing. Like, there's a lot of different the aspects that go into that accuracy, but that damage looking real good as well. Game number 3. We've had 2 very close games here, so we can't even go on the whole, oh, it was a slayer, it was a toss-up. No, like the first game was close, 250 to 198, and then we've got a completely different game here in Aquarius CTF. This is going to be exciting, Tony.
I will agree that both of these games were close, but also both of those maps, we saw some really good rockets and bulldog control out of Squilly. Going into Aquarius, you're not going to have that. I mean, obviously you have the heat wave, but it's not going to hit exactly the same as that bulldog and the rockets did. And whenever the bulldog and rockets were out of the play, I feel like Six Story and Friends just looked a little bit better in my opinion. And I just think that that Foot Fungus were able to control those resources a little bit more. In my opinion, I think I'm going to go with Snake and Heated to come out on top. The only way I see Foot Fungus really stealing this game away is either behind the heat wave or the camouflage.
I 100% agree. I think that they're the better team on overall, but I think that Foot Fungus put a lot of great plays in. I think you're right. I think they just made Snake and Heated just made a lot of mistakes, and I think that was this was one of them right here. Like, you know, exposing your back to someone just to go for the beatdown. You should never be going for beatdowns, in my opinion, with OS. It's so weak. It's such a weak power up. Honestly, it's only, you know, compared to Halo 3 at least, it's only a 1 layer shield. So regardless, though, just a great overall couple of games. I'm really excited to get into this next match. We got Aquarius CTF. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Let's get it. Let's get into it. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm going to predict. I'm going to go ahead and say Snaked and I'm going to go ahead and say Snaked and Heated as well. I think that unless they continue to make mistakes, I think they're the ones that take this one.
Well, either way, it's all about controlling the resources on every single map, and Aquarius is no different. You gotta control that camouflage. You gotta control those thrusters. This is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to make some freaking noise because I'm excited. The winner goes on to play Triggers down tomorrow. The loser is gonna go home a bit empty-handed. We're gonna start on board here with Posey working the right side of the base, right when his teammate goes in for the challenge, and Squilly gonna immediately put him down, and just like that, 2 down. Go to boys in red. MTK going in for a challenge as well. He's going to be taking down Squilly, able to get away with the camouflage. And it's funny, we keep talking about how good Squilly is at controlling these resources, and he goes right into Aquarius and steals away camouflage, and now going to try to stay alive with both the camo and the thrust, but that player goes to cut him off over towards bottom mid, and Squilly was fully ready for it, and just like that, Chilled, you are now running the flag. Wow. I said Snaked and Heated had the advantage, but clearly I was wrong.
These guys are playing off momentum there. That 1 kill but definitely made them pop off. We are going to be live right now. Unfortunately, Squilly does go down. A little bit too over-aggressive on that play. Looks like they're going to return that flag as well, but now they're trying to get Carbine side of top Carbine. There's a player there waiting, though. Tire Iron is going to play this really smart, get some shots in. He's getting pushed from behind.
Tire Iron tries to go in for the challenge, but he is going to be put down, and so does MTK. So that was a momentary 3 down for a Snaked and Heated, but luckily Six Story having that heat wave.
And this heat wave could play a major factor, but he's got to live with it. I believe he's not going to get chased. It would be an overextension of a lifetime here if he did. Looks like he's going to go back up top center. He's got teammates to work with. Look at this push, Tony. 2 top center, 3 top center make that. But this car angle is really good, but he ends up going down. Chilled you a little bit too over aggressive. He had an angle exposing him to 3 different players. Here comes the shot and the beatdown. That's going to be another kill for Six Story, and 2 down, and maybe potentially another slay and a flagpole here coming out of Snaked and Heated.
Squilly was the king of controlling the resource, but Six Story saying, hey, I can do the same thing with this heat wave. Excellent slays coming out of him, but he's finally going to be hunted down. Either way, 2 down, go Foot Fungus, and we are back on board with Squilly, who's going to be taken down by Posey.
I'm looking for Squilly to pop off here. Okay, he just had the best game of his lifetime just now. I'm looking for him to continue that momentum on, get focused up. Azrael's going to get that kill from the grave. Squilly trying to control his utility. He knows there's a player here. He's going to zoom in. Oh, boy! Oh, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
That man just got broken down. That was he just got lost right there, and Posey putting him on a blender, and now Posey's gonna be able to stay alive, but he's gonna be taking some heavy team damage. He's gonna go down, but so do 2 players on Foot Fungus. Currently 0 apiece at the moment. No team able to get full map control.
Squilly's got to come out of that, man. That definitely hurt, but he's just got to move on. He's got to make it happen, okay? Those lightning grenades are still up on top car. So I'm really hoping that someone may be able to pick those up. Great job by Squilly to get some shots in. Looks like he's not affected by that at all. He's going to push top P here. He's got 2 players in front of him and 2 players at the opposite flag. This player on fridge is going to be a problem, so he takes him out, and he's going to push in. He has a teammate in the opposite side, but unfortunately, that's going to be 3 dead just now for Foot Fungus. A little bit too over-aggressive. Azrael is going to stay alive, but he's got to have a lot of pressure coming his way.
MTK doing a really good job of utilizing that thrust to get out of a bad situation and stay alive, and now he's right back in the action. That player is 1 shot, going to be an easy kill, and he hasn't taken any damage whatsoever. Great movement, but once again, he's going to be hunted down. Chill, you're going to be awarded the kill on that one. So let's switch gears over towards Tyre Ironic.
Coming to his base here, on top of his flag. Camo coming up in 5. You've got to make sure to watch out for that. That's going to play a big factor in potentially this flag cap. Flag goes out towards bottom carbine. Looks like it's going to be pushed in through the front here. He can throw it up, but he's got a player up there. He's trying to get a kill on this player, but no damage comes through. This might be a little bit of a stalemate, but Thrive with a big kill onto Posey with a nade.
Tyre Ironic able to grab that flag, and now he's going to try to make his way out of it. Has a player in front of him. Excellent shots going on Azrael, and that's going to be a flag cap. We have a 1-0 lead going in favor of Snaked and Heated, and Tyre Ironic is not done yet.
That was a great cap right there, and they're able to solidify top center control off that as well. Great job by Tyre to help his teammate there be the guardian angel he needed. He's going to stay alive down on bottom car. The flag being pulled once again. He's in a position to defend this as well. This could be potentially another cap. There's 3 dead right now for Foot Fungus, so they're gonna force him to spawn on the opposite side. But that was a big kill by Thrive there. Could potentially stop this flag from going in.
And that flag is on the move at the moment, but it's going in favor of Snaked and Heated. We're on board now with Azrael. Who's going to have to overextend a bit. Nades are starting to fly in. Excellent shots, but he's still going to be forced to back down, play a different angle, and he's taken down. And so with 2 players on Foot Fungus, we might have another cap on our hands.
It looks like we might. 6-3 playing this really smart. He's going to get his shields back, then pop it in. That's going to be 2-0. And of course, they're going to get back up to top center and get control. And something they've got to pay attention to here is once you lose a cap, that's fine. Try and get something off of it. All of the entirety of Snaked and Heated were at their base to put that flag cap in. You can potentially get top control off that, but unfortunately they were overcommitting and getting outslayed, and they were on respawn.
Camouflage coming in 10 seconds. Excellent slay by MTK, but not getting overzealous. Getting that first kill, backing down immediately, playing his life and buying enough time for his teammates to come off the spawn. There's a trade on one end. He ends up taking down Thrive and big kills all around, but the camouflage is still up.
That camo is going to play a vital part here. As long as someone can take advantage of it and get some kills out of it, get some value. MTK is going to be the one with this in his hands. Looking down bottom P. Potentially got a call out here. He's got 3 players in front of him. That's not the fight you want to take there. You're getting completely destroyed from multiple angles. You've got to get out of that situation. Although those kills look juicy, they're not worth it.
2-0 lead still in favor of Snaked and Heated, and Thrive is well aware of it. Luckily, his teammate Azrael getting a big kill. 2 down goes Snaked and Heated. They need to start capitalizing on these slays and becoming a little bit more objective efficient here. I know they can do it, but they have to prove it, and time is not on their side.
Objective efficiency is the perfect way to describe what's happening here. 6-3 in squad, Snaked and Heated, they're doing a really good job of capitalizing on these flag pulls, getting the slays needed in order to pull the flag through. But it looks like always Foot Fungus on their back foot, not able to get enough slays to kind of continue this on. And you see that story in the top right and top left of your screen. 22-11 for MTK in this game. My word.
And here comes Posey putting the third flag cap in. They are now 2 flag caps away from making it over into day 2, playing against Triggers down. MTK going to go in for the challenge. Luckily, his teammates there to get the cleanup. Another bait and switch action, but that player is going to run right into a nade. Chilled You is going to go down. 2 down once again. Go Foot Fungus.
MTK doing another good job, Tony, of just staying alive, putting the pressure in, getting the kills he needs to get. With this top center control, keeping this is so vital. And look at him. He's playing the angle, keeping the top center control, getting the kills he needs to get, listening to his teammates. MTK is playing out of his mind in this game number 3.
And now he's actually going in for a flank. He has a teammate with him. I don't think he traded kills. I believe they're both still up. The nade comes in out of nowhere. Finally, Thrive going to take down the first player. Squilly going to get down the second one. That was almost really good coming out of Snaked and Heated, but Foot Fungus bouncing back.
Squilly not having the strongest game, right? I mean, 15 and 16 is not too bad, but I haven't seen any like make or break, plays out of him like we saw last game. But of course, we haven't reached the end of this one yet. 3-0 with the score line in terms of flag caps. They can potentially come back here, though. Foot Fungus has the potential to do so, but they've really got to start slaying a little bit more. They're getting completely outslayed and outclassed by Snaked and Heated.
That they are. Posey taking down that flag runner. They have to get the slays first. They can't get sloppy here. Posey going in for the challenge. That player going to drop down for the re-challenge. Going to be Chilled. He was able to get the big win on that one, but now we're back on board with MTK. Excellent denial nades. Great nades, but nobody home just yet. Luckily, slays are going back and forth across the map. Chilled You and Azrael getting back-to-back kills. That might be good for the boys in blue.
Yes, absolutely it is. It's going to open up an opportunity for them to pull this flag. They've already got it past the halfway point. There is a player to deal with down here. The trade comes through. That trade is good. They've got to get more slays right now. It's still a 3v3. And as you can see at the top right of your screen, unfortunately, Foot Fungus is going down. Another one goes down. There it is. Chilled You dies as well. And that's what you don't want to have, okay? MTK does have the flag in hand, but the other flag is out, I believe. Gets the kill there. Looks like that flag is on the opposite side of the map, so we're going to have a little bit of a stalemate here, Tony.
We are having a stalemate, but you got to realize with 2 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock, the stalemate really kind of favors Snaked and Heated at the moment. Chilled You luckily getting a big kill, but they can't let this last too long. They have to get the return. They have to get that cap and then keep the aggression on. Time is winding down.
Yeah, great kill by Chilled You, though. This might give him an opportunity to pull his flag, but he gets the call out. His teammate comes through. Great bait and switch there. There's a player on the backside. They get the nade on him, and this potentially could be another flag pull. The other one was returned. And Chilled You pulling this down bottom P. If they can get the slays here, this will be good. But right now, they're 3v3. Yeah, actually, they did get a slay onto Tyron. This is good. They've got to get more slays, though, to secure this cap on Chilled You.
Easier said than done. Luckily, the first cap is going to go in favor of Foot Fungus, but they still have a mountain to climb at the moment. Chilled You now going to make his way over towards top mid, going in for the challenge. Excellent shots and winning that individual gunfight. Slays now going in favor of Foot Fungus, and we might see a second pull.
Yeah, and those are the pivs you need to win right there, right? That 1v1 up top was huge. They're able to get a 360 kill as well. Squilly's starting to pop off and power up here. This is what we need to see. 1 down, but that pull was not good. His shields were not charged up. He could have waited a little bit more patiently there, but essentially that's going to cost them that cap unless they can get these slays, and they do not. 2 down right there for Foot Fungus. They've maybe got another couple pulls here, but this looks really grim right now.
That it does. Only 45 seconds left, and it's not mathematically impossible, but it is highly improbable that they're going to come out on top in this one, but only time will tell. Back on board with MTK, gets an excellent kill, but luckily Squilly and Thrive getting back-to-back kills off the screen. MTK now just going to stay alive, being really patient on that one, ends up getting the perfect kill, and now the flags end up being pulled in the opposite direction here, and it's not looking good, Tim. It is not looking good.
It's not looking good, Tony. You know why, dude? Look at the top left of your screen. 31 and 17 out of MTK. 23 and 15 with 14 assists out of 6-3. These guys decided the perfect time to pop off. I had a feeling this was going to happen, but unfortunately, this might be their tournament life over, and it is. Wow, what a great series, but unfortunately, Foot Fungus, you will be done. Your tournament life will be over. Congratulations to you guys for placing as high as you did. You did a great job. But Snaked and Heated came out on top there.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to go home with what, about 150 points. So I mean, they're still going to be getting a decent amount, but just wasn't enough. Looking at the scoreboard here, like you said, MTK 31 kills, even having 8 assists as well. Too much firepower coming out of Snaked and Heated.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the KDAs, 11, 15. Tyre had a little bit of a rough game, but regardless, he was able to be a presence on the map. His damage taken is probably pretty high because you saw him in a lot of engagements there, and that's what matters, right? Look at those accuracies, though. Posey with a 60%. My goodness, the shots are good out of these guys, but unfortunately, the other team could not come out on top. I mean, Chilled You did some. I'm sorry, Azrael did some good damage, 7K in that game, but MTK with 8K. Look at that, and 6K taken too. So he was just being a presence on the map. Didn't even die that much and took that much damage. That shows the signs of a great player.
Wow, 8,000 damage in a single match that actually didn't even go into overtime.
That's crazy.
Let me tell you, I need to hit the training mode. I need to put on the training wheels or something, man. I don't think I've ever had a game like that. Oh,
that is awful right there, though. That was oh man, right there was just so sad. You hate to see it. You know, you hate to see a player like look up like, where'd you go? And then just get back smacked. He didn't get the ninja medal, which is unfortunate, but regardless, that was a great play. Just great overall gameplay by these guys. It was a great series to watch, of course. Snaked and Heated, congratulations. They will be, I believe they will be playing TD tomorrow. And we'll see, if they're able to win that one. But I believe we're going to be jumping into a losers round 9 on the other end of the bracket, Tony.
Oh.
It's going to be Squad versus Stainers. Now, Stainers, we have Nemesis, Gabriel. We all know Gabriel. Neb and Prototype. We all know those guys. Oh my gosh, Tony. And we've got OG Karma, FaZe Daddy Karma, Aperture, Enable, and King J. Oh my word. This is a great series. I'm so excited. The COD champion, Tony, has made it to losers round 9.
This is going to be an excellent matchup. I mean, we saw Karma and King J do excellent work on an all-star Call of Duty roster literally just last weekend, and they're back for more. I thought we were done. Clearly, we're just getting started.
The party's not over, as Brandon said in the admin chat. The party is not over, and I'm happy it's not. We're on board with King J right now. This man, he spends a lot of time with Snakebite. So you know that he's a sponge when it comes to the knowledge that Snakebite gives. I don't know his history in terms of competitive gameplay, but regardless, great player overall. I've seen him play with Snakebite so much, and I would assume he's learning a lot. Snakebite, the great mind in Halo. There's the cleanup there on the OS side on the truck. And I believe this could potentially be a couple more kills if they can string together some more. Nemesis, another great player, gets taken out there. 26-24, I believe, is the score.
This is such an amazing matchup, and to be honest with you, I don't know how to rank squads, or I'm sorry, to go in as squad this time. I don't know how to rank them because I haven't seen them that often. Enable was an excellent Halo player in his day, but how long has he been out of the circuit for? And Karma's a Call of Duty player, so I don't know how to rank them, but I know for a fact that Stainers, they be staining.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this squad right here, they've been grinding, okay, to say the least. Okay, Karma, you see him streaming every single day, putting like 10 hours a day, and the guy's got a kid and he's grinding like crazy. You love to see the passion for a brand new game. And King J, of course, grinding every day as well. These guys are up by 4 kills so far. Great job playing his life. Going to watch this rocket spawn. It comes up in 7 seconds, so you're going to see them opt to go for that. Gabriel, no slouch, though. This man has played in so many events, and I believe when I went to... Oh, no, the OS? Oh, okay. I mean, he got the OS off. That was a good play. Good value.
They have no OS.
It was, but I mean, he almost got the slay before that player was able to click the overshield on. If he would have got that kill and then stolen the overshield, it would have been even better either way. 30-29 lead going in favor of Team Squad.
Watching this truck here. Gabriel going to pop some shots. There's Nebula with the rockets up top. Don't think they were aware of those. Gabriel's going to get a kill as well. That's going to be 2 dead momentarily. And of course, if you're just joining us, Karma's on your, this is King J, but the Karma's on this team, Enable's on this team. This is just a great game to watch. This is losers bracket round number 9. Very, very excited about this one, guys. Thank you all for joining us today. This is, of course, Squad versus Stainers. We're in game number 2. Squad is up by 1 right now. And of course, like I said, Squad is Enable, Aperture, Karma, and King J.
And mind you, on the other side of things, I mean, they're no stranger to winning either. Prototype was an excellent player out of Team Classic, Fnatic Classic back in the day. Nemesis as well. Nemesis plays top 8, and I believe maybe the 2018 World Championship as well. So he played alongside Ryan Noob and them. So I mean, they're no stranger to winning themselves, you know.
Yeah, definitely not. But when you're facing the Call of Duty champion, okay, and then you've got Enable to kind of rile them together and show them the way. I don't know. I mean, they're up by 1 in this series so far. If they win this game here, that will be it. That will be it for Stainers. But regardless, right now they're down by 9 kills, so I can't call it too early. We might be going to a game 3 here as well.
We're going to see what happens here. And now shots are starting to ring out here for King J. He's had to play his life. Notice how Karma goes down off the screen. And that was their presence over towards Overshield. Some sneaky grenades coming out of King J. And now Overshield is right for the taking. Wow.
Yeah, that's a big OS right there. I believe the Dynamo grenades were taken as well. So that's also a big play. Nebula's going to go down. A little overextended there. Here comes the push. I like the dodge on the grenades. He also gets the headshot and then backs off. What a great play by King J to stay alive in that situation. They're clawing back on this lead. It's 43-35. Can they make a comeback here?
And that's the question, and we're going to find out the answer here. Patient plays coming out of King J. The pings are coming in. King J going to run into 2 different players, but somehow still getting the trade-off kill. 15 and 12 out of King J at the moment.
Sanders played that real smart in their palm trade. They were able to stay alive and kind of trade off there. Really good play, just to kind of sit back a little bit more. Let's see if they're able to kind of utilize these thrusters on their spawn. The assist comes through. Leave Aperture clean that one up. Aperture, another great player in Halo 3, coming from Tylenol's side of things in the Radar 2v2s, but making a name for himself in the competitive Halo now, or the HCS competitive Halo. Another kill goes down, and only 2 more needed for Stainers here. We could have a 1-to-1 series, which would again bring us to another game 3. Tony, it's us, dude. We're the people that create game 3s.
I mean, it's definitely not the players. It has to be us.
Right? No, that's definitely not them.
King J getting an excellent 4-shot kill on Gabriel, and that's going to be it. 50-40 going in favor of Stainers. And ladies and gentlemen, stop me if I sound like a broken record, but we are going into a game number 3, which I'm sure Karma wants to forget that game ever happened, because I'm pretty sure he just went 2-11.
Oh no, I actually didn't see that. Yeah, he definitely had a rough game, but the damage being shown here, only 3,000 out of Aperture. It looked like Karma did have a good amount of damage. But regardless, they are going to go into the next game, which is, of course, going to be Aquarius CTF for another Tony, game number 3, our 3rd one in a row or something like that. Are you ready? You still got energy, brother? We're ready to go. You know, let's do this.
Oh, I'm here, baby. I'm here. This is the same exact lineup that we saw literally just the last series that we were watching. And once again, we are going into a game number 3, Aquarius CTF. And just like the last series, both of these games were so close. I cannot wait.
I'm very, very excited. This is, I really think there's a sort of mentality you have to have when you're someone like Karma. I love the guy, man. He obviously a multi-champion in Call of Duty, coming over to Halo now. I matched him in a couple games, I think 1 or 2 games, and he played phenomenal in those games. He's got the brain already. You know, he's obviously got to work on some stuff, you know, here and there, but he's got the shot. He's got a very accurate shot as well. That game, he didn't play that well, and that would, you know, kind of make sense as to why they lost, you know, going 2-11, I believe you said. That's not good, but I would assume that in this game, we'll see a different side of Karma. I believe we're going to get, I don't know if we're going to get in the observer mode here, and I believe we're trying to get in the observer mode, so we'll have that view for you guys, but all these intro graphics are so nice. That camo. You know what, Tony? Who the heck keeps putting these power-ups and power weapons right in the middle of the map where everyone can see me take them?
I mean, that's what Halo's all about. They want to put those camos and those power-ups in vulnerable positions. So this way, you have to literally earn them. You have to win those slays and win that map advantage for you to gain it. That's Halo, baby. Active. You don't like that? I mean, Apex is around the corner.
No.
Call of Duty, you get your loadouts. Pick whatever you want.
No. Halo boy for life. I'm good. I'm good. Here we go. We are actually just gonna hop on board with the stream. It's gonna be King J, and this is. Wait a minute, that's the wrong game type, isn't it? Yeah, it is. They're gonna end the game there. So we got a little bit of a restart happening, guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually the wrong game time. Maybe somebody might have lagged out. I mean, to my knowledge, I believe we were playing CTF on Aquarius, but I mean, either way, I love me some recharge oddball just like anybody. So you know what? You put all 8 of these players in any lobby, put them on Behemoth for all I care. Just put them on the freaking map and let me talk over their gameplay. I don't care what it is.
Oh, man. So we'll get back on board with this very, very shortly here, guys. Again, thank you so much for everyone that's stuck with us this whole time. You know, watch this entire time. I appreciate it. King J is not Baby J, for those of you guys that are asking. King J is a different J. He's one of Snakebite's friends. That's all I really know about him. I don't know if he's had a history in competitive Halo or not, or competitive Call of Duty. I'm not too sure on that. I didn't do my research on that player technically, so... but regardless, this squad, like I told you guys before, I'll go over the squads again if you're just joining us. We got King J, we got, Enable, Aperture, and Karma, the Call of Duty champion Karma. They're going to be on Team Squad. And then Team Standards, who just tied the series, is going to be Nemesis, Gabriel, Nebula, and Prototype. So a really good game coming up next here, guys. I believe this will be our last one. If you've stuck with us this long, thank you. We really appreciate it here at LVT. I believe we're doing a watch party tomorrow as well for the games that are not being casted on the HCS. So make sure you stop by and watch those. Hit that follow button on the channel as well. And lastly, just one more little plug. Make sure you guys go to the competitive Reddit, okay? r/competitive Halo. Go check that out and get up to date on all the competitive news in Halo. It's a great place to do so. And here we go. King J is going to be. We're hopping on board with him. I believe ending the game again. Oh no.
Hey, look, we're not gonna stop until we get it just right. We don't want any kind of competitive advantage on any one of these sides, so we're gonna wait until we get it right.
Absolutely. I don't know what's happened. They might be disconnecting. You know what it is? I think so. Well, actually, it can't be that. I was gonna say observer mode mixes the teams, but we don't have observer mode on right now. So, well, we'll wait for them to kind of get that in and get that going. But Tony, if you want to go to the bathroom, you can, brother. Guys, I want to talk to you about something real quick. I want to talk to you about chat. I want to talk to you. How many of you in the chat are on mouse and keyboard, and how many of you are on controller? I'd really like to get an idea. I know most of you are probably lurking on your couch. That's okay. Don't get up and pick up your phone and chat. But for those of you guys that are in the chat, I'd really like to know what input are you playing on in this game? I see 2 mouse and keyboard, 3 mouse and keyboards already. That is so cool. Oh my, dude, look at all the mouse and keyboard players. Guys, you make me so happy. I'm telling you right now, like, that makes me so happy to know that there's that many M&K players. Do not give up. If any of you guys are looking to compete in this game, absolutely do not give up on it. You gotta, I mean, I'm not gonna plug myself. I'm not gonna do that, but just go find some content creators like Gigs or I think Myth actually plays mouse and keyboard, and watch them to get better. It's a different play style, and I think we'll see some of you guys coming up in like a year or so. Don't listen to anyone that says mouse and keyboard is not viable. I don't want to hear that. Okay, it is viable. It is. There's a little bit of like, I don't know if it's input lag or performance or whatever in terms of M&K, but you can definitely tell up close fights. So what you do is you stay away. Don't get into up close fights. Anchor for your team. Be that anchor. But here we go. Tony's taking a little bathroom break, so we're going to hop on board with King J right now, and he's pushing up towards top P. Getting control of this top P area, or top pump area. It's really big, but look at that. 3 go down for squad, and this could be, make that 4, a potential pull on the flag. They might opt to reslay, but it looks like they are going to reslay, or wow, that was a really late flag pull there, but regardless, they're going to pull it through utility. King J's in a good position here. I like the idea of him using the pump to block his sight lines, and it looks like this might be a stop. Dude, Daddy Karma with the 2 kills right there. He's going to potentially stop that flag from pulling through. Really good kills by him. Clutch play.
Big Daddy Karma. getting the big kills. Oh, getting another one. Taking down Gabriel as well as Nemesis going to chase him down. And King J going to pull off the reversal. But hang on, that flag is being pulled.
Tony, I'm sorry. I gotta address some on the chat. I don't normally do this, okay? But Jay Reddy said 20% accuracy difference. Jay Reddy, I have a 53% average accuracy on M&K, okay? It's the top of the accuracy charts on M&K. It's possible for anybody, baby. All right, you just gotta stick to it and put in the work. Just like King J's doing right here. Look at him go in. Prototype, no idea what's happening. Gets perfected in the face, and the flag's gonna be, oh boy. We got another reset coming through. Hold on, Tony. Ready? Hold on. This series is tied 1-1. We're getting into our next game here, guys. It's going to be Aquarius CTF. We'll be starting here very shortly. Oh, man. We've had some issues, guys, okay? I apologize. This is just part of the game, but you know what? I'm enjoying my time, so I'm having fun right now. Regardless of all these problems, I'm having a good time. My voice is probably gone, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, we know what's going to happen here. The game's in beta form, and, you know, this is what it's all about right now, working out these kinks and getting them out of the way. So this way, when December 8th comes, we have a super polished games. Hopefully, most of these glitches and most of these options or I guess glitches really are going to be out of the game by the time the full game releases. That's what I'm hoping, and yeah.
Yeah, Tony, that's a really good point, brother, because I mean the game's releasing on December 8th, but then we have a tournament on December 16th. Like, imagine like the game released on December 8th, it had all these bugs, and then we went to the tournament. I'm really glad they released early. I think it was a very intelligent move. And of course, 343, I believe, or they were or are, I'm not sure, don't quote me. I believe they're on break right now. They had a little bit of break after the launch of Halo, which, I mean, personally, I think they deserve, because they did a freaking phenomenal job on this game. But when they come back, I'm sure they'll bang all those bugs out, and we'll get a solid game for the Raleigh tournament, which all you guys should be at, by the way. It's going to be a fun time. Tony, I'm jumping on you when I see you there, by the way. Just jump on you.
I love how you're telling the chat, like, all you should be there. Everything's sold out. The team passes are sold out. The spectator passes are sold out.
Just wait out.
I'm going to give away one on Twitter maybe tomorrow or something. But outside of that, I mean, there's no more ways to get in.
You heard that. You heard that. The Twitter. Make sure you check out Why Not Be Casting's Twitter. Yeah, you're right. They are all sold out. Just wait outside, okay? We'll just have a camp out outside. It'll be fun. They do tailgating for football all the time. Who cares? Whatever. We'll do tailgating for Halo. But anyway, yeah, it is all sold out, which is incredible, by the way. But we'll be getting to this next game shortly. Series tied 1-1. I'm filling time talking about random stuff. So, Tony, what do you think about the sun?
Well, I mean, it's 3.8 million miles away. It's very hot. I don't know the exact degree. I think it's maybe twice the size of the Earth. To mine, I don't know. Ask me about the sun.
Hey, I had to do something. Well, we got something else here that's way more important. Okay, we got the upper bracket. All right. Optic and G2 are going to be playing each other. This is tomorrow, guys. This is a big deal. Okay, these are the top teams. Ooh. Oxygen versus Space Station. Okay, we got Cloud9 versus Inconceivable and Sentinels versus Pioneer. So Sentinels made it through. I really hope that they kind of pull some upsets here, because I think Sentinels have a lot to prove, Tony.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Oxygen making it throughout the upper bracket once again. We saw them make it last weekend as well, when they were supposed to play against that Inconceivable roster, but then Snipedown had to hightail it over towards an Apex tournament, his final tournament at that as an Apex player, and then ultimately Oxygen got kind of a bye. Now we're going to see them be tested by a red-hot Space Station squad who... they were the ones who took out United earlier. I mean, this is a solid squad. Clearly, Formal has been nothing but good to them. And just imagine, oh my gosh, if Space Station and Inconceivable matched up, it'd be really hard because they're on the opposite side of the brackets. But if some way, somehow, they matched up against each other, that would be incredible. Formal gets dropped for Snipedown. Formal joins Space Station, and then they go at it.
Oh man, it'd be another like Walshy story from back in the day, like taking candy from a baby. Oh man, that would be a phenomenal story. These are some obviously some top tier teams. These are all the partner teams on your screen right now. So they've all earned their spot here. They've worked really hard to get where they are, and they're showing it here. I cannot wait to watch the upper bracket play. That's going to be tomorrow, guys. Really excited for that. So make sure you tune in for that one. Of course, the watch party covering some of the games as well. Today we're going to be covering just the losers bracket round 9. This next match will be the last match that we cover today. So make sure you guys stick around for that. And then we'll close out the show. But this is going to be a big matchup because whoever wins this one, I believe, plays Triggers Down. I think the last team we watched is going to play Triggers Down. I'm not sure who they're going to play on this side of the bracket. But regardless, I mean, they've got a big road ahead of them, and it's really, again, very impressive that the Karma was able to kind of pull through with Enable and in Aperture. That guy, he deserves some love. He's a grinder as well and a great player. Like I said, doubles with Tylenol, radar doubles with Tylenol back in the day. Not back in the day. It was like, a year ago or so. But regardless, he's a great player and he deserves that spotlight.
Yeah, the winner of this gets to play against a crowd pleasers who I'm going to believe is Kratos' roster. So Kratos, Spectre, and those boys. The winner of this match will play against them again tomorrow because that'll be round number 10.
Very interesting. So we've got two really great matchups already in the losers bracket on both sides. And of course, we see a little bit of deja vu here. But unfortunately for them, Karma is not letting that happen. He's going to get a kill to stop any push from happening. And that camo still up top.
Nebula and King J going to be trading off kills here. And now King J having that BR in hands. Doesn't have the thruster. Doesn't have anything else. Only that BR. But ends up getting that heat wave. I was just waiting for it. He has the heat wave. This is the gun I want to see put to work. But sadly, King J is going to be shut down.
Yeah, unfortunately, that heat wave, such a contested weapon. It's so strong. I personally can't use it myself, but I've seen some great players like Lucid really put that thing to work. Just a great overall power weapon. Of course, King J is going to play back on his base here, getting some nades in the backside. He believes there is someone there. No hit markers on these settings, so Nemesis going to poke out, get killed. King J gets a big kill there, now pushing towards Karma to help him take control of this P side.
Karma and Enable getting back-to-back kills. Karma even able to take down Prototype as well. So Slay's heavily going in favor, not of Stainers, but of Squadron at the moment. But Nemesis bouncing right back, taking down Karma and neutralizing the situation.
Great job by King J up here. Look at the angles he's taking. He's able to stay alive. He gets 2 players weak, backs them both off, gets 1 assist, but Nemesis pushes him after he gets his shields back, unfortunately. Aperture, I don't know if he had camo. Looked like he clicked something. Maybe he did have camo. I'm not sure. But regardless, he's going to go down. Camo actually comes up in 15 seconds, so that's going to be highly contested up top of the map. And King J going for top P here to get control so we can grab that camo.
King J is going to be really important right now. He has to play his life long enough for his teammates to push up, but Gabriel going to get a big double kill. Make that a triple kill coming out of Gabriel, the young man formerly of Severance, now of Stainers, making plays.
Yeah, and it looks like Enable is going to get a kill there to stop that pull. They're going to get 2. Enable's going to get 2. Karma does go down to Nebula there. And Nebula is up top. Great shots by Jay. Once again, he gets that double as well. So basically an even break here. They're both going to go for top control at the same time. And we're on board with Enable on your screen real quick as we can spectate. He's pushing aggressively towards that flag. King J probably going to try and spot him here, but no one's going for that thruster, Tony. It's been up for a long time.
It is in a very non-advantageous position, so you have to put yourself out in the open to grab it. Maybe both of these teams don't feel comfortable doing so, but I mean, I would do it myself. I mean, just grabbing that thruster, even if you have to burn one to get into a better position, is heavily worth it because you still have 2 in the chamber as King J now controlling the top of the map, looking across the court with enemy base, and now going to go in for a little bit of a weak side flank.
I shit on the guy in our base, bro.
Yo, there's 2 there window, guys.
His teammates are pushing up here. Prototype the only one in his way. He gets that kill. Karma is going to get his own kill. And now they're going to be able to pull this flag. The utility spawn from behind is what they have to watch out for. Nebula going to get a kill onto Karma. But this flag is going to be past the halfway point. There might be some nades coming from P side. Looks like he's going to stay alive. Great job by King J. Great pull and secure on this flag cap. Amazing place.
And notice how he didn't even juggle the flag. He said, I'm not going to risk it. I don't need to fumble. I'm just going to sprint it right in there as King J putting the first cap on the board. Nebula getting a big kill on Karma off of screen. Nebula also going to be hunted down by Aperture, so hold on. Slay starting to go in favor of Stainers. Maybe they can get slayed out, and maybe they could push up and get a flagpole because there's 6 minutes on the clock. There is still time for anything to happen here.
And we got another viewpoint on your screen here. It's Enable, old school Enable from way back in the day. Moved over to COD, now competing back in Halo for now at least. Camel player is going to stay alive there. He's on 120 FOV, which I seriously just don't understand. The reticle is small, the bodies are small, but it works out. Look at his shot, so beautiful there. Playing some defense on his teammate as well. He's going to play aggressive here. They have numbers. Gabriel's weak as well. Gets the thruster. Oh my gosh, Gabriel with a big kill.
Slay's going across the board. We're going to stay on board with the Enable off of spawn here. I think I saw 11 kills coming out of King J right now. Is clearly going off. Enable coming right off of spawn and now trying to make his way across the map, having 2 X's in front of him. So you know he's going to be pressured over towards the right side here. Prototype off the screen, taking down his teammates. So Stainers are really starting to up the tempo and get aggressive here.
Utilizing this top P is so strong. Coming out of utility there is Prototype. He gets the kill. Enable exposing himself a little bit too much with 2 shots in. Only half shields to work with here. Looks like we're back on board with King J, going to push up top center. No camo just yet, but some great job listening. Unfortunately, there's a player down bottom center that's going to get the kill as well, so he's going to end up going down. And Enable is as well. This could be a flagpole potentially.
And we're going back on board now with Enable, who's also on the dead screen as well. Nemesis off the screen, getting a big kill. The challenge going over towards utility. That Nebula is going to win once again. So Stainers are winning every individual gunfight, but it is not converting into the objective as Enable going in for the challenge on Gabriel, having the great IQ to switch targets, go back and help his teammate out. They are playing not selfish. Squad right now are truly playing like a squad.
Tony, this is the first time I've ever seen that medal. Enable got a fastball medal, which I believe is killing someone with a grenade hit.
Yep.
This is actually crazy. We're on board with Enable once again, coming off the spawn on Fridge. He's got some shots into the player on his flag, but he's got other people behind him as well. Turns around a little bit late, allowing Nemesis to get that kill, but the trade comes through. Prototype's going to go down, and the top center pressure is a little bit too aggressive. It's going to be kind of an even kill right now. Coming off spawn, they've got to try and get control of this top center. But that flag is going to look like it's going to be returned here. And the camo eyes, great job by Enable. He eats his carrots apparently, able to see that camo. They've got to kill Nemesis though, and they don't. Oh my word, what is happening right now? Here comes the return. It should be secured. Wow.
They weren't able to get the return the first time, nor the second one. King J was right on that return, but somebody flying in. Well, once you're in that circle, it stops the return immediately, so you can easily get a pull. And we're seeing that happen. They're relaying the flag. Standards actually having it all the way into the base. We're about to be tied up at 1 apiece.
There is a player in there to stop him, though, and they do stop the flag. The double beat down shot comes through. Not going to be able to secure that, but the flag comes out. They get the kill on the Prototype as well. King J, as calm as a pickle right now, pushing through the flag. Can he get this flag kill? He doesn't. He doesn't get the beat down, but he gets the kill after he dies.
That he does. So we are not tied up at 1 apiece right now. It is still a 1-0 lead going in favor of a squad at the moment. They somehow were not able to get the cap, and they neutralized the situation. And even in the stalemate, it is heavily going in favor of squad. There's only 4 minutes and 32 seconds on the clock. If they just slay out and keep this going, they'll win the game for time.
King J wants to push in here, but unfortunately he's going to get spotted. Here comes FaZe Daddy Karma. He's got the heat wave. Can he get the kill? No! He missed the shot by just a hair. Wasn't able to clean up the kill. And it's going to continue to be a stalemate here, but Enable gets a clutch double to open things up.
And now we're seeing Enable start to make his way over towards top mid. Camouflage not up yet, but he has some heavy damage on that player, overextending. Ends up grabbing the camouflage, slaps it right on his... Actually, I'm not sure what happened. I believe he might have got the burn, but that was really close.
Yeah, there's a very big, very tiny sliver right there. I believe it was used, but there's just such a tiny little sliver of time there to get that punched in. The nade bounces off the pole. That could be a little bit of a factor here. Not able to really pressure the player inside the base, but here comes Aperture with a beautiful kills. That's going to be 3 dead. This could potentially be put in. Prototype, the only one in position, but again, the flag is out on the other side. They're not able to cap this until they get that return.
And now we're seeing Enable start to make his way over towards the right side of the base. Excellent shots on Nemesis, forcing him to back down. And Enable wanted to play patient. He knows that. And what's most important right now is for him to stay alive. He can put down as much damage as possible, take as little damage in return as Karma and King J off the screen, getting back-to-back kills, and now might be starting to move in for the return.
Yeah, this player on P side is going to be a big kill here. He does not get it. Gabriel with a clutch kill to clean him up. Unfortunately, that's going to stall any return that they have. Looks like Karma is inside the flag base. Great kill by King J. He's going to get Gabriel. The trade comes through looking for the spawns on the fridge. One does spawn there. They can't get the return. Karma goes down, as does King J. Another stalemate continues.
King J still waiting to spawn up right now, but it has a teammate in Enable who's working his way over towards utility, staying alive. Gabriel is going to take down Karma off the screen, but luckily King J right off the spawn, taking down Prototype, but their flag is being pressured at the moment. Enable throwing some denial nades over here, but nobody home just yet. Nemesis ends up getting the slight. Nemesis now going in for a challenge, trying to stay alive with that thruster, but luckily Karma comes off the spawn and gets the cleanup.
Great shots by Enable to black that player off, but he needs to watch out. That player is still alive on his base somewhere. Getting some shots on top center. Prototype going to expose himself a little bit too much. Gets taken out. Now Enable playing slow on top Carbine. Yeah, I like this play by him. Camo is up, though. They've got to make sure that they get this camo. But Enable's going to go down to Gabriel, unfortunately. And this could potentially be a push right now. They've got to stay alive. Aperture is up. King J is up now. The entire team playing defense.
And while this is happening, there's only 1 minute and 35 seconds left in regulation. So, but mind you, the flag is still pulled down. So to my knowledge, there'll still be a sudden death timer no matter what if we stay within the stalemate.
Here comes the push on utility. Watching to see if this flag is getting returned. Enable's going to have to reset that timer. Playing towards the back of his base. Karma's on the left-hand side towards utility here. See if he's able to stay alive. I'm sorry, towards fridge side. He is going to push towards P. Nebula gets a kill, though. Aperture trades out. They've got to pressure a little harder here. Like you said, Tony, 55 seconds is not a lot of time. After they get this first cap, they've got to get this cap within 55 seconds so they can go into overtime.
But like I said, I think no matter what, even within the 55 seconds, I believe there's still a sudden death timer, so they might have a little bit of that extra time. Meanwhile, 3 members of squad now going to try to advance over to the right side of the base. That's back-to-back kills going in favor of squad, but there's heavy pressure on Karma, so King J going to smartly back down, get towards his teammate, and make sure they slay this player out.
On the bottom of your screen, next to the scoreboard, great shots by King J. Gets one. Can he get another? No! Gabriel with a big kill to trade there. Great job by Gabriel, showing his veteran, gameplay once again. And Enable, he needs to win this. No! Nebula with another clutch kill onto Enable. My word, what is happening? The flag is going to be returned here, I think.
The flag ends up being returned, and we're seeing the flag move out. We're back in that sudden death. As well, talking about when the flags are being pulled, we're in a sudden death timer on the screen, but we're seeing that timer go out, and that's...
See you guys tomorrow morning.
Wow.
What the fuck are you talking about, baby?
Wow.
See you tomorrow morning, boys.
That was crazy. Crazy job. They're able to... They're not able to get it in.
Good shit, bro. Good shit.
I mean, they're not able to get that flag cap in, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they were up 1-0, so even if they didn't get the flag cap, they didn't get that second cap in, but they still won. They were up 1-0, and the sudden death timer ended up running out after that return came in, and they're going to be moving on to play up against crowd pleasers tomorrow. We have had some of the craziest matchups ever. Thank you, LVT Production, for throwing this and allowing me to be a part of it, because, man, this was amazing.
Now, one thing I want to ask is, like, if the sudden death timer is going down and you have the flag in hand, does it extend the sudden death timer, or is there just one timer? It just goes down. That's it. That's what happens, correct?
It goes down. It goes down pretty slow. But if the team that is winning gets the return, that
Right.
stops the timer immediately, apparently, and that's what we
Okay.
saw right there. They got
That's
the
what we
return.
saw.
They were gonna get a flag cap regardless.
Right,
but
right,
once
right.
the return came in, it ended and they were already up. So
That's what confused me. But
really weird
regardless,
sudden death rules, and we've seen
Yeah.
some weird rules be added into Strongholds and Oddball. Like, for example, if you have the Oddball in hand, the timer actually stops. So
Stops.
Some crazy rules across the board.
and then Strongholds, yeah, staying in the Stronghold, yeah. I love them. I think they provide for really intense matches, and of course, from an observer perspective, I think that's just great. But yes, we have had absolutely incredible series here for the past, for the whole day. But the past 4 series honestly have been so good. We've gone to game 3 for all of them. Tony, of course, it was a pleasure as always. Thank you to everyone. Tony, do you have any closing thoughts before we toss this?
Yeah, again, thank you so much, LVT, for doing this. And there was plenty of people. Obviously, we have Tools, Infinity, Proper was here earlier as well.
Yes,
I know
great
99
guys.
was in the background, LVT's in the background, Snow's crunching the stats. So many people that were in the background making this thing go. So all of LVT production today, just know you guys did an amazing job. Obviously, you as well, hosting and casting has been absolutely incredible. Thank you guys in the chat. You guys were just as good. That everybody was excited to have this. So many people coming in like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy someone's doing the coverage.
Yeah,
I'm so happy I
cool.
saw this on Reddit, on YouTube, and this was just so important for the community. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'll be on HCS EU tomorrow. I do a little bit of streaming. I do a little bit of a YouTube myself. I plug myself in there a little bit, and I'll be on that HCS stream tomorrow. And again, thank you guys for letting me be a part of this.
I want to roll some credits here, of course, but I also, before that, I want to say thank you guys very much for just being here and watching the stream and just being a part of it. Of course, you see on screen here, Proper Cast, Infinity, Why Not Be Reckless, Tools Cast, and of course, that random guy over there as well. And of course, the entire admin team. Just a great job by everybody, the producers as well, Brandon, 99 Tools Cast, Mr. Snow, the admins. Thank you guys, everyone that is doing work in the background. You guys are insane. We got people clipping. We've got so much going on. Thank you guys very much for everything you all do. My name is Active. Tony was with me on the cast. We've had a great day today. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again. So hope to see you guys there. Thank you guys, and we will see you next time on the Louis V Titan Watch Party.
Drop it low. Wow.